was ruled by spells and monsters.
Your move! Your move!
Thousands of years have passed, and the world needs a new champion. Who will be crowned champion? We will know your name.
Hello, Duelists. It is day 2 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Anaheim. Over 1,600 came out to this YCS, traveling from far and wide. We had 52 Duelists make it to the Genesis Invitational, and more can qualify today. As for the main event, around 260 Duelists survived, and only 3 are still undefeated, with 9 wins under their belt. Today will be an arduous journey, though. Our remaining competitors must fight through 5 more rounds of Swiss, the top 8 cutoff, semifinals, and then we will have a champion. Hello, everyone. I'm Jackie Jin, your YCS host. We're taking a live look at the Anaheim Convention Center floor here. Our duelists are in place right now, but who will be our champion? We will find out soon. Let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Good morning, Duel fans, and as she said, welcome to day 2 of YCS Anaheim. My name is Steven, his name is also Steven, and we have quite the day lined up for you.
Just a lot of excitement in the venue, and I love getting to see all the highlights from yesterday because between all the duelists, even that kid with like the slow motion playmat going down, just really, really cool stuff. Also, the cosplayers are really in like full force this weekend.
Oh my God, they're showing off.
This is like it's more than just a tournament, it's an entire experience if you love Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, it is absolutely quite the experience, and I know all the duelists playing in day 2 will be lined up for something quite challenging because this will be the first time we're doing 5 extra rounds of Swiss for day 2 before we cut to the top 8 for today's champion. Let's go ahead and look at the proper event format to see what these players have to face throughout the entirety of the day.
So, what's new now? We did 9 rounds of Swiss like we usually do yesterday, but today, again, 5 additional Swiss rounds at 50 minutes each. But once we cut to that top 8 and top 4, it is going to be untimed. We are just going to be here until one duelist reduces the other one's life points to 0 or finds some other crazy way to win. Same deal with the finals here. Best 2 out of 3 untimed. Just get to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Being played.
Oh, yes. And like Jackie was saying earlier, after all the 9 rounds of Swiss in day 1, we only left with 3 undefeated players who still have to play 5 more rounds today. And if they lose even 3 of those rounds, they could be out of contention for that top 8 spot. So it's going to be quite challenging to see even the best of the best compete today.
Does give you a little bit more hope, though, if you happen to stumble and lose a duel. That's okay, because unlike previous formats, if you lost in anything after round 12, you'd be out of the tournament. But now with the additional Swiss rounds, you can lose in round 13, round 14, and still make that top 8. So it'll be curious to see who actually makes it to the top of the cut.
That's right, and it's always important to keep in mind what these players are competing for. Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize pool for first place. There's going to be all kinds of awesome things, including but not limited to the Anotherverse Ultra Rare Stratios, as well as the YCS Trophy, a Steam Deck OLED, code for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days Collection, the Premium YCS Messenger Bag, as well as the YCS Top Cut Mat, a giant card of the winner's choice, one of the newest prizes added to YCS prize pools. That, my friend, is, I think, the most exciting one. And then, of course, you get an invite and VIP status to the NAWCQ happening this coming year.
So crazy. I can't believe you get a giant card. But beyond that, the coveted title and trophy. Oh, it's so cool. And it is the new one, too. Also, you've got the Effect Veiler and the Card Trooper there. Great prizes as things start to establish themselves here. We've got to figure out who the top cut is. But if you don't make top 8, you actually still get quite a bit of prizing, too. So those duelists who are worried, oh, I'm not going to get the top cut spot, there's still a lot of stuff for you here.
That's right. That's right. I believe the Card Trooper is top 32 and the Effect Veiler is top 16. Whether you actually make it into the top cut, you are still considered in the top 16 or top 32 of duelists competing here.
There's also those randomized prize cards with the YCS stamp on there, and there's some really cool ones in there, everything from Blackwing Gale the Whirlwind to Blue Eyes White Dragon, so a lot of great cards that mean a lot to people from different formats throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. But that giant card, can you imagine? So I gotta ask, what would you choose as your giant card?
Jinzo. Wait, where is he? Jinzo, baby. That's my guy.
That's fair, that's fair. Maybe Amazement Administrator Arlecchino, but I guess we'd have to quit our caster jobs and go win a YCS.
Oh, so you'd want to put yourself on a giant card. I see how it is.
Maybe. But it's fun that, like, that's that's everyone's dream to get a giant card, and usually you have to pick it from a public event where they pre-selected like recent cards that are relevant to Duelists at the time. But just being able to pick like, this is my card, this is what I want to put on it, that is something that I know every Duelist hopes to win, and we've already had a few champions. Speaking of Duelists, though, why don't we take a look at our bounty Duelists to see who's still in here?
Yes, that'd be super exciting. Again, these are Duelists that are going to be not only giving away packs, but also earning some if they continue to keep winning. We've got Aditya, who's our 2-time WCQ finalist and who has multiple YCS tops. We have Steven Tripanovsky, who's the previous winner of Anaheim 2024 and a current 3-time YCS champion, hoping to get his 4th here today, I imagine. We have Stephen Kangas, friend of ours, who is obviously, you know, a commentator, but more notably, he is the YCS Anaheim push-up champion. Very exciting to know. We have, I believe, Stephen Lamb, first to check in, pillar of the community. We also have Elise Davis, first to register, pillar of the community.
And we've also got Forbes Koo. He is the sous chef chef. You may have seen him in that colorful costume, sort of serving up the best in sous chef variety. Also, Wilfredo Flores. He was a 2025 WCQ champion and a WCS participant who made top 4 this year, as well as Charlie Futch, notable Dragon Duel World Champion in 2018 and YCS Providence 2025 champion, as well as a competitor in this year's World Championship Series, as well as Luis Cabrera, our Los Angeles and California regional qualifier winner. Great stuff. And finally, Sebastian Guerra, the local legend, a multiple regional top winner and a remote regional top winner in 2022. So lots of great duelists here, again, from every walk of life, and many people from around the world, too. We saw people here from France, from Japan, from Denmark, etc. It's not just an Anaheim-only event.
That's right. And for anyone that wants a bit of clip notes, any person you saw with a bounty of at least 18 points or higher, they are competing in Day 2, and they have a chance to earn even more packs or give away some depending on who can beat them. So definitely keep a lookout if you're competing today.
Well, the competition is already underway. We'll have our featured match soon, but you can see the rest of the duelists are out there in the crowd. They're competing for that coveted title, and this is wild, too, because this is our first North American YCS since the World Championship.
That's right, that's right. This is the beginning of our season, essentially.
Yeah. A lot of different duelists out there getting ready to get things going, but speaking of getting ready, let's go ahead and go to the stage where they're ready to introduce our duelists.
And we begin with the blue chair. We have Stephen Lamb. This is his second YCS, first stage match, and we are seeing he's feeling the enthusiasm. Now to the red chair. Hailing from Bolton, Massachusetts, we have Erkam Yilmaz. He has participated in roughly 10 YCSs, but this is his first stage match too. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jackie. And I know me and Steven love a fellow Steven on the stage. We'll try not to show any favoritism, but you see that he is playing Gem Knights, and then we have Erkam playing K9 Vanquish Soul.
Something that a lot of duelists dropped because they felt like once you saw Vanquish Soul Razen and Stake Your Soul go to 1, there was no reason to play the deck anymore. Not so, because there's a lot of different K9 variants that did not make it to Day 2, but obviously Erkam was able to do it with that old Vanquish Soul static.
I mean, let's not forget that this deck won the World Championships this year in the TCG, so I'm sure even with a Forbidden and Limitless update, it can still compete.
Certainly, and it's going to be interesting to see how the deck differentiates itself, but it is very well situated for a deck like Steven has with Gem Knight. Gem Knight popping off, doing a whole bunch of stuff. Usually a go second build is pretty common among Gem Knight fans, but you know that K9 is prepared for this in a way that most decks aren't. They react, and there's plenty of things to react to in a Gem Knight duel.
Oh, yes. We saw a lot of Gem Knight players do very well at the NAWCQ this past format. The release of the brand new Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem cards really gave increase to this strategy's explosiveness for going for game, and that just makes a going second strategy feel very powerful, especially when you combine that with the powerful fusion spells that Gem Knight is known for putting into its deck.
Well, the Gem Knight Hollow really just like makes it a lot of a different deck than you're used to doing, because having that in-archetype negate, right? Being able to have a Hollow Core just banish itself and 2 other Gem Knights to stop the effects that maybe your opponent's using to try to stop you. We may see this go back and forth as a K9 starts to react and then Hollow Core jumps in the fray, back and forth. So it's really impressive to see that Steven made it this far. I don't believe any other Gem Knight tournament duelists are still left in the tournament, but it shows you that Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem kind of a real success story. I mean, we saw Jirak at this tournament. We saw the Gem Knight stuff. I think the only deck I haven't seen represented this far into the tournament, or any tournament, is probably Fabled. So I guess get to it, Fabled fans.
Ooh, I've heard some Fabled rumorings in Genesis, which is another thing that we got a lot of in Day 1. So maybe we'll see some of that today once the Invitational goes underway. But for now, we are watching Round 10 of YCS Anaheim. We have Erkam versus Steven. I believe both these duelists are 8-1, if I'm correct on this, which means they both have really good standing for getting into the top 8. Even if one of them were to lose here, they would still be in contention. They They just have to keep winning. That's always the game plan for Duelists.
It kind of is. You got to do what you can. And the double loss, I know there was a lot of community discussion about it. You know, how is it going to impact the tournaments? But we see that we haven't even seen a double loss on stream. And for the most part, people are just playing at a great competitive pace of play. So everybody kind of looked alive. And before we knew it, this just became commonplace.
Oh, yeah. And while, yes, Vaquersoul K9 is known for being one of the more grindy mid-range decks in the format, something tells me Steven is not planning on taking his time.
No, he is not.
He's going to put 8,000 damage in play and hope it's enough.
Oh, goodness. And it's really funny, too, because, you know, Gem Knights have always been a powerful deck and usually known for doing effect damage-based combos. But now, you know, it's really more of a battle phase deck. One of the ways I heard it described by another duelist was Tenpai in disguise.
Rock Tenpai.
Rock Tenpai. Rock Tenpai.
Shiny Tenpai.
Well, it looks like the duelists are just about settled in, so we're about to get locked in here. And Steven just kind of getting ready, making sure that he gets all the instruction from the judges. His first time on the stage, certainly a notable duelist in his own right. And Urkum feels comfortable up there, but I'm just curious to see, you know, once the cards do the talking, that's the most important part of the duel.
Oh, I'm definitely excited to see this dice roll because for once it doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter who wins. Steven's going second, probably.
Well, I wonder, I just want to see the reaction from Urkum if Steven does win the dice roll. He's like, nah, you go first. He's like, me go first.
What? Ooh, the inside information. He's got spies out in the halls. That'd be so funny.
All right, so looks like the players are pretty much ready to go here. I'm excited. We still have 5 rounds of Swiss, and then we cut to top 8. This is going to be another great day for Yu-Gi-Oh! A little bit more serious than yesterday, right? We get to have a lot of fun on that first day. But on the second day, these are the duelists who are closer than ever to being our YCS Anaheim Champion.
Yep, I know we're going to do our best to feature those who are right on the cusp of making top 8 or maybe in risk of falling out of. So we're going to see nothing but dramatic games from here until finals.
Little Cinderella story, rags to riches, you know, X2 to number 1, but we shall find out soon enough. Yeah, the duelists are ready to go just as much as we were. Like, no, don't go yet. We got to make sure everybody's ready on all sides.
They're like, we shuffled, we cut. I'm ready to go. It's time to duel.
It is time to duel. But it's kind of funny, too. I wonder if it makes them feel kind of like a pitcher during the off innings, right? It's like, I want to play my cards, man. Just let me play my cards.
Just getting confirmation here from the judges that they can all hear each other, that they know how much time they had, that they know, oh, once this happens, this happens. It's always important to make sure that these duelists are not hindered, but they are featured during the feature batch.
Exactly. It's honestly a nice ride for those of us who are joining us on the broadcast for the first time today and maybe didn't watch any of the rounds yesterday. You may have missed me saying that, you know, some people are nervous while they're up there, but there's no reason to be nervous. It's so private. There's not another duelist other than the one across from you. Plenty of arm room, personal judges. This is like a first-class flight on Kaiba's blimp.
Yep. So yeah, just getting confirmation here that these duelists are making sure that they can hear each other through their own headsets and not hear anything else. That way there's no inside collusion, because me and Steven have been known to be really wild about certain of the cards in people's hands. We want to make sure that they cannot hear us on the other side.
You don't
want to
hear, there's a Gem Knight in the room. There's a Gem Knight. Get down.
Okay, I'm feeling like
we may have a little bit of technical difficulties here as Steven muses to himself his brother's controller die. Kind of a familiar moment there.
It can happen. Oh, but there we go. No matter what, they're ready to duel.
I love the superhero poses. He's certainly ready to be a hero here, and certainly a fusion strategy is about going all in. But this is an hour turn deck, so it's going to be interesting. Actually, you know, we talked about it. It doesn't matter who goes first or who goes second. Vaquersoul is an hour turn deck, and Gem Knight wants to go second. So, like, this is just going to be wild to determine who decides to go first, who goes second, and what impact that has on the duel, once we get into it, of course.
Yeah, my understanding is that Steven's going to want to deal with all the Vaquersoul and K9 nonsense before going into his big Gem Knight combos to try to go for game, because, well, Urkum's deck's actually really lined up well to interrupt the Gem Knight cards, if left unfettered. So it will be interesting to see the balance of Steven's breakers / in-engine ways to deal with the Vaquersoul K9 combos.
Well, you've waited long enough, so it is time for Game 1 of Round 10 here as we enter Day 2 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Anaheim.
Alrighty. The dice roll that I don't think matters, but will be flashy to see. We got a 7.
You would have lost hella money in Vegas. 7-11, man.
And
all right, lucky numbers.
That's a 9.
You decide. You can start.
Oh, there it is.
The ever faithful, you can go ahead. Steven, the gentleman.
How about a ride?
We got Gem Knight on the left. Vaquersoul K9 on the right.
Now's that time.
Duelist drawing their opening hand of 5 power.
Certainly a great set of card protectors there. You've got Stake Your Soul in the extra deck for Urkum. He's kind of telegraphing a little bit, but not so on Steven's side with LZ and Silent Magician. Speaking of spell cards, here comes Reinforcement of the Army.
This will go ahead and
Sounds like
get
a
a
deal.
level 4 lower warrior monster. I think we all know the one that he's going to get, and I do mean the one
The
that
one.
he's going to get. Vanquish Soul Rosin is being added to the hand. This card is now newly limited, and on resolution, we're going to activate Droll and Lockbird, a powerful going second tool in this format right now, and Steven is main
That's your
decking
turn.
it because he knows
drop
whether
it.
I win or lose, I'm going second. And
Anything
the
in draw is
pass!
standby phase.
But the pass was really heads up from
And main
Urkham,
phase.
considering that he has the Mulcharmy Fuwalos in his hand. 2 copies, and he has an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So once he saw that he couldn't really do much more, he just decided, you know what, I'm just going to let this happen and find out what I'm up against.
Yes, but hopefully...
Sales ban, declare Vanquish Soul Holisu.
Ooh, and we've just declared Sales Ban as the first action
Normal
in
Gem
phase
Knight
1,
Nephrim, effective
calling
search.
Holly Sue, and there we see the
May I read?
Gem Knight
Yes, you may.
Nephrim coming out on summon effect.
The amount
Go
of
ahead and
times I've
search for
heard
a
that
Gem Knight card.
yesterday.
Or sorry, any Gem card Nephrim can search for.
I love how
notably.
cyclical this card particularly is, right? Giving you the
Cards in
extra
hands
normal
3
summon, almost a
or
chibi little
4?
Seraphonite in
Three,
its own
three,
way.
yeah.
And being able to come out of the graveyard too,
Concept
if it's
use
sent
Ash
to the
Blossom.
graveyard just in case there's a Gem Fusion.
That's
But it
fine.
looks like it's going to get hit by Ash Blossom and Joyous
In
Spring.
response, I will chain.
So we're
Called by
going to
the
chain
Grave,
link
target
3
your
here,
Ash.
Called by the Grave, targeting the Ash Blossom to banish it and negate Ash Blossom for the rest of this turn and to the next. Nephrim's effect is going to go ahead and go and search. This usually goes for Gem Armadillo because Nephrim also gives you an additional normal.
Gem
But
Knight
if we already
Holocore.
have something like that, we're going to get Holocore instead, which
Alrighty.
is an
Yes.
additional body.
I have to read it.
And
No
like you
worries,
said
no
earlier,
worries.
Steven, is access to an
Send one.
archetype Omni Negate.
Certainly a powerful card there. Again, Battles of Legend, Monster Mayhem really pushing this deck over the edge. And a lot of duelists were like, it doesn't matter. This set is just one of those sets I can skip.
use the
Not
effect of
so. We
Holocore,
saw
yeah.
this really in the top gun of the NAWCQ. I
We'll send
believe
Gem
Gem
Knight
Knight's
Fusion
made
to
top
graveyard
4,
for
right?
cost.
Which
Order
is
to
crazy.
Oh,
special
yeah.
summon
So
him.
here we see the Gem Knight Fusion being sent from deck to grave for cost to go ahead and special this Holocore from the hand. And then Gem Knight Fusion can go ahead and banish a Gem Knight card to add itself back to the hand.
You're going to banish one Gem Knight monster graveyard. Add this
I
card
believe
to
this is
your
all part of the
hand.
summoning condition for Gem Knight Holocore, so
Yep,
it's all going
that's
to
fine.
happen no matter what. And then we're going to go ahead and link summon
Phantom
here
Quartz.
into the Gem Knight
Effective
Phantom
search a
Quartz, the
Gem
absolute
Knight card.
best Gem Knight card of all time. On summon, we'll go ahead and let him search for a Gem Knight card. This usually gets the Gem Knight Dispersion.
I mean,
the
Brilliant
brand new
Fusion,
spell.
Brilliant Fusion might have words with you about being the best
That's
Gem Knight
right.
card of all time.
But it's not
I'll
called a
search
Gem
Gem
Knight
Knight
card, so you
Dispersion.
can't
That's
search
true,
it. I
that's
can search Gem
true.
Knight Dispersion, and then Gem Knight Phantom Quartz is just super sick.
Well, speaking of super sick, looks like we are going to go ahead and grab our Gem Knights.
Fusion one, Gem
Yeah, that's Dispersion, which is going to be a either an archetype Reinforcement of the Army or a an archetype Branded Fusion, or sometimes both.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pretty good.
Basically, you have to have Gem Knight Fusion in the graveyard to be able to use the fusion effect, but thanks to Holocore, we
I will
do.
use the effect of Gem Knight Dispersion to fuse.
And we are going to be using that fusion effect, like I said. This will allow us to summon, I believe, any Gem Knight
That is
Fusion, as
fine.
long as it's not a rock, using
I'll
any
chain a
monsters from our deck.
Damn.
And we're going to chain to that double
Good effort.
Molcharmy Fulos, getting 2 draws
check the
off
rest
of
of my
this
hand to make sure
fusion
it's
summon
like all
here
bad
for
cards.
Urkham. And now
Checks
Steven
out.
has to worry a little bit about, well, what happens if he draws Nibiru? Let's see if we can't play around that.
Rocks afraid of rocks? It's a good idea that he called Vanquish Soul Holly Sue, obviously, especially because of the Mulcharmy Fuwalos, which at the time Steven didn't know about. But the fact that he might draw into that Holly Sue, it's not really going to do anything this particular turn.
Right.
But the Ash Blossom being negated next turn could come to haunt Urkham, so we'll see if maybe it's not as bad as you think. But speaking of which, here comes Brilliant Fusion's favorite target, Gem Knight Seraphonite.
That's actually Lady Rose
Oh,
Diamond,
it is. Oh, you're right.
which I believe requires any 2. So we're going to send Nephrim and Gem Knight Quartz from the deck to the grave to go ahead and summon it out. And then this will trigger both of their effects when they're used to fusion summon. Basically, Gem Knight Quartz will let you add a Gem Knight card, and then Gem Knight Nephrim will let you discard a card to summon it back to the field. And then it's worth noting that Nephrim still has the ability to give Steven an additional normal summon this turn that he has not used yet. And then Lady Brilliant Diamond, for those that don't know, is a card that came out in parallel the elements of all sets, one of the most powerful sets of all time. Basically, it's a Gem Knight Detonator. During your opponent's turn, every time they activate a card effect, you can just, I believe, banish a Gem Knight card and destroy a card they control. And it's not once per turn, not once per chain. You can just do it as many times as they activate cards.
That does sound like Detonator.
It does
So,
not target.
Sorry,
Urkham
Lady
taking-
Rose Diamond.
Broken.
Urkham taking just a moment there,
like
reading
friendly
through the
against
Gem
the
Knight
monster.
card, just like I
This
may
is
have
summon,
mistaken
right?
a name
This will
there.
summon
He
itself
is not
and pitch a
familiar
card
with them
on
because it's
resolution.
true that you don't see this all the time. Steven, particularly,
I will add
is the
back
sole
Holocore
duelist among
off of
hundreds of
Quartz,
players still in the
and I'll
tournament
special
running
Nephrim
the
and
strategy.
pitch the same Holocore.
But it should give
Why
you
wouldn't you do that?
2 things to think about.
Who
One,
knows?
everybody needs to study every card. And 2, you
I will
need
use
to
the
give
effect
credit where it's due. There's a lot of
of
great decks out there that
Gem
in the
Knight Fusion.
format
I will
can
banish a Gem
survive.
Knight Nephrim
Yep, and just a heads
to
up
add
for
it
the
back in.
interaction that just happened here. We used the quartz to add the the Hollow Core back to hand, but then we use the Nephilim as Chain Link 1 to discard the Hollow Core that we just added back, to then summon it back to the field. And now we're using the effect of Gem-9 Fusion, banishing the Nephilim in our graveyard to add it back to hand. This will give us access to another Fusion Summon. And for those that don't know, Phantom Quartz also has the effect to pay 1,000 life points and Fusion Summon, which could be pretty impactful here if Steven ever wants to summon something like Gem-9 Master Diamond Dispersion to kind of go for that big one-turn combo to win the game.
I mean, if you're Urkham, you're really just hoping for Nibiru or else, though, because all the attack points are starting to pile up. And while certainly Gem Knight Nephilim reduce the amount of effect damage that was going to be dealt, that is not the game plan of Gem Knights any longer. So we're about to have a couple of rocky punches to the face here and reduce his life points.
Oh yeah, there's no dealing direct damage. It's just, well, I mean, if a punch in the face is direct damage, then I guess you can do that. So I guess we're just clarifying here how Phantom Quartz works, because you can target basically cards from the graveyard, field, or banishment, I believe, maybe even from hand, but you usually just use all the cards that you banish off of
correct?
Gem-9 Fusion, just so we can get maximum value out of all your cards.
It is important to remember that the fusion brought up by Gem Knight Phantom Quartz cannot attack directly that turn, so we want to make sure only the correct amount of battle damage is done.
Yeah, usually the one summon off Phantom Quartz is Dispersion, who will by himself tribute himself and then summon out 3 other fusion monsters.
I'll pay 1,000 life points and attempt
to go ahead and use the effect of Phantom. We're actually going to link into a second copy of Phantom Quartz here.
Interesting.
Just to get more material in the graveyard, I assume. We'll go ahead and shuffle back in using the Phantom Quartz.
Also helps with Hollow Core. Now there's more Gem Knights in the graveyard to banish. Maybe
Very
more selected
true.
targets.
Very true. Playing around the particular cards that could interact pretty positively into Steven's damage here.
Well, the clock is ticking, but this is not a game I think is going to go all 15 minutes, considering that both decks are designed to really clinch it out in the battle phase.
Oh yeah, Steven wants to activate fusion spells and get 8,000 damage in play. He's not going to do much more than that unless he has to. But Urkham is getting 2 draws every single time Steven summons from the extra deck or the main deck, so got quite the full grip here.
I do see a Rescue Ace Impulse in his hand that Urkham is considering. There's also a Kanon Isna, so he's just trying to choose between those 2 powerful ways to get in. But we are going to go ahead and tribute from the hand the Rescue Ace Impulse.
Yep, and we did activate effects in the graveyard, so
that
will be able to summon itself. So we do have access to plenty of bodies if we're Urkham, which could be all we need to survive this turn, and then once we go back into ours, we'll have a full grip, like I said.
Well, it does help you draw deeper into the deck if we do see Fire Attacker here.
So yeah, and this is, I believe, chaining to the Phantom Quartz's effect to fuse. So we paid 1,000 life points, I believe, to do that, and now we're going to go ahead and shuffle back 2 Nephilims and the Phantom Quartz that was in our graveyard to bring out the Gem Knight Master Diamond Dispersion. There he is, the brand new boss monster from Battle's Legend Monster Mayhem. This card during the main phase quick effect can tribute itself to summon 3 non-rock Gem Knight fusion monsters from your extra deck, ignoring their summoning conditions, and it is quite the card.
Yeah, that's an insane effect. Anytime it says ignore summoning conditions, I'm like, wait, what?
And then I believe also it has like a floating effect. Basically, if any of your Gem Knight cards are destroyed by battle, I think, it'll come back from the graveyard. So you could do it again on the following turn.
Yeah, that's just big monsters coming back in with 3,000 attack. That is trouble for
only battle, I believe. Very, very specific. So we're going to go ahead and use the effect here. Usually you want to get something like Ruby, Aquamarine, Topaz, Prismara. There's all these weird ones that are just kind of like not rocks, even though they're named after rocks. But there we see Topaz and Prismara as the 2. What's the third one going to be? And there's Ruby. Oh, yeah, there's Ruby.
Took a while to figure out his favorite bird sound, but Ruby does hit the field.
So now we're going to use the Ignition effect of Prismara, discarding a card to go ahead and target that Fire Attacker to destroy it. Topaz can make 2 attacks this turn if it, I believe, only attacks monsters, and then Ruby can actually tribute a Gem Knight monster to gain that monster's attack point.
So I think Urkham making sure that he understands there's no card effects, and yeah, he's not even going to try to do the Isna, just let it go.
And because we had access to Hollow Core, any kind of shenanigan that does summon a monster to the field during the battle phase could just easily be stopped. That was more than enough damage in play. Steven takes game 1 with an army of boulders being thrown at Urkham.
Yeah, the rocks are sliding, and so Steven is your game 1 winner here. Again, round 10 of the YCS, and every win counts. Of course, both these duelists trying to take that coveted spot. It would mean a whole lot. Maybe he wants a Gem Knight Giant card, and he's just fighting to try to get it printed. But on the same end, Urkham has got to figure out his Vanquish Soul game plan, get a chance to go first, and keep things going. That was a little difficult based on his opening hand. Maybe he'll have better luck this time.
Yep, and my read of Steven's Gem Knight deck is that it's a very pure Gem Knight deck. You know, we've seen some splashes of things like Shaddoll cards and whatnot to kind of add to your even powerful fusion spells as breakers, but Steven's like, why play fusion spells when you can just main deck Salesman, choose to go second every time, and just call the most annoying card that can stop you trying to go for games.
We do see them accessing the side deck. I'll be interested to see, what do you do against Gem Knights, right? It's the same idea, like, what do you do against 10-5?
Well, like you kind of mentioned earlier, Steven, like K9 Vanquish Soul can play during your opponent's first turn, and Gem Knight's first turn going first is a lot weaker compared to their really explosive going second turn that can add up all that damage to go for game. So there could be a world where Urkum forces Steven to go first and then can counter him. So that could be interesting.
Need to see a format where it's like, no, sir, you go first in this duel. No, after you, as they try to compete for who gets the first battle phase.
Yeah, that'd be super exciting. And if you're Urkum, you're definitely going to want to lead into your deck's strengths, which is going to be grinding your opponent out of resources, which can happen in the Gem Knight deck, even though you have ways to recur them like Phantom Quartz and whatnot. If they just don't drop fusion spells or have ways to access any powerful monsters that get them into their Gem Knight cards, they could be all out of gas.
Well, speaking of gas, pumping the brakes here, Urkum does have access, if he's including his deck list, a lot of different cards that pair well with Vanquish Soul that typically stop some of these shenanigans. For instance, honestly, DD Crone, not that bad in this particular situation. A Vanquish Soul, not staple, but certainly something that commonly appears there. More common in this tournament, Ghost Belt and Haunted Mansion for any of that graveyard manipulation for additional fusions. So there are some, not in archetype ways for Vanquish Soul, but they've got some best friends that can get on the phone to say, hey, this Gem Knight deck is killing me. Can you help?
Yes, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see. We saw Impulse in Urkum's deck, so he's not a shy person when it comes to running monsters in his deck simply for the attributes and the little bit of utility they can offer. So I'm sure he has all kinds of things that are Earth, Dark, and Fire that you can expect to see in his non-engine slot that can act as pseudo-engine by enabling his Vanquish Soul effects. But we didn't really see a lot of the K9 cards come out of him, which could be also very helpful in this matchup.
I wonder if that was an intentional choice not to display any of the K9 cards. I mean, obviously with Gem Knight Hollow Core in the graveyard, you're not really going to get the full leverage of K9s.
Right.
But it was interesting that he didn't showcase any of the K9 cards, and I wonder if that's just to be like, yes, I'm on pure Vanquish Soul. I just am that good.
Right, yes. I just draw Rosin every time.
Every time. Reinforcements of the Army of Razan, it's just glued to my hand.
If we saw the Infernoble Knight's Arms Durandal, I'd be like, this might be pure Vanquish Soul. Which could be a possibility.
It could be. But looks like we are just getting our final cut here. And again, plenty of time left on the clock. There's no need to worry about this one because both decks are just trying to swing as hard as they can in a single battle phase. So we'll see. I mean, K9 Vanquish Soul, I know it is famous for its grind game, but that grind game is trying to establish just a big battle phase, right? Can I wait out my opponent and just put big numbers on the field? So maybe Urkum will show Steven what it feels like to be on the other end of giant monsters.
I often describe decks like K9 Vanquish Soul as, you want to get your opponent in the blender. Like turn after turn, you're just going to get more resources, activate more effects that destroy their cards, activate more effects that draw you cards or deal direct damage to them with Heavy Borger and whatnot. That's how you win the game. It's not by actually necessarily doing anything in a big firework display kind of way. It's just steadily blending them in the blender as the game goes on.
We talked about drawing, holy and sacred cards the first turn of every duel. Another K9 Vanquish Soul companion is Dimension Shifter, and Dimension Shifter would do numbers against a Gem Knight deck because you wouldn't have all those monsters in the graveyard for recursion, effects, etc. So there's a lot of different ways that could go, but speaking of going, let's get into Game 2 here at Round 10 of YCS Anaheim.
And I think I might have heard Urkum say that he was going first. I think he's choosing to still take the first turn. I think he's just putting faith that his engine is strong enough to interact with Steven's board. He just kind of got stopped in the first game as well.
No, you're definitely right there, and I think we're going to either start off with a Pot of Prosperity or perhaps a K9 Noroi. Trying to decide what to do here between the two options. Urkum shuffles his cards, and I think we're going for the normal summon instead.
Yep, so there we see the normal summon of Noroi, which can happen even though it's a level 5 monster.
Results.
Just have to have 2 or more cards in the hand on the opponent's side.
One of my friends.
And now we're going to use the effect here to go ahead and grab out Jokul from the deck.
And he was like, I'm getting that Noroi.
And now we're going to see here. I'm actually very curious that Urkum chose to go first, but I guess he has a lot more confidence knowing that, in game 1, I kind of just didn't have my Vanquish Soul engine online. If I did, I could have easily have interacted with Steven's board. So let's take him for a loop and show him I'm not afraid of his go second strategy.
Yeah, from his perspective, it's not that he lost to the deck. He lost to a hand of Ash Blossom, Mulcharmy, and then just the single reinforcements of the army. There was nothing he could do in that situation, so he's just going to try to do it again.
Especially after getting drolled.
Not too silly.
Droll and Lockbird, such a powerful card this format. Doesn't work against every deck, but does shut down quite a few.
But it's one that Gem Knights can happily play in their main, which is very well suited for this format.
Search a lantern.
So we see the Ripper effect being used to go ahead and grab the Lantern from the deck.
Lantern, target Noroi.
We're going to go ahead and use the effect of Lantern here to bring back the Noroi. get access to another rank 5 potentially.
The surge power on the K9 just feels unmatched. All these cards on the field just giving you more cards. So a case for K9 being activated there. I think we're going to get another one. Curious to know if maybe we use the Noroi effect here. We did see it on previous K9 matchups where sometimes they will just tribute the monster just to see. But if you already know your opponent's on Gem Knights and maybe you don't know a lot about the Gem Knight strategy, maybe it's not worth it getting rid of an extra monster off the field.
Right. So here we see, I believe, the case effect here. Go ahead and grab another copy of Jokul. I don't believe we've used Jokul effect to summon 2 level 5s from the hand. And I think I saw a Halisu in our hand for Urkum, which could be super exciting. And we're going to get some hand knowledge here with this case for K9. And there's a Talents and a bunch of Gem Knight monsters.
Will they read these real quick?
So we have pretty much every single gem card that matters here. Gem Armadillo is a normal summon to add any Gem Knight card. Hollow Core we saw in Game 1. Nephrim we saw in Game 1. And Gem Knight Quartz does have a pretty important ability in the hand going second. You could basically discard it to go ahead and put any fusion, a continuous spell, face up into your field. So things like Brilliant Fusion or Scatter Fusion could be used going second with Gem Knight Quartz. So this hand doesn't look that powerful, but it does represent more than enough damage and pressure that Urkum needs to worry about.
Well, Steven, thinking the same thing I am, one of the most worrisome cards there is Triple Tactics Talent. That's certainly going to inform your plays afterwards because you know anytime you do something, your opponent's going to punish you the same way that K9 does.
Yep, and you might see the power of something like the Gem Knight engine at actually breaking boards if we go over to Stevenson. But for now, we got plenty of K9 plays to still make here. We're going to use Jokul to bring out another copy of Noroi and itself. That is, you know what? If Urkum chose to go second, he's representing a lot of damage here.
Yeah. Number 5 is certainly alive, and K9's such a cool deck because just like we've had other decks in the format, you know, historically, Sprite sort of revived level 2, Ryzeal revived level 4. It's so nice to finally see level 5 getting it going beyond, I guess, Cyber Dragon.
Every K9.
And here we see Steven just double checking. Okay, so we've used all of these effects from all these cards, right? I just want to make sure I can keep track of what stuff you still have access to. We did go ahead and add a copy of Izuna to the hand, which means we do have technically more K9 cards, but because Steven hasn't activated anything from the hand yet, or the graveyard, Izuna's left back at home.
Wouldn't get a whole lot done. It is not time for her to enter the fray, but after a quick cut to the deck, taking a little bit of thought here with the Ripper.
Might want to maybe save the Ripper for something like Hollow Core potentially, but no, we're just going to go ahead and link. Is that a link 4? Let's see, what could this be? Is it Saryuja? Yes, it is. There we go. Saryuja Skull Dread. This will let him cycle his entire hand, get access to even more cards, and fill his yard full of K9 cards. I kind of like this.
Yeah, it's wild to see. This is the second time we've seen Saryuja on the feature match stage this weekend, and it is still a great card, you know, with the ability to get additional special summons and the fact that you get like this huge hand sculpting.
Yeah, because like what does Vanquish care about most about? The right names and the right attributes. This card lets you get both of those things.
We got to put 3 back here.
It looks like we're eyeing up Prosperity, another copy of Case for K9, and wow, that hand looks so good.
Gotta drop 1.
I'm seeing 3 Vagrant Soul names, one of them being Halisu, Borger, and I think a copy of Xiaolong, Izuna, and Droll and Lockbird plus Vagrant Soul start. We're going to choose to devalue the start here because we already have all the Vagrant Soul names we care about, and we can always access that later using cards like Mad Love.
So 3 cards back to the bottom of the deck in any order.
That is fine.
And it is worth noting that I don't believe need to use Saryuja's ability to special summon quite yet. We can save it for later and use all of our Vagrant Soul cards first.
So really powerful start here, completely different than Urkum.
Sorry, what did you reveal?
Started the last duel, so now we're going to go ahead and reveal Xiaolong there. Special from Halisu.
That's right. I believe it will get a boost from Skull Dread being in a zone that it points to. I think it's 300?
Yeah, it's tiny, but it could stack up.
Yes. Definitely matters for the high defense or attack of something like Halisu. So now we're using the effect here, revealing, I believe, Fire and Dark to go ahead and summon from the main deck another Vanquish Soul card. This could get the Mad Love, this could get the Rosin, this could get all kinds of things. We're going to go ahead and get the Mad Love here to go ahead and search for the Vanquish Soul start field spell. Like I said earlier, we have access to it in many ways in this deck. We're going to go ahead and add that to the hand. This will then get us access to another attribute that we might be missing, maybe something like the Caesar Valius. We could get the Rosin, special summon it off Skull Dread. Like I said, I think the world is Urkum's oyster, and he knows that Steven has no way to interact with him right now. All the interaction is saved for Steven's turn.
It is nice to know that there is no Nibiru coming, especially in a block deck.
Yes. But this is the kind of thing you sign up for when you're Steven. You're like, oh, I'm going to choose to go second, and I'm not going to play that many interactions that actually stop my opponent besides, like, the more permanent ones, like Droll and Lockbird, for example. So being able to just play into boards is something I'm sure he's used to doing. And I'm excited to see how he's going to tackle this full power Vanquish Soul Canine board.
It really is interesting now that I think about it. The life of a go second battle phase duelist is almost like you're watching combo videos all day, and then you're like, okay, cool, now what do you end on? I don't care about what you're doing. I just need to see what the field is that I got to punch on through.
Sometimes it's a little, like, cathartic, because you're like, that's a really sick board. Darkle.
Bye.
So here we see the Saryuja summoning out the Rosin, and I believe we're going to use the effect on Summon to Search. Probably going to get something like Valius or Borger, just so we have access to putting more of your Vanquish Soul names back into your hand.
I don't want to rush you, but I just like you to think a tiny bit faster.
Yep.
Steven mentioning that it has been going a little slow here. You do have to keep up the pace of play. There's no set time. I see some duelists say, no, it's this amount of seconds, it's that amount of seconds. No, there's no specific time for slow play. But it's important to keep things going because, again, with that 50-minute timer, you want your win, you know, and your opponent wants you to win, too, in its own funny way. We saw that yesterday, where in a double loss situation, it's actually better to concede because that means your opponent he has points, so he's going to give you tiebreakers.
Yep. It's always important to keep the time in mind and make sure that the pace is efficient. Not necessarily a specific time, but the pace is consistent and efficient.
You know it when you see it, for sure. But speaking of which, seeing Vanquish Soul Xiaolong, and we're also going to reveal a Canine
Those are just all the
there.
known cards, so he's just revealing to Steven all the cards that he knows are in his hand. Sometimes I have a habit of when I'm playing Vanquish, I'll just leave the cards I revealed face up the entire game and be like, oh, I'm revealing it again. Be like,
point to it.
Be like, do you see this? It's right here. So we're going to go ahead and link summon here, I'm assuming with the Rosin, to go ahead and summon Rock the Vanquisher.
Interesting. I don't think I've seen a Rock of the Vanquisher in the main monster zone in a while.
Yes, it's very hard to, you know, in this deck, usually get access to a down arrow before you summon Rock the Vanquisher, but it seems like a pretty sweet way to do that here. Just going to go ahead and get the essential free recycle and the free interaction during Steven's turn.
I feel like we're seeing some fighting game notations. Not just a down arrow, right? It's down left, down right.
So they're going to reveal an Earth and a Dark here for the effect of Mad Love to return the Noroi to the hand because I believe it has the least amount of defense.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Link monsters don't have any defense, so they wouldn't even count for Mad Love to bounce back.
No, they would not, but we do get our Vanquish Soul Xiaolong on the field because there was some revealing going on.
That's right, and now we have the effect of Vanquisher adding back the Rosin. Now we're going to use the Xiaolong effect, revealing 2 fires.
Xiaolong, Raisin, Noroi, Izuna, Jokul, 1 unknown. Is that correct?
Steven performing the memory test here, listing off all the cards he knows as we finally see a little bit more here. Yep, just showcasing all the stuff you know.
Exactly. So we know 6 cards of Urkham's 7-card hand.
Yeah, look at the field, too. I mean, Saryuja really lets you just keep going, and it'd be nice to see it be popular again. It kind of shifted out of the format for years, it seems.
Yes, it's also worth noting, too, that by the end phase of this turn, Urkham's going to have more than enough Vanquish Soul names in play to trigger the secret effect of Vanquish Soul Start to get a free spell and trap card set face down. We're going to go ahead and get the Heavy Borger onto the field by bouncing back that Holly Suit that we can then use again on our opponent's turn. We're now going to link summon here using the Xiaolong and the Skull, Dread, Saryuja.
So I assume that's either Link. It's got to be Link 2. There's no way that's Link 5.
Yes, yes. There are no singularities here, if I had to guess.
So we do get SP Little Knight there, certainly a much more helpful card than Saryuja, because yes, it's cool to be able to special up the monsters, gain the attack boost. It's even cooler to be able to remove your opponent's threats from the field.
I think it is worth noting that I don't think Urkham has any ways to reduce the number of cards in his hand, so he will be forced to go to discard during the end phase cleanup here.
Don't see that every day unless it's Mystic Mind Pass. Long gone since those era.
Oh, yeah. Usually when you see it nowadays, it's kind of a cool thing. You're like, I just drew too many cards. That's kind of sick.
I'm just that good. So Urkham going to go ahead and use that secret effect, like you said, setting the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil. And pretty strong field to end on. Again, you got everything you needed.
Yes.
Still have a bunch of different canine cards in the hand to be able to interact with your opponent.
That's good to know.
Haven't seen Lupus go to the graveyard, but he is definitely ready.
Yeah, we have access to these, which is always put it into the graveyard during Steven's
What
turn.
has been added to your hand?
So wow, with 7 cards, what do you discard?
Yeah, I feel like.
Thinking. Oh, still on fizz.
Oh, he's debating if he wants to Borger and draw an additional card to get
and the discard
even more.
too?
Burger to
He's doing it.
Sure.
Yep, we're just going to show reveal a dark there and draw a card. Well, that's a pretty easy discard because we already have one of those.
Yeah. Which kind of telegraphs it to the
Not
opponent, though. Do you
discards.
want to discard it or not? Well, it looks like we are.
I think in general, you would value most of the
think it's
end
too
cards you have in
buttery.
your hand at this point more than a Dueling Lockbird, because Gem Knights, while they do search quite a lot, usually their first search is the most important one.
I think you made the right choice. Certainly
sure.
the Noroi not doing a whole lot on your opponent's turn.
Stay my main.
Alrighty, and I don't want to do a
draw
count of the
phase.
interactions that Urkum has because they're kind of
Perfect
infinite. Because of the Halisu and the Izuna, it can be really tricky to see how he's going to navigate this board texture. But
But drew that what appears to be called by the grave just 1 second too late.
yeah, that would have been an awesome set here.
You're good.
Normal summon Gem Knight Nephrim. Effect to search.
All right, this is going to be a pretty tricky board state for Steven to navigate, but if there's any deck that could do it, it's going to be the Gem Knight cards, because even the Gem Knight cards themselves have amazing ways to play into boards like this.
Well, let's see which of the many card effects that Urkum has access to he decides to use first.
I think the big one to watch out for everyone at home is going to be that set Snow Devil. When Urkum decides to do that is going to be a big telling play, where he kind of devotes a lot of resources to it, because it'll get rid of every non-Vanquish Soul card he has in play. So he has to kind of either do it really early or do it really late as a last resort. But it could be too late if he waits too long, because the Gem Knight cards don't mind being destroyed and being placed in the graveyard. They can come back pretty easily depending on the spell cards you have in hand.
No response.
Including Gem Knight Nephilim itself.
Gem
So
Knight
we are going to go into the
Dispersion.
deck,
No
no
resolution.
response, just going to grab that Gem Knight Dispersion.
It is worth noting, too, that Urkum knows that Steven has a talent in hand that he needs to watch out for.
no
So if
need
he
to
has
rush.
interactions that are not
Yeah,
monster-based,
yeah,
which I
yeah.
believe are
Yeah,
almost
versus
none of them, maybe you try to
That's
save those for a time where I'm not worried about a talent too much.
He's got the one trap card, but that is not going to do enough against an entire onslaught of Gem Knight cards. So at
Trap,
some
big
point, that triple tactics talent is going to be live. I think using the Troll and Lockbird may help.
So there we see the Drone Lockbird on resolution of the Nephrim Effective Search.
Speed up. Okay. Okay.
So it looks like we are seeing a slow play warning here. There is going to be a time extension, of course. Do have to pick up the pace of play. Again, this is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Competition, and especially on day 2, we are not horsing around. You do have to keep things going.
No.
But that's okay. It's not a big deal. It's not going to result in any game loss or anything. There'll be a time extension that will be added if our clock hits 0, but I don't
good.
think that that's where this duel is going.
And obviously, it's
Sorry
pretty clear
about
to tell that Urkum is not used to playing against the Gem Knight cards, but I think he's doing a great job so far of making sure he assesses the threats when he needs to and then plays as best he can.
May I read
But that
a
just can
memo?
take some time, especially when you're playing a deck as intricate as the Canaan Vanquish Soul deck.
Certainly freestyle jazz here when you're playing against something you don't know, but I feel like that is something increasingly happening in Yu-Gi-Oh! There is no best deck. You cannot just pick something you found online. You have to play something you're familiar with. That's the right pick, as you said, for this tournament.
That's right. So it looks like here, because we activated the Drone Lockbird, we're now going to activate the effective talent and choose to take, non-target, take a card that Urkum controls. This will force some interaction on his end. We could use things like the SP Knight and the Vanquisher.
Sure.
So we're going to go ahead and use that
Sorry,
now,
SP
targeting
this,
itself and the
thinking of
Nephrim to
anything
both
else.
banish.
So then that's interesting. What would you decide to take then if you're Steven?
I will
It'd be the Caesar
change-
Valleys, maybe?
I'm trying to remember what the Gem Knight attributes are, because
Love.
I'm not sure if you can activate Mad Love's effects
Dueling
in the
Dark
deck at
Knight.
all.
Oh, that'd be
Um,
funny.
But it's looking like Urkum
And
is
I
trying to
will
get ahead of it
change-
by activating the effect of Mad Love himself.
Draw.
And then we're going to use, we've already used the effect of Borger to
To
draw,
add
and you
that.
don't want to use Rock the Vanquisher here to summon, because Steven could just take the monster that you summon, so we're going to use its effect to add the card to hand instead. So we've
this
used
guy.
all of our monster effects,
Get banished.
as well as returned the Borger back to our hand using the effect of Mad Love, and now both the Nephrim and the SP. So the
I'd like
only
to-
options are this Mad Love or this copy of Rock the Vanquisher.
Am I allowed to use the effect of Mad Love?
Oh, that's a very good question. So, because the effect has already been activated, but it's changed control, could it activate again? I believe the phrasing is Vanquish Soul Dr. Mad Love can only activate its effect once per use this effect once per turn.
Think so, but luckily we've got our judges up on stage here to answer a few questions.
I'm pretty sure Gemini Holy Core is a dark, and I'm pretty sure Gemini Quartz is an earth. So yes, you can activate the effect of
Thank you,
Mad
just wanted
Love
to make sure.
if you
On
want it.
resolution.
That's fine.
Use Xiaolong effect
So the
to
judge
specify
did
him.
say one way or the other whether it's activated or not. If we see it activated, we'll know what happened. If we don't, then we know what happened.
Gonna go ahead and get Xiaolong out here onto the field. Still a handful of K9
good
cards.
to
No
go.
longer worried about the triple tactics talents. You can definitely
I'd like to
pour
use the
those
effect
K9s
of
onto the
Gemini
field.
Holocore in hand. Send
So
Gemini
here we see the
Fusion
effect of
to
Holocore
three
sending
different
Gemini
costs.
Fusion for cost to go ahead and summon itself to the field. We did get to summon that Xiaolong because we did reveal for a Vanquish Soul effect the chain previous.
So many cards in Urkum's hand. He hasn't committed any to the field yet, but I'm sure it's coming sometime.
It is worth noting that Gemini Fusion does have a way to get back into
Sure.
the hand, and I believe
Here.
No,
No
Phantom
triggers,
Quartz is forced
no
to
triggers
is
currently.
2 Gemini monsters. I don't think you can link summon Phantom Quartz right now using what's in play already. I could be wrong, but I guess we'll find out.
You have how many hands?
3, 4.
4.
This could
This
be a
shuffles
Snow
back
Devil
3.
line,
Shuffles back 3
and then
gem
you can just
cards.
change
Including
along to
itself?
that.
Including, it has to be itself, yes.
So confirming, by the way, your Phantom Quartz is 2 gem monsters.
Yes.
So
First
unfortunately,
one
Dr. Mad
uses-
Love, certainly a glittery card, but not a gem card.
I'll go
Yeah,
into
I definitely
Snow
like
Devil
Steven's
here.
play of using the effect to take to just force a lot of interaction out of Urkham. But here we're going to see the effect of Snow Devil here, revealing a fire, a dark,
Okay,
and an
that's good.
earth.
That is
It'll
fine.
go ahead and essentially dark hold the entire board, but protect all Vanquished Soul monsters.
The 1800. I'll
Deal
pull up the
1,800 points
board.
of damage to Steven, and then allow Urkham to summon a Vanquished Soul monster from his hand. Oh, the Mad Love I don't believe is destroyed. Oh, maybe it's only your Vanquished Soul card.
And I'll choose
Worth
thinking if
noting.
I want to special summon.
Sure.
And he's going to choose to not special summon, or I guess we're debating which one to
I
summon.
will.
Yep, we're just
Choose
choosing
not
which one
to
we want to summon here. It's looking
Sure.
like
Attempt to Gemini Dispersion.
Yep, we
Diffuse.
chose not to, and then we're going to activate the effect of Gemini Dispersion Diffuse because we did send the Gemini Fusion earlier. This is going to be pretty big here. This can get us access to Lady Rose Diamond, which would be pretty huge here. The effect resolves. We're going to go ahead and send off Nephirim, and then maybe a copy of Quartz. Yes, we saw this Song and Dance in Game 1. Lady Rose Diamond is going to be a pretty huge card for playing into this board here for Steven. Like I said, being a non-once per turn, non-once per chain detonator just by banishing Gem Knight cards. And then it's going to be, I believe, Chainlink 1 Nephirim, Chainlink 2 Quartz, add back a gem card, then discard a card to bring back out the Nephirim to get an additional normal summon. And as we know, Steven has plenty of those in hand.
Kind of wild if Steven is able to push through just the perfect field that Urkham set up. I mean, he customly sculpted that between the Saryuja, summoning all those different canine monsters, etc. He got everything he wanted, and yet Steven seems like he's in a position to push through nonetheless.
And Steven double checking that hollow card there because it does have a negate ability while it's in the graveyard as long as you have 3 Gem Knight cards in there.
Now, you do have to banish them, though, so that could be a little expensive.
Chain
Yes.
Holly's 2 to summon.
So here we see the effect of Holly Suit to
Dueling.
chain to the, I believe, chains of Quartz and Nephirim. We're debating here if we want to banish with Hollow Quartz and negate that. That could be a pretty high negate, but then it would
chain.
stop our Nephirim, I think, from being able to be summoned. No, because we can still discard a card from our hand. So it could be worth it, but the fact that you don't
Gemini
get
Hollow
the
Quartz,
Gem
attempt to
Armadillo
negate
effect to
and
search
give all
as
my
you're under
monsters
draw
1,000
might be a little
attack
rough for
points.
Steven, but we'll see what happens here.
So he's going to use the Hollow Core,
This
banishing
one.
3 Gem Knight cards, including the Hollow Core itself. So it is going to be negated.
Does this add any
But
card
that
or
is
Gemini
expensive
monster?
again because it
Gemini
does remove
monster.
so many Gem Knights from the graveyard. So certainly there's a lot
you
of
did
different
Chainlink 2,
ways to
right?
play this
Yes.
deck,
And
but
it's
you
Chainlink
do have
1?
to pay the
Yes.
piper here.
It
Also, we
resolve
have
that
now
3,
officially
and
activated
that's
effects in the
Chainlink
graveyard,
4.
so this this Canine Izuna is now online for Urkham.
All right, well, it's time for a case for Canine.
Well, we have to double check Lady Rose Diamond really quick because if we activate too many monster effects, we could just lose our
Does it
entire
destroy?
board to that card.
No.
Urkham might regret not bringing out this
This
Holly
won't
Suit
transsummon?
using the effect of Snow Devil
Yes.
because now it might be hard to get it in play to get us access to takes or give us access to more of our Vanquish
No, wait,
Soul
no,
names.
because because Quartz will add back first.
Oh, so you're trying to add back first.
Yeah,
So it looks like we're
this
going to
Chainlink
activate the
1,
effect of
Chainlink 2.
Quartz then.
Yes.
Well, he has,
so
so
Quartz
he
adds back.
has to add back a Gem
Which
Knight
gets
card
it.
with Quartz because he declared it as Chainlink
Right.
2,
Anything open
and
gets
it
it.
doesn't target. So it has to add back one back. But then that means Nephirim is no longer in the graveyard to be summoned back to the field. So now Steven's not going to have access to the additional normal summon. It's my
No, you're
understanding.
Gemini Quartz.
We're now activating the effect of Gem Knight Quartz to discard itself from the hand because our opponent controls monsters to then go ahead and place a fusion continuous spell. That could be Scatter, that could be Brilliant Fusion,
Could be Brilliant Fusion.
which could give us Seraphonite, which could give us access to that additional normal that we need to get the Gem Knight bodies in play because we cannot link off this Lady Rose Diamond into Phantom Quartz. But once we get Phantom Quartz in line, we will have access
That
to
is
Dispersion,
fine.
which could be more than enough
Instead of
damage to win the
continuous,
game.
a fusion spell for my deck.
Well, with Nephilim no longer on the field, you don't
Set.
have your sort of easier access to the additional normal summon, but we may end up seeing Seraphonite for the same purpose shortly.
Oh yes, Brilliant Fusion is a lot of things.
This is gonna be the last
Seraphonite's
turn
one
of
of
this
them.
duel.
Yeah. What a wild card. I mean, whole community lingo came out of Brilliant Fusion, and yet here we are seeing at the top tournament tables once again.
We just see the judges communicating with our players here, I believe, giving them a heads up about something.
So it looks like the timer is being paused, so we're going to have a little bit of judge intervention here to kind of sort things out for our duelists. But still, this duel is wide open.
Oh, yes.
Watching Steven be able to just kind of play through stuff and just push and push and push. You would think that, like, going first, you get everything you want. You draw 4 cards. You get to sort exactly what you want in your hand. that should be enough for Urkum, but Urkum seems like he's kind of on the ropes right now.
Right. It could just be double-checking something. I think maybe that happened in some earlier turns, but a lot's happened in just these 1 or 2 turns of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. Lots of game actions have been taken, so I'm sure it's reasonable that the judges are just parsing through everything. Timer's been paused. Whenever we come back to this game, we're going to keep going, and we might see a pretty cool playing through all these interactions that Urkum has set up through Steven.
Yeah, and I think this is something where even I'm learning, like, okay, wow, this Gem Knight deck just keeps going and going and going, and it's making more and more tournament appearances, which is really exciting, of course, but it also shows you that, like, any one deck could win this tournament, right? Last week we talked about things like, YCS Lille, YCS Lima Peru, but I think our tournament's going to be just as weird as those two.
And it's all engine, by the way. We're using all engine to play through all these things, which is pretty exciting to see.
So I guess we'll see soon enough what's going on the Vanquish Soul side, but it may take a second. So thinking about that, have any tournament highlights from yesterday that kind of just spark into your mind as we're waiting around?
Well, it was a pretty big highlight to have the exhibition feature. That was the beginning of the day for all of us. That felt really special, especially getting to play Flame Swordsman, one of my favorite cards and my favorite archetypes in one of my favorite formats, Genesis. But I definitely think in terms of the actual main event, something exciting was watching the French national champion Damien pilot Bestial Malice in a format where I think nobody was talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty nice for me personally because I've been playing a lot of Malice ever since it came out last year. I always love seeing my girlies who love tea go crazy.
Well, it is true that I don't think anybody could have expected Malice doing as well as it did, and I do believe Damien is still in the tournament as well, so it's just really neat to see that with all the Artifact Lancias coming out, apparently you can start banishing stuff again, but Artifact Lancia almost would have been good in this particular matchup. Think about it, because you can stop the Hollow Core Knight if you're just like, no, I'm going to chain to stop you from being able to do that.
That is
or
true.
do it in advance, seeing the Hollow Core Knight in the graveyard. So maybe keep the Artifact Lancias, chat, just saying.
And then how about you? Any big highlights from yesterday?
The general vibe of the tournament is so different now. I think not so much the main event, although the main event was incredible, so I'm not trying to throw shade at that.
Always is.
But the fact that the Genesis events were everywhere, people were having such a good time while competing for all these fabulous new prizes and stuff like that. All the cosplayers here, I don't know if they're locals or they flew in, but YCS Anaheim, last year it was like this too. This event always has like a different aura to it than the rest of all the YCSs out there. So if you get a chance, maybe not this year, right, because we've only got a couple of hours left of the tournament day, but maybe next year, definitely come on to YCS Anaheim because the energy is different. It is magical here.
The excitement for Yu-Gi-Oh! Period is going crazy this weekend, not just the YCS main event. So I do totally agree with you that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been an all-time high this weekend.
It really feels like it. I mean, there's just so much stuff going on all over the place, whether you've done all the new events going on in Dueling, you've got the new stuff going on in Master Duel, etc. But man, I cannot wait to get into the action of this duel. I'm just hoping we get our explanation soon enough so we can just jump back in because it was really heating up. I don't have a winner in mind, right?
Nope.
As a caster, you watch so many duels, you kind of be like, I think I know where this is going. Not so with this duel. I have no idea who's going to make it out.
Yeah, and that's a really cool thing about a Gem Knight deck. Just when you think they're all done, they have, no, I got 2 more tries in me to get this dispersion out there, and that's usually just enough damage to win the game by itself. So you can never be out of the game until your opponent's at 8,000 or less damage.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting, too, seeing how smooth the ride is from the pure Gem Knight deck, right? Because you're not accidentally drawing things like Shadow Fusion or something like that. Certainly a great card, but in multiples doesn't feel as nice. And if your opponent doesn't have any monsters and you have any Shadows in your hand, you're just like, I don't know what to do with this.
Well, it could also be like a meta call, right? Because pure Mitsurugi is really popular. They don't play extra deck monsters.
That's true, that's true.
Unless you're playing Rush Duel. Then Ritual Monsters would be extra deck monsters.
Oh, goodness. It's interesting, too, to see, I don't want to say the rise and fall of Mitsurugi, just the rise and the stay of Mitsurugi.
Just the going, oh, well, what other ways can we do it if we can't do the Rise Duel version anymore? You can just do the Mitsurugi cards, and that's pretty good enough.
That's been pretty stellar in terms of its tournament performance, right? Some people call the deck that won last week in YCS Lima Peru kind of like just the ritual pile, right? Even though it's yummy, it's all this different engine just sort of combined.
Right.
Nice to see some good use out of cards that are kind of on the newer end, like Miracle Raven.
Sure.
And it just shows you that, like, no deck can just take it all. Like, people are still figuring out, they're still labbing stuff. There's somebody who's listening to my voice right now who's just like, oh, I didn't know this card from 2013 is amazing. By the way, I'm not thinking of any particular card. It's some good stuff out there. The lab rats are just amazing right now.
No deck is ever finished. That's the way I always like to think about it. It's like, it's just the in-ring. Oh, we did just get a bit of a confirmation here as to what was going on with that judge call, and I think we're going back into the game right now, and that's all been resolved. I believe we have a total of 6 additional minutes added to the clock here because there were 2 slow play penalties given to Urkum throughout this game.
So I guess he couldn't hear me from back here in the
Anything on
cheap
the open
seats. It is important to keep up the pace of play.
Right.
It's okay to be nervous. It's okay to think
Well,
about
do or
stuff.
die.
But again, there's
Brilliant
not going to be an
fusion.
upgrade here, so that means there's no game loss involved.
That's right, but we do have the Brilliant Fusion here being activated that we searched off courts all those minutes ago. We're going to go ahead and use its effect here using the Nephirim
So
as
I
our
have
light
gem
monster,
cards left.
and hopefully another
do.
Gem Knight card, Holocore, as our gem
Barely
monster
enough.
to go ahead and bring out that Seraphonite, I'm assuming here, to go ahead and get access. Oh,
Yeah,
actually,
3 gems.
we're just going to do it the hard way. We're just going to send 3 gems from our deck to the graveyard here and go straight into Dispersion, maybe?
Summon Diamond Dispersion.
Yes! He's like, well, I don't think you can
Use
stop
the
me
quick
from doing
effect
this, so
to
we're just going
tag
to use
out.
the effect, automatically bring out 3 non-rock Gem Knight monsters from the extra deck. Because, yeah, if we activate any monster effects to summon to the field, we can always just use Lady Rose Diamond to destroy them.
Is that
Well,
fine?
when
that's fine.
Steven
Oh, said
got
yeah,
to
sorry.
resolve his
Oh,
Brilliant
yeah, I
Fusion, he did just say yes. You know, he knew what was going on. He knew that this
Mora.
might be the linchpin to close out this duel because that's another body and
Topaz.
another body, and here comes Rose after
Yep.
for Ruby.
Yeah, so that's Prismara, Topaz, and then Ruby's going to...
Oh,
we're
not
actually-
Ruby this time.
It's going to be Aquamarine. So Aquamarine, I believe, when it's destroyed, can bounce something back to the hand. You're gonna-
Interesting way to keep up the pressure here.
It's also got, I believe, 2,400 attack points. Topaz has 18, but can make 2
I
attacks.
would like to add back Gem
Prismara
Knight
has
Fusion by
2,450.
banishing Gem Knight Quartz.
And now we're going to add back the Gem Knight Fusion here by banishing the copy of Quartz.
Coughs and
I would like
Artifact
to use
Lancia.
the effect of Prismara
Would have been
targeting
nice.
your vanquished stars.
So there we see the Fusion being activated here. You can't just use it as a Fusion spell for Gem Knight cards.
I'd like to add back Gem Knight Fusion by
Ooh, and then
banishing.
oh no, we
Gem Knight
discarded it
Quartz.
using the effect of Prismara to get rid of the field spell to
There,
stop
there.
the protection effect against the Vanquished Souls. That was a card I totally forgot
wow.
about. But luckily, there's at least one Steven playing that's smarter than me
That's fine.
and realized that that was a problem that he had to answer first before trying to go for game this turn.
I'd like
Ah,
to
so the moral of
activate
this duel is 1 Steven
Knight
is better
Fusion.
than 2.
Well,
Yeah.
yes.
Now, looks like that's a lot of bodies on the field, and with only Vanquished Soul Xiaolong here to slow things down, this may be the end, but we've already used the Gem Knight Holocore, I believe, from the graveyard, so I don't think
Yes.
we're going to have any way to protect against the dropping down of the
Gem Knight
canine
Lady Brilliant
monsters.
Oh, but there we see the Lady Brilliant Diamond that I was mentioning earlier. This card can essentially, I believe, tribute itself to summon any Gem Knight fusion monster. Like, you can summon anything.
Yeah,
We have
how
to get
many
rid of
more?
itself, I believe.
Unero Numo.
Urka may just be reading the cards that are about to clinch out this duel. Sun is getting low
I'd like
as
to
he
use the
checks his
effect
hand of canine
Gem Knight
cards.
Aquamarine to return Vanquished
Yeah, but there's the
Xiaolong
effect of
to hand.
Aquamarine here when it's sent to the graveyard.
one?
We're going to go ahead and bounce the
Aquamarine. When
Xiaolong
it's
back
sent
to
from
hand.
field to graveyard. I can return 1 face of card you control.
And I believe it doesn't even
Actually,
target
one
either,
card.
but he only
These
has
can
1 card
all
anyway.
Attack directly?
Yes, they can.
Oh, yes. All these monsters can attack directly. Urkum did just ask that clarifying question. And even if he does summon
I'll
a canine
change
monster,
effects.
you can just
Dealing.
destroy it if he tries to activate any of
Fire.
the other
That's
effects to quick XZ summon using Lady Rose Diamond.
So going to use the Xiaolong effect to go and turn that to defense mode.
like
Certainly
to
a heads-up
use
play
the
there,
effect of
slows it
Gem
down
Knight
just a little
Lady.
bit.
Yes, but now we can just use this
Brilliant
effect to summon
Diamond.
another monster and attack with that instead.
Send herself to special 1 for my extra deck.
Oh, that's right. You
Trading
can
it
send
out.
any Gem Knight card. That's right. But just choosing to send herself because she's in defense mode can't attack. If cards can't attack this turn, they're not worth it in Steven's mind.
And Urkum surprised again. He might have missed a spot there because there's
We'll
so
summon
much going
Gem
on with
Knight
this Gem
Master
Knight deck.
Ooh, and there we see the OG Gem Knight Master Diamond. This card can just copy other Gem Knight monsters' abilities.
Steven proudly just slapping that down on the table, knows he is
like
inches
to attempt
away,
to leave
life
the main
points
phase.
away from winning this duel.
He also gains 100 attack points, I
He's
believe, for
gonna
every
summon
Gem Knight
his
monster that you have in the grave, which is quite a lot right now.
But Urkum finally jumping in with the Canine Isna might be performing a powerful
I'd like to
Xyz
change
summon
Gem Knight
combo.
Lady Rose
But here
Diamond,
we see the
banishing
effect
Nephilim to target
of
Xyz to destroy it.
Lady Rose Diamond banishing a Gem Knight card to, in response, destroy that card on the chain. There it is. We're still going to get to send here, which means we will get access to Lupus, but once again, all these effects do activate, and Lady Rose Diamond is not once per turn. So the second this Lupus tries
One
to
hand,
summon
right?
itself and maybe try to XZ summon, maybe into a Typhon or something, which you could do,
Lupus on field.
it might actually
Lupus
be
to
not the
revive
best
itself is
play.
fine.
It's probably better just to leave it as a body that's in play to try to soak up some damage.
Leaving the main
Well,
phase still
Lupus
is acceptable.
usually a lone wolf that partners up
Yes.
with other canine monsters, but he's
Right.
actually a
It's
lone
into
wolf
battle.
here on the field by himself. No
It's
Xyz summoning
correct.
happening at all.
Correct.
I'd like to attack over it with Lady
Here
Rose
we go,
Diamond.
Battle Phase.
Classy loops effect.
I would like to chain Nephirim.
Yep, and there we
go.
sorry,
Oh,
the effect of Lady
wow.
Rose
Chain the
Diamond,
effect of Lady Rose Diamond to
banishing Nephirim to pop it.
destroy. It's
turn?
not once
Not
per
even once
turn,
per
not
chain.
once per chain, Urkum, unfortunately. So if you activate Lupus's effect to XZ summon something like Typhon, which you can legally do,
Yeah.
it will be
You can attack
destroyed
twice.
before that effect can resolve. And there it is!
Wow.
Steven, 2-0, Gem Knight deck. We love to
Jumps for
see it.
joy. The camera can't even keep up as Steven is just so elated there, so excited.
It is quite the powerful strategy, you know, and we saw him break that entire board that Urkel was able to set up with just engine cards and one copy of talent that took Mad Love of all things.
Yeah, Gem Knight doing Gem Knight things shows you definitely need to keep your ideas about what you expect to see in the format wide open. You can't just be like, well, there's just going to be the best decks. No. This tournament, this format, I don't think anybody knows what it is that's going to come out on top of this tournament, and I don't think anybody will know what comes out at YCS Pittsburgh, too. There's just so much Yu-Gi-Oh! Left to explore.
Yep, I know no matter what, though, it'll be powerful. It'll be a little flashy, just like a Gem Knight deck could be.
Wow. Beautiful copies of the cards there. Great performance there from Steven. Kept his cool. And then once he was allowed to go back to the races, just pure excitement, ready to go. Jumped out of his chair. Just knew he was ready to topple his opponent. Urkum, of course, now X2.
Yes.
Still able to make top 8, but he's got to win out from here.
Yes, and with the way that he was playing, the methodical way that he thinks about his deck, I think is really poised for him to do well with this archetype. He just needs to keep winning. That's the only rule. That's been the only rule for him, I'm sure, this entire event. I think he'll be just fine.
And win and in. It is a different environment. Again, we talked about it earlier in the tournament there. You know, it used to be that there was only 12 rounds, and then your round 13 was effectively top 64. But if you lost in round 13, that was it. It was all over.
That's right.
It's not the case anymore. You can have a couple of bumps along the way and still make it to top 8. So it'll be curious to see who actually makes it out of all the field of duelists that we have so far.
Oh, yes. It's going to be really exciting to see. And having something exciting like Gem Knight in the top cut is going to be really awesome to see. So, again, great job to Steven there. You made us Stevens pretty proud.
Yeah, I got to say, I mean, Gem Knights, it's wild because I know there were so many duelists that weren't sure if they were ready to topple a deck like that. But speaking of ready, why don't we go talk to a Gem Knight duelist themselves and go to the stage.
All right, thank you so much, Stevens. And right now, I'm with another Steven. 9 wins under your belt. I can see how happy you are. Tell me the emotions you're feeling.
Oh, it's definitely been a long time coming. I've been waiting this moment for, you could say, at least 5 years, just in that hyperbolic time chamber, training as hard as I can to get onto the stage. I'm glad I could finally show my spirit, you could say.
Yeah, and you had a big cheer when you won. I can see all of your friends out there, so getting a lot of support, seeing the waves. I did want to pick your brain a little bit about Gem Knights. Our casters were speaking at length about that. We rarely see it now, so why did you decide to put it in your rotation?
I've always liked decks that operate on a different axis. One of the first decks I actually ever had a regional placement with was actually Grand Maju, way back in the day. And, you know, sort of carrying up the spirit up the chain with a lot of support from some of my friends, a little bit of homework stealing here and there in regards to their theory. Just sort of melded it all into a deck I felt more than comfortable playing, and I'm really glad that the results are showing.
And some find it nerve-wracking to choose to go second, but for you, seems different.
Sometimes you just have to close your eyes, draw your 5, draw that 1 off the top, and if you get there, you get there, and if not, there's always the next game.
All right, that's Steven's advice there. And any shout-outs? Again, you have a little crowd here, so anything you want to say to them, to the people at home as well?
Yeah, of course. Shout-outs to everyone who supported me. They are all great. Shout-outs to all my hometown heroes. Shout-outs to my team. You know who you are. And, yeah, everyone who's asked me for a picture or a signature, you guys have all been amazing. Thank you guys so much.
All right, congratulations, Steven. We're going to send it back to the Stevens.
Thank you so much, Jackie. It is great to see a love story there of going second and dealing 8,000 damage between Grand Maju and Gem Knights.
Oh, yeah, I love the idea of him just closing his eyes and being like, whatever happens, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to draw this 6 card and get our duels on. But, man, he really did showcase that. You can see the excitement. He really wants to play those cards, and that's always exciting when you have a deck specialist playing a deck that you don't see every day. Just do numbers with it. Good stuff. Good stuff.
And winning, like actually winning. Speaking of which, not only can you win YCS games here in advance to the next rounds, you could also participate in some public events to win your very own game mat. And we actually have a new one that you could be redeeming for at the prize wall here at YCS is the Dragon Maid Hospitality Win a Game mat that's happening all weekend long for our Win a Mat public events.
It's definitely a gorgeous game mat there, and certainly a wide cast of characters that we're actually seeing like enter the fray again. I've seen Draco Tail Dragon Maid decks actually do really well at the regional level. Haven't seen anything this weekend, but that's a game mat well, if you don't want it and you win it, somebody's going to want it from you, so definitely you can trade it for sure.
Dragon Maids, another deck supported in Battles of Legend Monster Mayhem, just like the Gem Knights are. Interesting
Yeah,
how that
set
lines
is
up.
good. That set is very good.
Oh, yeah, pretty awesome to see. But yes, that's really exciting. YCS Anaheim Day 2 is underway, and it's been an absolute blast so far.
Yeah, I gotta say, it is nice to see a lot of different gameplay. And speaking of gameplay, we've got a bonus feature for you. So why don't we go ahead and switch over to that to see what we have in store.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
What language is that? Cunning. Actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Top six. Yeah.
Yeah.
I broke it. Push perfect.
Yeah.
Surprise. Right. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Good. Never mind.
That's fine. Very good. Yeah.
You want effect?
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
All in one hand is surprise, correct? What are the cards in?
The cards in.
We know.
Go ahead.
Office, stand by me.
Yep.
Yep. Normal.
We use the effect.
This one.
I put your effect book.
I will.
Great.
This one. Resolution attempt chasing cat effect. Yes.
There? Yeah. It's kind of mean. Okay. I'm good. Yeah. Back targeting the dress. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, here to YCS Anaheim. I'm Billy Brake. This is Michael Kahanam, and we are here to bring you the next round of Swiss at this exciting YCS. There are a whole new way to play the tournament, as we mentioned yesterday, going over the event format. 9 rounds of Swiss yesterday, but 5 more to be played today before we cut to a top 8. And, hundreds of duelists are already in here. They already played that first round of the 5 that we're going to see today. And man, I can tell you the energy in this room is palpable. The excitement, there's also just like a lot of focus energy. The players are locked in and trying to get to that top 8 and get some of those awesome prizes.
Yeah, each round counts the same throughout all of Swiss, but it feels like they count more today because the players are so much closer to the top 8.
Yep, and every round matters. As more losses you get, you want to stay in that 2-loss range, because as long as you finish with 2 losses, you have a good chance at making top 8. But let's go ahead and talk about how many duelists that we had competing here this weekend. Over 1,600. That's right, 1,636 duelists, all here to try and become a YCS champion and walk away with that beautiful Ultra Another Verse Stratios. And now after, we had 9, 10, this is the 11th round of Swiss, so 10 rounds in the books. Only 2 of those 1,636 players remain undefeated. And of course, this is going to be the second of 5 rounds today. 3 more after this. We could have no undefeateds by the end of it, but we're going to have to see how that's going to play out. Well, let's go ahead and jump into it. Jackie's standing by with our feature match for round 11 duelists. Take it away, Jackie.
Thank you, casters. We begin with the blue chair. Hailing from Chino Hills, California, we have Noah Cerna waving to the camera. When not playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, he loves watching the LA Dodgers and playing baseball. Now to the red chair. Coming from Chantemelle, France, we have Thibaut Billon. He came all the way from France with a group of 12, and this is his first time on the YCS stage. Time to duel. Take it away, casters.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. That's right, it's Noah. We saw him with the Yummy deck yesterday, but now he's back at it again this morning, still with only 1 loss. That means he won his first round, and his opponent is from France. We've seen so many players from France, but as we heard from Jackie, it's a group of 12. So that's not a surprise that we're seeing multiple of these players in the tournament. And he's going to be bringing Lunalight, a deck that we haven't seen a ton of. It's definitely a meta call kind of deck. If players are, respecting Liger Dancer and having those outs to something as powerful as that brand new fusion monster out of Duelist Advance. I think it's not brand new. It's been a few months now. But really at the World Championship is where Lunalight kind of took everyone by surprise. It was a strategy a lot of players kind of thought maybe it's not the best. People have those answers to Liger Dancer, but it really, as long as you can call the meta and know what people are playing, Lunalight is a strong pick for any tournament.
So what's the overall strategy of the deck? I know you've played this deck for a long time, Billy. Is Liger Dancer the main focus?
Oh yeah, I summon Z-Cat even though it's a Liger Dancer. Now, that is the most important part about the Lunalight strategy, is how to get to that Liger Dancer. Not just 1, but sometimes 2. The ideal inboard is something like SP Little Knight in the extra monster zone, a couple copies of Liger Dancer, and like a Baguska taking a nap there in defense mode also alongside the monsters. Because the cool interactions with Liger Dancer, it's unaffected by other card effects that aren't Lunalight cards. So Baguska doesn't bother Liger Dancer, so you can make that difficult for your opponent to get over, and then you still have the Liger Dancer to clean up on top of that. And just finishing games quickly is also a big part of the Lunalight strategy, because not only is that Lunalight Liger Dancer unaffected by everything that's not a Lunalight, it can also attack twice. It can send a fusion monster from your extra deck to the graveyard to destroy all special summon monsters your opponent controls, and that's a quick effect. And it's only once per turn by each copy. So if you have 2 Liger Dancers, you can use each of their effects to wipe your opponent's field there. So it's a kind of like a combo heavy strategy. It has some weaknesses. Droll and Lockbird is notoriously very strong against that deck, but that's also a card we've seen fall out of favor in a lot of main decks and end up in a lot of players' side decks this weekend just because of how wide open the format is. But with Mitsurugi having such a strong showing last weekend, it might be something that the Lunalight players this weekend need to look out for.
I hope we do get to see some of those combos, because I'm familiar with the Duel Links version of Lunalight, and that version back in the old days used to just make an opponent's monster attack 0 with one of the monsters that can do that when it's sent to the graveyard by a card effect, and then attack over it per game. So it was a very drastically different strategy than what we're seeing in the modern TCG.
Definitely, but let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game 1, round 11, YCS Anaheim. It's time to duel.
Haru.
Here comes the all-important die roll, especially for Lunalight. They want to go first. The 6 is going to be below the average. All he needs to do is roll a 7.
He
It's
got
a
it.
10. That's above.
I'll just do it first.
He beat him on one die pretty much. No matter what the result was on the other one, he was going to win. And it looks like Noah is going to start things off here with his yummy strategy.
Is that a really big disadvantage for the Lunalight
Travis?
player? Because if it can
Stand up.
summon that big monster to try to beat the opponent in one turn, going second doesn't seem that bad.
Not too, yeah, it just really depends on like the kind of hand you draw. They do have lots of ways to keep
Marshmallow
putting
food?
monsters on the board and keep playing the game. If they are able to open up with a copy of Heavy Polymerization, that certainly helps going second because it's a very easy way, as you mentioned, to get that Liger Dancer onto the field. But we're going to have to see if Taiba is going to be able to do that. And Noah is going to start with Marshmallow Yummy, chaining Hornet Drones to the activation, followed up by a Fuwalos, and then that's met with an Ash Blossom. So things already off to a lightning fast start here in game number 1.
No kidding. Marshmallows uses a link material to summon Snackshy.
Yep, and that Yummy Snatchy is going to place a field spell onto the field. Let's see if he's going to go for Yummy Amusement Mignon or a Croquet. It's going to be Mignon.
It is.
Yep, Mignon is usually typically the first one you're going to put out there as it lets you special summon back a Yummy from the graveyard.
Yeah, that's such a nice effect for building a field, and then it has the attack boost for finishing off your opponent.
Yeah, well-rounded card there for the Yummy theme.
Perfect.
All right, now since he controls that Yummy Snatchy, he can special summon Cupsy Yummy to the field.
We'll see what he grabs with Cupsy's effect.
It's a press.
Yeah, and it's a surprise.
It's going to be a surprise what he's adding? No, it is the surprise that he's adding. All right. I do love Yummy Surprise. That card's gotten a little bit better with the release of Marshmallow Yummy and Doom and Dimensions, as you can use it just to special summon back that Marshmallow, and the Marshmallow effect lets you just add back the Yummy Surprise right back to your hand.
That is strong.
Now a Synchro Summon, being able to use that Yummy Snatchy as a tuner to summon Lollipo Yummy Way, and on summon it'll special summon back 2 Yummy monsters to the field.
Cupsy and Marshmallow.
Now another Synchro Summon, since it is going to be a tuner for the Star Ham.
Yep.
On summon the Star Ham, allow him to discard a card to special summon back one of those monsters and turn it into a tuner.
I love that it's not just a Star Ham. It's the Star
all
Ham.
caps,
All caps. The
letting
one
you
and
know
only.
how important, but TG Hyper Librarian. Okay, we're seeing some new tricks here in Yummy.
Oh, I have not seen that.
I have never seen a Hyper Librarian used in Yummy before. We're going to see how many cards Noah is going to be able to draw. So I was wondering why he was going into the Lollipo Yummy Way first as opposed to Cupsy Yummy Way. Having to read the TG Hyper Librarian, it's been a while. Nothing wrong with that, but it does indeed draw a card every time a monster is Synchro Summoned. And if there's a deck that Synchro Summons a ton, it is Yummy. Really cool, innovative stuff. We saw Noah on stream yesterday, but he wasn't able to access the Hyper Librarian. So I'm really glad we got him here again to see how unique his Yummy deck might be. But yeah, the Cupsy Yummy Way is also going to activate its effect to add a couple cards to the hand. Looks like Lollipo and Cookie, and then he's going to send that Cookie to the graveyard. If you're a Yummy player, Cookies, you always want to make sure you have a Cookie Yummy in your graveyard so you can special summon it back during the opponent's turn and get that interaction.
Yep. Lollipo Yummy.
Yep, special summoned into a Synchro Summon for another level 3 Synchro. This time it's going to be Marshall Metal Marcher.
And that's another draw for TG Hyper Librarian. It's a really simple but powerful effect.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be one of the best effects in the game, and it's still doing things here in 2025. Cool to see. The Marshall Metal Marcher will bring back the Cupsy Yummy Way, which will be sent to the graveyard as a link material to link summon Yummy Snatchy. Yeah, and the Librarian just keeps getting better and better. The more cards that are out of Noah's deck, the more likely he's to draw into those interactions from the hand. So I think he just used Mignon to bring back the Marshmallow Yummy, and then he's going to synchro with the Marshall Metal Marcher and the Marshmallow for a Herald of Arclight, which will net him another draw from Librarian. This is draw number 3 off TG Hyper Librarian.
So powerful.
Yeah, it's going to just keep on drawing. It's really cool to see. I don't know if it's necessarily needed in Yummy, but it's definitely a huge advantage. And we talked about this earlier. Yummy Surprise brings back the Marshmallow Yummy. Marshmallow Yummy adds back that Yummy Surprise to the hand, so it can be set to be used during Taibat's turn.
He's certainly making the Librarian look good.
Time to pass.
But he's able to end with 3 back row cards.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thanks to all the cards he drew with TCG Hyper Librarian.
And he's going to be able to draw more cards on Teobut's turn 2.
Wow.
Oh.
All right, the French Duelist draws the card for his turn. He had that Fualos, but it got Ash Blossom, so he didn't gain any extra cards out of that, so he's only drawing to 5. But the first thing he's going to want to do is try and deal with this Herald of the Arc Light, because it does banish monsters sent from the deck to the graveyard, and that's something that Luna Light likes to do. But he's going to just immediately jump into it. Heavy Polymerization, maybe, yeah, using this as something to force out the Herald of Arc Light.
Yeah.
Heavy Polymerization, great at summoning those heavy material listed extra deck monsters that need a monster from the extra deck as a material. But yeah, you have to use Herald of the Arclight to negate that, because it just lets you summon a Liger Dancer for free, essentially. Well, a lot of life points have to be paid. So I guess free is not the right word. Without a card investment.
Yes, just 1 card, 1 fusion monster.
Yes.
Simple as can be. He'll follow it with Fire Formation Tenki, which lets him get a Beast Warrior, level 4 or lower, from his deck, and also give his Beast Warriors 100 attack points while it stays on the field. But looks like Noah will chain Dominus Impulse. Dominus
Purge.
Yep. Sorry, to negate the effect.
Indeed he does. And now the next move for Teobut is Polymerization.
Sure.
And he's going to fuse, it looks like a Black Sheep, and is that just another Black Sheep? I think it's 2. I can't quite see the card underneath the Black Sheep, but it's going to be for Perfume Dancer. So on summon Perfume Dancer, can add a Luna Light Perfume. The Black Sheep, or sorry, Silver, I keep saying Silver Hound. The Silver Hound can special summon from the deck. Oh, it's the Kaleido Chick. So the Kaleido Chick's going to add back Polymerization from the graveyard when it's sent as a material.
Silver Hound. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So he's going to be trying to special summon from the deck, add a Luna Light Perfume, and add back the Polymerization. And then the Infinite Impermanence is going to stop the Luna Light Perfume Dancer from adding Luna Light Perfume. Polymerization back to the hand. Silver Hound is looking to summon Gold Leo. Now the big thing about that Silver Hound is as soon as he gets another fusion monster into the graveyard, it's able to banish itself along with the Luna Light Fusion to negate a Speller Trap activation. So if he's able to do that before Noah activates Yummy Surprise, he'll be able to cut off some of Noah's interactions. But on summon, that Luna Light Gold Leo is going to allow Teobut to add a Luna Light monster from the deck to the hand and then send a card from his hand to the graveyard. But the Yummy Surprise is going to be activated here to target 2 of his Yummy cards to return 2 cards on the opponent's side of the field to the hand. But he's going to chain that Yummy Snatchy to synchro summon with Snatchy and Marshmallow Yummy.
All right, so Noah will get to keep his synchro monster, but both of Thibaut's monsters will be returned. And since one of them is a fusion monster, it goes to the extra deck, so it doesn't look like it's going to hit the graveyard where he wants it to go. And that's another draw for Noah, thanks to his Librarian.
The Librarian just keeps on giving these gifts. Yep. Every draw is closer to something like Ash Blossom or some sort of impactful card like that.
It's a book for every synchro summon.
All right, now it looks like with the Gold Leo still resolving, he's going to add Yellow Martin and then discard the Yellow Martin for the resolution of Gold Leo. And that'll allow Teobut to add a Luna Light Speller Trap, which is not Luna Light Perfume because of the space there, as we all know from the past. But they do have some cool cards they got in Duelist Advance, being Luna Light Masquerade, which not as impactful once you've already used Silver Hound's effect to special summon from the deck, but could find a way to get to another monster into the graveyard. He does play some unique Luna Lights that we don't see in a lot of Luna Light lists that I had to look up beforehand. We'll see if that might be something he's considering sending later on down the line in this turn. But that's one of the cool things about the Luna Light strategy is they have so many cards in the theme that do so many niche things. For every particular tournament, you can try them all out and find if there's a space for them in the deck.
Yeah, that is cool. And it also spans a long period of time, the release of those cards.
Yeah, definitely.
So you really have to dig back.
All right, looks like, so since the effect of Yellow Martin activated, that prompted Noah to return his Yummy Synchro monster to the extra deck to special summon back 2 Yummies from the graveyard. Now the Yellow Martin will resolve to add Lunalight Fusion. So he doesn't go for the Masquerade. He's going for Lunalight Fusion. We know he has the Leo in the hand, so he must have another Lunalight monster, or he's planning on just bringing back the Yellow Martin potentially. If he has something like Lunalight Tiger in combination with the Yellow Martin, that could be pretty useful. But it looks like he's just going to use Lunalight Fusion. He will be able to use a card from his deck or extra deck, though.
Sure. Yeah.
But now the Cupsy Yummy Way is going to activate its effect to return to the extra deck and special summon back 2 Yummy monsters from the graveyard.
It's one of the nice things about playing Yummy. Every card your opponent activates is just another opportunity.
It definitely is. Nice for the Yummy players, maybe not so nice for the opponents.
Yeah.
Once you get those Synchro monsters online, it's kind of like an endless chain of cards continuing to be summoned. So, bringing back Lollipo Yummy Way and Lollipo Yummy. This is actually huge because the Lollipo Yummy, since it was special summoned by a Synchro monster's effect, will be able to banish a card out of the graveyard, and cutting off that Yellow Martin before it can return a card to special summon itself back is huge.
Yeah, that is big.
Can't see quite what he sent from the deck there for Lunalight Fusion. I know he sent the Leo from his hand. The graveyard's just fanned out just far enough to where it's off camera. Okay, now let's see what he. Maybe I'll be able to see what he sent from his deck now. Okay, it's the Emerald Bird. Right? I don't see it in his deck list.
Chain link 2. Target to banish.
Huh.
Yep.
That's interesting.
That's good.
Yep.
That is the Emerald Bird, right?
That is definitely
Can goes in
Bird.
Sure.
Huh.
But it looks like he's conceding.
I wonder if this purple butterfly is supposed to be an Emerald Bird. Because we were looking at his list and we saw Lunalight Purple Butterfly, which is one that's not typically used. But that was definitely an Emerald.
It was definitely Emerald Bird.
Well, neither here nor there. It was not enough for the Lunalight player to win that game, and Noah is going to win game number 1. All right, now they're going in the side decking. Losing game 1 as a Lunalight player is tough because side decks are where people have their cards for strategies like Lunalights. A lot of times you're not going to have the main deck answers, but you are going to have those answers in your side deck when you're looking at things like Kaijus, Lava Golem. I know in the last weekend we saw Steven win YCS Peru. He was doing something I thought was even cooler. So he has a 60-card deck, so he has to rely on cards like Triple Tactics Thrust, right? And Lunalight is a tough matchup for Yummy in general, and that was a part of the deck he was playing. You can Thrust for Dark Spirit Mastery, right? And then it adds a level 8 Fiend, which just happens to be Lava Golem.
Wow.
And then you can Thrust for an answer to Liger Dancer, which I think was really creative and pretty cool. Not so creative or cool for the Lunalight players, but there are lots of options.
That is cool, but do you think Noah is prepared enough for Lunalight to have incorporated a strategy like that into his deck? Because we saw that he was reading a bunch of the cards, so I don't know that he really considered Lunalight when coming into the tournament as a threat to his deck.
True.
You have to respect the deck in order to side deck the cards to beat the deck.
Yep, definitely. It's all about, Lunalight is one of those decks that shines when it's not being respected. It's definitely like a meta call kind of deck. It's a very strong deck. I'd also seen a lot of players using it in Genesis format. Even though not having those Link monsters is tough, you also don't have those powerful Pendulum monsters like Lunalight Tiger and Lunalight Wolf. But there's still lots of different ways to get to that all-powerful Lunalight Liger Dancer.
Yeah, it is mostly a fusion strategy.
Yeah, it's definitely it's definitely a deck you can still play in Genesis, and yeah, maybe one of the better decks even, because yeah, Liger Dancer is just such a powerful card. But at the same time in Genesis, since the format is so wide open, we do see a lot of those cards like Lava Golem and the Kaijus and those cards that just naturally out like the towers like monsters.
That's also largely because those are 0 points.
They're 0 points, and you don't know what you're going to be facing, so they kind of have that like working against them. But yeah, the new cards that Lunalight got out of Duelist Advance really pushed them to a whole new level to be able to compete with some of these really high-octane strategies. But it's going to be an interesting one. Lunalight's like that. When Duelist Advance came out, that was the first deck I picked up. I love the cards. I'm kind of like a Beast Warrior fan, sort of. So if I can use Fire Formation Tinky, and the first time I saw people using Tri-Brigade Fractal, I was like, oh, sign me up. I've been waiting years to put to sleeve up Tri-Brigade Fractal just again. I'm a big Tri-Brigade fan.
I use the Tri-Brigades in my Gladiator Beast deck, so I am also a fan of Tenki and Tri-Brigade Fractal. I never really embraced the Lunalight strategy in the TCG, but I did play it a while back on Duel Links. I think it's the Black Sheep who's the one who changes the attack points to 0.
Black Sheep does a lot. It might be one
one of them makes the attack point 0, and there was just a combo back in the day where that was the focus of the deck. And I think it was actually hit the Forbidden, the limited 1, limited 2, or limited 3 list.
It was enough to where they had to like touch the deck in Duel Links itself. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And I think it's back at full power at this point because stronger strategies have been released. But it has a place in my heart from being one of those prominent decks in Duel Links in the past.
Yep, definitely. And yeah, I mean, that's the best part about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like when you see cards that like you remember and you're a fan of, and they get new support, you get to come back to the game and like, oh, I've been waiting to play these new Dark World cards. I want to check them out. Oh, there's new cards that help out Burning Abyss. Let me kind of see, dabble with it, try my hand at it, which is something that's really cool about Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, it's cool in Duel Links too, because then you can characters get added to the game that you also may remember and enjoy. So the Lunalight cards were actually in Duel Links before Selena, who plays the Lunalight strategy. And Selena,
it is an anime.
It is an anime theme. So it was Selena was subsequently added with new Lunalight support that breathed new life into the deck. So that was really cool for players who enjoyed Lunalight when it was in its prime in the game, and had new cards to play with a new character and new skills years later when Selena was added.
Yeah, definitely. And just staying on this like Beast Warrior trend, they're talking about Tri-Brigade Fractal. Also just remind me of the Chronicles deck, Fallen and Virtuous. All foil Chronicles deck. I'm definitely getting 3 of them because the Tri-Brigade, it should be called Tri-Brigade Thrust. That would be awesome. But the new Triple Tactics Thrust artwork, it features Rugal, Shurag, and like Farragut on the card. It's just so cool. And then since Tri-Brigade is like the tri-types, Triple Tactics Tide, Triple Tactics Thrust, and it's also part of like the Dogmatica and Fallen of Albaz lore. I really want to get my hands on that. All the variant artworks in Chronicles deck is actually pretty cool. Yeah. The Thrust, the Fusion Deployment, the Ecclesia, and the Fleur-de-Lis, just beautiful cards.
That Thrust sounds like it'll be perfect in my advanced format Gladiator Beast deck for setting Harpy's Featherstorm.
Yeah, if you want to blame the best Gladiator Beast player on the world, he needs that Featherstorm to, GBs need it. They need it.
GBs need it.
But yeah, so let's go ahead and talk about kind of what's going on there at the match. Unfortunately, the Lunalight Duelist had a slight decklist error. He registered the wrong Lunalight card. He put down Purple Butterfly instead of Emerald Bird, I believe.
Yeah,
so it's going to result in a game loss there, unfortunately.
It's possible he was just missing. I mean, he might still play the Purple Butterfly that's on his list.
No, he just didn't register the extra card.
That's possible. We don't know exactly.
Yeah, either way, he did send that Emerald Bird there, and that is unfortunately not on his deck list. So it is going to be a game loss there, and he lost game number 1. So the match is probably going to be concluded here. But it happens. I wasn't sure about their records going into this. They had 2 losses, or no, 1 loss, because Noah won the last round yesterday and he won his first round. So this will only be his 2nd loss. So he is going to have to play the rest of the tournament without the Emerald Bird in his deck, which is rough. But he's not out of the tournament. There are still 3 more rounds of Swiss to be played after this, and we are still going to have more Yu-Gi-Oh action to check out too. So maybe we're just ready to jump right into our bonus feature match and see what we got going on. Oh, it's Justin Singh taking on Alex. So we have Adiknister Mitsurugi Malice going up against Yummy, and it looks like Justin Singh is mid-combo. You might recognize Justin Singh. He is a veteran of the tournament scene, but maybe even more famously known for being the opponent that Jeff Leonard drew Exodia against.
He was a great sport about it.
He let him finish his combo. The whole crowd chanted one more piece. One of the best moments in Yu-Gi-Oh history for me, and it was awesome to be there and a part of that. But now Justin Singh is back at it again, 8-2, trying to win the remainder of the rounds to make it to top 8. Looks like he did lose at game number 1, which is why he's going first here in game number 3. So now it looks like he's activating the effect of Backup Adagnister to special summon from the hand and add a Dark Cyberse monster to his hand, and then he'll have to discard a card. The Wizard Adagnister being added here. Malice is a deck we haven't seen a ton of this weekend. There's definitely a few dedicated duelists still running that deck. They had some severe hits on that last Forbidden limited list, with Dormouse being limited to 1 and Splash Mage being forbidden. And I think that Splash Mage, any veteran Malice duels knows how much that hurts, because it really limits what you can do when you get interrupted with, or your opponent has things to stop you from the beginning.
Yeah, those were some big hits. They got some big hits in Master Duel very recently as well.
All right, and now it looks like a Link Summon for Firewall Dragon. Wizard Adagnister is going to come down next to bring back monster. Now 3 monsters being sent to the graveyard for the Link Summon of Malice Heart's Cryptor. And now he's going to link away the Heart's Cryptor and the Cyberse Wicked. Putting the Cryptor in the graveyard is almost as good as summoning it on the field, as you just have to banish it to summon it back. He could do so with White Binder right now. White Binder on summon is going to let Justin banish 3 cards from either player's graveyard. I'm sure if you play Master Duel out there, you're very familiar with the Malice cards. That's what I play in Master Duel.
I built Ryzeal.
Okay, you're a Ryzeal player?
Yeah, I didn't want to play Malice, so I played Gladiator Beasts.
It does have some limitations coming up that are pretty tough. The Dormouse is getting limited to 1, Mouse and Underground is getting limited to 1, and there's one other card in the deck that's also getting limited to 1. I can't think of off the top of my head.
I played Gladiator Beasts until the Ryzeal cards came out, and I played Gladiator Beasts and Ryzeal.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
together or separate?
No, separate.
Oh, okay, I was like...
But I never really embraced Malice.
Now, White Binder setting TB11. TB11 is one of the 3 trap cards that a lot of Malice players haven't been playing as of late, but we're seeing Justin Singh using it here to a great effect. Banishing the White Binder to activate it, special summoning a Chessy Cat to the field, and now White Binder's effect can activate. Justin Singh will pay 900 and grab himself a fresh card off the top. All right, and now he's going to use the White Binder effect to set a copy of GWC 06. That's the one you always want to have face down during your opponent's turn, just some extra layers of protection. It used to be if you didn't have that, you would not be able to summon like a White Binder from your graveyard or anything, but now with Malice March Hare, you have a few more options. But now we're going to see the boss monster come down. The 3 materials to equal the Link 5 Allied Code Talker Adagnister. That's going to bring back the Red Ransom and the White Binder. It offers a form of negation. It can negate a monster effect, spell, or trap card by sending one of those 2,300 attack monsters. The Firewall is going to offer some disruption, plus 3 more face downs. Wow. And Alex is going to ask for a good card off the top there as he draws for turn. Let's see how he's going to navigate through this. And I wonder if Malice has an even better place, because Lancia might not be in people's side decks, but Lightning Storm certainly is. Lightning Storm going after those 4 spell and trap cards. He has Allied Code Talker Adagnister, but he's not going to use it. He's just going to chain his trap cards. He's going to lose that interaction of being able to banish from the MTP 07, but the GWC 06 will be able to summon the Heart's Cryptor back, which is basically the same kind of interaction he'll have on the field. And what's that?
Is that Dimensional Barrier?
Oh, Dimensional Barrier.
Wow.
And Mistaken Arrest.
Wow.
So he's just going to chain them all. He's going to chain them all, and Alex is going to go Chain Link 6. I concede.
Alex can't believe it. I assume he called Synchro.
Or Ritual. Is this? Oh, yeah. Oh, Synchro. Yeah, he's playing against Yummy.
It's a Yummy deck, and it's game 3. So.
Justin Singh's the one with the Mitsurugi cards in his deck here, but... Yeah, I was wondering, you have 4 face downs. You think, my Allied Code Talker Adagnister is just going to negate this Lightning Storm. Nope, I don't need to negate it. I'll just chain them all. No infinite impermanence face down, just Barrier and Mistaken Arrest. You see Alex even reeling and laughing about how crazy that start was. But now he will get the opportunity to go first here in game number 3.
Oh, that was game 2. I thought it was 3 initially.
Oh, yeah, it was only game 2.
Yeah, either way, he knows he's on Yummy and is able to pull Synchro.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And so what I was saying beforehand is I wonder if Malice kind of has an even stronger place. Even though it got hit so severely on the last Forbidden Limited list, maybe that hit was enough to convince players not to include Artifact Lancia in their side deck, and then they don't have anything to stop Malice when they actually go first. And that's kind of what Justin did there, really put on a clinic. Even though he jumped into it mid-combo, you could see it was pretty much an ideal setup for him.
Yeah, it's possible. It's kind of like self-regulation in the game. Where decks get weaker, so people stop playing cards to beat them so they can become stronger.
And then it's just the cycle continues. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited. I thought that was game 3. Now we have a whole nother game to watch.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm definitely here for it and see which one of these duelists will move on. This is almost like, it's not an elimination game, because even at 3 losses, you can still prize and either get like the card trooper, the effect veiler, whether you make the top 32 or top 16. But staying at 2 losses is where you're going to be to try and make that top 8 cutoff, which is where you can play for even more prizes and eventually that trophy, the ultra prize card, and the newest addition to the first place prize, the giant card. You get to pick your very own giant card if you win a YCS, which is just incredible. You get to pick your favorite card or whatever you think might look the coolest around your house. It's an amazing, beautiful, unique art piece. I really, really like that prize got added to the finalists because it's just something special. You could also just pick like your ace card from the deck that you won with, and then you kind of have it there hanging on your wall just as like a memory. Maybe you put it with like your trophy. You can make a whole like room out of it. There's so much you can do with it, especially if you happen to win like multiple YCSs.
That's a cool idea. It's like a personalized trophy.
I really, really like the new addition of that prize. Also, along with like the Steam Deck, the OLED Steam Deck, I still don't have a Steam Deck. I would love to get my hands on one. They're really, really cool. Being able to play like your Steam library in a handheld form, really awesome stuff.
There's been a real upgrade on the prizes lately.
Yep. The game is always growing. We're always trying to find ways to make it better for the duelist and new ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh!, new prizes.
And those Genesis prizes are incredible right out of the gate.
Definitely.
Brand new format, and players are here this weekend trying to win a Dark End Dragon from the original Shonen Jump Championships.
Yeah, it's super cool. And we know like some of those invitationals are going on right now, and then they'll have the single elimination tournament where someone will walk away with that Dark End Dragon. Speaking of Dark Armed and Dark End together, though, in Master Duel, they had a time travel event, which was back for like return Dark Armed Dragon format, but it was using like the OCG list at the time. So in the OCG, when they had those cards, Dark End Dragon was available. So you got to play like that format, but with Dark End Dragon, which we never had over here. And it actually makes like a huge impact being able to, it was Teledad. So you're able to use like Kraybons and Dark Greffer. So you can actually make like Colossal Fighter, Dark End Dragon, Dark Arm Dragon, and just attack for game and like send their monster to the graveyard. It was a lot of fun.
That's cool. I played in that time travel event, but I didn't realize Dark End Dragon was legal.
Yep, Dark End Dragon and Gores were the 2 cards that were legal for that we didn't have over here in the TCG at the time. But I had a lot of fun doing that. So that's like the cool thing about Master Duel too, is even if you're not enjoying like maybe the standard format, there's always events and other things you can do in Master Duel along the same time to find ways to still enjoy the game. But here we're starting off game 3 right away with a normal summon of Yummy Cookie, and that's met by a Mulcharmy Fuwalos.
Does Alex have the Ash Blossom to stop it, the same way Justin did to him?
Doesn't look like it. Alex is rolling up his sleeves, knowing he's going to have to dig in here in game 3 and play through this Mulcharmy Fuwalos.
Oh, Link summons Snatchy, and now Justin gets to draw a card. I believe that's Mignon. He's using it to bring back the cookie. It's a bit of a glare on the field spell, but that's definitely Mignon since he did use it to bring back the cookie. And now he'll tune the cookie with the Snatchy. And he'll summon his first level 2 Synchro monster of the game.
Yep, it's going to be that Cupsy Yummy way.
Gets Marshmallow and Cupsy to his hand. He'll have to discard 1 card. Get rid of a Marshmallow. Oh, and now Perulia.
This might cause Alex to pause just a little bit. He is going to chain his Cups of Yummy Way to return it to the extra deck to special summon back to Yummy Monsters.
So those are from the graveyard, so they won't give Justin a draw. He must have picked up the Perulia with the Fualos' effect, right?
Yeah, that's usually how it happens. You draw into one, because Perulia is the one you're going to just use immediately during your draw phase.
Right. Oh, Ghost Bell to stop the Lollipop Way.
More interactions, just cutting off Alex from everything he's trying to do here in this game 3.
Or, sorry, Cupsy Way, right? Cupsy Yummy Way?
Yep, whichever Synchro Monster went back to special summon back.
They all do
two
the same
monsters,
thing.
yeah.
They bring back 2 monsters,
Yeah.
and Ghost Bell will stop it.
Yep, definitely. And now Pot of Prosperity being activated after already trying to push through. Maybe he's going to try and dig for some of those trap cards that could have potentially sided in for going first. Maybe something like the Black Glow Laughs, or, I mean, Dimensional Barrier is not going to be enough. I mean, with Mitsurugi and Malice together, there's 2 different ways they're going to be trying to attack you, and both of them can put out a lot of damage if you don't have any sort of field. All right, Ash Blossom. Okay, these are forms of disruption, which is what he's looking for, I think. So he at least has 2 good options.
Harpy's Featherstorm, if you can get out the Winged Beast.
You were just talking about Harpy's Featherstorm and how you like to use it in Gladiator Beast. Alex seems to like to use it here in Yummy.
I wonder how he uses it, though. What's the Wind
Ripplebird,
Beast?
maybe? I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, I think there's a rank 1.
I think Ripple. I mean, yeah. There's probably one of the cards in his extra deck is something that's accessible for the Harpy's Featherstorm.
I think it's that.
Oh, it's Fucho. He's playing the bird.
Fucho. I've seen some people do that at my locals.
Yeah, Fucho's also just pretty good at guaranteeing that you're going to go to the next game and survive.
Yeah, but the way he's been stopped by the Mulcharmies, it doesn't look like he's able to do that this turn. So it looks like he's eyeing that Ash Blossom as a disruption.
All right, looks like he took Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Because, yeah, he would have had to give his opponent probably 2 to 3 more cards to turn that Harpy's Featherstorm online, and that's if everything went right. Oh, but he also has Thrust anyway, so maybe he's going to grab it, or he'll just grab something like the Black Goat Laughs.
I like the combination of playing Thrust with Harpy's Featherstorm.
Mm-hmm.
Just gives you some more access to it. But he's going to that Dominus Purge.
Okay, so his Purge and Ash, not too bad.
Yeah, so he has a bunch of effects that stop from adding from deck to hand.
Yep, and if there's one deck that doesn't add from deck to hand too much, it's Malice. If it depends what Justin drew. If you drew also the Mitsurugi portion of his deck, those cards are quite impactful. But if it's something like Gold Sark, Malice Dormouse, Malice and Underground, I think could prove to be a little tougher here from Alex.
Yeah, I guess that's the strength of combining the 2 strategies, right? They do have drastically different weaknesses.
Yep, and the pass goes. How will Justin begin his turn? I guess you can also stop like key cards like Backup Adagnister. You could try and Ash Blossom a White Binder being spell summoned back from the Banished, but it looks like Pot.
Harpy's
Feather Duster.
Feather Duster, yes. On what did he hit? He hit the Purge and whatever the other back row card was.
Now Habakiri is coming up next. Feather Duster into Habakiri, and it has that alternate artwork with the actual Harpies waving the Feather Duster. I love that art.
Yeah, that
so much.
Looks like the Starlight from the recent tin.
It is in fact that one. And Habakiri is going to special the Saji, tribute the Saji. Now Saji's going to try and add a Mitsurugi spell, but this is where Alex is going to decide to use his Ash Blossom, knowing it's strong against the Mitsurugi portion, but not as strong against Malice. Now, does Justin have any of his Malice cards?
He has Mitsurugi Prayers, and since the Dominus Purge is gone, we don't know that Alex can stop it. Going to tribute the Habakiri, and let's see what he adds to his hand.
Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, Justin is deciding to make up for the cards that Malice lost by just including this other strategy in Mitsurugi that seems to be pretty splashable into a lot of different decks.
Yeah, we are seeing it splash into a lot of decks.
Freeze play. Freeze play. YCS competitor has timed the round. At this point, the third match has not concluded. Please sign the double loss box on your match slip and bring it up to our scorekeeper. If you haven't typed,
Looks like he's taking Habakiri, summoning Saji, and then using, I assume, Habakiri's effect to get Mitsurugi Ritual.
Yep. And now he has the Saji on the field. Plenty of Mitsurugi cards in hand. He can Mitsurugi Ritual summon that Habakiri by tributing the monsters from the deck. Oh, he has Ame no Murakamo no Mitsurugi already.
So he had the Mitsurugi strategy, but he had enough to play through the disruptions.
Yeah, very. I mean, when you have enough cards, it's good enough. I mean, the Feather Duster definitely helped through one of those disruptions.
For sure.
All right. Since Kusanagi and Aramasa. Now he's going to use Mitsurugi Ritual to summon from the deck by tributing the Murakamo.
Each of Mitsurugi Ritual's effects are once per turn, so he's able to do both. So he's going to summon Habakiri and then use the tributed Murakumo's effect, not only to get a card from his deck to his hand, but also special summon the Murakumo back to the field since it was properly ritual summoned before it was tributed. He's going to overlay them.
It's going to be the Zombie Vampire. Oh, this is cool. So this is the way he bridges the Mitsurugi cards into the Malice cards, hoping to hit a Malice monster off the Zombie Vampire, and he does get the Malice White Rabbit, and Alex has seen enough. That's cool. I'm glad we at least got to see that, to see the synergy between the two. It's not just playing two independent strategies that don't really work together. This rank 8 actually somewhat bridges it together, because you just have to send a Malice monster out of your top 4 cards to the graveyard, and then it's going to be full Malice combo from there. And Alex knows he plays copies of like TB11 as well, so the White Rabbit would get TB11. He could use that, banish the White Rabbit, summon out another Malice monster, bring back the White Rabbit. Plenty of damage on the field. Not much there for Alex, just being met with Mulcharmy, Ghost Bell, and Justin Singh is going to move on with an X2 record. Only 2 losses with only 3 more rounds of Swiss to play. So if he can win the next 3, he might make it in the top 8 with this Adagnister Mitsurugi Malice deck that a lot of people have probably taken off their radar, and it might just be in the perfect time for Justin Singh to make his way there.
Yeah, that was a cool strategy. I do like how the decks have different weaknesses, and we saw that really work out for him in that match.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm glad, we got to see the Zombie Vampire. It's one of my favorite cards.
Yeah.
Not that I say that often or anything. I have a lot of favorite cards because I love Yu-Gi-Oh! And I hope you love Yu-Gi-Oh! At home too. But yeah, there's just so much cool stuff to still be learned about this format. I mean, we saw Jeff Jones yesterday finding a way to bridge the Mitsurugi, the K9 cards into Mitsurugi, which is something we hadn't seen before. There's still so much room for innovation. Even the deck that Steven won with last year, the 60 card, Yummy, Mitsurugi, I wouldn't say Nouvelle, but there is a Nouvelle card in there. But there's just so much to explore and so many good cards that are kind of overlooked. Luckily, there's the new way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis, which is hopefully a way players can examine some of those other cards they might have overlooked before and find ways to incorporate them into their strategy. But it's that's why I just love Yu-Gi-Oh! There's not like a set standard. There's not like a curve where this is the best card I can play on my second turn. This is the best card I can play on my third turn. It's like, what can I do with these cards as fast as I can, and how can I push through my opponent's interactions? It just creates varied games. That's what you want when you're playing. You don't want to do the same thing over and over again. You want to have every game feel like a new experience. And I really think Yu-Gi-Oh! as a card game offers that really well.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think there's been a lot of innovation this weekend. I think even more than we've seen in some recent YCSs, because when the recent Forbidden Unlimited list was announced, I think a lot of players said certain strategies were hit so hard they would no longer be viable. But the response we're seeing from top players and players who are making it to the top table is combining those weakened strategies with other weakened strategies into a powerful deck. So people have found ways to adapt, and it does appear to be shining through, and I think we will see it reflected in the top 8.
Yeah, and that's been something throughout the years that kind of been the way about Yu-Gi-Oh! Even if you go back, I know I don't want to talk about myself, but this is just from my own personal history, so I can explain how it relates to now, how you can have a deck that gets hit on the Forbidden Unlimited list and push through it. If you go back to when I won 2 in a row, right, in 2011 with the plant deck, a lot of people think, oh yeah, that was Tengu format. Everyone knows Reborn Tengu and plants were so good. The list that came out right before that September YCS Toronto that I won, right, It limited TG Hyper Librarian to 1. It put Lone Fire Blossom to 1. It hit so many cards that were in the plant deck that was really popular at that NAWCQ before. Everyone wrote it off. The newest structure deck came out. It featured those new agent cards, Agent of Earth Mystery, Master Hyperion. That's what everyone was talking about. They were like, oh, plants are dead, agents are the best deck, you have to play this. And at Toronto, it was probably 80% agents, maybe 10 or 15 people playing plants. And there was probably like 10 or 15 people playing plants in the top cut. So everyone that was actually using that deck did really well because we still found a way to incorporate other cards, like stuff like Scapegoat, other cards like Enemy Controller, finding ways to make up and push and adapt. Adapt is the key word in Yu-Gi-Oh! How can I adapt my strategy to make it even better? So sometimes even if you feel like your deck got eviscerated by a Forbidden Limited list, and sometimes that is the case. Sometimes you probably should put it down and try like something new. But but other times you should just take, what can I do? You can either think like an optimist or a pessimist. I have no chance. What can I do? If you go approach your deck building with a what can I do attitude, I promise you it makes a world of difference. But let's go ahead and hear from our winner from this feature match, Justin Singh. Jackie, go and take it away.
Thank you so much, casters. That is right. I am with Justin. 9 wins now. I see that big smile. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I like this deck a lot. It was just like my own version of this deck that I like to play. I've loved Malice like since Marcher came out, so I've been really enjoying this tournament so far, and like the ban list as well. Everything has been going really well.
Yay, I love that answer, all the positivity. I did want to ask you about the Mitsurugi Malice combination. Why?
Because I think the Mitsurugi cards are very well positioned in the meta, and they're very good into like the Yummy matchup. Also, they kind of just produce 2 bodies, which my deck needs now, in order to generate the link throughs with any Malice name. They bridge into each other really nicely with the Zombie Vampire, as I think you guys saw when I summoned the Rabbit. So it's pretty good, like to bridge both engines together, and your ceiling is way higher than Yummy.
Okay, great, and you're doing fantastic. Day 1, quite successful. Day 2, off to a strong start. How are you feeling mindset-wise? Are you ready to win this whole thing?
Yeah, I'm trying my best, trying to chase that first YCS win. I do love the new tournament structure with more rounds of Swiss to make it weigh your deck. It can lose some more variance, but if your deck's very well built, you can win the entire tournament with a higher rate. So yes, I'm really enjoying this.
All right, I'm sensing confidence, love that, and positivity as well. Is there anything you want to say to the people watching at home?
Yeah, shout out to everybody back home in Cincinnati rooting me on. I love you guys so much, and I hope I can bring it home this time.
Yay, all right, thanks so much, Justin. Gonna send it back to our casters.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. Great to hear from Justin there. And yeah, a lot of insight there that, I mean, we definitely got to see that Zombie Vampire, which is the key why these 2 decks are being played together.
Yeah, and we were wondering the synergy that the 2 teams had.
And it makes a lot of sense about just needing to get more monsters onto the field, because that is what, if you just normal summon a Malice name, if you can summon 2 more monsters with it, you can go into your Malice Link monsters. It doesn't matter which Malice name you have, as long as you're able to get to White Binder or Red Ransom, you can access the rest of your strategy. But before we cut to a break, before our next round of Swiss, we have something that we want to talk to you about, and that is going to be the Doom of Dimensions OTS Championship. That's going to be happening November 15th and 16th. The exclusive game out will be awarded to the first place finisher, and invites to the next World Championship qualifier will be awarded to the top 4 finishers in the Doom of Dimensions OTS Championship tournaments. The monster feature on the game mat is Radiant Typhoon Swin, and it looks absolutely beautiful. I love that new Radiant Typhoon strategy that kind of revolves around Mystical Space Typhoon. Even they have that trap card that, kind of makes MST negate, which is that classic meme that a lot of people like to talk about, that Playground Yu-Gi-Oh! Where we didn't really know what the cards did, but fantastic to see it having a little bit of fun and being incorporated to an advanced format strategy.
It's been getting some invites to the Genesis Invitational tomorrow as well. So it appears to be currently a strong strategy in the Genesis format.
Yep, strong strategy in Genesis, something to look out for in advance. More cards to come potentially, but we're going to be right back, so stay tuned, and we'll have our 12th round of Swiss. So many rounds of Swiss, but before we cut to the top 8, we got to find out who those players are going to be. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We have more dueling action coming your way.
Back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Anaheim. We are really getting down to the wire here as we continue through these rounds, right?
That's right. We are entering round 12 of 14 for Swiss before we cut to that ever-faithful top 8. And I'm getting a little antsy.
It is crazy how fast this tournament feels, but then how long the tournament is at the same time. I think the coolest thing about the new tournament format is that we literally have more duelists and chairs, right? Because they're just literally here in contention still.
So much dueling is happening, and like you're saying, normally around this time we'd be cutting to top 32, maybe, depending on the size of the event, and that means we're entering single elimination territory, but no, it's still pure Swiss. You're not out if you lose, you're just a little bit lesser in the rankings.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of duelists, a lot of different decks in contention too. We won't spoil any surprises till we get our duelists up on stage, but there's some stuff where you're like, oh, I didn't know that deck could still do things, and yeah, apparently it can. But I love the atmosphere and the energy here because we've seen a lot of duelists who are like, oh man, I missed out on the main event. Time to go compete for that Genesis qualifier.
Yes, or one of the Attack of the Giant cards, or all the kinds of cool public events we talked about on day one throughout this entire weekend.
Yeah, and I got to play a little game of Guess the Card with some of the duelists. We'll see if that makes the broadcast later. Some fun guesses. Some people got them right, some people got them wrong. But with so many Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, right, how do you keep track of them all?
Right.
But the fact that like we're seeing so much stuff hit the top tournament tables and still be viable, I think that really is the narrative of this particular event. That a lot of stuff that's still in your deck box at home may literally be the stuff you need to get to that championship level.
Yeah, like in the last round, we had the backup feature featuring Malice Mitsurugi, and I know it's crazy to call Malice an underdog deck, but really, in terms of the competitive players out there, it kind of was. Not even on people's radar, and so seeing it perform at the highest level possible is always a sight to see.
Yeah, I think when I get home, I'm going to go ahead and sleeve up the Artifact Lancias, though, because I feel like that's just like, that's the card that just disappeared from this format, and because of that, I think a lot of decks are advancing in a way maybe they didn't. But that's always like the sort of love-hate game, right? Now we can banish, now we can't banish, and it just comes in and out of the format. But really cool stuff so far. Looking forward to see our feature match duel once it's ready, but it's just wild to think of how much Yu-Gi-Oh! Has changed in 4 or 5 days.
Yes, essentially, like, it feels like this week's event is looking drastically different than either Lille or Peru these past weekends, and so I'm really excited to see kind of if this develops, it goes into the top 8.
Curious to see who ends up making it out there. We do have some of our duels already underway there for the main event round. And you can see, oh, I can see some internationalists. Is that Paulo from Brazil there in the middle there in the green? Yeah, it is.
Yes, and I believe we saw Ryan featured yesterday, one of the French people that came to visit, which is awesome to see.
There's also some duelists from Japan here, too, still in contention. So this is really an international affair.
Yes, but with all that said, I think we are ready to throw to the stage and introduce our round 12 duelists.
Thank you, casters. Starting with the blue chair, coming from Forest Grove, Oregon, we have Anthony Riley. This is his first time on stage, his second YCS, but he's been playing for 10 years. Now to the red chair, hailing from Stockton, California, we have Jorge Mendoza. He is left-handed. This is his 4th YCS and his first time on stage as well. Good luck. Time to duel. Casters, take it away.
So just like I said, I wasn't going to spoil the surprise. Well, here it is. Memento can still be played. Jorge Mendoza rocking that out. His opponent, though, still no slouch either, as we see another Mitsurugi deck make it.
Yes, and both of these players are 9-2, so at this point, losses are going to be a big consideration for them trying to make it into that top 8 final.
Nice to see that Mitsurugi Ryzeal can still get you this far into the tournament. I know a lot of folks, once King of the Feral Imps was gone, they went ahead and just said, I don't think I'm going to play that deck anymore. But obviously, you wouldn't be able to get this far in the tournament unless there was still some gas left in that tank.
I mean, Mitsu cards are good. Ryzeal cards are still good, as we've been seeing. I believe Alex Bergeron is our only undefeated player left. He's playing Automat Ryzeal. There's got to be something there. And I think George agrees with us.
Well,
sorry, Anthony agrees with us.
Definitely a lot of different ways to run the Ryzeal strategy. You can run it pure, you can run it with other different decks, but curious to see that we still have some of the Ryzeal strategies from days of old, right? A couple of months ago, still making it this far.
But I'm excited to see Memento being here. You know, it's always been one of those decks where I feel like if the people are playing it, they know what they're doing, and this deck can just kind of have an infinite amount of power compared to other strategies in this format.
Yeah, Memento did get a first-place finish at YCS Houston earlier this year from Pascal, and it shows you that Memento can still plunge pretty deep in the format, but it's always a deck that makes people kind of scratch their head because, and there's a weird stretch of a reference, but things like Crystal Beast and Neospatian, right? The individual Memento monsters don't do a whole lot. They do have card effects, but the fact that they keep you going, you get to exactly the cards you need so you can make your combined creation, get those big setups, and attack directly for 8,000.
Right, so maybe like the 1-card combos aren't as blatantly powerful as other decks, but the 2 or 3 card combinations of cards you can draw can play through almost anything if you play it right.
And that's going to really equip Jorge for this duel because, you know, Ryzeal is known for putting up powerful boards and maybe being able to put up a little bit disruption as well. But the Mitsurugi stuff obviously can support it, but Memento just kind of keeps on going. Once you've stopped the 7th, 8th interaction, most duels are like, oh, okay, I'm finally through this turn. And then Memento keeps on playing.
And then Akihiron comes out, and you're like, oh my gosh, that means Combined Creation's on his way.
Oh, yikes, indeed. So, both duelists seem pretty well situated here in the tournament. Again, they are X2, so they're still just trying to get to the coveted top 8 spot. Either of them eligible. There's only one undefeated duelist left, but every duel counts from here, more so now than ever.
That's right, and no matter what, whether you're X5 or undefeated, the game plan's always the same: win, duel the best you can, and see what happens.
Yeah, no better advice than win.
Yeah, yeah.
And one thing I'm seeing common to both of these decks is this is really all gas in a way. I mean, these are both like really combo-heavy decks, so it's going to be kind of a weird match. It might be just a blowout on one side, then a blowout by the other duelists, and then we'll get into Game 3 and see what the side deck cards are. But this is really all just playing stuff, not really trying to stop the opponents.
Right, unless the stuff you've played has the ability to do so already.
True that. Well, let's get into Game 1 and see how this goes between Anthony and Jorge as we get into Round 12 of YCS Anaheim.
And no one's trying to stop playing right now. We're trying to start playing right now between these two players.
Good at high roll? Yeah. All right, man.
All right, high roll's good. Jorge rolls.
7, pretty average. Can't complain. The roll of destiny here for Anthony. I believe that's 6.
It is 6. The Millennium Onk there. Or excuse me, that's the card. My bad. The Millennium Key.
All right. Look.
Similar shape.
Similar shape. Similar shape. One's got the little key on the end, though. Open the door to your soul.
Yeah, of course.
I believe Jorge
so
proudly declared he was going first.
I'll normal summon Mental Darkblade.
So we see the normal summon of Darkblade, one of the best starters for the Mementotolins. I'm going to go ahead and destroy it itself to go ahead and search for another one. This could be the Tatsunoto Toshigo, or whatever else you might want.
I think usually it's Anguich, and that is the one he's going to choose here, allowing him to add another Memento card from his deck to his hand. Usually and now you see the OCRs, he must already have it,
He must already have it in hand, right?
Yeah, so adding Sleepy to the hand, going to go ahead and activate it. Special switch to the field.
Or getting Sleepy here lets you access the Twin Dragon, or just go straight into the Creation King, which then can access the rest of your cards.
Jorge playing at a very decent pace of play, and Anthony must be familiar with Memento. We've seen it on stage before. Most people take the time to read it, but now we're seeing all these Memento cards sent to the graveyard, that being the Combined Creation, Akihiron, and the Fusion Spell.
Between this deck and Vanquish Soul, I wonder which one takes more game actions turn by turn. It's interesting to think about.
Certainly a high actions per minute there. Speaking of actions, Jorge considering his next card, we're going to just go ahead and fuse.
Okay, now this could gain access to the Twin Dragon, which would get us access to all the names we haven't used already, which is not that many left. Probably like things like Goblin, things like Akihiron's already in there, so it's going to be interesting to see what they might want. We're going to go ahead and put back Darkblade.
Twin Dragon effect, destroy orders.
And the Gadget that we had in play.
Really burn through those interactions. Now, this is kind of an interesting thing. On Anthony's side, you have a lot of engine, right? I'm not saying that you're starving for spaces for non-engine cards in a Ryzeal Mitsurugi deck, but it is possible for you to draw a hand of Ryzeal and Mitsurugi cards and really just have to stare down your opponent playing.
Yep, so there we see the Tatsu and the Mace. Mace will be a really good end board piece for Jorge as he passes over to Anthony, basically being a, quick play, change of heart if he has Combined Creation in play.
What a wild idea. Quick play, change of heart. Sure, why not? From the hand.
You have to have a 5,000 attack point monster in play. Not the easiest thing in the world to do, unless you're playing Memento.
Well, it sounds like you're already winning if you got 5,000 attack points. And speaking of attack points, we're going to go ahead and burn off the 3,000 attack point Creation King there. Using its effect to go ahead and grab the Memento Bone Party from the deck.
Banish, switch your field spell.
Yeah, but then we're going to also banish that card from the graveyard to use its other effect to get the field spell.
Just so many great resources, and obviously, this deck used to die so hard to Dimension Shifter, but with that now at 1, and many decks not opting to play it as much, except for Canine Vanquish, which are a few left in the tournament. Memento's time is kind of finally here. It's not worried about anybody banishing, and it can kind of just play unhindered.
Yep, and here we see the Bone Party destroying the Akihiron to get it back in the graveyard so we could use it again during Anthony's turn, just to get that constant flow of Memento resources that we love to see. It looks like we're going to be eyeing up Goblin here. That's kind of the only thing we need to get, I guess, further set up. I know we have the Sleepy and the Mace already established, so we could be representing a lot of fun things like Guardian Chimera, the quick effect change of heart, like I said, but it all depends on how Jorge chooses to end his board here.
You do get to just kind of keep on setting up, and he adds the Memento Infusion back from his banishment to his hand. You know what's wild? We haven't seen Seahorse until just now. Memento Tatsuno Toshigo hits the field.
Oh, yes, the horse is out. And it looks like we're just going to use it to link off. We're not even going to use its effect to destroy itself because we don't need to. We've already used all of our names.
Yeah, this is the idea. What?
I believe that's Herald of Mirage Lights. That gives him access to, I
Yeah.
believe, a spell, Trap Negate if he discards a fairy, which I believe Mace is.
And Anguish, too.
And Anguish is a fairy as well.
I think so. Let me double check just to make sure. There are a lot of cards here.
Just like all Heralds, it needs to be a card that you discard a fairy with.
me.
But I believe it's a spell and Trap Negate, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. And that's really cool to see, being able to pivot there when everything goes your way. But we're just going to set a couple of cards here. And
Access the Combined Creation that's already in our graveyard.
Mhm.
We're going to be losing access to the Sleepy, though, which is interesting. We probably have a way to get it back, like with Aki Huron and whatnot, so that way we can still access the Guardian Chimera line that I know this deck loves doing. But no, looks like we're going to be shuffling it back into the deck. I guess blind, it's probably not needed to go for the Chimera because it doesn't line up well into things that don't care about being destroyed.
correction, Anguish is a spellcaster there. So
But Mace is a fairy, right?
Mace is your fairy.
Gotcha. So now we have two options with this Mace. We can use it as a change of heart to deal with monsters, or we can use it as a discard to negate spells and traps.
So we'll see what comes up as we set another spell off of the
grave.
Memento Mictlan
We
field
got
spell. That'll be the Bone
yeah,
Party
yep.
going face down. And now it is Anthony's turn. Good luck, Anthony. You've got a lot to chew through.
Yeah, and even if you do chew through all the monsters, Combined Creation might be a tough thing to deal with if it goes back to the graveyard.
Thinking and draw.
Sure. Okay, we're thinking in the draw phase here. Lots of quick play spells available to us in the Mitsurugi archetype, like Prayers being the big one.
I think he is going to go ahead and activate that in the draw phase.
Prayers tribute Aramasa.
Prayers tribute Aramasa is pretty huge. That'll give him access to multiple monsters.
Fine, yeah.
So decides not to negate that. You can see Jorge pausing for a moment thinking, okay, what could he grab? But decides not to discard that fairy just yet.
Add Habakiri.
Yep, so we're adding Amino, Habakiri, no Mitsurugi.
Special summon out Saji, taking
and we're
8.
special the Saji from our hand. It's already in our hand, which is a little less good for this Habakiri. We're basically going to try to access Ritual
Chainlink
first
on
and then
Aramasa,
use the
Chainlink to
Habakiri to
Saji?
get rid of Kusanagi, probably.
Chainlink 3, Creation King, the Reborn. That's fine.
Okay, so now we're going to be able to search for another monster as well as get the spell card, and the Aki Huron gets summoned back out to the field thanks to its effect. And if this monster were to get destroyed, Jorge would access even more Memento cards during Anthony's turn.
You have to wonder what's in his hand. Often, a lot of Memento duelists like to bring out Anguish in order to grab stuff, but since he already has the Mace, honestly, the Aki Huron is a much more heads-up play, so...
I'll add Magatama.
Sure. Ooh, we're going to get the Magatama spell card from Mitsurugi. That will contest one of these cards that are in play or force out the Herald.
We got to do something about that. It is difficult to ritual someone your opponent's saying,
stand by
you
me.
know, whenever I feel like I'm going to stop a spell or trap.
Yes.
I will activate Magatama, attributing Saji, target to pop.
I wonder if we're still in the main phase. Or sorry, or if we're in the draw phase still. But it looks like we're in main phase, if I had to assume.
That is okay.
I think you let that go. It doesn't
on
make
rest?
sense to discard
Anything on rest?
the fairy monster in your hand when it could be used as a change of heart later.
Exactly.
Especially if you are
Ritual from
worried
hand.
about some of these powerful effects. But it
And
looks like
is
we're in
good.
Mitsurugi Prayers again.
Yep, so now we're for sure in the main phase. We're going to bring out the Murakumo from our hand by attributing from the deck the Night Sword Serpent, which is a great tool in the Raizo version of the Mitsurugi deck to access rank 4 plays, and the Kusanagi to, of course, add back that
Chainlink.
ritual that we just used.
It's a lot easier to activate Mitsurugi
One
Ritual when you're not
Kusanagi, target the
staring down the
ritual.
negate there. So we're going to go ahead
Chainlink
and...
2 Night Sword Serpent, Chainlink 3 Murakumo to destroy.
Yep,
Chainlink
so
4,
Murakumo's attempting to
base,
Regeki the board. We're going to activate
What is that
Chainlink
one?
4,
If I
the
control
effect of
big guy,
Mace, to
I can target a
steal
monster you
the
control by discarding it.
Murakumo.
Interesting.
And take it to the end phase. So target the...
And I
you
wonder
take it
if,
into
because
one?
it'll be Chainlink
Take control
4,
to the end phase.
it'll be
I'll chain
destroyed by
Murakumo.
its own Regeki effect, because it'll be on Jorge's board.
Oh, you're right. Destroy all monsters your opponent controls. That would change
Yeah,
things up.
That'll be an interesting
Or 5.
interaction.
It's Chainlink 5. Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's
Chainlink
Chainlink
6,
5.
Bone Party.
And then Chainlink 6.
6. Wow.
It's going to be this Bone Party. All these quick play spells in this first few turns here. Basically, if it's going to get destroyed anyway, I may as well get more value out of cards and put them in my graveyard because Memento needs names.
Well, if you notice as the duelists are searching through the deck, you may notice very few, if any, trap cards. This is mostly orange and green as far as the eye can see.
Like you said earlier, all gas, no brakes.
Mm-hmm.
You have to resolve the...
I believe we did activate the effect
Oh,
of...
sorry.
So he has to discard that card. That's fine.
Yes, because he activated the effect of...
So the take...
Which is fine. You're not doing
Will resolve
anything
to
with that Molcharming
destroy.
Flawless in your hand anyway.
And make sure we don't accidentally... Well, those are your Memento cards, and then that's his Murakumo. Yes. But
then
notably,
resolving Night
Murakumo
Sword
is not
Serpent
being
to
tributed
summon.
here, so
Sure.
it will not be special summoned back.
And resolving Kusanagi to add.
Yeah. And Night Sword Serpent in defense mode there.
New chain.
No
any
longer
triggers
have
here?
access
No.
to
I'll go
the
Chainlink when
Memento
when
Mace in your
reborn, something lower
hands.
level than what was destroyed. Creation King.
Chain 2 Akihiron, add back.
Yep, and now we're going to use the effect of Akihiron to add back.
The creation king. Or sorry, I'll add back the Goblin.
You already said you were going to add.
Okay, yeah, creation king then.
So yeah, tournament policy guidelines, a
no
verbal
response.
declaration is complete as long as a valid target, so we are going to go for the combined
Lower
creation. It's important to play at a reasonable pace of play, but it doesn't mean go too fast. Think just a second before you say something out loud.
Yeah, that's the balance that these competitive players have to do at the highest level possible.
Yeah, it's on your side, or your turn. Can I see your Griff? Do either of these do anything in graveyard?
Still could just be like a discard off a Memento and Darkblade. It's not the worst to have that
I'm
card in your hand. It almost protects it by putting it in the hand. Almost keeps it safe from things like Called by the Grave, etc.
Mm-hmm. Just getting some notes here from the judge, it looks like,
Chain
about
link 1,
moving forward here.
target the big guy to reborn something lower level. Chain link 2, Akihiron,
Yeah, just clarifying the chains of everything and how this effect resolves.
He had said
yeah,
that he was going to add back this, and then he tried to change his mind, but...
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, just to clear it up.
Yeah, it's just clarifying here how the Memento spell works, if it targets or not. It might not. So he would be able to change his mind on resolution of it. Unless he made the declaration like he did.
Judge is taking just a moment here again. Tournament policy guidelines, certainly a long read, but it is important. Many duelists enter the tournament being masters of this game, but not necessarily knowing all the rules of the actual tournament. So take some time, just read it just a little bit at a time.
Yep, and now we're just clarifying again the effect of the Akihiron. Again, these Memento cards all pretty much have 3 different effects at any stage of the game, whether they're in play, in the hand, in the grave, sent to the grave, destroyed, all these fun stuff.
And just for the folks at home, remember, it does say if this card is destroyed by effect, you can target one of your other Memento cards that is banished or in the graveyard. That's the Akihiron effect. So yeah, you said what you said. Unfortunately, you're going to have to pick and stick.
Yep, and it's looking like we're not going to be able to resolve the Mace because I believe Chain Link 1 was to add, so we missed the opportunity to I believe, use the Memento field spell.
Oh, that's going to be a little painful.
Shoveling back in the combined creation would be a little rough here.
Certainly you can get it back to the graveyard. That's what Memento is all about, but it will be difficult. So we're going to change Sleepy, so it kind of dodges this.
We already had the effect of Sleepy. Interesting.
But he won't have any fusion materials, unfortunately, because there's very little monsters in the hand.
He could have access to Memento Fusion, though, which is a quick play fusion spell, which could just use this monster and the cards in graveyard to fusion summon.
True, but Sleepy's not going to be doing the work there.
No, the spell card will.
So still has a triple tactics talent for next turn, something Anthony will have to be reticent of as he proceeds, if this gets to the next turn.
Okay. Yeah, so here we see the effect of Ritual to summon from deck here, tributing the Habakiri that's in hand. Getting us access to the Futsu. that could get us back into Murakumo, which could be huge. Eyeing it up here as Anthony.
It could be the Futsu no Matama, but still cycling through the deck. Anthony hasn't made up his mind yet.
I will...
But it is.
So I tribute the Habakiri, and I will special summon Futsu.
There it is.
There it is, the Futsu.
Habakiri effect.
Valkyrie effect to...
Habakiri will summon itself back out.
Yep.
And to search.
Odd purse.
Yep.
So Anthony grabbing another copy of Mitsurugi Prayers there. Jorge kind of locking in, knows that he is limited on resources now besides that Memento Infusion. And the other issue, too, is yes, he's got Memento Infusion, but there's no monsters in the hand, so Guardian Chimera out of question.
Oh, it actually can't be summoned back because it wasn't properly summoned. It was just tributed from the hand. That's right, that's right.
Yeah. Prosperity.
Yep.
Taking on cost.
Sure.
So go ahead and banish a couple of cards here.
Yeah, following all this up with Prop is really cool because he's been able to break through pretty much all of Jorge's main interactions and can keep playing beyond that. If this gets him access to his Ryziel engine, potentially, that could be pretty big for the program.
Yeah, it just takes 2 level 4 monsters. See if we can get to a Ryziel duo drive after all.
We've already normal summoned, though, so it's worth noting that I don't believe we'll be able to... we need something like X or Ice, send a card from hand.
Well, let's see if the heart of the cards are with them. Revealing 6.
Well, there's Ice.
Oh, wow. There it is. Ice Ryziel.
There's Sword, Cross Out, and Pre-Prep. I think it's got to be Ice, right?
Yeah, absolutely. With that last card in hand, you're just going to get rid of that and begin Xyz summoning.
You're on res.
Anything on res?
Yeah, I think. Nothing else. You're good.
Yep.
Normal summon Ice Razio effect.
Yep.
Oh, no, sorry. We special the
Special
Sachi
summon
off the
sword
prayers. So we did our
okay. So yeah, this duel is even more shaken up by the addition of Ice Ryzeals. It's normal summoned and special summoned Sword Ryzeal from the deck, allowing an additional search of a Ryzeal monster card. It's going to be X Ryzeal. It's good for a reason.
Kind of. I've heard good things about this card.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. So, you know, you're just kind of hanging on to the Memento Infusion. I could see why with only 37 minutes on the clock, which is honestly still a lot of time. Jorge kind of finding out what kind of combos his opponent plays, because that's important with Memento. You got to know what you're breaking through.
Yeah, for sure. You got to be able to know what interactions are layered that you need to fight through, and whether or not, like seeing how your opponent uses those interactions too is also a lot of information.
So building the overlay network. Got a Ryzeal duo drive here.
If Jorge had an interaction, that would be the time, because you don't want to let that ignition effect go through.
Shuffling back.
So we are going to chain the Footstone of Atama, it seems. Maybe not. Maybe we just pointed to it and access the graveyard for just a second.
Creation King.
Yep, there we see the Creation King coming out.
Yeah,
this card will allow him to basically destroy cards equal to the number of cards that he destroys.
Shuffle back.
For
Aki,
Memento.
Goblin, and Mace from graveyard.
Jorge looking like a magician since he hasn't shuffled his deck yet. It's like, you know, these three right here.
Yep.
Just taking a moment again, this is where the tournament starts to really heat up.
One Futsu, targeting Aramasa.
So now we are using the Futsu effect, and it looks like we're going to chain the effect of Creation King here to destroy. Gonna get rid of Gaddock. And the Akiharon that we just put back using the Memento Fusion.
And Anguish as well.
Okay.
Yeah, new chain.
Armaz is coming back out to the field.
2 level 4s.
On another new chain, we have Gaddock here to summon itself back.
Now maybe now you can get to the Guardian Chimera, because Gaddock would allow you to add one to your hand, and all of a sudden you have the ability to destroy 2. This is so good, Jorge.
3 cards.
Oh, yeah.
So what do you add back?
Add back which?
Which? Okay. Summon Saji. Anything here?
Nothing here.
Ooh, lets it thrill.
Nothing on summon here, but you can always wait until they activate the effective chain to it, I suppose.
Go Creation King.
That's good.
Target.
Yeah. Oh, so he's going to destroy 3.
Target.
Yeah, and you can do it in response, because Dual Drive's effect needs to detach in order to resolve.
So nothing doing here as the 3 monsters are targeted, so looks like we are going to have some destruction. And we didn't use the effect of the Memento Micklin's field spell because we missed an opportunity.
Right.
Chain, I'll set to go.
So actually, Jorge is really still in this duel.
Yeah, because I'm not sure how much more extension Anthony has, besides the X Ryzeal that's in hand, which could access, you know, Detonator. But one Detonator plus a Futsu is not enough. The Memento follow-up is kind of infinite.
So it makes this deck so strange. None of the cards doing anything, and yet all of them doing everything.
And then we see the effect getting to the configuration back in the graveyard, like you so aptly said earlier, is pretty easy to do. So there we see the X tier.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. We knew we got this, but we're sending the Valon to force the last set card on Jorge's field. It was Goblin's, I think it's Grand Breakout.
So we are on Goblin Memento, very similar to the list that won at YCS Houston earlier this year. And it makes sense because one of the best Memento cards is a Goblin.
That's right, that's right.
Other than that, Gaddock, when it's
He's
summoned,
just a little guy.
Just a little guy just trying to break out of jail.
Memento card effect. Memento monster
He didn't
card
do
effect,
anything wrong.
Nope.
So far, nothing live.
All right, and now the question here is, Anthony, can all you do is summon Detonator and then hit for 5k? When you know you have the Anguish normal summon plus the triple tactic sound in hand? No, we're going to go for the Baguska. Because he's very correctly recognizing that Detonator's not enough. But Baguska just might be. And we're actually going to not activate any effects for Anthony because we don't want to play into that talents that we saw earlier.
Yeah, so it is going to be difficult here, but it does make sense that he's not setting himself up for destruction, right? He doesn't want his opponent to just kind of rifle through his hand or his field. And those are 2 very powerful monsters in terms of their defense mode. But, I mean, nothing beats Baguska, the terribly tired tape here. Recently forbidden in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, but still taking a nap here on the YCS stage.
Big ups to Jorge by, you know, kind of stymieing a little bit as he was trying to use his interactions against Anthony's board, but coming at the other end, surviving and forcing Anthony into a tight spot.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here because you need your monster effects to resolve on the field. That is what Memento is all about.
You do have access to some link plays depending on what version of Memento Jorge is on. If he has access to any feats with cards, we're going to Normal Summon the Anguish. The effect will not activate. It'll be switched to defense before it ever gets the chance to, and then it'll be negated.
Yeah.
We do have the fusion effect here to destroy the Anguish. Now, any effects that activate in the graveyard will be more than fine.
And certainly helpful there to find another way to be able to get more cards when your Memento effects are effectively turned off with that nap.
Yep, all that matters is that you can destroy your Memento cards. If you can destroy them, you can access their graveyard effects, which is really all the effects you're going to need, because now we have the effect of Akihiron bringing back the Gaddock.
No effect on Gaddock, but still at least get materials out.
Speaking of materials, let's go ahead and use those two to perform a Link Summon, I'm assuming. Into Dark, the Dark Charmer.
Really? What a great format call, though, considering that you do have access to Dark monsters in your main deck, and a lot of the format is Dark, whether it's the Mitsurugi deck that's being paired with a lot of different strategies, and even strange things like Lunalight and Malice, you'll at least have access to one extra link material.
The Habakiri? Ame?
Targeting the Habakiri.
The Habakiri.
Mirakuma.
Oh, targeting the Murakumo, excuse me.
Well, he did say Habakiri at first. It just wasn't a legal target because it wasn't properly summoned.
That's right. It wasn't even allowed to be targeted.
I'll do...
And then we were able to use that ritual monster to make the SP Little Knight and force out the Baguska.
This is really heads up by Anthony, recognizing that if he orders his chain links properly, Futsuno Matama has an opportunity to chain, I guess, but it's still not really going to do much, so he's chaining to that. So we are going to see the banishment then of Baguska, and then the temporary banishment of the Futsuno Matama.
But now he's activated a monster effect, so he'll be triggering Jorge's Triple Tactics talent. But the prayers to access the Murakumo is pretty big.
Baguska.
It was Futsu, target this. Oh, this doesn't summon.
It wouldn't be able to know?
And you do have to remember that the effect of the terribly tired Tapir doesn't care about the monsters on the field. It's if a monster was activated while it was in defense position, then it can't resolve.
No, it doesn't.
Resolve's negated, so yeah.
So because Futsu was Chainlink 2 and SP was Chainlink 1, it won't resolve. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, so they're just clarifying that Futsu's ability, even though you can pay the cost for it, it won't resolve.
Yeah, but Baguska's a really interestingly worded card because there's not a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards that care about what position something was activated in, regardless of whether it changed after its resolution.
Right. Yeah. Right.
But we do see the Memento and Bone Party destroying Sleepy, and this is a huge opportunity here. You don't really see much on the field except that set card.
Which is prayers.
So, and look at Anthony. Anthony's showing kind of like either he's got a great poker face or he just has nothing.
Yep, we do have that Bone Party destroying, I believe, Memento monster from our hand to get access to the Dark Blade. We get access to the Anguish, which we never activated the effect the first time, and you can use each effect once per turn, I believe.
Time to search, yeah. So really great sequencing from both players here. Of course, that Baguska, kind of a thorn in your own side, Anthony, but still stymied the opponent, so I think it's still a good play. But now Jorge just has access to everything. Look at that graveyard just piled on the field here.
And we're using the Anguish here to bring back out the Gaddock.
Sheepy.
Yep.
Then we're using the effect of Sleepy to add itself back to the hand. And now we can use the effect of Sleepy to summon itself to the field.
Yeah.
Interesting that we haven't seen the Triple Tactics talent. We still activate the card effect, so we negated. Maybe Jorge getting a little tunnel vision there.
I mean, he's got time, right? Like, he knows the cards in his hand already are good enough to play through the board. May as well thin your deck out some more. And if you do activate the Draw 2 effect or the Take effect, you'll get more information or better access to cards that way.
Well, not too many cards to take from the hand and nothing to take from the field, so I think you're right. He's just thinning the deck down for the Draw 2.
But if Anthony uses prayers to summon, you can take after that.
That's true.
Gaddock, no. I special summoned it first time through Memento Clint because I popped Anguish with Fusion.
Yes, people are just clarifying how Gaddock was summoned back the first time.
Say again.
I believe they're clarifying how many times Gaddock can be summoned. I believe you can only use Gaddock's effect once per turn, but it can be summoned as many times as cards can summon it.
That is right.
Reborn Gaddock from graveyard, and then Gaddock has its own effect. If it's sent to graveyard by Memento monster effect, which I used with Sheepy, it can reborn itself. So far this Gaddock has been ran through 3 times.
Just clarifying here how many times he's able to summon this little guy. Ghost from the attic.
Jorge doing a great job of explaining all those cards. And you're right, too. You're doing a great job of explaining that each Memento card is a spiritual successor to a similar normal monster from throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Goes to the attic being Gaddock.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, and that's enough for Anthony. So Jorge taking game 1.
Because we still have the Combined Creation in Jorge's graveyard. I think he was trying to build up to having both Combined Creation and Creation King in play so they can both attack directly no matter what with Akihiron as well.
And that does show you that Memento can just pivot into a lot of different situations, and Jorge doing a great job of keeping track of his card effects and eloquently explaining to the judge, hey, here's what's up. No, this is what I did on that part. This is what I did on that part. And Anthony saw enough, so he is out of this game with Jorge being the game 1 winner.
That's right. But going into game 2, Anthony has a lot of information because the one thing the Memento deck does is it shows you all of its cards.
Oh, yeah.
And if you don't know what they do, you'll never forget them after playing against an opponent who uses it.
Certainly nice to see Memento this far into the tournament. And it's one of those decks that it's just so esoteric.
Sure.
You ask somebody, what does Memento do? And you're like, attack with 2 monsters for 8,000, but that's not the whole story.
Yeah, they do a lot more. They can do a lot more, unfortunately, because of the graveyard effects and the access to those graveyard effects during pretty much any point of the game. Like, their interaction is their engine, and their engine is basically full of starters and extenders. Like, every single card basically acts as both of those options.
Well, this used to be a really hard deck to play against for any form of Mitsurugi Ryzeal because of Abyss Dweller, right? You had easy access, 2 level 4s, bam, I don't want to see any effects from your graveyard. But the matchup's gotten a little bit more evened out from the card changes here, and obviously X Ryzeal kind of, being as limited as it is, the consistency is not the same as it used to be earlier this year, but both Duelists hanging in there, so I'm not counting Anthony out just yet.
And going first, we've seen a lot of Ryzeal decks, whether they're pure, Onomat, or maybe even Mitsurugi, have really, I don't want to say oppressive, but really difficult turn 1 boards that you can kind of come back from because they almost always involve some kind of sticky XYZ monsters or Raigeki-like effects or effects that force you to discard / force you to discard if you want to resolve any effects, and that can be really hard to play into, even for a deck like Memento.
Well, it's funny, we were talking about Artifact Lancia kind of dropping out of the tournament lists, but also when you think about Ryzeal, the counter to Ryzeal often was Ultimate Slayer.
Yeah.
Right? And you were, okay, I'm going to use my own Myriologic Aggregator to negate one of your cards, but also bounce your monster away. And that's kind of disappeared because Ryzeal is just not as oppressive as it used to be. So it's interesting to see how the format changes as we continue through the year.
Oh, 100%. And as always, I've always said that games 2 and 3 Yu-Gi-Oh! Are the most exciting and the most difficult because both players have way more information to go off of, and they can now access specific tools dealing with specific matchups.
Well, both Duelists just kind of hanging in there because, again, this is round 12 of 15, right? They had to do 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yesterday. They've got a few more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Today to make it to top 8, but it is a marathon, not a sprint, as Jorge lets out a sigh. Just kind of loosen up the nerves. Both players, okay, they're probably going to feel a little bit better, but gosh, here we go into game 2 of our round 12 here at YCS Anaheim.
All right. Jorge was able to take the decisive game 1 after a bit of interruptions from his end. Anthony, I believe, proudly declares he's going first. And it's starting off.
All right, let's see how he does. I'm seeing a lot of blue cards there, so it might be time for a more Mitsurugi-themed combo.
Yep, that's good.
Yes, we're going to be starting off with the Ritual spell. Ritual summoning the Murakuma from his hand. Those cards are glued to his hand today. We're going to go ahead and tribute, it looks like 2 level 4 monsters from the deck. Going to be the Kusanagi and then the Night Sword Serpent like we saw last time. Boom, there it is. That gives him his level 4 monster and his Ritual back.
I'll go Chainlink 1, Kusanagi, target Ritual, Chainlink 2, Night Serpent.
Yep.
Nice to see the Night Sword Serpent. Not every Duelist ends up using it, but man, look, it's another level 4 monster for free. Doesn't feel bad.
It just enables the Mitsurugi cards to like assist the Ryzeal cards in their game plan as well as just being good on its own.
Now, speaking of being good on its own, Futsunome Tamano Mitsurugi shows up, so we'll probably see Murakumo again soon.
Murakumo effect?
Sure. Yep, just go ahead and summon itself back to the field after being tributed.
Add prayers, anything on rest?
And we're going to add the prayers as well. I think I see a pre-prep of rights in Anthony's hand, which can give him access to Habakiri. Yep. Well, we have one of those already. So we're going to use that here to special summon and then tribute.
Certainly helpful as Duelists start to lean on that extra consistency, having lost King of the Pharaoh Lamps.
Yep, we're going to tribute the Futsu here to activate the effect of Saji to go ahead and search on summon here. We're going to get the Purification. Ooh, we do have a trap card coming out of Anthony here. Maybe a side deck inclusion for when he knows he's going first, potentially. Could be nice to see.
Definitely helps. You never know if you're going first or second, but you always know who's going first or second on the next duel.
Sure. That's right.
Nothing here.
And then thanks to the Futsu, summoning itself back out, adding another copy of Mitsurugi Prayers.
No. Sure.
Feels pretty good. We're in sort of the same situation here with Jorge, just kind of having to watch his opponent play. Both these decks, they play. They don't react. They play.
Oh, and here we see a rank 8 play coming out, giving us, is that number 90, Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord? This is going to be a really powerful monster negate and kind of an insulation against any potential Nibiru's we could see from Jorge or Ash Blossoms for this duo drive.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, they always had access to rank 8s, but I do feel like Mitsurugi is relying much more on rank 8s in more recent builds of the decks.
Right, because you have like less
here?
ways to bridge into Mitsurugi, but you have plenty of ways to have Mitsurugi bridge into Ryzeal.
Yeah, that's true. So we see, speaking of Ryzeal, Sword Ryzeal, go ahead and search the deck. There is the Ice this time instead of the X. Have it normal summoned.
Normal summon Ice.
There it is.
Yep. This could be getting us X, it could be getting us Star, but we don't... I guess we could, in theory, get rid of one off the Galaxy Ice Photon Lord to access the cross if we really wanted it.
Sword?
Just gonna get a second sword here.
He's confident.
We just want material here.
Almost no room for Nibiru in a deck where
Ouroboros?
every card needs to... Oh, it's Ouroboros.
We saw this yesterday being played by Alex Bergeron. This is going to be a really powerful card for Ryzeal Archetypes to sort of get this really powerful turn 1. We see one hand rip here. It's going to be a copy of Tatsuno Toshiko. That's an amazing starter for the Memento Archetype. And here we see 2 rank 4s being overlaid. That sounds like an Eclipse Twin to me.
Make twins.
Sure.
But how to get another monster in order to get it off the field?
Well, I see a Node Ryzeal in my hand. That's a pretty easy way to put an Eclipse Twin in the graveyard.
That'll connect the dots for sure.
Twins effect, target Ouroboros and Dual Drive.
Yep. Yeah, but now the
That's
Ouroboros
crazy.
comes back. This is a soft once per
Ouroboros
turn
effect.
effect, ladies and gentlemen. We
two.
can activate it again because it's considered a
1, 2,
new
4.
card.
4.
It's going to be this one. And there goes the Harpy's Feather Duster. That would have been so interesting given that we know that Anthony has 3 spells and traps already added to his hand.
And that gives Anthony the
Alright,
confidence
read
to just
the-
commit to the board now.
Of course, yeah. Go ahead.
Just double checking here, Tatsu. I don't believe Tatsu has any effects in the graveyard. It's all effects on play.
It's more of an extender than it is a card that's over, but then I guess every Memento card's an extender, right?
Yeah, they're all names at the end of the day, too. This feels like a detonator to me.
Detonator effect to attach.
Yep.
Putting it in defense mode, though, interesting. Just trying to make sure that
the twins.
Sure.
nothing bad happens, and it's nice to have that Eclipse Twins underneath it because not only going to get the detach to destroy, you're also going to get a free monster for your troubles.
Yep, and here you see the pre-prep rights adding the Murakumo and the Mirror, it looks like, because all of the big Murakumo ritual monsters are listed on Mitsurugi Mirror.
Thank goodness for that card. Certainly feels nice to be able to search out whoever you need in a jam.
Yeah, I think by the end of this, Anthony's going to have the guaranteed monster negate in Galaxy Ice Photon Lord, a detonator with 3 materials, and Jorge on a 3-card hand, plus all those spells and traps he had added to his hand.
Will be 4 cards by the time he draws, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. I mean, Memento is strong and capable of pushing and pushing and pushing, but Ryzeal Detonator you can play very aggressively, so every time your opponent activates an effect of a monster, you'll destroy that Memento before they can destroy itself, so they won't actually get any effects. This is going to be tough.
Right, some of them destroy for cost, essentially.
And toss.
I'll drop turn. Stand by.
Oh, there's a call by.
That could be pretty useful. For any
Go
prayer
Dark
shenanigans
Ruler
trying to bring back the Murakumos and whatnot.
Oh, wow. Dark Ruler no more. That changes things right up.
We were definitely worried about breakers as Anthony.
Normal summon Anguish.
We do have another starter in Anguish for George. This could be pretty huge.
Not a lot you can do in response here unless you want to pivot over to some Mitsurugi monsters.
We're going to change the Photon Lord here, detaching. That does put the Murakumo in the grave. I forget, if it's detached from material, the game still remembers that it was summoned properly, right?
I believe so,
Okay,
because
great.
I've certainly clicked a couple of buttons on Master Duel, and that's been allowed, so should be fine.
Or
is it to affect the...
To pop on summon? No, it's a ignition.
The ignition effect? Nothing here. It's good.
Attempt to activate Tatsu summon.
And notably here, the Dark Ruler no more makes the Photon Lord negated, but we're sending for cost so we can do the prayer shenanigan, like I said.
No, really good. No Duelist is missing anything here.
And then we see a Ghost Bell on the prayers. Don't even need to use the called by on it. That's insane.
Yeah, speaking of no Duelist missing anything, this is Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansions weekend.
I mean, I know I said Jorge had a 3-card hand. I didn't know he had the 3-card hand.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
I'll definitely get it done there. So I think we're about to use our Tatsuno Toshigo to send a couple of names to the graveyard here.
Oh no, I believe we're using the effect of Habakiri on Tribute to add a Mitsurugi card, but then yes, the Tatsuno on Ignition is going to be using here.
So time to send up to a few levels. Yep.
Yeah.
Magic Goblin's got to be in there. So we got Gannick, maybe just Sleepy. Nope, there's Goblin and Mace.
New chain.
Just having all those names and access to the Mace potentially later on, so you can have that follow-up for the following turn in case you cannot close it out here.
Gaddock effect on summon, add back Memento Tatsunshiko.
Adding back the Tatsu.
Anguish effect, destroy Memento on my field in order to target Mace to Reborn.
Yep, so we're going to destroy Mace to bring, destroy Anguish to bring back the Mace. Destroy a Memento monster to bring back the Anguish.
Let's wait with Gaddock instead. Very interesting sequencing here. but using Mace to destroy itself to get a Momentum card, so we're going to get Momentum Fusion.
Yep, and I believe we do have the Purification, but without a Mitsurugi card tribute, I believe it doesn't activate. It basically doesn't do anything for it.
I think that's why Anthony is sleeping on it as we go into Nemetutlin Twin Dragon.
This will access even more of our Memento cards, getting us Sleepy. We could get the Akihiron in rotation here. I believe we've already normal summoned. Might want to just get Combined Creation access now if we can't dump it another way.
Just get back this way. That's good.
Thinking about it.
We definitely need Sleepy to access our next Fusion Summon Creation King, but we are just going to add up the Creation King Combined Creation straight up.
So I think we're pretty much there. So we get all these different names together.
Yep, we also get to summon back the Goblin.
Anything here, sir?
Goblin could be 2 more Memento names back to the graveyard.
Mental and Sheepy?
Yep, Sleepy can now summon itself out. And then the effect on summon to allow it to fusion. We're going to be fusing with the Combined Creation that we have in our hand. Doesn't matter if he's in the hand or graveyard. You can summon him no matter what. As well as, I think that was the Tatsu that we had back earlier, to go into the Creation King. And now the Creation King will be able to destroy 3 monsters. We happen to have those in play already.
And all their effects are negated, so sorry, Rysdale Detonator, you're not protecting anyone.
Yep, we get the Akihiron, and we get to send from our extra deck as well, sending another copy of Creation King to have access to the field spell that we had in Game 1. George is putting on a masterclass right now.
Well, he has to because he has 1 game up. This is an opportunity to close things out with only 17 minutes left on the clock. Both these decks can play fast, certainly, but you don't want a double loss. You want to advance the next round with more wins.
Oh, Jorge's not even thinking about that right now. He's thinking, how can I do 8,000 damage?
Here you go, sir.
That's his thoughts. Nothing else.
Looking here.
Well, all we need is that Akihiron effect to trigger to get level 9 or higher Mementotlin monsters able to attack directly.
That's actually a really good point. He technically doesn't even need to destroy these monsters and get more things in the graveyard. He could just attack over them.
Mm-hmm.
I'll activate Anguish effect, Reborn, target the Goblin.
And you have 1 in hand right now, right?
Yeah, 1 in hand.
Is it unknown?
Unknown. Yep.
All right, so Sleepy goodbye. Hello, Goblin.
Momentum 1.
And Memento Miklon, Chain Link 1.
Gaddock.
Yeah, this King is actually the Akihiron, I believe.
Card effect. Akihiron 3.
Oh, the Akihiron's coming.
There it is. And now all we need is the Combined Creation, and we can get 8,000 damage exactly between the 2 monsters of Creation King, who is level 9, quite notably.
So Anthony kind of hanging in there, just hoping that Jorge cannot put it all together.
Ain't there.
Sure is a lot of monsters, though.
Well, we got to go ahead and shuffle back 5 different names.
No, special off of Momentum.
Yep, Goblin was off the Miklon. We're going to see 2 monsters go away here for a Link summon of some kind. Back into Dark, the Dark Charmer Gloomy.
Just trying to steal some cards maybe from our opponent, or just get them in the graveyard so we have extra value out of them.
I'll attempt to activate.
Either or does not feel bad.
I'm not sure what Jorge is trying to...
Creation King? No Creation King, sorry.
We're going to use the Fusion, looks like, in the graveyard's effects to destroy.
So Fusion, banish, pop.
Yep, so we're going to destroy the Akihiron. That'll go ahead and allow you to add back a card. We're going to get the Bone Party that way.
Or banish the Memento, targeting the Fusion.
So grabbing the Fusion again. Anthony just kind of get caught looking here as all of his great cards are negated by that Dark Ruler No More. So that's the other thing to think about. This was the Dark Ruler No More turn, so as excited as we are, technically speaking, there won't be any battle damage this turn.
Right, I totally forgot about all that.
Well, it's been such a long turn, so who could blame you? But
I just saw red. I was like, you could summon Combined Creation and attack for 8,000. Why? Oh, but yes. So he is playing for the long game of having all the interactions for the next turn. That's why he's getting the Bone Party, getting the Fusion, making sure he has plenty of names access in rotation. And there we see him stealing the Murakumo, using its own effect to Raigeki Anthony's board.
Okay. I'll go 1, 2.
And then we're just deciding the 5 names to put back with Combined Creation, it looks like. We're going to be doing Goblin, Anguish, Dragon, Gaddock, and the Tatsu.
All those happy Memento monsters ready to begin the ritual once again, right?
1, 2, 3,
and
4,
we know at home that Jorge's unknown card is Called by the Grave.
Oh, wow.
Which, when you don't need to use it to protect your combo, is a really powerful interaction piece.
Yeah, earlier in this particular match, we said that both duelists are basically just playing. They're not trying to slow things down. They're just trying to go in. But that means the Called by the Grave has an additional sort of defensive strat, right? You don't want your opponent to get back their cards? Cool, banish them.
Also, technically, Jorge has access to Murakumo's effect to negate, unless he discards 1, which is kind of just like salt on the wound.
It's a little silly. Set 3 pass.
No, sir.
Anthony begins his turn, draws. Let's see if he can pull this out.
That was quite the board break from Jorge over there. But let's see if Anthony cannot claw back, because he does have access to all of his resources as well. But losing access to the detonator is pretty big, because it was banished, and thus the Eclipse Twins could not bring it back.
I'll ritual from hand.
Starting every Mitsurugi ritual is what you want to be doing for sure. And then we're going to activate the
negate.
Yeah, make him lose one more card here.
Oh, it's just interesting when you see somebody's ace monster turned against them, but he does drop the pre-preparation rights in order to resolve this card.
And then we have another copy of Murakumo coming from the hand for Anthony.
Habakiri to the grave.
Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2 to destroy.
Chainlink 3. SP. Target my SP and your.
Espilal Knights targeting opposing Murakumo there.
I'll chain prayers.
Okay, but it's not going to happen because Mitsurugi Pair tributing the Amini Murakumo to Mitsurugi.
Yeah, and because both targets are not in play to be banished. We're actually going to call by the grave, target the Murakumo.
And the sigh from Anthony and the cheers and applause from the crowd. If you're here at YCS Anaheim, people are going crazy for that play.
Yep, and it's tributed for cost, so we can respond to this. And it's going to be banished. And now that means Murakumo's effects for the rest of the turn do not activate. Both Jorge's and Anthony's.
But resolve first.
Yeah,
well, he already used the good effect, right? He already used the negation on the field on Jorge's side,
yes.
So he got to
And
use
also
the effect and say, well, rules for thee, not for me.
Habakiri?
Yeah.
Okay.
So using this prayers here, it looks like we're going to access one of our main deck Mitsu cards. It looks like Aramasa. There it is.
Are you paying 8?
I will take 8.
This could be still an Exiton line, you know, for us to kind of clear
Special Kusanagi.
Jorge's board here. So he's not out of the woods just yet.
Still resolving Habakiri.
Sorry. Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Habakiri is going to go ahead and grab prayers from the deck.
Yep. And we do have a purification on Anthony still that has yet to be used. So it's not out of the woods yet, but that interaction with Call by the Grave on Murakumo is so huge.
Oh, Anthony felt that in his chest.
Kusanagi, target.
But he's still hanging in there.
Setback.
Sometimes setbacks happen, but you just got to do what you got to do.
Creation 2 to every more.
You have to they receive the effect of combined creation to bring back out Creation King, so we have access to some pops as well if we need them.
Just wild, because then you could use the effect of Memento Miklon to get access to any Memento card in the graveyard. But Anthony not giving up yet. Aramasa hits the field. We got 2 level 4s. Maybe it's time to do something about that. Jorge considering his options. But we're going to resolve the effect first here. Grabbing Habakiri once more.
You already used prayers this turn, right?
Yes.
You know what's in that?
Yes.
I like the Creation King target.
This is the right time. Jorge recognizing that his opponent normal summoned and already activated Mitsurugi Prayer, so there's not really a lot more gas left in the tank. We're going to destroy 2 Memento monsters, destroy 2 cards.
Also, Exiton Knight was definitely probably the way that Anthony was going to get back in this game, and Jorge correctly identified that and got rid of it before they could make that monster.
Search.
Yeah. So actually, was it a line? Because Anthony has a lot of cards in hand, actually. They might have the same number of cards, funny enough. No, the field spell, I think, gives Jorge 8. Whereas Anthony would only have 7 if he XZ summoned. But still, heads up play from Jorge, no matter what.
Certainly huge when you have your opponent's ace monster and a full field of cards yourself.
And now we have the Sleepy, too, to perform a fusion summon if we need it.
So that's fine. We're going to go ahead and ritual summon, tributing the Habakiri and grabbing out the Futsu no Mitama in defense mode.
Okay. Yep, Mirror can get from anywhere, even the graveyard.
Anything here?
Nothing here. No.
Such a great card.
I'll set 2.
Okay.
And I will attempt to pass.
Well, this does give us access to the Purification, which could be helpful, and the Tribute effect of Futsu keeps us with plenty of defense to survive, but Jorge now might just be in a pretty commanding position.
It's also a new turn, so that card in hand is going to get discarded by Murakumo if Jorge so wills it.
Does Call by the Grave not follow into the next turn as well?
Oh, it does. You're right. The Call by the Grave.
I could be incorrect.
No, you're right. It does. It does. It follows both players for the next turn. So the Murakumo, a big monster still. It's not an effect to be a giant monster.
Yeah, but it's only usually choose effect here to summon, and then on summon effect to fuse. Looks like we're doing at least 2. For Twin Dragon.
Destroy and switch 2.
Basically, the question is, Anthony supposed to burn this purification now?
Great purification.
Yeah, because giving him so much access to the rest of his engine from the rest of his deck is pretty tough on Twin Dragon. But it's an effect to destroy, so by negating it, you do keep it around. Unless purification destroys and negates. I forget. I think it does, actually.
Oh, yeah. I was looking.
So just taking a second
Sure.
here.
Yeah, let's go.
Looks like it's going to be just fine on that.
It does destroy with purification. And then
Channeling
Futsu's
to Mirror.
effect. And then Mirror will come back.
Twin Dragon Reborn.
Yeah.
It's very important that the call by the grave did follow into this turn because the threat of Murakumo showing up and clearing all of Jorge's monsters is gone. So he does seem like he's feeling pretty decent.
Yes.
And I'll add the mirror.
Sure.
And the
I do
Mirror
have
gets
another
added back to hand.
Okay. Yep, you're good. You're good. You're good.
And then the Futsu does come back. But now the purification that was known is now no longer known. So Jorge does have one less thing to worry about as he goes into his next turn.
I will set one more.
Yep.
And I'll pass turn.
Okay, yep, that was all during the main phase, I believe. So
pass turn.
Drop turn.
Now we'll draw.
Stand by me.
Yeah.
And we know the two set
Dark
cards
Blade,
for
Dark Blade,
Jorge are
Dark Blade.
Bone Party and Fusion. And we can just summon Combined Creation again.
That's good.
So destroying to go ahead and grab the
Which
Anguich. Anguich is going to go ahead and search here.
Back.
Feels like a pretty good
Back
start to
the-
Jorge's turn if you're a Memento fan.
I'll chain Futsu.
Chain SP.
I'll target the. I'll target Kusanagi.
So Anthony targeting the Kusanagi there.
And then it looks like Jorge's going to target SP targeting itself and the Futsu.
Does clear it out of the way. No need to attack under monsters if there just aren't any monsters at all.
Or it forces the prayers to be activated now, essentially, because you have to tribute the Futsu for cost.
I'll take 8.
Yep.
Yep, and I'd pay another 800 life points here for Anthony.
Doesn't feel great to lose 8, but we do have Matama and the Kusanagi defensemen, so at least there's some pieces of defense.
But again, another point of interaction that was known from Anthony has been eaten through for Jorge, so he only has to worry about one more unknown, and then I think the assumed Mitsurugi mirror that was set.
Kind of moving towards checkmate in this duel.
I can't do that.
Trying to stay fair and impartial, but it does look like things are going Jorge's way.
Anything here?
Yes, he's definitely trying to line everything up, but Anthony is doing everything he can to buy himself another turn, because once again, another turn means more access to his Mitsurugi cards, more access to his Raizu cards, which could be enough to win the game for his end as well.
And I think this duel's only been a handful of turns, but man, the clock just zoomed on by as it's 5 minutes and 45 seconds left.
Turn small, but game action dense. We love it.
Okay, Bone Party.
If you're here to watch cards getting played, man, you're in the right place.
That's good.
There we see the Bone Party destroying the Dark Blade.
Dark Blade about to switch to a defense position monster of some kind, so it's going to be Gaddock.
You can also just add to the hand as well.
Yeah, interesting. Usually people special summon, but I guess he wanted to go ahead and normal summon there for the additional support.
Akiron Effect Reborn.
I'll do Futsu target the.
I didn't summon back in.
Oh, yeah, never mind.
Yep.
Yeah,
New chain. Akiron Effect.
That's good.
Yep, and then Akihirana will summon itself back.
So my monster, my level 9
And then on summon effect.
directly. Good.
Yeah.
Go ahead and get back. Maybe thinking of a chain here.
I'll just scoop. You got it.
Yeah.
Oh, and there we
and he
go.
I misplayed
scoops!
so bad.
Jorge wins and the crowd just absolutely
probably the worst
insane
Yu-Gi-Oh!
over
I've ever
that.
played.
I'm sorry, bro.
He says the worst Yu-Gi-Oh! He's ever played, but the crowd is here for it.
Yeah, poor Anthony. It's tough when you're playing against a deck you're not as familiar with, so you're not quite sure when to interact with stuff, but Jorge is our match winner and did quite a show with the Memento deck in Game 1, putting on a dominating presence, and in Game 2, breaking one of the most absurd boards I've ever seen from Mitsurugi Raizu.
Memento still a threatening force in the format, and it's a reminder for all duelists. You got to study the weird things you don't expect to see, whether it's Gem Knight, Memento, plants, right? Sorry, not to bring any bad feelings to anybody who has plant nightmares, but it's true that this format is wide open, and that was a great showcase of it for both duelists, really, because Anthony made some great plays too.
Yes, if Jorge keeps playing the way he is, I'm sure he can earn himself that top 8 spot here at YCS Anaheim, and if Anthony keeps playing the way he is, he will be one of the best duelists that we should watch out for in future events, no problem.
Can you imagine Memento winning this YCS? Everyone's like, what's going to win? Is it Yummy? Is it Mitsurugi? Is it Malice? That's weird. No, it's just Memento. They're still here.
It's an army of Aztec monsters.
Yeah, it's just a strange deck, but it's one of those decks where you just kind of keep going and you kind of, your opponent almost is just emotionally exhausted by just seeing all these things. Like, what does that one do? Wait, what does that one do? But really, as you see, what it gets you down to is just a good full field of monsters, lots of point of interactions, and you just keep pushing through.
Oh, but I'll tell you what, Anthony will never forget what a memento card does for the rest of his life.
Yeah, that's kind of seared into your brain after that one. Oh, my goodness. But it is really cool to see a lot of the cool stuff that Anthony was doing. I know he didn't win this duel, but I want to do shout-outs to all the cool stuff, like the Photon Lord, right? Being able to have that in-archetype negate off of your rank 8s is really cool. And it shows you that also the deck creativity is not really figured out yet.
Oh, yes, and there's all kinds of ways to splash and make decks more powerful, even if in theory they're a little less, with like the consistency hits to things like Ryzeal. You can still summon Ouroboros a couple of times and win a game every now and then.
I love how much interaction we got to see back and forth on that duel. Like, that's what I'm definitely going to remember because it just kind of kept going. But let's not remember the duel. Why don't we switch over to the stage so we can hear about it live from the winner of that duel.
All right, thanks so much, Stevens. I am with Jorge. You just told me, man, I was nervous up there. That was wild. Take us through that duel.
I mean, yeah, it was pretty nervous because I've never been on like live stream like that. But I mean, remembering all the combos, remembering like not to misplay win. I've misplayed like a couple times up there on live stream, but so was my opponent. He was kind of feeling the nerves too. So we were both kind of back to back, you know, trying to, go through our plays the right way. And I mean, honestly, yeah, I mean, I just tried to play the best I could and remembered like the fundamentals, I guess, of all my memento, I guess, deck. But it is very combo heavy, very big, a lot to remember, and yeah, it was crazy, honestly.
I mean, the clock was definitely ticking, and like you said, it is a combo heavy deck. Do you have a certain attachment to this deck? Why did you decide to bring it?
Oh yeah, I love this deck. Yeah, it's one of my favorite decks of all time.
Explain.
I've been playing it since around when it was first released, around the new support, and I mean, I've just been playing it for a long time, I guess. It's what I'm comfortable with. I feel like it's one of those formats where you just play what you're comfortable.
Nostalgia and comfortability, love that. And you had a little crowd here. They screamed your name out at the end. Is there anybody you want to say thank you to?
Shout out the whole Stockton crew. Shout out all the boys back home. Shout out David, Kenny, my boys that came with. Everybody, yeah.
And how are you feeling now? I mean, you did great day one. You're starting off fantastically, doing great in Swiss.
X2, we're just trying to win out. We're just trying to do it.
All right. Thank you so much, Jorge. Going to send it back to the Stevens.
Oh, we love a duelist who is clear on their goals. You just got to do it. I'm X2. You just got to do it. Play what I'm comfortable with. Win. No big deal.
I love that it was just like, yeah, I've been playing it since Valiant Smashers. It's fine.
No big
I'm just
deal.
going to use this
No
deck.
big deal.
It's so cool to be able to play something that you really know and love. But speaking of stuff you really know and love, have you played Duel Links this week?
Not this week, but I have heard some new things are going on.
Okay, let me tell you, because the new main box Ultimate Chaos to celebrate that brand new world, that Duel Monsters update that they did, has some incredible cards. And your eyes don't deceive you. Nabira the Primal Being is in Duel Links. Eldritch the Golden Lord is in Duel Links. But what's not featured on the screen, that same main box, it has full Sword Soul.
Whoa.
Full Sword Soul. I've been rocking it out this whole week, and it's so exciting. And you've got all the great new anime characters that they put in that haven't been in the game for all these years, like Rebecca Hawk and Serenity. It is a good time. So please, please, fam, don't think it's just anime Yu-Gi-Oh! It's actually like Pocket Master Duel at this point. It's wild.
I mean, if Genesis has taught me anything, it's I love Eldritch, and so any game that I can play that in is definitely a game I'm going to give a try.
Good stuff, good stuff. I'll be watching out for you when you get the game going. It's so cool that we have all these different formats of Yu-Gi-Oh! To play, whether it's Genesis, Duel Links, Master Duel, the TCG. Maybe you're still doing some older school stuff too. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is in a good place right now, isn't it?
Oh, yes. I'm actually going to play some Duel Links right now as we go to our break before we bring you guys round 13 later.
It's time to duel!
Hey Duelists, I'm Steven Darling, and we're here at YCS Anaheim on the showroom floor. Going to play a couple of games of Guess the Cards. Let's see how good our duelists are at their card guessing. All right, we're here with Rob, and we're going to play a game of Guess the Cards. So you're going to ask me yes or no questions, and we'll let you know what this card may or may not be. So go ahead and get started. You have 60 seconds.
Is it meta relevant?
Yeah, I would say so.
As it came out in the last 2 sets?
Yes.
Came out in the last set?
Yes.
Is it a K9 card?
It is a K9 card.
Is it Noiri?
Yeah, we'll give him. That's close enough. It is K904 Noroi. Good job, man. You were worried about it. You got it. Right on track. All right, duelists, we're here with Forbes, and we're going to play a game of Guess the Card. You ready, man?
Sure.
Okay. So just yes or no questions, or rather, I'm going to go ahead and let you know based on whether your questions are that good. Okay, so let's get started.
All right. Does it have an attribute?
It does have an attribute.
Does it show up in the anime?
It does not show up in the anime.
Does it have an effect?
It does have an effect.
Is it a lore monster?
It is not a lore monster by my definition.
Has it been meta relevant in the last 2 years?
It depends on who you ask, but it's definitely historically been meta relevant.
Is it a dragon?
It is not a dragon.
Okay. Wow, that does not narrow it down. It's a monster. Is it affected by Dominus Impulse?
It is not affected by Dominus Impulse.
So it can trigger if you have this impulse. Oh, so it's a fire, dark, water. Oh man, is it a TCG exclusive?
It's not a TCG exclusive, but to clarify, its effect is not affected by Dominus Impulse. I didn't say which attribute it was.
Oh, it's effect. Oh. Is it a floodgate mod effect?
No, let's give you one last question.
Yeah, oh man, I'm really bad at these. Just throw it out there. It's a Blue Eyes Jet Dragon?
It's not Blue Eyes Jet Dragon. It was Elemental Hero Stratos. It would be affected by Dominus Purge.
It would be affected by Purge.
All right, nice try, friend. All right, duelists, we're here with Mitchell, and he is amped up to play this game. You ready, man?
I've played these games before. Never won, but I'm going to guess the card this time.
All right, let's do it. You have 60 seconds. You may begin.
All right, is it a monster card?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster card?
No.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
What level is it?
I can't tell you.
Oh, is it level 1?
No.
Is it level 2?
No.
Is it level 3?
No.
Is it level 4?
No.
Is it level 5?
No.
Is it level 6?
Yes.
Level 6. Does it negate?
No.
Does it have an effect to destroy?
No.
Does it have an effect to special summon?
No.
Level 6 monster. Oh man, this is tough. Does it have a quick effect?
No.
Does it activate in hand?
No.
Does it activate in grave?
No.
So it has an effect on field?
Yes.
Man, this is tough. I'm running out of time. Does it have between 2,000 and 3,000 attack points?
Yes.
Man. Level 6 monster. I'm thinking meta relevant. Oh my god. I don't know if it's meta relevant. I ran out of time. I'm 0 for 2 on this.
Just one last guess.
Level 6 monster between 2,000 and 3,000 attack. Oh, sure. Is it Jinzo?
It's not Jinzo, but you're close with the anime references. It's Dark Magician Girl.
I was thinking meta. Oh.
You're okay. You'll get him next time.
Next time.
Next
Third time's the charm. I'll be back next time.
All right, duelists, we're here with Sam. We're going to play a game of Guess the Card. Are you ready, Sam?
Yep.
All right, you're going to have 60 seconds. You may begin.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it before 2010?
No.
Is it before 2020?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
It is.
Is it an Xyz?
It is not.
Synchro?
No.
Link?
Nope.
So it's a fusion.
It is a fusion.
Does it have under 3,000 attack?
It does have under 3,000 attack.
Does it have over 2,000 attack?
It does have over 2,000.
Does it have 2,500 attack?
No.
2,400?
Nope.
I got nothing.
Hey, you can give it a try.
Elder Entity Natis.
No, but you were on the right track because it is competitively viable. It was Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Hey, better luck next time, Sam.
Thank you.
All right, we are here with Nate. We're going to play another game of Guess the Card. Are you ready, Nate?
Oh, you know it.
All right, so you've got 60 seconds. You may begin.
Is it an extra deck monster?
No.
Is it a fusion?
Or no.
Is it a monster?
No, it's not a monster.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a quick play?
No.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes, it is.
Is it in an archetype?
No. Although, maybe, kind of, sort of.
Is it polymerization?
It is not polymerization.
Dark Ruler No More.
No.
Is it currently being played?
It can be.
Normal spell. Is that? Is it a board breaker?
Yes, kind of.
Oh, dang. Why am I drawing a blank on this? Dang. Oh, gosh. I'm just seeing blindness at the moment. One kind of like the normal spell at the moment. Does it involve something with a graveyard?
No.
Dang, I am just drawing a blank here.
How about one last guess?
One last guess on this for a normal one on that one. God, why is it all again? Is there Harpy's Feather Duster?
It is Harpy's Feather Duster. I kid you not. Nice job, Nate.
That one was literally, I don't know how I got that one. I was like, I seeing nothing, and I was like, okay, what is it currently in my side deck I was working with? And I was like,
Hey, game respects game, man. You knew what it was.
Can I shout out one person on that one?
Sure.
It's like, Connor, you didn't get it, but my random guess did it.
All right, Duelists, we're here with resident Labyrinth enthusiast Kai, and we're going to play a game of Guess the Card. Do you know the rules?
Yes, I do. I'm ready. I'm so ready. Last time, big failure. I'm going to get it this time.
All right, you have 60 seconds. You may begin.
Spell card.
No.
Trap card.
Yes.
Durham Karma Cannon.
No.
Does it destroy?
Technically, yes.
Does it target?
No.
Torrential Tribute.
No.
It doesn't target?
It doesn't target.
Does it activate on special summon?
No.
Can you just activate it as Chainlink 1?
Technically, yes.
Does it have an activation requirement?
Yes.
And does it destroy on the field?
Technically, yes.
Full Force Virus?
No.
Deck Devastation Virus?
Yes!
Let's go! I played that card. Let's go!
I figured you'd know.
Welcome back, everyone, to YCS Anaheim. We are going into round 13 for the first time here on the North American broadcast. We have all these extra rounds of Swiss before we're going to cut to that epic top 8.
Yes, the penultimate round.
Yeah,
the pressure's on for a lot of the players who are so close to making it into the top 8 single elimination rounds.
That's right. There's a number of players that still only have 2 losses, and they want to stick with just only 2 losses to really put themselves in that prime opportunity to make top 8. But round 13 is here, and then the next round is going to be the last round of Swiss, I believe, because you have 5 today, 9 previous, so 14 total rounds of Swiss before that top cut. We're going to find out, but let's go and find out who our duelists are going to be for our feature match this round. So go ahead and take it away, Jackie.
Thank you, casters. And starting with the blue chair, hailing from Norfolk, Virginia, we have Anthony Phillips. He's been playing 20 years, but this is his first time on stage. Now to the red chair, coming from Buena Vista, Colorado, we have Sean Schneider. Been playing since the 6th grade, roughly 15 years. Excited to be here on stage again. Let's get into round 13 of Swiss. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jackie. That's right, we have Anthony taking on Sean. Both these players sitting with 10 wins under their belts. They've already defeated 10 other opponents throughout yesterday and today, only losing twice so far. And we're going to see that pure canine strategy that we've seen a few players bring to the tournament this weekend, but he's going up against Azamina White Forest with some of those cool toy cards included. That's right, it's going to be a 60-card deck, so you know there's a lot of power in there, but this is the 13th round of Swiss. As we mentioned, the new format, you have all those extra rounds to play. It gives players an opportunity who lose 2 rounds early to find a way to win out, and it also benefits the players who can go undefeated longer to where they're not going to make, I made the top 32 cutoff, and then I immediately lose in top 32 to that 32nd place.
Yeah, every round counts a lot because top 8 is very narrow. There's not a lot of players that make it there.
Yep, and you got a lot of Swiss rounds to still try. The prizes do pay out down to top 32, though, so even if you end up losing more than 2 times, you got to keep on playing to try and get your hands on that Card Trooper prize card, that Effect Veiler prize card, of course, that awesome game mat that the players can also receive by making being one of the top 32 ranked players in the tournament. But I'm really excited to see a deck like this Azamina White Forest strategy. It's a deck that there's always seems to be 1 or 2 that are around as we get to the later rounds of Swiss at a YCS. We've seen them do well, but then they run into cards like Droll and Lockbird, which are excellent against a strategy like this. But that's a card that we haven't seen a lot of in people's main decks recently, right, Mike?
Yeah, we see most people siding it in.
Yeah, most of the time it's coming in from the side deck, but if you can manage to sneak that win game 1, that could be enough to tilt the things in the match in your favor.
I love hearing how experienced these duelists are and how long they've been playing. We have 15 years on one side, 20 years on the other, and you could tell that they really love dueling, and it just does my heart so good to hear it.
Definitely dedicated duelist, especially hearing it playing for 20 years for the first time on the feature match stage. So finally having that opportunity is great to be here to show off their skills. You know, Anthony here just taking on Sean, you know, playing that pure canine strategy. There's still like we've seen a lot of people still incorporate the canine into other decks. Canine Crystron is still a deck that's kind of floating around there. Canine Sulfachord is another deck that we've seen in the tables out there. They haven't made it onto the feature match stage just yet, but there's so many different ways you can play canine, but playing it pure is probably the least expected way you're going to find that deck.
Yeah, I think we're seeing more pure canine decks now than we were before when Vanquish Soul was stronger and people were combining the themes.
Definitely. So, yeah, after that last Forbidden Limited list, you Vanquish Soul, Rosin, Stake Your Soul, both going to 1. That might be why players are gravitating to playing the canine strategy in more of a pure sense.
But it seems to be paying off for a lot of players running the pure canine strategy because we're seeing them at the top tables.
That's true, and we are here at one of the top tables as we enter our first game of this 13 round of Swiss.
9.
Looks like Sean's going to roll a 9. Let's see if Anthony can...
10.
10. We've seen some high dice rolls. It's been 9 versus 10, 10 versus 11s. Players are rolling well, but only one player gets to go first, and it's looking like it's going to be Anthony with his K9 deck.
I'm sure there are players at home saying, why don't I ever roll that high?
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same way. When I'm rolling, I'm happy if I get above a 4.
Activate a case for K9.
Let alone a 10 or 11, but a case for K9. Anthony is on the prowl.
Yeah, so the good thing about the K9 deck is that it's a relatively small engine, even as a pure deck. So you have a lot more room for monster effects to use during the opponent's turn from your opponent's turn from your hand, like Joel and Lockbird in the main deck.
Definitely, and we also see the normal summon here of the K9 Noroi, which is another reason why Pure has become an option, because when you don't have to use your normal summon on another strategy, you're able to normal summon that K9 Noroi, which lets you special summon a K9 monster from the deck.
That's right, it's brand new from Doom of Dimensions, so K9 Duelists couldn't use it before.
Definitely, and now he's going to use the Noroi effect to send the case for K9 to the graveyard to take a peek at Sean's hand, and now he's going to get a lot of useful information. He's not only going to know what strategy Sean's on, the 60-card White Force, but he also gets to see that Forbidden Droplet. So he's going to have to keep that in mind while he is creating his turn 1 field here. But he knows there's no hand interruptions now, so that will be a sigh of relief there from Anthony.
Yeah, that's a mixed bag. He can do whatever he wants now, but the Droplet is there for next turn.
Yep, so he's going to know he needs to like kind of layer his interactions, probably try and find some traps, maybe hold the forced release before the Droplet's used to go into the Werewolf if he can find a way to do so. But that was a really strong hand from Sean, so Anthony's going to have his work cut out for him in this first game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how he navigates this, but it looks like he's starting with Ripper. Unsurprising, yeah, since Noroi also locks him into the K9 Xyz monsters while it's on the field.
Yep, you pretty much have to go into Ripper first since that Jokel was sitting on the field, but now Ripper's going to add a copy of K9 Azuna.
Activate K9. Lantern effect, targeting Jokel.
Oh, he has Lantern in his hand, so he gets the special summon from his hand along with the Jokel in his graveyard.
Activate Lantern effect to search.
Lantern's going to allow him to add another K9 card from the deck to the hand.
K9 special
Yep,
release.
it's going to be the copy of the K9 EW special release experiment. I'm going to do it until the time. It's EW. You know, 2 capital letters, so they are letters, but EW. It's a good way to remember about that trap. We've seen it be used before this weekend. It's only really in the pure K9 strategy, but it helps you get a K9 on the field that can turn into an Xyz, and it also has that opportunity to access the quick play spells that'll also let your
It's actually
Xyz monsters turn into werewolf.
I think it's actually great against Forbidden Droplet, right? Because he can set up the monsters that Sean will need to negate the effects of, and have that face down to do a mid-turn Xyz summon for something like Jax that can use an effect to destroy a monster.
Definitely.
Without being vulnerable to Forbidden Droplet. So, as you mentioned before, having some cards in the back row that Forbidden Droplet can't touch might be key here.
Oh, it's
for sure. And Anthony definitely has that on his mind. I think Sean just making sure he knows everything that card does. It's not something we see a lot or too often, but it's popping up more and more as we see more pure K9 decks enter the meta. All right, looks like Anthony's picking up his extra deck to go into another rank 5 monster.
Sky Blaster.
And it's going to be Valon. Valon can work as disruption, has the quick effect to put a monster face down.
Yeah, so that's the monster I guess he wants to force to
You said what?
the Droplet on.
Use another turn?
Yes, sir. And the trap card.
Yep.
All right, not the most impressive of boards, but still solid here from Anthony. Now Sean will draw for his turn, and is that a set rotation? I think he
standby phase
drew into a set rotation. Yeah. Pretty powerful card, limited to 1, drawing in 60 cards. I know people are always happy to see that.
It does look like set rotation.
I'll activate set rotation.
Yep, and that's the first card he's going to activate, is set rotation. This is going to allow Sean to give his opponent a field spell, but he will also get one himself. All right, it's going to be grabbing Pressure, Planet, Race-Off,
Witch of the White Forest,
and Witch of the White Forest. He's going to give his opponent the Witch of the White Forest, because Sean already has a copy of Witch of the White Forest in hand, and he's going to take the Pressure, Planet, Race-Off. Because this is 60 cards, so we know that Sean has a lot of different engines in his deck. Even though it's just Toy, Azamina, White Forest, there's clearly Kashtira monsters in here as well. So Sean will be able to dig into his toy box and find something to play with Anthony here. But it's going to be met by an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. I just don't know. Is that the cards you want to Ash Blossom against the Azamina strategy?
Oh, he knows the rest of the hand. Unfortunately for him, when he saw the hand, he didn't know there were Kashtira monsters in the deck or at his disposal.
And that's true. He does have perfect information since that set rotation was the 6th card. Next up is Phila Diabell. That's going to allow Sean to try and add
no monsters, and you control
a level 8, I believe.
Response? No response. I'll chain.
He's going to chain Forbidden Droplet.
Cost. And cost. Response?
Sending the right soft and the Diabell to the graveyard so that he can negate both of Anthony's monster's effects and have their attack points with the droplet.
Then he could choose to special summon the monster he'd add here since his opponent has a monster on the field, and he is going to special summon the Diabell Star Vengeance. Or did he add it to his hand? It's gone now, so.
I think he put it on the field, but Anthony picked it up to read it.
Oh, it's in Anthony's hand.
Yeah.
I looked down for a second, looked back up, and I was like, where did the Diabell Star Vengeance go? It's being read. You definitely want to check out what this card does. Not only can it summon itself from the graveyard, but it also can just take out a card on the opponent's side of the field, but at a hefty cost of half your life points.
I will send LZ Azamina the White Forest to the graveyard to special summon Diabell Star Black Witch.
All right, so he's going to send to the LZ to special summon that beautiful Diabell Star the Black Witch, and on summon, he's going to let Sean set a Sinful Spoil from the deck.
Its effect will resolve. Is that nice alternate artwork on the field?
Going to set Deception of the Sinful Spoil, so it looks like Sean is looking to try and access the Azamina portion of his deck.
Valon's effect.
But now Valon's effect is going to be used, attach material to put one of these monsters face down.
It's negated by the droplet, but I assume he wants to use the EW that he has in his back row.
That's very true.
Even though Valon's effect is negated, it can still activate that effect.
Yep, you can pay costs just the same. Yep, Sean just taking a moment to read the K9 special release experiment.
I'll chain Diabell Star Vengeance.
Gonna chain the Vengeance effect to pay half the life points. It looks like he's going after the field spell.
And that also, when you control the Diabell summons, correct? Correct. From the deck?
From the extra deck.
That's fine.
Oh, and if there is another Diabell monster on the field, he can special summon a Tuner Synchro monster, Illusion or Spellcaster Tuner Synchro monster from his extra deck. That's something I don't think I've seen happen, actually, a lot of the time with this deck, but it looks like Sean might be looking to do that.
He is.
All right, so he's going to summon looks like Reselia of the White Forest.
Doesn't it still have to be a proper summon? Like you have to use 2 materials?
All right, and now we're going to see the K9 Jax coming down
allows
thanks
you
to that
summon using that as material,
K9 EU special release experiment.
It said special summon. Oh.
So they're debating whether he needs a second monster to exceed some of that Jax.
Okay. Might have to pull up that K9 EW special release experiment.
On resolution,
It looks like it is all legal, but Reselia only activates. It activates when it's special summon, so he will be able to use the Reselia effect here.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Use a Send a Spell or Trap to add a White Forest or Light Spellcaster from the deck.
Paying cost with Witch.
Yep, and there is the spell he's sitting. It's going to be that extra copy of
or White Forest card.
White Forest. Which of the White Forest that is?
Okay, and my trigger will be Jax. We'll detach 1, 2. Can I read him one more time? He doesn't. Can't be
Yeah, that's the
destroyed.
thing about the White Forest strategy. We even saw a player at Worlds bring the Azumina White Forest
And,
deck. Came in
Jack's
ninth,
attached
very
to
close,
full,
but the thing that kind of works
destroying
against it is how much your opponents have to read your cards. As you know, the time is winding down can be
North
tough.
Okay.
But that's also an
Roy,
advantage. Your opponent doesn't know what all your cards and interactions do completely.
Yeah, it makes it harder to anticipate what your opponent will do. It also makes it more likely that you'll make some misplays because you're not keeping track of all of the effects in play.
I'll add LZ of the White Forest.
So Jax's effect destroys Vengeance. Since it's a special summon, not an Xyz summon with
Thinking on
EW,
Rez.
he does
Alright.
only need the one monster to Xyz summon
Can I
it.
read
Or
the LZ,
special
please?
summon it, as I said.
You have to
And
send
the
a
Reselia is
spell
going to
trap, right?
resolve, adding, I believe that is LZ of the White Forest.
On res. Activate force release.
All right, now the force
Targeting
release is
Ripper.
going to be activated to try and turn this Ripper into a werewolf.
Yeah, so holding that back was a good way to play around the droplet that Sean was forced to activate earlier in the turn because now he's about to have the werewolf in play. Plus, he's able to destroy a card, and the werewolf's effect is online. It's not negated.
Yeah, taking out that deception before Sean has an opportunity to use it is huge, and now he's going to special summon the LZ of the White Forest. Synchro summon along with the Reselia to
DFL
go
effect?
into
target?
their biggest
It does.
synchro monster, which is Diabells, and it can add back from the graveyard. The Queen is here.
Target Deception.
Well, he wants
Bell.
destroyed
Bell.
Deception back, but Ghost Bell is going to stop it since it adds a card from the graveyard to the hand.
Cards in hand 2. 2. Okay. That's fine.
All right, both players taking a moment to consider their next move. Sean, not in a great spot, doesn't have any more cards left in hand.
Yeah, looks
Time
like
to go battle phase.
he hit a roadblock here, so he's just going to battle.
Yep, going to take down the Valon.
There's no face down cards to destroy.
End phase 2.
Yep.
End phase.
Turn
Yep,
in
nothing
phase?
else left
Do you
here
have
for
anything during
Sean.
end phase?
Deception.
He doesn't even get to
Reset
reset the deception because it was destroyed
I'm
while it
going
was face
to,
down.
chain special release equipment to
All
reset.
right, so during the end phase, he's going to be able to
force
banish
release.
that K9EW special release experiment to set K9 quick play.
Sure. Not yet.
Going to set another copy of K9 force release. And then play is going to pass back to Anthony as this is the end phase.
My turn.
Yep.
Draw phase. Stand by
Did he
main.
reset that deception? I'm pretty sure deception has to be destroyed while face up or
force
sent to the
release?
graveyard while face up on the field, but
Yeah,
that's not
Chain
neither here nor
DFL?
there. I'm pretty sure this.
Chain cost.
pretty sure he.
To summon in synchro, correct?
Okay,
Summons
it's back
a
in the
level
graveyard where it
7
should
or
be, I
a
think,
lower
so.
tuner synchro from my extra deck, graveyard or banishment.
Now he's using the forced release, probably trying to rank up this K9 Jax
gonna
into
chain
one of the rank
werewolf?
9s, or not. Looks like he might be using Werewolf's effect.
To banish.
Diabell going to be banished. Is Sean holding his extra deck in his hand here?
I'm not entirely
And what was
sure.
the target on this?
This does not target.
Well, for your Xyz monster.
The target was Jax.
Oh.
Yep. Just kind of waiting for these players to progress to the next action in this moment. Looks like he's thinking about returning
And it can summon itself
the
back.
Reselia
Just
to
summon
the
some graveyard
field
banishment or extra.
with
And then
Diabell's
summon
effect.
Ripper and it will
But-
pop that.
Okay. Can't be destroyed by card effects.
Okay.
Looks like he's going to try and destroy it,
Anything
but
else?
it can't be destroyed by card effects, so the Reselia is just going to be on the field here with this Black Witch.
Activate Ripper.
All right. Anthony seems unfazed by that.
Yeah.
Lantern.
Kind of just going through the motions here at this point. Sean not really sitting on too much.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot going for him.
That's an understatement.
Yeah, Anthony just got Lantern. Lantern's going to bring back another level
Targeting
5
Jokel?
monster, so we'll be able to make a rank 5.
I feel like so much of this game has been spent with like hand shuffling, graveyard fanning. Like, there's been so many more non-Yu-Gi-Oh actions this game than actual Yu-Gi-Oh actions. It's
Activate Case
kind of
K9
tough,
search.
but yeah, now we're gonna keep progressing our plays here with the Case or K9. That's gonna keep adding because one K9 will lead you to more
It can only
K9s.
just not
Gonna
die
call
by
in for
that-
reinforcements.
by card effect. you said?
Illusion and Spellcaster Synchro monsters you control gain 5 on attack. Also, they cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects.
Just card effect. Okay, but they can die by battle, correct? Okay.
Yep,
I
just
will
double
search.
checking, because the Reselia is boosted by its own effect
Jokel?
by 500.
Jokel effect.
Don't want to make any mistakes this late into the game.
Yep, he'll use the on-field Jokel's effect. That'll allow him to get another card from his deck.
Yeah.
It's like they're pausing the clock for something.
I mean, there's been so much deck shuffling. Like he like
Reselia?
search turn effect, shuffle during the deck. Now the judges are gonna read the Reselia. Like this is the most like I don't know. I just feel like we should the duel should continue going forward.
Oh, 'cause it was brought like- out by Vengeance. Yeah.
I guess they're just double
Okay, so I can
checking,
just
make
summon a different
sure
one.
everything's okay.
Yeah, this Yu-Gi-Oh match needs some more Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Correct. Yeah, I have a bunch of targets in the extra deck.
Let me pull up Diabell. Let me see if it can not summon from the graveyard. I'm not certain. Level 7 or lower tune or synchro monster from your extra deck, graveyard, or banishment. Okay, it can summon from the graveyard. I'm not certain what the question is. Unless, like, there maybe I mean the deception is really where things are like a little confusing for me because it's reset itself, and it was not you. I don't think he ever flipped that deception face up.
Oh,
right?
it definitely never got flipped face up, but I think they put it back in the graveyard. I
No,
don't-
he put it back in the graveyard to use the Diabell effect just now to summon it back. So the thing they should be looking at is the deception being returned to the field, because its deception definitely says if this card is in the graveyard because it was sent there from the spell and trap zone this turn while face up, and it was definitely sent face down. So I don't think he should have had a spell and trap to be able to use the Diabell effect to begin with. But neither here nor there on any of that. Anthony's just fine either way. Like,
yeah, I think you're. I mean,
the play
you're
would be
correct,
able to continue. Yeah, but it's still you want to do things the proper way for sure.
Yeah.
But I definitely noticed that deception should not have been back onto the field.
Yeah, I don't.
This is my favorite part is when we see the players like looking at the judges and they're having a conversation.
I couldn't
It's like,
activate the effect because I had no spell. I just summoned. Yep. So just.
oh, it's because the Reselia was special summoned from the extra deck,
Yeah,
not
we just-
synchro
yeah.
summoned. So it wasn't properly summoned, so it can't be summoned from the graveyard, is what they're saying. So it actually has
that
nothing
is-
to do with the deception that was
Yep.
said. That also shouldn't have been reset because it wasn't face up, but
Yes.
Nope.
all non-consequential for the most part because
Okay, and
Anthony
then the-
is in
the
complete
force release
control of
effect.
this game. But this might change. Like Poplar of the White Forest actually does something, but it's going to be destroyed immediately by that Ripper that was summoned.
The force release, right?
Yeah, the only reason the Ripper didn't destroy the other one is because it can't be destroyed by card effects. The Poplar of the White Forest 100% can be destroyed by card effects.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, we're still in
We'll go ahead and go
basically the same
So-
scenario. And yeah, now Sean has
Yeah.
conceded, as he probably should have 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, what you're saying is Anthony will win quicker.
Yeah, Anthony. Yeah, Sean was out of cards. Yeah, about 10 minutes ago. Probably should have conceded then. Little bit of a messy match there.
Yeah. I think they paused the clock several times though that aren't reflected on the stream.
Okay.
So they may not have used as much time as indicated.
Yeah, I mean it's been a long tournament, so the fatigue can set in even though we're on a new day. This is still the 13th round of Swiss, so that's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh to be played. And sometimes you kind of just get lost into the zone and not realize like the little things, like that deception coming back to the field. Unless he flipped it face, he did not flip it face up,
No,
right? I'm not crazy. I'll have to go back and look at it after this match. But even if he had it, like, yeah, you saw it does nothing. It would just summon a monster that gets destroyed by the Ripper. and then all those level 5s turning into rank 5s. He was able to go to Nesh Knight and put out a ton of damage as well. That was Anthony's duel to win from the beginning, and he ended up getting that victory. But now the side decks are involved, and this is where things can get really scary when White Forest loses game 1, and there's more cards in the side deck prepared for some obscure strategies like that as well.
Yeah, we'll see how many of those cards Anthony has for him.
But on the other side, Sean will be getting to go first in this second game, which is where Azamina White Forest shines its best. They're really good at playing a number of combination of cards to get to that same end result for those really incredible fields. So lots of different ways to navigate the way there. But yeah, a little bit of a messy game 1. Let's see if these players can focus up and lock into game number 2 here as we get closer and closer to the final rounds of Swiss. There's only one more round of Swiss after this. It'll be the 5th one for today. Round 13 now, round 14 next. And then we're going to cut to our first top 8 cut here in the North America YCS region for this new top 8 era.
If you're Sean, what are your favorite cards to bring in against K9?
That's going to be pretty tough. I mean, if it's a pure Canine deck, I'm going to be looking at cards like Dimensional Barrier, being able to call Xyz monsters, Droll and Lockbird, just things to keep the level 5s off the field too will be huge. Just anything that stops them from accessing their extra deck is probably what you're going to be looking at. Is there anything you think in particular going first that might be useful against K9 that I might have missed out on there?
I'm not sure. I don't know if is Dimensional Barrier as good as you're kind of making it sound, because it does have play on the opponent's turn with Lupus to Xyz summon. So it
true.
doesn't totally shut down the deck.
Yeah, but if you have, I think the Dimensional Barrier backed up behind a field is what makes it more like solid and solidifying. Because if they have the Izuna and the Lupus, they're probably going to Xyz summon on your first turn anyway. And then you can follow it up with the Barrier to negate the Xyz they have on the field, plus anything to come. I definitely want Barrier because I don't want to see cards like Nesh Knight hit the field at all, because it seems like every time that card is summoned, it's game over.
Yeah, it does have a powerful effect.
All right, it does look like the players have side decked, and now they are waiting to jump into game number 2. Our 13th round of Swiss. It's so unreal to say that, but I love it. I love that we have so many players in here still competing, trying to get those prizes and trying to make that epic top 8 cutoff that we're so close to seeing.
Stand by phase?
All right, Sean going first. He's in the main phase.
You want to stand by phase? Yeah.
Main phase 1?
He's trying to go to the main phase, and we are there, but Perulia is going to be used first, and Perulia is really strong against Sean.
Sean Chain's called by the grave to banish it. Oh, and Anthony has another Perulia, which will resolve before the call by the grave, so its effect will activate.
Yeah, Perulia really strong against the White Forest deck. They summon so many monsters from their hand to get to more synchro monsters. He also is playing like the Castillo monsters that summon from the hand. At least he only has to deal with one. 2 Perulia is tough, but he's also down a card having to use that called by the grave.
The 1 might stop him from pushing forward. As you mentioned, there are so many cards that summon from the hand. It does look like he's thinking about special summoning that Fenrir in his hand, though.
Terraforming? Yep.
Let's go for the terraforming first instead.
Terraforming for which of the White Forest?
How will he navigate around this Perulia? I think that's what Sean's trying to figure out.
Okay. Yeah.
He activates the Witch of the White Forest.
All right. Did he add for Witch of the White Forest yet? Did he just activate it?
He did.
I missed what he added. And then his next play is going to be Salesman. I was talking, so I didn't quite get what he called. But he's going to normal summon a Stellar of the White Forest.
The Stellar is what he must have gotten with Witch of the White Forest.
Makes a lot of sense, because the Stellar can send that Witch of the White Forest that's already been used to the graveyard to special summon a Light Spellcaster Tuner from the deck.
just
And he's going to
from
summon
deck, right?
Sylvie.
Okay.
No, this card adds a White Force spell trap.
Okay, I thought. Okay, that's something from deck. Okay.
Yeah.
Next up, Sylvie's going to add a White Forest Speller Trap, and it looks like he's thinking of Woes of the White Forest or Tails. It's going to be Tails of the White Forest.
Since the Sylvie was special summon from the deck, at least Anthony doesn't get to draw a card.
Yep, and we're seeing why Droll and Lockbird is so good against this deck. Pretty much all the
RCL,
cards read
outside
add from your
takeoff.
deck to your hand, add from your deck to your hand. And this is where the White Forest cards are pretty cool. So he's going to go into Reselia. Then he has to send a spell and trap card to add. But since Tails was sent to the graveyard, he's going to be able to reset it to the field and then still use it on this turn.
Yeah, White Forest has a lot of spells and traps that if they're sent to the graveyard to activate a monster effect, once per turn you can set it back to the field. So you don't actually lose the card for doing it.
Sean really going deep into the think tank here because he is under Molcharmi Perillia, so he can't just play as normal where he might get something.
Spoils the White Force.
Yeah, I mean, he skipped the opportunity to special summon
New chain,
Fenrir.
we'll go Chain Link 1 to summon itself from the
And
graveyard.
I think
Chain Link
he
2 to set
added
itself.
Sinful Spoils
Okay.
of the White Forest with the Sylvie there. A Stellar is going to special summon back from the graveyard.
So activate Tails.
Okay.
All right, now he reset that tail, so he's going to activate it again to add a White Forest monster.
Okay, LZ Azamina.
Okay.
There's two different LZ. So there's LZ of the White Forest and LZ Azamina of the White Forest. And this is going to be LZ Azamina of the White Forest added to hand. I do see a really strong trap
Effective
card in
LZ
Sean's
Azamina
hand that
from
might
hand.
help him, but he's going to
Okay.
continue to summon from the
From
hand as he
earlier?
special
Yep.
summons it. And that's going to be another card for Anthony. Now a Synchro summon for a level 8.
We'll go
It's going to
Chain
be that
Link 1 to search
Diabell,
for Simple
Queen of the
Spoils,
White
Chain Link
Forest
2,
again.
Targeting.
And that's going to add
Call by the
back
grave, add back
a
to hand.
spell, and it can be any spell, so it's going to be called by, but Anthony does not want to see called by again, so he's going to use that Ghost Spell. And that's really one of the powerful things about the Molcharmi cards, as you continue to draw more cards, you're going to draw into more interaction from the hand, like Ghost Spell, or maybe more Molcharmis, but in this case, Anthony's already used 2 Molcharmis, so he can't use any more.
That's so, yep, very true. And with the Call by the Grave not returning to his hand, he knows he doesn't have to worry about it because it's limited to 1.
Deception.
Okay.
He's getting Deception.
All right, so maybe we're going to see some Azamina action now. Finally, now Deception of the Simple Spoils.
Sure.
It's going to be face up.
Add
He's
Hallowed
going
Azamina.
to tribute the Stellar to set the Hollowed Azamina. Now the Hollowed Azamina can send Sinful Spoil
Hallowed
cards
Azamina.
to count for the levels to summon the fusion monsters from the extra deck. Let's see if he's going to start with the Murasagio first.
Summon
Yep,
Draw.
it is.
Did
And
you
that'll
not
add-
summon dark monsters from that field spell?
You're correct.
Oh no, he's locked out of Dark Monsters. Let me pull up which of the White
he started
Forest.
to-
Yeah, but you cannot special summon Dark Monsters from the extra deck for the rest of this turn.
Oh, good catch by Anthony.
That's a
All
Nombo
of these
here in
fusions
Sean's
that
deck
can be
for
summoned?
sure. All right, so he did get a PE minor, I think, for the illegal activation in game 1. And now he's going to get a PE minor here for
No.
the illegal activation as well here.
They are completely different illegal actions, though, so I don't anticipate it would be upgraded here from anything more than a warning.
Yeah. It is going to be rough, though, because he's really going to need those Azaminis on the field in terms of the gameplay just to have a
Yeah.
decent field to fight.
No, so it sends this.
The
as part
misplay
of
is
fusion.
punishment enough.
Yeah, it does have a copy of the Black Goat last in the hand. The worst part is he had to, send the monster
Hollowed
to add the Hollowed Azamina that is something he can't use. That part wasn't the illegal activation. It was just the activation of the Hollowed Azamina in general because, yeah, all those Azamina fusions are dark monsters.
Set 2.
And then he's going to set a couple of cards to his spell and trap zone. One of them is the Black Goat last, so we'll have to see if that's
we'll
going to be enough to
go-
hold off Anthony. He did draw at least 2 cards off
Conclude
Perillia.
Main phase?
Yeah.
End phase?
Yep.
We'll go Sylvia effect.
All right, during
target,
the end
shuffle back
phase,
special.
he's going to use Sylvia's effect to return itself. Yep, return the Synchro, special summon the Sylvie to the field.
And then
Sean maybe just a little bit flustered with a couple of mistakes here in this match. Maybe the bright lights kind of getting to him. Sometimes when you're on the stage, a lot of the pressure
Stand by
You
main.
must be kind to our duelist. You know, it's a tough position, especially when you
Stand
have
by
2
phase.
losses and like
Main
one more
phase,
loss pretty much eliminates you from top 8 contention. But Anthony's going to start things off with Dark Ruler no more, just to
Thinking on
negate
res?
the effects of the monsters on the field. But they weren't too threatening anyway. But now he won't be able to do damage.
Dark Ruler no more. I apologize.
Still not a bad card to start with going second. Does he have anything for the back row cards, though?
Activate Sinful Spoils the White Forest, the Fusion Summon.
All right, so he's
I'll
going
chain
to
most on the
activate
floor.
the Sinful Spoils to try and special summon a monster.
And Anthony chains Fuwalos, a card that you typically don't get too much use out of when you're going second.
Yeah, wait, I didn't hear if he's special
after
summoning
the
or if
first
he's going to
turn.
fusion
I'll
summon.
chain Diabel, paying cost.
So he's going to chain the Diabel to pay the
Okay.
cost to send the Sinful Spoils. It won't resolve because of Dark Ruler
Ua,
no more.
Resolve Simple.
But it looks like he is going to fusion summon. And he's just going to make Azamina Ilya
New
Silva
chain,
the
since
hard
the card
way.
was-
Yeah.
Whatever it's cost.
Anthony gets to draw a card
stellar?
from Fuwalos'
Special?
effect. He got lucky he got to use that Fuwalos.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
he already used the 2 Molcharmies on Sean's turn. By the time his turn started, it was not really
Am I
expected
good to continue?
to get good use out of it. But
Yep, but now he just
Activate.
Anthony has to navigate through that
Chaotic
Ilya
element.
Silva. Chaotic
Great.
Elements is going to be activated next from Anthony. That's going to let him add a canine monster. It's not what it does. It adds a specific kind of canine monster, but really, really good in a lot of these decks that incorporate the canine cards, especially pure canine.
And that's a graveyard, right? Correct.
Correct.
Yeah. Adding Jokul.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony adds Jokul to his hand. He probably has another canine monster that he can accompany Jokul with.
I'm gonna activate Jokul. Revealing a word.
All right, Jokul and Noroi
Black
are
Goat
going
last,
to try and be
declaring
special
canine
summoned.
Jokul.
But Sean's going to chain the Black Goat last and call Canine Jokul to negate its effects and allow it to stay in the hand. So Anthony's now going to have to look to... Oh, he's not going to be able to normal summon his Noroi because Sean has 2 or less cards in his hand. This is actually where the canines lose that ability to summon themselves to the field naturally.
Yeah, Anthony doesn't look too happy about it. We'll see if he has a follow-up play.
Normal summon.
I'm pretty sure you can't do that. It's 2 or
The
less.
summon is successful.
No effect.
Hold on, I could pull up canine.
Leave main.
It might be if they have 2 or more in hand.
If your opponent has 2 or more, oh, I thought it was
Yeah.
2 or less. So
Oh.
since he has 2, he's good to go. Okay, I thought it was 2 or less.
That's fine.
So you're still good for the normal summon.
Potentially battle.
Oh, you just have to think, man, if Sean just set that Hollowed Azamina, slight overlooking there, he would have only had the 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
But just a Typhon in defense mode. I guess he doesn't want to go after that Azamina
Activate Typhon effect.
Silva. He's just going to activate the effect.
He can't deal damage, I guess, right?
But he can negate the Typhon with the Ilya Silva.
Can. Yeah.
That's fine.
Nope, he's just going to let it go back to the extra deck.
Attempt to leave main.
All the same.
In phase.
During the
Just
end
a
phase,
Typhon pass. So Anthony
Deception effect.
drawing a bunch
Yeah.
of Molcharmies, having a ton of
What is
cards.
the requirement to reset Deception?
when it's sent from the field to the graveyard face up.
Oh, okay, so he knows it has to be
Okay.
face up. Okay, maybe it was face up in game 1 and I missed
Still
it.
in phase?
I feel like it wasn't.
It looked face down to me,
It
but
did
I don't
look
know.
face down, but that's neither here nor there. We're in game number 2. Sylvie's going to use the effect to return the Synchro monster from the graveyard to special summon itself back out.
Anything else in the end phase?
No, sir.
Draw for turn?
Yep.
That Black Goat
Stand by
lapse
phase?
really came in handy
Main
there.
phase 1?
Yeah.
Kind of stopped Anthony in his tracks.
It did. Black Oak Laughs is a very strong trap card, so it was great that he had some form of interaction, even though he had to face down Perulia,
Fuwalos.
Ghost Bell, plenty of
Active
interactions,
Deception.
but not a lot
Yep.
of starts from Anthony. Imagine, I think he'd be even better shape if, he just said that Hollowed Azamina. I think Anthony would have had to pass and left that Ilya Silva on the field. But that's something to keep in mind if you're playing against K9. Try and get down to 1 card in hand.
Sean will use the Hollow Dalsamina, finally sending the Deception to the graveyard.
Summon Muar Slago.
Mm-hmm.
We'll activate the effect.
This should be Sean's game to win now at this point. Once you get here, it's kind of like a snowball effect. You're going to be able to use all your cards to continue synchro summoning and overwhelm the opponent. Anthony might want to consider conceding, and he could have Izuna in his hand. We know 1 card is Jokul for sure.
He could have Izuna in his
Add
hand.
1 another Sinful Spoils.
But all right, so Murasagio is going to add the wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils.
Elza Azamina. Shuffle
Now
back,
he's
add
going
back.
to put back Elza Azamina that counts as a Sinful Spoil card into the deck to return, or sorry, counts as an Azamina monster because it has Azamina in the name. Return that to the deck and add back the Hollowed Azamina to be used again. This is what I love about Azamina right here is we activate the Hollowed Azamina and you can chain wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. Then you can send that wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils that you chained with the Hollowed Azamina.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Chain wanted.
That's exactly what Sean's doing here.
Oh, definitely. I'm a big fan of the Azamina cards.
Yeah,
I wouldn't go as far to say as they're my favorite, but I'm a big fan.
They have a unique play style, and that's pretty cool about them.
All right, and Wanted is going to add Diabellstar Vengeance. Oh, and then he's going to send the Vengeance and the Wanted. So he's going to be trying to summon one of the bigger Azamina fusions. It's going to be one of the level 8s. It could be Saint Azamina. He could be looking just to run in his monsters into the Typhon. So it is going to be Saint Azamina. This card has a cool effect that doesn't let your opponent target their own cards. So your opponent can't target their own cards in their graveyard. And it also reflects the damage when it battles. It can also special summon an Azamina monster from your extra deck. So there's a lot going on with Saint Azamina.
And your opponent takes any battle damage you would have taken.
Yep,
which
it reflects
is
it.
Significant with Typhon on the field with 2,900 defense points.
I've summoned.
Yep, and Saint Azamina has 0 attack. It has 4,000 defense though.
Yeah,
from
what I believe.
It's a really cool card. As I was saying, I think Anthony should have considered conceding a couple minutes ago, but you never know. Sean hasn't been playing cleanly, so there's a chance for him to fumble along the way.
Prohibition, Nibiru, the Primal Being.
So use Prohibition on Nibiru.
We'll go Saint Azamina effect.
Okay, so that means Sean's probably trying to go for game here on this turn.
He
You see Prohibition and Salesman both in his deck.
Certain cards he just doesn't want to see, right?
Yep, Nibiru is prohibited.
I think I'm with Anthony on not conceding because if he just survives the turn, he has a very good chance
I
of
will
winning. And if
attempt
he's not going to
wanted.
survive the turn, it shouldn't be too much longer.
Yeah, they're not
Target,
at the
put on bottom
crunch
draw
time
card.
just yet.
Okay.
But it looks like he's going to use Wanted's effect to banish from the graveyard to put a Sinful Spoil on the bottom and draw a fresh card. Now he moves to Synchro Summon, sending his 2 monsters to the graveyard.
Effect.
It's going to be
Hang
Roselia.
Okay.
He did draw into
And then
the
Chain Link to
Sinful Spoils Morianne. Like that card. That
And it's
card's
gonna
actually
search for
pretty good in
Sinful Spoils.
Genesis. You're going to check
And this
that
is
one
gonna search
out.
for a white
It's
forest
a
or
0-point cost card that can put a special summon monster face down. And also it can reset itself if you control a level 5 or higher spellcaster or illusion monster, which White Forest is full of. And now Anthony sees that Sean can put enough monsters on the field and is going to concede. But yeah, I feel like there's just like 4 minutes lost there at minimum. Like you have to know when that's kind of like people are gonna have to learn as they're playing through time with the new rules. Is like you can kind of tell when the game is over, and maybe able to make that assessment can save you time down the line to where you're not gonna put yourself in jeopardy of running out of time, and both players are receiving a loss.
I hear you, but I don't know that the game was really over until that moment.
I think it was the writing was pretty much on the wall there. There was no interaction and being able to keep but maybe if you're not as familiar with the White Forest deck, you could not like see that the game was over until he actually put the end of it onto the field. So a lot of it comes with knowledge about the deck and the matchup too. And when your opponent's playing, it does give them a chance to blunder or maybe make a mistake during the game. So there is like kind of options for both. But like when you're 10-2, it's tough to hope that your opponent just makes a mistake when they have like the game up on a silver platter for you.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's tough. It doesn't feel good, especially when you feel like you have like a chance, as long as you can get to that next turn. It's a tough call to make, but sometimes the tough calls are what are going to put you in the position to win the whole match.
Yeah, and they do still have some, like, about 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, time's not running down or anything too bad. plenty of time to play, plenty of time to side deck. And now we're going to see what they're going to be putting in. Sean's not going to be able to go first this time, and Anthony's going to have a lot more tools at his disposal. Dimensional Barrier has been everywhere this weekend. We've seen it used like in decks like Labyrinth, turn after turn after turn, but it's also a card that's pretty strong against White Forest, even though they use different summoning mechanics out of the extra deck. If you call Synchro, you're pretty much locking them into just the Azamina cards, which is a lot easier to deal with than having the flurry of White Forest cards that have so much recurability from the graveyard and being able to reset their traps and such. So
yeah, we'll probably see Anthony bring the dimensional barriers in for this duel since he's going first.
Yep, and Sean still has that opportunity to bounce back because White Forest is also good at breaking those fields. It has a lot of tools at its disposal. Pretty much as long as it can avoid running into Draw and Lockbird, it's feeling pretty good. Oh. Revealing one of his cards that may be in his side deck. I saw it. I don't know if Anthony saw it, but that was Sinful Spoil's Subversion of the Snake Eyes. Actually, like one of the first Snake Eye cards that was ever released. It was kind of preview of what was to come. It's not only part of Sinful Spoil, it also is a Snake Eye card, but it kind of has that Snake Eyes Flamebridge effect where you just target a monster on the field and push it back into the spell and trap zone. It's a great way to remove a monster without triggering any of those pesky, if this card is sent to the graveyard or if this card leaves to the field effects, because it's still on the field, it's not in the graveyard, it's just kind of isolated in the spell and trap zone.
It also deals with cards that can't be destroyed.
True, that too, that too.
Yeah, I really like that card. I played it in Master Duel in my Snake Eyes deck.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a really good option to have, especially when you're going second. And that is what Sean is going to be doing here in game number 3. He's going to have to hope for a good array of cards to defeat Anthony. Anthony was kind of lacking the K9 cards in that game number 2, but will they be here in his hand in game 3? Anthony is on the case for K9. Oh, it's going to be Gravekeeper's Inscription. Okay, so this is going to be pretty huge. Let me pull it up so I know all of its effects, but it pretty much makes the graveyard useless.
Strong effect against Azamina. White Forest.
It certainly is. Let's see. So he gets to apply one of the following effects. Neither player can activate card effects in the graveyard. Neither player can banish cards from the graveyard. Neither player can special summon from the graveyard. I'm not sure which one he chose. I would guess it's going to be activate card effects in the graveyard. Or it could be special summon. Yeah. He has a couple of options here against White Forest. They do a lot in the graveyard.
Activate Chaotic Element.
But they definitely special summon from the graveyard a ton.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those two, so we'll find out soon.
Yep. Jokul. Next up, a case for K9, Chaotic Elements, making sure he has all the pieces he needs here in Game 3. Jokul's going to reveal another level 5 in Izuna, and they're both going to special summon to the field.
Effect. Okay. Activate Jokul effect.
He'll use the effects. I assume of Izuna and Jokul.
Normal summon Nori, activate effect.
Normal summoning the Noroi. That's going to work like Tour Guide to special summon a monster from the deck.
Yeah, it looks like you just use Jokul to get Noroi, and then Noroi to get Lantern.
All right, we see a lot of green here in Sean's hand. 5 powerful spell cards. Okay. Triple Tactics Talent, Forbidden Droplet, Witch of the White Forest, Triple Tactics Thrust, and one other spell.
That's interesting. If he activates a monster effect on Sean's turn, especially in the main phase, that puts the Talent and the Thrust online. But is that something he can avoid doing?
It's going to be tough. I mean, he's going to need to do that. What he really needs is a spell canceller about now.
That would be amazing.
That's another good level 5 monster he could look for that would just absolutely decimate Sean's hand. But next up is going to be the Xyz summon for K9 Ripper. Ripper's going to add a card.
There's Lupus.
Currently known in hand as Case and Lupus.
He's adding Lupus to the hand. Interesting.
Lupus.
Now we're under the 10-minute mark here. Maybe I have some more time also that we mentioned because of judge calls and such, but now, yeah, this is pretty much what Anthony did in the game at number 1, just keeps it very simple. It's going to be Valon plus Ripper with 2 face downs and a pass to Sean.
Yeah.
Kachira Fenrir off the top. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Main phase
I guess Valon can put it face down, so. But he does have the droplet to also negate it. So.
Yeah, the Fenrir is huge.
Yeah.
Just any form of something that forces out the stuff from your opponent is pretty nice. He also has the Salesman. Oh, that's the last spell that I didn't name was Salesman in hand, so he can pretty much call whatever he's worried about.
Yeah. And forcing out the effects is great because he has the thrust and the talent.
See if I want to listen real closely to see what he says. Oh, he's not going to use the Salesman just yet. He's thinking about which order to do this.
Special on Fenrir?
All right, it's going to be Fenrir first. So now Anthony knows the card that was drawn for turn.
It keeps happening that the card he draws is the first card he plays after Anthony looks at his hand.
Yeah, the evidence gathering from Noroi is actually just huge. Being able just to take a peek and see what's going on at the crime scene of Sean's hand.
And it's nice because a case for K9 is so expendable since you're really using it just to get the monster to your hand.
Yep. Match made in heaven.
Fenrir's effect?
Yeah. All right, now Sean is going to use Fenrir to add another Kashtira monster from the deck to the hand. Probably just going to be another copy of Fenrir. It could be Kashtira Unicorn, but yeah, just going to be another Fenrir here. Anthony not even phased for a second, thinking about negating that or doing anything to the effect. Just has the thumbs up to allow Sean to continue. But the Fenrir being out another Fenrir just gives him another card to send with Forbidden Droplet.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like Sean is going to get a slow play warning there. It did take you know, like a minute there just to special in the Fenrir and add another Fenrir, but it's tough. There's a lot on the line here, and even he has a really strong hand with a lot of powerful spells, but he has to navigate it in the right way. But you still have to play at an appropriate pace. So there will be a 3-minute extension added on to the end of this round thanks to that slow play
Force
warning.
release the quick play.
All right, so he's going to use Salesman, calling K9X Force Release. And that's going to prompt Anthony to chain it, forcing it out right now.
So I guess you activate the card on, you declare the card name on activation and can still chain that card to Salesman?
Yep.
That is good to know.
So now the full moon is going to come out, and the werewolf will be summoned. Fenrir will be sent to the graveyard.
Yeah, and Fenrir is destroyed by the spell effect, so Sean still can't use tactics or thrust.
Special Fenrir?
But here comes the other copy of Fenrir that he added to the hand.
I think Anthony's in trouble because it's going to be hard to fight through this without using a monster effect.
Yep. Yeah. Witch of the White Forest is going to be activated, letting Sean add a monster. He'll be locked out of Dark Monsters, as we saw in the previous game.
Add a Stellar?
Mm-hmm. That's the Stellar of the White Forest. The Stellar of the White Forest is going to be summoned next. I believe this is normal summon.
Oh, Anthony did play the Inscription, though. That will slow
Oh,
Sean.
yeah, I forgot about
Yeah,
Gravekeeper's Inscription.
I feel like it was a while ago.
It was.
Oh, he's going to use Valen's effect.
Yep, so this is going to prompt the Forbidden Droplet, sending the Witch of the White Forest and the Kashtira Fenrir to the graveyard. Is there a chain here from Anthony? Does he have a non-spell or monster card to activate? Yeah. Nope.
On res.
But at resolution, he's going to activate the K9EW Special Release Experiment.
He'll special summon the Noroi from his graveyard and then use it as a material to special summon Jax.
And Jax is going to destroy the Stellar. But now there's a monster effect that's been used.
And now he can. So now his only two cards are the Cripple Tactics Talent and Cripple Tactics Thrust.
All right, decides to use the Thrust first. Let's see what he decides to add.
The question is, does he have the cards that he needs to overcome this field? Because now he has every spell card in his deck at his disposal.
Is that? It's Raigeki.
It's Raigeki.
It's Raigeki. He's just gonna thrust for Raigeki because why not?
Yeah.
That works.
That's going to destroy every monster that Anthony has. And now Sean with one card left in hand. It might as well be Pot of Greed. What does that do? This card allows me to draw two cards from my deck. And it's going to be Wanted.
Oh.
You hear a crowd reaction to the cards because they could see that he drew a Wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. And that's going to add the Diabell Star, the Black Witch. The graveyard pretty much unusable, though, but he will have access to the Azamina cards. Black Witch can send the other card he drew, which is another copy of a Stellar, to the graveyard to set Deception of the Sinful Spoils. He also is going to be able to, well, I guess it depends what effect for the description if he can draw from the Wanted. I'm assuming he can't activate effects in the graveyard. So Deception of the Sinful Spoils, going to send the Black Witch to set Hollowed Azamina. Hollowed Azamina can be activated to send the Deception, to summon Murasagio.
Can't summon a Dark, though, right?
Oh, yeah, he's locked out of Darks again. He's locked out of Darks again.
This is the same thing that happened
Anthony,
in the
you caught it
previous
last
game.
time. You caught it last time, Anthony. And it's the same P minor.
Oh, yep.
He's still locked out of Darks. It's the same illegal activation. I also forgot about it, too.
Well, they had an extension in the middle of the turn. It was a long turn.
It's the same illegal activation. He's just gonna. I mean, he doesn't need. They don't need to upgrade it to unless he's sitting on nothing now. He just has the Deception. He has a Hollowed Azamina he can't use. They might. Yeah, they might upgrade it to a game loss here, but he's pretty much gonna lose anyway. That's tough. That's a tough way to end things. That's also just such a small. I honestly didn't even realize which had that limitation where you can't spell summon Darks later on. So like if you're playing this deck, a lot of times you might want to hold off on using Witch of the White Forest. Like you do the Azamina stuff first, and then you can go into Witch of the White Forest to kind of add there. Unfortunately, he didn't have that luxury with that hand to be able to do such a thing.
Yeah.
He had to use the Witch of the White Forest to start baiting out the stuff there, but not able to spell so many dark monsters. It is definitely the biggest nombo of this deck. Non-combo. I like to combine those words. Shout out to Robbie Boyajian. He's the one who always he used to cast with us, and he was the Nombo creator for sure. But yeah, tough break there for Sean in his White Forest strategy. But overall, we get to see kind of like why these decks are here. I mean, Anthony, Pure Canine definitely seems to be. It reminds me of like the Pure Zodiac deck, to where your board doesn't look like super intimidating, super threatening, but with the layered interaction is where it really shines, that you can still use the K9 EW special release experiment. So even when they have cards like Forbidden Droplet or those field breaking kind of cards, you have a backup plan that you can still rely on.
Yeah, you can navigate the timing. And I definitely like the Pure K9 deck for like newer players because I feel like it's so streamlined and easier to adjust to. So I think it's really a good place to start if you want to build your skills as a duelist.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, they're still, they're still talking to the judges, deciding if they want to upgrade the warning to a game loss. It's not confirmed or guaranteed that that's what's happening just yet. But you kind of like the state that they were in, even if it's not a game loss. Just sitting on a Deception with like a dead card in your hand is not a winning position.
He probably lost, and I think he had. I think Anthony has a case for K9 in his hand.
I think so too. He definitely has.
That's what I thought I saw.
You're definitely going to get some sort of follow-up from the cards you search. It could be a case for K9. I guess the one thing that is working against Anthony is with this play, he does only have one card in hand. So if the game does continue and Anthony draws into just K9 monsters, he can't just normal summon them out of his hand. He's going to need something like Lantern or Jokel to get 2 level 5s on the field.
Well, I think he has Lupus in a case for K9.
Oh, yeah, right? He definitely has Lupus, so you already know.
Yeah, I think he definitely has the Lupus. I thought the other card was a case for K9, though I'm not 100% sure.
And if it is, that's the perfect card to have.
Yeah, if it is, it is.
Because then you're going to get the Jokel plus the level 5. And any sort of interaction is going to be enough to seal the deal here in this game. Yeah. But again, this is late in the tournament. These players have already played 12 rounds of Swiss. That used to be like the maximum rounds of Swiss that you could play in these tournaments. But now, with 14 rounds to play before that top 8 cutoff, it's a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh!, a lot of dueling. And when you're playing on the biggest stage with the bright lights, all the people watching, sometimes you overlook things that you just know in the back of your head that you can't do. It's almost never intentional, especially when we see stuff like this. Especially when you have 3 judges watching you, you're almost never doing it intentionally. You don't want the game to end this way.
Yeah, sometimes you forget. You get so focused. And like I said before, this has been a very long turn. So it is pretty easy to forget. Like, one of the first actions in this turn was the activation of that field spell that locked him out of dark monsters from the extra deck.
Yep.
So it looks...
Oh, so yeah, we can see it on the small screen. It does look like the game is going to end in a game loss there. Not 100% on that. If Sean is conceding, Oh, here we go. The head judge is upgrading the penalty to a game loss because it was the same penalty he already got in the game. So Anthony is going to win the match 2-1. But he did reveal the cards in your hand. Mike was right. It is a Kaiser K9 and Lupus. So even if he doesn't get this game loss here, the game is legitimately over as Anthony is going to be able to win on the following turn. Unfortunate break there from Sean that does put him at his 3rd loss. So it's going to be pretty much impossible for him to make the top 8. But now Anthony, with his pure K9 deck, is 1 win away from being in prime position to make that top 8. Yeah. So every time there's one loser, there's also someone out there who can be a winner and have that opportunity.
And there are still more prizes for Sean to compete for in the final round. He can still make it into top 16, top 32, right?
Yep, and yeah, if you get the top 32, you get that game mat, you get a card trooper. If you get to top 16, you get an effect veiler. But as I said, we only have one more Swiss round before we find out who the top 8's going to be. So you're not going to want to miss it. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with our final round of Swiss. Stay tuned for the conclusion of the Swiss portion of YCS Anaheim. Don't go anywhere.
My portfolio is complete. The Emperor of Thought and the Master of Fiends. Quadruple D-Dimensional King Arc Crisis. Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game Doom of Dimensions. Available now.
Hey everyone, Billy Brake here at YCS Anaheim, and one thing we love to do is go around and talk to the duelists and see if they can guess the card. They're going to have 60 seconds to ask me yes or no questions, and then they're going to have to guess what card I'm holding in my hand. I'm here with Ruben, fresh off his top 4 in Peru, and he's going to have 60 seconds to guess the card. Ready? Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
No.
Is it a trap?
Yes.
Is it a continuous trap?
No.
Is it a counter trap?
No.
Was it released in the last 5 years?
Yes.
Dimensional? No, not dimensional barrier.
No.
Released in the last 5 years. Dominus Impulse?
No.
Dominus Spiral?
No.
Dominus Purge?
No.
Can it be used from the hand?
No.
Is it useful going first?
Yes.
Is it a lingering effect?
Yes.
Different dimension ground?
No.
This is hard. Trap card, normal trap card. Is it on the Forbidden and Limited list?
No.
Is it an archetype card?
No.
Trap card.
Thrust.
Thrust. Black Gold Laughs.
Oh, I kind of gave you a little hint there, but it is the Black Coat Laughs. I knew you knew it, but yeah, so the little bit of assistance you're able to get
I was thinking of all the other thrust targets, and then I just forgot the best one. Sorry, Kamal.
All right, good job, Ruben. Thank you for playing. Hello, everyone. We're here at YCS Anaheim, and I'm with Ryan Levine, and he has 60 seconds to guess the card. All right, go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a quick play spell?
Yes.
Oh no. Is it include an effect that destroys cards?
No.
Does it summon a monster?
No.
Oh dear. I did. What else do cards do? Does it draw cards?
No.
Oh no. Ooh, doesn't destroy, doesn't summon, doesn't draw. What else do cards do in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Halfway there.
Oh no. Is it printed in the last 2 years?
Printed? Yes.
Oh, no. Originally printed in the last 2 years.
Maybe a little further back than that, just slightly.
Oh no, I feel it slipping away. Oh man. Oh god, what do cards do?
Think quick play. You got quick play spell. People play.
Quick play spell. People play.
3 seconds.
Spellbound.
Oh, good guess. Great card, but it is actually Crossout Designator. I knew this one was going to bother you. Close, but no cigar. Good job, Ryan. Hey everyone, Billy Brake here at YCS Anaheim, and I'm with former YCS champion Angel Asensio, and he is going to try and guess the card. You have 60 seconds. Go.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a quick play?
No.
Is it an equip?
No.
Is it a field?
No.
Is it a continuous?
Nope.
Regular spell?
Regular spell.
Is it meta relevant right now?
Yes.
Is it triple tactic talent?
Nope.
Thrust?
Nope.
Is it Mageki?
Nope.
Is it a going second spell?
Yes.
Lightning Storm?
Got it. In fact, with 30 seconds on the clock, he guessed Lightning Storm. It is, in fact, Lightning Storm. Good job, Angel. Hello, everyone. I'm back here with Michael, and he's going to have 60 seconds to try and guess the card. Ready, set, go.
Is it a spell card?
No.
Is it a trap?
No.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Does it have a level?
Yes.
Ooh, level 5?
No.
Ooh. Is it a level between 1 through 4?
Yes.
Ooh. Is it a level 4?
No.
Ooh. Level 3?
Yes.
Is it Tekatombor?
Nope.
Ooh. Is it a wind?
No.
Ooh. Light? Is it a light?
No. Wait, yes, it is a light.
Ooh. Is it released within this 2 years?
Yes.
Is it Ice Raizu?
No.
X Raizu?
No.
Oh, I'm so bad at this.
Think extra deck.
Extra deck. From a level 4?
Level 3. Level 3 light from the extra deck.
Level 3 light from the extra deck.
It's used in Yummy.
Oh, it's an extra deck.
Oh, time's up, and it was actually the Star Ham. Yeah, I thought it was Earth. That's why I said light at first, but thank you very much. Everyone, we're here back with another Guess the Card. I'm with Chandler, and he's going to have 60 seconds to guess what card is in my hand. Ready, set, go.
Is it a monster?
No, yes.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it from one of the last 2 sets?
No.
Is it a hand trap?
No.
Is it a level 4?
Nope.
Is it a hero?
Nope.
Is it an advanced format?
It's an advanced format? Yes.
Is it a Draco Tail monster?
Nope.
Does it have effect that search?
No.
Does that affect that specials?
No, sort of, but no.
Is it used in the current meta?
Yes.
Is it a level 6?
No.
Level 5?
No.
Level 3?
Nope.
Level 2?
Nope.
Level 1?
Nope.
Level 7?
Nope.
8?
Nope.
9?
Nope.
10?
Nope.
Is it spear mode?
No.
Level 11?
Think no level.
No level? Is it an extra monster?
Yes.
Oh, is it yummy?
No, we're out of time. Very close. I think when you ask monster, it's technically a monster, but it's a monster from the extra deck. You're locked in. It was actually SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight using the current meta. Close, but good job. Good try. We'll be back with more.
Welcome back, Duel fans, to the final round of YCS Anaheim. As always, my name is Steven. His name is also Steven, and we have quite the tournament lined up for you.
Oh my goodness, what an event this has been in. There's so many cool decks that are actually still left in the format, but it's nice to see so many duelists still here too, because we also have the Genesis Invitational. Just great stuff across the board, good energy, and an exciting event, because we knew this was going to be a crazy one, but this is really turning out to be exactly that.
And just a reminder for everyone at home that the format for Day 2 is going to be a little bit different. We are currently in the last round of Day 2 Swiss, being round 14. That'll be 50 minutes, best 2 out of 3. Immediately after this round, we are going to announce the top 8. And then those matches, as well as the top 4 and final, will all be untimed best 2 out of 3 until we crown our champion.
First time in North America that we've had these untimed rounds, and that means you don't have to worry about how much timer is going to be on the clock, because there's no timer. It's just going to be good Yu-Gi-Oh! All the time.
Now, I know Steven, Mike, and Billy have all been hyping up top 8 for this event, but that doesn't mean top 64 or what have you do not get anything. There are prizes just for being in Day 2, as well as placing a bit higher, regardless of whether you make it to the true top cut or not.
Yeah, there's actually a great prize pack that you get if you happen to make the Day 2 top cut there. So again, here I believe it's going to be the top 256 duelists on there, and you get one of these cards at random that features that YCS stamp, featuring so many different important cards from throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. Do you have a favorite up there?
Oh, it's definitely going to be Gaga Magician for me. I love XZ Summoning, and I love Zexal.
Well, you know, that Blue Eyes White Dragon looks pretty cool, but honestly, you know, how cool would it be to be playing like, you know, Dante or any of your favorite decks, maybe even using that Triple D High Wave King Caesar? There's a lot of good playable cards in that list.
Now, there's also some other cards that you can be won just by getting top 32 and above, regardless of the 64 pricing. The big one being that Card Trooper for all of our top 32 duelists. This is the card that they're going to be eyeing for in the super rare rarity, again, with that YCS insignia.
Legendary Jaden Yuki card that saw a lot of tournament play actually historically, and with Genesis format opening wide up, all of these different choices you can make, we may see somebody rocking out those particular card troopers soon.
Yeah, if all you need is a Graveyard Enabler, there's a great one right there.
Oh yeah, Mill 3.
A little bit up from there, we do have, of course, the ultra rare Effect Veiler for the top 16. This is also going to be a big namestay that everyone, not just in the top 8, but top 16 are going to want to earn.
Certainly all the Seto Kaiba stands out there looking at Effect Veiler. Also a Yusei Fudo card there, so a lot of people with a strong attachment, and it's just a good card, so a great prize if you happen to make it to that coveted top 16 spots.
And this is going to be really important to think of when we watch this final round here, because basically we're going to have two duelists, one on the precipice of going into the top 8, and one who unfortunately might have to settle for top 16. And I say settle very loosely there, because both our players, I believe, are going to be X2 going into this round, so it is going to be make or break for both of them.
Definitely a win and in bubble match.
And there we see the rest of the duelists out in the foyer trying to conquer and earn those prizes that we just laid out for you, but only the coveted 8 from this, I believe, almost 1,700 participant tournament can claim the title of champion.
Over 1,600 duelists went in, and only 8 will be basically our Battle City top 8, and it is interesting to see the consistency change here, right? If you're having this incredible tournament run, we have seen people who you thought were just a shoo-in for the top 8 unfortunately dip out on the last part.
Yep, and let's go ahead and send over to the stage so we can actually have Jackie introduce our players for the final round of Swiss.
Thanks so much, Stevens. The final round of Swiss. Let's start with the blue chair. Coming from Centerville, Virginia, we have Alex Junasia. He said he played in his early 20s, but decided on Monday to play again after a 6-year break. Little round of applause there. Now to the red chair, hailing from Columbus, Ohio, we have Philip Tate. It is his first time in California and his first time on stage. Round 14, everybody, let's go. Casters, take it away.
Well, from zero to hero, he came back with years of a gap, but obviously made it back to the stage. And we've got a great matchup here, right? Alex playing a yummy Mitsurugi deck, but Philip playing a pure Mitsurugi deck, which is going to make things like Called by the Grave so interesting, considering it's going to cancel out both of their strongest monsters.
Yes, these were two of the biggest baddies in the past week's events in Lima, Peru, and YCS Lille. So it's going to be awesome to see them here on the stage against each other at the final round of Swiss in Anaheim.
And what a comeback. You know, I'm always saying, you can come back, you can make it to the YCS Top Cut tables, but it makes a big difference when somebody like Alex actually proves that after taking a 6-year break with less than 6 days to prepare for this tournament, all the way rocketing himself up here to the top tables at Swiss Round 14.
I guess playing Yu-Gi-Oh's in his bones. He'll never escape it, and he'll never forget it.
I've never met anybody who actually quit Yu-Gi-Oh, right? They're just taking a break.
Right.
Nobody retires.
That's right. It just takes one deep weekend of like, you know what, I think I can show up and show out. And Alex proves it right here that he can.
Definitely inspiring, certainly breaking his limits.
But Philip is, I guess, a stranger to the feature match table, but definitely not a stranger to Yu-Gi-Oh! Definitely excited to see what he can do here today against Alex. Again, both Philip and he are competing to maybe earn a spot in top 8 or maybe earn a spot in top 32 or top 16, depending on how this shakes out.
We already talked about the great prizes there, so they're each likely to walk away with some sort of memento for the occasion, but most people don't want just something to remember the weekend. They are coveting that trophy. They want to be the YCS champion. All the YouTube videos, all the everything talking about this new person on the scene. So I guess we'll see which of these two duelists does advance with a winning record.
Diving into the matchup a little bit, we have an interesting showcase here where we have both sides playing Mitsurugi, but only one side deciding to add something on top of the Mitsurugi cards to maybe increase the power ceiling of the deck. How do you think the Yummy cards are going to maybe match up or affect this matchup at all?
So I feel like with the Yummy, you can play them first, you can play them second, but it does give you a little bit more of an insurance policy than just the pure Mitsurugi. We've seen that some people are main decking Dimensional Barrier, right? If you have a deck that happens to use things like 3 copies of Triple Tactic Stress, no word on whether these duels are running that yet, but when you have 2 different strategies at once, like the Yummy Mitsurugi, then you're able to sort of pivot back and forth. So Alex may have a little bit of an advantage here if something bad happens. He just has another different game plan to just go into, and we know how resilient the Yummy cards are. Mitsurugi obviously pushes back a little bit, but Yummy can just keep playing, so he might have a little bit of advantage here just for having extra tools in the toolbox.
So it's fair to say that Alex may have a bit more extension, but let's go ahead and see game 1 to see how these two actually use their cards to compete against each other.
All right, go dice roll. Let's see what we get here.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm definitely interested to see how the pure Mitsurugi deck can kind of match up because it does have the benefit of having a little bit of extra room to play things like Dominance Impulse without having the light restriction there, as well as maybe some really powerful side deck options we see throughout the weekend of like Dimensional Fissure as a great example for going first.
Well, they're both playing some of the same strategy. They're evenly matched on the dice roll.
So far.
It looks like Philip has rolled a 5 for the reroll, and let's see what we get for Alex.
I'm nervous. Sorry.
Alex exclaiming how nervous he is.
See? Oh, 7. Okay, I'll go first.
Okay. All right. Good luck.
Best
And
of luck,
it'll happily announce he's going first. So we have the Mitsurugi Yummy player and Alex going first against Philip playing pure Mitsurugi.
You're certainly right, though. Philip has a lot of extra space and extra tools he can use. What an interesting hand he drew. Does that have super polymerization?
Yeah. I know for sure it's all green cards, but yes.
Oh, wow.
I am seeing a couple of those. So boards are about to be broken, I think.
It's a good way to do it. Everybody playing certain decks in common, right? Turn 2 Yummies into something like a Mud Dragon of the Swamp. But I'm going to start out with Marshmallow Yummy hitting the field.
Yep, go ahead and use it to immediately link summon here into the Snatchy to get access to our first Yummy field spell. Standard Yummy combos that we've seen so far. Nothing out of the ordinary.
I'll special Cookie.
Yep. Ooh, we're specialing Cookie first. Waiting on the field spell, it looks like. We're going for the first Synchro Summon using that Link 1 as a 1-level monster. 1-level tuner.
Is becoming sort of a common line to hold the Yummy Snatchy effect for a later recurrence of Yummy Snatchy. But speaking of which, we're just going to go ahead and use the Cupsy Yummy way to go ahead and grab 2 Yummy cards out of the deck. He does have to discard 1. See what he drops.
And then I will discard Fua.
So we're adding the Lollipop and the Cupsy. I think we just discarded a Fuelos, if I heard correctly from Alex. They're not going to need that once your board's already set up.
Absolutely not. So after that, we see Lilipo Yummy hit the field since it is just Light Beast there. And now we're going to get the Yummy Snatchy, and it is going to use the search effect.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense here, because if there's ways to interact with the Snatchy before, then you could have had it risk being destroyed or something, which you don't want
like a Ghost Ogre, something like that. You don't want to give your opponent a way to sort of just crack apart your strategy that early.
Is there a reason I wouldn't do that?
Debating here if we want to summon the Cupsy. No, we're just going to go straight into another Synchro Summon, it looks like.
Lipo.
There we see the Lollipop Yummy Way coming out. You're good.
Philip looking at a handful of spells and just saying, no, I'm not doing anything right now.
Yet. Not doing anything yet.
Next turn is going to be explosive, that's for sure.
Anything here?
So we have the Cupsy Yummy Way coming back, and then the Lollipop, I believe, returning as well. Going to be using those two to summon the first of hopefully many level 3 Synchro monsters. That's a... Oh, I see. I believe that young man's name is... Yeah, Shamisen Samsara Sorrow Cat.
Try saying that a few times fast.
I was just making sure I wasn't accidentally saying the wrong letters in the wrong order. So we're going to use those, I believe, now to... I think it's another level 3 tuner monster. So we're going to go for the Herald of the Arclight, one of the main end board pieces for the Yummy strategy.
Sorry.
Definitely a different way in. Commonly you see the Martial Metal Marcher. But we do see...
Going into the Gravity Controller, using that EMZ that we gained from not playing Genesis to go ahead and link summon that card.
That Habakiri.
Great way to get a ritual out of the deck there, just getting the Herald of Arclight to the graveyard, special something specifically to the extra monster zone so that you can have the material there for the gravity controller.
Yep. Really fun sequencing here from Alex, because now he has the perfect bridge into the Mitsurugi cards he's probably going to need.
Summon? I haven't, right?
Just double checking if we use the effect of the minion to summon. I don't believe we have.
Not to my recollection.
Discard. And then,
let's see, how did we get the second Lollipo out? I believe it was by its own effect.
Yeah, it just appeared.
So yeah, Lollipo was summoned, and then it was materialed off.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. Okay, okay. Then I'll activate minion to summon.
Yes,
I'll
okay,
target,
so we know that minion has not been used. We're going to use it now
doesn't
here.
Matter, no. I guess I'll target Cupsy. Cool.
That's fine. Cupsy appearing on the field here.
Special.
All sugar all the time.
And then I'll activate Sarkat.
So now these effects of Sarkat in the graveyard. That'll go ahead and return the Arclight back to the deck so we can summon it again later. So we basically got a free Arclight used to bridge into the Mitsurugi cards without actually losing access to it.
Yeah, and so now you have that powerful banishment and negation ability of Herald of Arclight on the field there. Good stuff.
While also keeping the Omni Negate intact for your opponent's turn as well.
Yeah.
Really?
So you do get a couple of extra tools in the toolbox, but I will say that this is certainly different than some of the yummy lines we've seen before. And of course, that's because of all of the rituals here, but just really great use here. And now we have the Tributed Gravity Controller, ditching that monster so you get to keep the Saji.
Oh yeah, just free value essentially in play. Getting access to the Mitsurugi Ritual, which will get us into the rest of our Mitsurugi engine. Again, Philip seems kind of unfazed here. He feels ready to go with his handful of spell cards. Something to note is that the pure Mitsurugi deck is actually matched up pretty well into the Herald of Arclight because you kind of don't care if your cards get banished. They are just being tributed. That's all that matters to you.
Yeah, as we found out earlier when Mitsurugi Banishment just kind of became like the new strat using Dimensional Fissure in the main deck. This does effectively the same thing, but gives you a way to do that without using cards that may not help you on the first turn and you may not want to draw. This gives you a searchable way into the same sort of effect.
Channeling 1 Aramasa, and then channeling 2 Kusanagi, target the ritual.
It is going to be interesting to see. I know a lot of the top players have been loving this Mitsurugi Yummy deck because of not only how we can see it bridge together, but because of how it adds to the end board potential of your Yummy cards, because they're not the most oppressive deck going first, but they just have so much interactive points, and it's hard to break through that on the follow-up. They can just kind of win the game. Having that sort of bolstered by the Mitsurugi cards is going to be hard for Philip to fight through, I think.
Well, speaking of bolster, it's time to bolster up the field with a ritual summon from the deck, tributing the Amino Habakiri no Mitsurugi and bringing out Amino Murakuma no Mitsurugi in attack position.
And because we were able to summon it properly, not only will it return to the field, but we'll also get that free ad as well.
Okay, yeah.
Alex got a little bit of nerves, but so far so good. He can hardly believe his eyes, but he may be pleasantly, well, unpleasantly surprised when that super polymerization slaps down.
But for now, he's just focused on building the strongest, most powerful board he can as we lead blind into the next turn.
And I will choose not to summon back.
We're going to choose to not summon back because normally we clog up our zones. Makes a lot of sense to me. Synchro summons do demand at least 2 zones before you want to climb up into bigger stuff.
Well, and you also want to be able to chain any of your yummy effects just in case maybe there's something going on.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah. Going to go ahead and bring out the Futsu here by tributing off the Murakumo, and we want to make sure we have the space to summon the Murakumo back. That's a big one as well.
So pretty strong field here. We're going to link those 2 off.
Are we going to see a Dynamundo?
We hadn't seen it all tournament.
This guy.
IP Masquerade.
We haven't seen it all tournament.
Good enough. I think IP Masquerade good enough.
Surprise the summon.
Using the surprise effect here to summon from the graveyard.
Summon back. Meow Meow. Whatever her name is.
So we got Marshmallow there.
The target surprise to add it back.
And then thanks to that fun interaction, Marshmallow can just add back that surprise so you can use it as an interruption during your opponent's turn. We'd love to see that.
Very good there. Looks like we're going to perform another Link Summon here into Yummy Snatchy as well.
That's number 3.
Set to you. And my main phase.
Okay, so we have a one-sided Macrocosmos plus an Omni Negate, an IP, plus a Futsu, plus a full board, a full graveyard of Mitsu and Yummy cards, and a known surprise set.
So thinking about the super polymerization, do you get rid of the light monsters or the dark monsters? Futsu no Mitama and IP Masquerena, or you get rid of the Herald of Arclight and the Cupsy Way?
Well, I'm pretty sure Super Poly is not once per turn.
It's not. Does
so,
he have multiples?
He's got 2 in his hand,
oh,
so
wow. Okay.
I'm not sure how many targets he plays for fusion summons, but we could see him try to clear the entire board with that 1 card.
I think it's coming down. Yeah, super polymerization.
Discarding Great Purification as cost. This cannot be responded to, so we can just summon whatever we'd like here.
Sounds good.
Alex is like, well, I can't respond, but that looks pretty good to me. My response is, nice.
Well, Certainly a good sport, but it's no secret that his field is going to get cleared here of at least 2 materials. And this is happening on resolution, so Philip has a little moment here to decide, okay, what am I actually fusing off?
Oh, and just to be clear, I believe Arclight is specifically monster cards that get banished. So the Great Purification still hits the graveyard.
Summon Mud Dragon.
So Mud Dragon, we're targeting both the lights, it looks like.
These 2.
So kind of denying a lot of the yummy follow-up, it looks like, from Philip. Maybe a little bit less
triggers?
concerned with
Nope,
the...
I'll trigger Herald.
So Herald up here will add a ritual.
Sure.
No response there from Philip. So Alex going to go ahead and add another ritual. And it looks like, imagine it would be Habakiri here, but he's in the driver's seat, so let's see what he grabs.
I'll get Ritual.
Oh, would be Ritual. Not bad. Forgot when he said Ritual, he meant Ritual spell.
Right, because I believe Arclight can add either or.
That's right, that's right. Powerful tool in a lot of different decks there.
Attempt enter battle phase.
An automatic enter the battle phase. Maybe we can try to force out the IP Masquerader or the Lollipo Yummy Way here. Because Mud Dragon does have the ability to protect itself from being targeted as well, so if we went into something like IP, we can just perfectly respond to that.
Alex certainly interested there. What is his opponent planning?
Yeah, battle phase is good.
Battle phase is good then.
Well, whatever he's the most afraid of, he'll attack into, I think.
I'll declare with Mud Dragon into the Synchro.
So we're going to attack the Lollipo
like
here.
Attack, right?
Double checking that this thing does have 1900 attack. I believe Lollipo Yummy Way has 1500 defense, if memory serves.
And I don't imagine that Philip's trying to crash into a brick wall.
I will prayers.
So we're going to tribute here the prayers for Futsu, try to summon back out Murakumo during the battle phase, it looks like.
Could be difficult to deal with, but it looks like Murakumo is going to storm down on the field.
Or it could be coming from somewhere else. We're not actually sure. You don't have to target with prayers for the summon, so he could summon anything. But my assumption is Murakumo's coming down.
I will just pay 800 to summon.
Okay,
Sure.
So paying 800, and it is Murakumo after all, so trying to use that Raigeki-like effect from these raining clouds.
Yep, and that is not target, so the Mud Dragon will be destroyed if this was to resolve.
Okay, on a new chain, I'm going to activate Futsu's Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2, Murakumo, Chainlink 3 Mirror.
Yep, so Chainlink 3 Mirror to try to chain block the rest of the effects, and Philip says it's good, so we're going to go ahead and add that back to the deck.
And then this
Mud Dragon will be destroyed, and then Futsu will go ahead and add,
so I will search
and then summon itself back out.
It'll be a great time for an evenly match, but unfortunately those are all spells, no traps.
Now, it's notable that we're still in battle phase here, and we do know that Philip has access to another super polymerization, which could be used depending on what targets he plays, like I said earlier. And now we have 2 monsters with the same type, but different names. Sorry, same attribute. Oh, no, same type. So we could do a Garura if we have one.
A lot of different choices here. Super Polymerization, certainly a strong choice this format, considering that it's just a free Secretarion or Mysterion if you're playing against Draco Tail.
For sure,
Very
yeah.
popular this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming.
We're still battle phase, folks.
Yeah,
that's a
there
quick
it
play
is.
spell card right there. Discarding our own Magatama in hand, targeting both of the rituals, like I said, and I think this is a Garura who, in the battle phase, can attack over the IP for double damage if we wanted.
Be a cool 1400 there.
Okay.
So now I don't think it's strong to attack Lollipo. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. I'm not sure how much defense Lollipo has, but it's got to be less than 15.
I see 3 numbers, so yeah, you're right. Less than 15.
4 cards in hand, right?
Yep.
IP Masquerader, not doing a whole lot by yourself.
Search those 2 this turn. Gotcha. Thank
Just
you.
making sure we know the known cards here. It's a prayers and
So
a
battle
ritual over
phase.
there for
Dude, out of
Alex.
the battle phase already.
Prayers to search, no tribute.
Oh, we're still in battle phase, actually, and we have access to our own Mitsurugi prayers. All these quick play spells coming out of Philip here, giving him full options and agency against Alex.
Yeah.
Apparently the little lightning belt on the card is very, very good. Quick plays feel nice.
And the lightning and Super Poly itself are very, very nice. For
Oh,
Philip.
yeah. But a lot of field clearing here, but not getting a lot of advantage. And oof, that hurts. Going to go ahead and go into game 2 here. Philip concedes the match. I think that was a valiant effort for sure. He gave away a little bit of information, but didn't necessarily showcase that his Mitsurugi deck was a Mitsurugi solo deck, if you will.
Sure.
But Alex goes ahead and takes this. Maybe a little nervous, but I think he's locked in, looking like a true professional now.
Yeah, Philip with the classic. I drew all non-engine and non-engine, but I can break your board. Do you have an answer for the one way that I can get my board set up? And the answer is yes, Alex did.
Too little too late there for that Mitsurugi prayers. And again, I think Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion really gets the MVP award for this tournament. So many clutch plays we see stopped by her alone.
It just matches up so well into the entire field because they either care about banishing cards, having cards in the graveyard to activate, or putting cards in there. Bell cares about all those things.
It's nice to see more of those cards coming into the format, right? Because she dips in and out, but I feel like since about Justice Hunter's beginning, she's been just a strong card. Speaking of strong cards, both duelists now accessing their side deck, maybe away. They certainly have played against at least one Mitsurugi deck today. You would imagine with so many in the format, they know what to do. And Philip obviously has a little bit more space to take out certain key cards, replace them with others, because he is just running pure, so he's got, again, space for non-engine.
Right, if we're given the bonus to adaptability, Philip's deck is definitely the most, because he's going to be able to perfectly craft his deck to compete against what Alex is doing. I'm sure Philip had to fight against some Mitsurugi Yami on the way to where he's at right now in round 14, so we should have a pretty clear plan. Whereas Alex, he kind of can't do more than any other deck can, you know, putting in like the powerful going second tools that other decks have access to, like the Mulcharmies or maybe like some Breakers would be pretty useful for him, but it's all going to come down to, I think, how well Philip can leverage these powerful banishment effects like Dimensional Fissure and whatnot, sort of stymie the yummy side of Alex's deck.
Well, he's cooking something, because look at the smile on Alex's face. He certainly was grinning for just a moment there. Now he's gotten a little bit back more into serious mode, but something tickled him, and he's having a conversation inside his head. He's got like an inner Yami Yugi saying like, hey, why don't you take out these cards and put this stuff in?
Yeah, sometimes side decking is less about, oh, how do I put the best decks in, and more like, well, what cards are just the worst that I don't need to see, and what cards are good enough to put in instead.
Good enough, right? We're at Swiss round 14, trying to compete for top 8.
I've definitely had the thought of when I was looking through my deck of going like, well, I shouldn't be playing this, but do I really want to put this one in? All right, let's see what happens.
Yeah, why not? Why not? You're up a game, might as well experiment. You've got plenty of time left on the clock. No worries about a double match loss here. So the duelists are already ready already. They are going to head and shuffling up, so we should see us getting into game 2 soon.
Like I said, Philip looks locked in. He is ready. He knows what he needs to do. It's just win these 2 more games, and he could be earning himself a spot in the top 8 of YCS Anaheim, whereas Alex, he's 1 up in the driver's seat. He just goes, don't mess up. And I might be in the top 8 of YCS Anaheim.
That's true. Philip has got to find a foothold here with his Pure Mitsurugi deck, which isn't difficult to do, right? Once you get things going. However, there are so many common cards that can just shut down Mitsurugi dead in its tracks, like a Droll and Lockbird. So it just depends on what happens here. This is going to be quite the game, too.
I know Alex mentioned that it's been about 6 years for him since he's actually competed at the highest level of Yu-Gi-Oh possible. So he might be a bit rusty when it comes to side decking, but this is where I think the rubber meets the road and the best players separate themselves from the rest.
Well, 6 years is not necessarily a format that's identical, but it was pretty crazy at the time. Colloquially known, well, think about Thunder Dragons, Orcus, Sky Strikers, Salamangreat. There's a lot of combo-heavy decks, so we'll see if that experience helps Alex here as he comes into game 2, trying to clinch this out, or if Philip is able to bring us to a game 3.
All right. I'll go first. Good luck.
Good luck, Philip probably declares he's going first. They're going to draw their opening hands and begin
2 of them.
Game
that Bell
2.
Got me game 1, I'm not going to lie.
It's going to be an exciting one here. Let's see if Philip's side deck and his main deck can help him get the cards he needs.
Oh, there it is.
I did see that Dimensional Fissure, which won't really do that much against the Mitsurugi side of Alex's deck, but it will severely hinder the Yummy side.
Yeah, everything going in the claw machine is going to get dumped out to a different dimension.
So we're going to start out here with Mitsurugi Prayers, and I'm assuming the draw phase here, going to be tributing the Kusanagi from hand to get access to both effects. Going to go ahead and pay that 800 life points as well. Or, I guess, we might not be doing both effects. Let's find out together. Yeah, we are doing both effects because we tributed, of course. We just do them in sequence first.
Definitely loading up on those Dimensional Fissures we can see as he cycles through his deck there, and that does put a hindrance upon the Yummy strategy. They want to be in the graveyard until they don't. And we'll see if that actually is just enough to keep Alex at bay. We add Amino Habakiri and Mitsurugi to the hand and special summon Kusanagi to the field.
New chain.
Yep, and we have taken that 800 life points, going to a total of 72, and then on a new chain here, Kusanagi is going to add back that prayers for some follow-up on the next turn.
Oh.
Making sure we mark down those life points. Great job, everybody. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game of actions.
Yeah, you're good to proceed.
Well, speaking of actions, Philip is good to proceed, as Alex says, so I think he's considering just slapping down that Dimensional Fissure, but no, he takes instead.
Attempt a ritual from deck.
I see no reason for Philip to use the Fissure before he puts his own cards in the graveyard first, and then just like to cap off his entire turn with the Fissure. Seems like the best way to sort of be like, I've done all this, and all your monsters get banished. Over to you.
Well, he was musing over it for just a moment, but you're absolutely right. That is the better order of operations and exactly the course of action he takes as he ritual summons out Amino Murakumo no Mitsurugi. Haven't seen what the tributes were So it looks like it's going to be that full Habakiri from the hand.
That's right. Now we'll be able to use the tribute effective Habakiri as always to go ahead and add, but we won't even have the option to summon because it was not properly summoned in the first place.
Well, there probably is another Habakiri where he came from. Such a powerful card.
Here we see Philip eyeing up the Mitsurugi Mirror to maybe get access to a potential fusion card. Oh, sorry, fusion card, a ritual card that he can use later.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you can use Mitsurugi Mirror to ritual summon from the graveyard. So
Yes.
you could just bring out the Habakiri that way.
Right, because you are ritual summoning from the graveyard. You're not special summoning it back from the graveyard. So you'd be able to bring it out.
Kind of reminds me of Vendread.
Exactly, yes. So there we see the mirror here. Going to go ahead and tribute, it looks like, the Murakumo. Basically just getting a free access to a level 8 monster here.
So we've seen how powerful Pure Mitsurugi can be, the great rank 8s we saw in previous duels. So maybe we'll see something like Photon Lord or Zombie Vampire or something like that. But I won't want a Zombie Vampire given the opponent's potential, right? Loading up the graveyard with powerful light beasts, that could be problematic.
It depends on if Philip thinks his Pure Mitsurugi end board isn't strong enough on its own, if he wants to kind of supplement it with anything else. We did go ahead and add the Futsu here off the Murakumo. We're going to use the... is that a second copy of Mitsurugi Ritual, or did we add it back somehow? Because if he hard drew 2 of them, that's awesome.
He's just that good.
I think he added it back using... no, he didn't use Kusanagi. I think he just had them 2.
Yeah, he just had 2 because I only see 2 spells in the graveyard, and
Yeah.
1 was the mirror, so underneath that must be the ritual because there's nothing in the banishment.
Yeah, because we added the prayers back to hand, exactly. So yeah,
Sword
sweet.
1,
Opening
Sanji
2
2.
Mitsurugi prayers is something only the Pure Mitsurugi deck can kind of do because most of the other Mitsurugi decks only play like 1 to 2 of it at the most.
Well, I'm sure Philip's friends, wherever they may be, are happy and breathing a sigh of relief. It's always hard, you see one of your friends up there on the featured match stage. You're like, go, go, go. But if their deck doesn't deliver, then there's nothing doing.
Yeah, but by the way, we did see the Night Sword Serpent being tributed off there from the deck to summon out this Futsu as we add the Great Purification. So now we have access to a rank 4 play if we want. That could be a pretty fun generic end board piece to add to the board here.
Well, we're doing it, and it's going to go in the extra monster zone.
And it's going to be Gallant Granite.
Wow.
Oh, yes. This is definitely a card that the Pure Mitsu decks love to play. Getting access to Nibiru, getting access to some Pachycephalos. Oh,
what?
Speak of the devil, and he appears. And Alex audibly goes, what? Yeah. Because, fun fact, we have not normal summoned any monsters yet, so we can go ahead and normal summon this. And this card says, neither player can special summon. And he goes, I've played with this card back in 2015. I didn't know I was seeing it in 2025.
The laughter from the crowd. Alex's double take. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! At its finest. Not only is it an excellent play to make, but it's brought the inner duelist alive, where Alex is like, yeah, wow, okay.
And he's going to follow it up with the Dimensional Fissure! And the smile on Alex's face is just eviscerated.
I guess.
He knows. He's going to cut, he guesses, because he knows he's going to draw a card, and I think we're going to a game 3.
So just to be clear for everyone at home, he cannot special summon.
Yep.
All monsters get banished.
Yep.
He has full Mitsurugi end board staring him down.
Yep. All right, draw for turn. Let's see what we got. Alex scratching his head. I mean, this is definitely a dual puzzle if I ever saw one.
I am seeing a pretty important card in Alex's hand that might help him in this spot, so let's see how this shakes up because it's a very daunting board, but I think Alex is up to the task.
I will activate pre-preparation rights.
Starting off with pre-prep. He's like, yeah, that's fine.
What are you going to do with a monster and a you can't special summon?
It is worth knowing that Philip did search the Great Purification, and Alex does know this. So there is a potential negate that he has to play through. And I believe I saw a Lightning Storm in his hand, which could be pretty helpful at blinking out these attack position monsters.
What an interesting field there. And, I was thinking about the rank 8s, but I totally forgot that level 4 was a thing. That's how they used to bridge into Ryzeal, of course. But wow, just getting the Gallant Granite into...
the back
going to go for the back row.
So we're choosing the back row here to force out the Great Purification.
All chain Great Purification.
Sure. Banish, right?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
He does
banish. Yeah. It's Dimensional Fissure affects both players.
No
but
effect.
Philip is fine with that because he can still summon back the Mitsu.
Of course, neither player can special summon right now because
Oh,
of the
that's
awesome
right!
effect. Yeah.
And there's Dark Ruler no more!
The crowd is jeering right now. Everybody really into it here at the venue.
Oh my gosh, Alex was able to let Philip... He basically let Philip's cards work for him as he's trying to break Philip's board now.
Well, we talk about our turn. What about our field? Thanks, pal.
Thanks for the Pachycephalo effect to stop you from summoning Murakumo.
Wow. All right, so focus back on the duel. We did go ahead and summon and tribute Sanji. So we'll go ahead and use Sanji's effect and dig deep into the deck.
Yeah, so we're not winning this turn as Alex because we can't do any damage, and it's worth noting that our Yummy cards are probably still not going to be the best things to go for here because of the Dimensional Fissure still being activated.
Well, if there was
Can't
ever
read
a
this.
call for Mystical Space Typhoon, but all the monsters' effects being negated. Not that there was too much to worry about at this point, except for the Futsuno Matama no Mitsurugi. But he's played through. Now he has to establish something in this tiny window he has. One that will not allow him to end the game because of the effect of Dark Ruler no more, preventing any battle damage this turn.
Yep, so here we go to the ritual. It's going to have to be the pure Mitsurugi strategy because, as we know, the Fissure does not affect that at all.
Just wild. It's, you know, you see two decks and you call them the same thing. These are not the same decks, even regardless of the yummy cards.
So here we're seeing something. It's going to be the prayers here, going to be going to tribute the Futsu.
Prayers under Dark Ruler? Well,
You said no, right? Because he can't take damage. You can?
I can attempt to pay the 800.
I believe the phrasing on Dark Ruler no more is your opponent cannot be dealt damage by you, or like you cannot deal can damage be taken with under Dark Ruler no more?
I think it says your opponent takes no damage for the rest of the turn, but I don't have a Dark Ruler no more in front of me.
Right, so basically, I guess the question is, can you activate the second effect of prayers because he can or cannot take damage? That's an interesting question here. We'll see if he decides to actually summon anything.
Yes, I'll activate the effect of special summon as well.
So he doesn't take the 800 damage, so there is no and
yes,
if you do,
yes,
so
exactly.
no special summon. Yep.
Exactly, and the phrasing on Dark Ruler Noir is you cannot take damage. And there we see the Ghost Bell on the on it.
Ghost Bell in Haunted Mansion, powerful, powerful card. Again, stops you from adding a card from the graveyard in the hand, deck, or extra deck. Or special summoning a monster card from the graveyard, or banishing a card from the graveyard. And that is really a big chunk of this format. She has done so much work.
Yep, so here we see the effect of Food Swifter being tributed. Even though we weren't able to fully resolve the Mitsurugi Prayers, we were still able to tribute that card. So we're going to go ahead and add another copy of Prayers, and then I believe summon itself back to the field.
It still helps. It was no mistake here.
It was just an interesting question of, oh, can I actually resolve this in the fully way? No, you cannot.
You can resolve it. It's just not going to work the way you think it does. Gorgeous card there. Nice to see Futsuno Matama no Mitsurugi wasn't as popular earlier in the format, especially when we had like Ryzeal Mitsurugi mixes. But nice to see all three Ritual Snakes doing work.
And here we go. This ritual will give access to Alex's own copy of Murakumo, which can decimate Philip's board.
My deck, I guess.
Sure.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and tribute here from the hand a copy of Habakiri. Going to go ahead and bring out, I'm assuming, the Murakumo.
Would be nice to rain down on your opponent. Or do you leave them with the Fossil Dyna Pachycephalo? I mean, you know, it would be cool if you could prevent your opponent from special summoning any cards, but it looks like we are going to clear this field.
Alex is going to want to summon on Philip's turn as well, so he's going to want to make sure that that is taken care of immediately, I think.
What does he say?
Yeah, as a reminder, the Xyz materials underneath the Gallant Granite, they go to the graveyard because they are not on the field.
That's right.
Outer space, I guess.
They are in the soul of the card, and souls do not go to the banishment.
I always love to think of like Xyz summon as like the X, the Y, and the Z axis. So underneath, that's the Z part of Xyz.
Right, the vertical.
The Dimensional Fissure, just such a powerful card. And you know a card's good when it has that little text on it, right? If you look at the screen, that's enough to make that card just insane.
Pretty sure it's 8 words.
Yeah, the only 8 words you need to hear. Any monster sent to the graveyard is banished instead. Oh, okay.
Man, really wish I played Dynamundo right
now. Revealing he doesn't have Dynamundo. Not supposed to reveal private information.
I was mentioning earlier, are we going to see Dynamundo? I guess we're not.
Nope, no Dynamundos here at the tournament tables.
Mirror.
All right, so here we have the mirror. Here we're going to try to ritual summon some more cards here. We're going to be tributing off the Murakumo. Doesn't matter if that's going to the banishment. It can come back. We're going to go ahead and get the Futsu in defense mode. We're not dealing damage anyway. May as well make sure we have that 34,000 defense stat working for us.
I see why maybe this was the weekend to play Malice, right? Everybody doing the banishing for you.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and see what this Murakumo is going to add back as it tries to summon itself back from the banishment. Probably just going to want something like a Prayers or a Great Purification if that is a card that Alex plays.
A little bit more setup for next turn.
Now we're going to enter kind of the known resource war that Mitsurugi matchups can get into, because while Philip did a great job of setting up his board to try to just completely shut off Alex's turn, he did an even better job of going,
What am I looking for?
I think I'll play anyway, but only with my Mitsu cards, because going into the Yummy might not just be worth it at this point.
Neither player can activate.
But Alex could still
you
do
take
so. I don't
it.
think we've used any normal summons. I think it
Aha.
depends on what our hand is. I'm not sure if we have access to any Yummy cards
okay.
yet.
Alex taking a moment to
something
read
up to
the
where
Dark Ruler No More card just to make sure
Okay.
he's not locked out of his own
Activate.
copy of Mitsurugi Prayers. Looks like he's going to activate it though.
Right, imagine if you said both players can't take any damage.
Yeah.
All right, so here we see the Futsu here. We are getting the tribute, so we'll go ahead and add a card and then special summon.
Add
the Kusanagi.
I'll pay 800, I'll summon. So we're both at 72?
Not quite paying 800. You take 800,
On a
which
new
was the deciding
chain.
difference between him and Philip's turns.
Yes, it's not a cost. It's part of the effect.
On a new chain.
And then if you do take 800, you get to resolve the effect.
It'll be Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2 on...
Probably going to get the prayers back, right? So you can have that again as a follow-up unless you don't have one already in hand.
I would think so. And speaking of follow-up, what's been so interesting about this turn is that Alex, for the most part, just drew a pro Mitsurugi hand, right? He's not locked into a hand of just yummy monsters that wouldn't be doing anything given this situation.
Yes.
So very lucky on top of the fact that he has skillfully sort of dissected Philip's field.
He also drew Lightning Storm and Dark Ruler No More.
Yeah, strong
very
duelist,
helpful.
strong cards, yeah.
Yes.
Ritual, and then Chain Link 3, Mirror. Just shuffle back.
Yep, so Mirror's going to be adding itself back as well. So we're adding the Ritual off the Kusanagi, and then we're summoning back out the Futsu, and we're going to go ahead and search for a card here. Lots of Mitsurugi effects, always adding new cards, distributing cards, bringing them back out to the board. Just a constant flow of resources for these reptiles.
Well, Joel and Lockbird certainly devastating, but not an option here given the situation. And Philip just kind of peacefully waiting for his turn to begin. He knows he's not going to take any damage this turn, so you at least know you have a next turn.
But if you're Philip, you essentially are kind of working from behind now, because Alex has already established all of his Mitsu cards, and he has access to the same ones that you do. So any move you can do, he can literally do it better at this point. He's so ahead already.
He certainly is.
Let's read this guy. The top 4 cards rejected the graveyard.
But one well-timed Murakumo could be the end of anyone.
I'm not going to do that, but I will...
Oh, we are going to perform an Exceed 7, building the overlay network, 2 level 8s. Let's see what we get.
Is it?
Maybe not.
Hang on, sorry.
Let's take a look and see what actually we get.
Oh, I think he might be thinking about an Xyz Link play, maybe? I'm not sure what Xyz sponsor he'd even want in this board state.
I see. Yeah.
Trying to go into Gravity Controller, maybe, because he was placing in the extra monster zone.
Oh, I see. So you do an Xyz summon just to access that card to get these things placed in the graveyard instead, because they'll be material, if that makes sense?
Wow, not using the Zombie Vampire's effect at all, and just using it as a way to safely get his monsters back to the graveyard so he actually could extend his plays later in the turn.
Yeah, because now he can summon them off prayers.
Yeah, and now he's got a Link 1 monster so he can special summon his Lolipo Yummy.
That is so huge, using the Gravity Controller as a bridge from the Mitsurugi cards to access your non-starter Yummy cards like Lolipo.
Not just a bridge, safe haven for his snakes to go to the grave.
But now we see these two being leaked off. Those will go to the graveyard. Or no, or a Synchro Summon. Could be one or the other.
All right, let's rev it up.
There we see the Cupsy Yummy Way coming down. Okay, we are going full Yummy. Dimensional Fissure, be damned if you're Alex.
So, I don't think I've ever seen somebody play this much of a graveyard deck through Dimensional Fissure, like just almost ignoring it.
Right, because normally cards like Prayers are probably the worst under things like Dimensional Fissure because you have to summon from the graveyard. But because he was able to guarantee his Mitsurugi cards are going to the graveyard, it now turns into follow-up for him.
Special easy effect.
So now we have the special effect of Cupsy here, going to go ahead and search again, getting access to the rest of his Yummy cards. We do have the Marshmallow, but unfortunately that card cannot be summoned because we control a non-light beast monster in play in Kusanagi.
Well, Mitsurugi Yummy is still a terror of the format here. It won YCS Lima Peru to a certain degree, and even a regional I recently was at. It was the same #1 deck, and I'm starting to really wrap my head around why. Look at this. This was supposed to be stopped. Fossil Dyna and Dimensional Fissure and the protection of Mitsurugi Purification were still this far into the turn.
Oh, I mean, I know we've been saying it all weekend, but the Yummy cards just keep going.
Oh, yeah. Put another quarter in the machine. We're about to claw out some prizes here.
All right, so here we see a Link with the Cumsy going to the Banishment, going to be coming out the Snatchy so we can get access to our field spell. Oh, no, or not. We're just going to save it again like we did in Game 1 here. It looks like we're going to go for another Link summon into the SP Little Knight to banish the Dimensional Fissure and get it out of our sight. Even banishing my cards, how about I
surprise
banish the card you actually needed? Because now we can use Surprise here to go ahead and special the Marshmallow from our hand, and we can use Marshmallow to go ahead and bring back the Surprise.
Oh, goodness. This is starting to turn against Philip fast.
Yep, just double checking that Surprise can summon from the hand or graveyard, I believe.
Sure.
Seems wild, but it's not too good to be true. So it seems like a more modest field, right? We had these sort of high highs as Alex was establishing everything, but he still has a very full Mitsurugi graveyard, and now he's about to have a very full Yummy field.
We already had the Yummy Minion, and that can bring back the Marshmallow that we just put into our graveyard, and now we can access another Yummy Synchro 2 if we wish.
Is that the third time Yummy Marshmallow hit the field?
At least the second. So there we see the Lollipop Yummy Wave like we saw in Game 1. That'll go ahead and target it using its effect to bring back. Looks like we're bringing, now that's the third time Marshmallow has come back from the graveyard, and we're also going to bring out the Snatchy as well.
Encore performance and the materials right before another Synchro summon.
Okay, so now the question is, we're just going to go ahead and set the two known cards here, I believe, are going to be Prayers and Surprise. And we have a full Yummy graveyard, unbelievably, even though the face of Dimensional Fissure. We saw Philip with a hand of a board of, what, 10 cards, and now they're all in the banishment or the graveyard?
Mm-hmm. And if it weren't for that Mitsurugi ritual in the graveyard and the fact that it says Yummy on the screen, you would not know that Alex was not just playing pure Yummy.
Activate Fissure.
So there we see the Dimensional Fissure number 2 coming down for Philip. It could be a way to kind of stymie some of the plays that Alex has if he does try to go for any shenanigans of tributing and whatnot.
Good. That's good. No response.
All right, so the Fissure is good. I'm excited to see what Philip's game plan is going to be, because now Alex is the one with the daunting board presence of SP Little Knight plus all the interactions of the Yummy and Mitsurugi cards through those prayers. Definitely feeling the stress if you're Philip.
Alex scratching his head. And
I mean, we mentioned this earlier, how this matchup might have shaken off is, oh, Philip's deck is strong and consistent, but Alex's deck is just as consistent because he has the same cards, but maybe it's just a bit more powerful thanks to the access to the Yummy cards, bolstering his already powerful Mitsurugi combos.
Well, he is giving Philip a little bit of slack here, allowing him to resolve some of the card effects here. Hasn't tagged out in any way, maybe not trying to push too hard. Of course, you do have the SP Little Knight, just in case something wild happens, but it looks like we're just going to use Habakiri for the moment.
Yep, to summon the Aramasa and then instantly tribute it off as the resolution of the effect happens. And now we can use the Aramasa to search for a Mitsurugi monster. Looks like we're going to grab another copy of Murakumo here.
Sure.
I mean, that's the card you're going to need to resolve if you're Philip. You need this Murakumo to stick and just decimate Alex's board and send all these monsters to the banishment.
No. I apologize. Thanks.
Just getting a clarification here with the judge about something.
Looks like it was a minor warning penalty, so it's just going to be a warning again. He hasn't received any previous penalties like that, but we'll get more info soon.
To Alex, right?
To Alex, that's
okay.
correct.
All right, so here we see the prayers coming from Philip here. Going to go tribute the Habakiri that's in his hand for a cost to use both effects in sequence. Now he can take damage, quite notably.
Finally.
And you have not normal summon, right?
I have not.
No normal summon has occurred.
So 14 minutes left on the clock. If we go to a game 3, this might end up in a double loss. So it's really on Alex to try to scoop this win out of the graveyard here.
I mean, he's done a great job so far of breaking Swerve because he was forced to go second and play into an absolutely daunting board. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't drop the ball here.
Maybe one of the best I'd ever seen, but it did not last long.
All right, so the effect of prayers is good to resolve here, it looks like. Oh, no, we have the effect of Bell. Stopping the effect of special, but we will be able to get the effect to add still, because both effects are separate from each other. So we have access to the ritual, which does give us a Murakumo, and to my understanding, there are no negates that Alex has access to.
No, he just has reactive cards, right, between the Yummy Way and the SP Little Knight, which he's using now.
So here we're using the... Oh, do you know what Alex is going to do? He's going to use SP to protect some of his monsters, and then he's going to try to use the prayers, I think, to summon the Murakumo.
No, you can target...
Great. I'll target these two.
It doesn't have to target SP Little Knight, but it does have to be a card you control, so he goes for his Marshmallow Yummy and his Yummy Snatchy.
Yep.
Then he'll use the Mitsurugi prayers just like he predicted.
Yep, and I think this is going to give us access to the Murakumo, and so that way on... As the chains resolve, he'll protect his Yummy cards that he needs to follow up on the next turn, and he'll be able to destroy Philip's Murakumo before he can destroy his. Oh! Oh, actually, there could have been a world where he was able to summon Murakumo and make the negate happen, because Philip's hand is only one card, and I believe it is the Murakumo he wants to summon.
Yes,
but we're going
you're
for the
right.
Futsu instead, because I think the Futsu will be able to bring back the Murakumo anyway.
I think he wants to leverage Murakumo as a piece of destruction rather just as a free negation tool.
Right. But we are going to get the board clear here a little bit for Alex, getting these Yummy cards out the way, temporarily banished.
Temporarily. Now, Yummy Statue will need some room to return to a main monster zone because it was removed from the extra monster zone, so it'll be interesting to see if those cards are able to return at all.
So, yep, we are going to be tributing the Habakiri from deck and
New
getting
chain.
access to the Murakumo from hand.
Chainlink 1
On summon Murakumo is going to attempt to pseudo Raigeki the board. SP's already been used. We still have access to Lollipo, I think, if we want to tag out, but that doesn't seem great as Chainlink 2.
Futsu. Oh wait, do I have any target? Yeah, I'll do Chainlink Futsu 2.
Yep, Chainlink 2 Mutsu because we have the
Target.
Murakumo in the graveyard.
Sure.
But that means
that they all get blown up.
Yeah, it's still all going to clear off, so maybe not the strongest
Okay,
option
Philip has
there.
cleared the board. I said Murakumo was the card that needs to resolve. We still have access to this surprise, but there are currently no Yummy cards in the graveyard or hand for Alex, but we know that we're getting the follow-up of Snatchy plus Marshmallow.
Contender battle phase.
Sure.
So Alex
for
maybe
3200,
realizing, not necessarily a mistake, but just not as powerful as he wanted it to be. And I think you're right that we would have seen a different duel here if he had prematurely summoned the
Still battle.
Murakumo as that negation tool he needed. So maybe valuing the destruction a little bit too much
to
and
activate
finding
the
himself in this
purification.
exact situation.
Yeah, because you could have. I think the Chainlink would have been structured that Philip's Murakumo is Chainlink 1, and then his could have been Chainlink 2 as a response to try to negate, and then his would have been Chainlink 3
chain.
to destroy as well, because I believe it's an if special
We'll
summon
go
effect.
That's right, that's right.
Murakumo 1.
But there we see the Kusanagi coming down. Did we have access to
Kusanagi
the
2. Target the Great Purification.
Yeah, Alex. Okay, how this?
Okay.
Oh my goodness, and there we go. Alex is scooping it up. He did a great job of breaking the board, but it was not enough. Philip takes game 2 as we attempt. It looks like a game 3 is happening for these players. Only, I think, about 12 minutes or so to play.
Just about some of Yu-Gi-Oh's most competitive noted players, and
And you know
Alex sitting
the,
there musing himself that
the
he embarrassed
swearing
himself because
actually
he's
just
like, oh
tripped me
no,
up
I should have
so
done this, I should have
bad.
done that, but that's
sorry.
okay,
No,
we
just-
still have
no,
plenty of
it's not
time
your
for
fault.
a
Don't
game 3.
apologize.
Depending on how Philip accessed that Ritsurugi ritual, there probably was actually no play for him to get around that, but I don't know for sure. But great job to Philip there for not immediately going, oh, my board got broken, I guess I lost. No, I'm still in this. I have all my Mitsurugi resources. I can fight through this. And he did.
Really interesting dynamic between the two duelists. Alex there smiling to himself and musing that he could have done better, and Philip smelling the blood in the water, knowing, you know what, I actually still have a chance to do this. I can get out of this duel alive. I'm just speechless, silent focus. So two different duelists playing two very similar decks. We'll see who makes it out of game 3, but Alex does get a chance to go first, and he knows what kind of weird things that Philip is doing. And they're not weird, they're just competitively viable, but they're not something we've seen every day. I mean, that Gallant Granite into Fossil Diamond.
Into Paiga Zevlo, plus the Dimensional Fissure, plus I believe a top deck of a second copy of Dimensional Fissure to help stymie even more of Alex's plays in the follow-up.
The aura on these duelists would just be like, you know what? I'm going to just draw one of the best cards of the game. Bop, there it is.
Whether it's Dark Ruler or Lightning Storm, it doesn't matter.
Wow, okay. Woo! I could not imagine being up there because this is going to be a incredible last game. And there is enough for them to finish it, but they're going to need to keep up a decent pace of play if we're going to see the end of this. But he does get to go first. He has a bunch of different stuff he can do. Alex being able to summon out all kinds of different cards for his Yummy strategy.
Yes.
And I'm curious to know if he's going to maybe pull back a little bit, stop on the Herald of Arclight and use that to have both the negation tool and the banishment of his own. Or if maybe he's learned a lesson that, you know what, my opponent doesn't care about banishment, neither did I. Maybe I should keep going.
Well, it's an age-old story of Yu-Gi-Oh, you know. Go first game 1, you win. Go second game 2, and you fight as hard as you can, but it turns out your opponent was able to outplay you just a little bit more, and now we're going to the game 3. But you felt so confident in that first game 1. Why fix what's not broken? I think Alex knows what he needs to do, and it's going to be interesting to see how he tries to implement it and how Philip tries to stop him.
Every one of these games is just going down to the wire. It feels like any one of these, if you just took off the rounds, Swiss round 14 off the screen and wiped it and said finals, I'd believe it. This is great Yu-Gi-Oh happening here, so only one of them can make that top 8 spot or at least be in contention for top 8 by winning this duel, so we will have to see, but oh my goodness, and all this crowd, look at some of the most famous competitors there just hanging out waiting to see who their competition might be.
Patrick Hoban, Charlie Futch, and they're all watching this closely going, oh, those are our contemporaries, those are our rivals, and look at how well they're playing.
Oh, yeah,
All
you
right,
know
Lee,
your
going first
audience
or
is
second?
cool when it's a couple of world championship competitors. Just like, okay, yeah, we'll just see who the new guy is.
I think I even saw Christian Urena in there, one of the most decorated duelists of all time.
Cameron Neal, too, one of our Ultimate Duelist Series competitors from last year and an Ultimate Duelist champion himself.
So here we have a quick pause and a report of how much time is left. I think I saw about 8 minutes or so left over for these players here.
After the side deck.
More than enough time here for a Game 3. It's just going to be a matter of, well, can they actually close it out?
Play fast, play well, and we shall see what happens here in Game 3 of our last round of Swiss, number 14. Let's see who comes out on top.
Alex versus Philip.
All right.
They're both trying to fight for that spot of top 8.
Will you
Let's
be
see who
going
gets
first
there
or second?
first.
All right, good luck. Good luck.
He's going first.
Proudly,
Alex.
proudly going first.
It looks like Alex's toughest critic is himself. He needs to impress himself. Let's see how he duels.
Stay my minute.
Yeah.
Activate.
Sure. There we see the Habakiri. The effect is fine. We're going to go ahead and search here for the patented Saji play if we have access to it.
Did you see it in Philip's hand?
I did. A big difference between this deck and the Yummy variant is you get to play cards like, maybe we'll see it.
Oh, you want to just like let the chat find out?
Yeah. They don't know it's actually in the deck, but it is a card known for being used in the pure Mitsu version of the deck.
Oh my goodness. Let me just say, last time I saw it, it was the 4th card towards the right. But staking on the cards that are actively being played, Mitsurugi Ritual, bringing out that Habakiri from the hand, tributing Kusanagi and Aramasa.
Yeah, this will go ahead and use the Kusanagi as Chainlink 2 here to add back that Ritual, and then use the Aramasa as Chainlink 1 to go ahead and add the Futsu to hand.
Ritual summon from deck.
The
And
deck
now
is
we're going
just
to
so
use
well
the effect
connected.
of Ritual here, and that's fine. Okay, that's fine, he says. Say it again.
Oh, just that the deck is so well interconnected with each other. But I will say a Droll and Lockbird kind of stops all these plays, so I can see why it's not completely unhindered, but this is a very strong performance for Mitsurugi this weekend.
Yep, classic combo here. Going to summon the Murakumo, use the effect of Habakiri to add the Great Purification. He does have it, and we're going to go ahead and bring the Habakiri back out as well because it was properly summoned this duel.
Oh, and the mirror.
Yep, going to go ahead and tribute off that Murakumo. There's no reason not to. We can always just summon it back, right? To get the Futsu that's in our hand.
Yep.
Out of our hand and onto the field.
All 3 of these monsters combining to the field.
Ooh, there we see the Magatama as well. All these powerful Mitsurugi going first tools that Alex has access to in this Game 3.
Always nice when your whole deck shows up. Every single card, every name.
Oh boy, and here we saw the play last time to go into the
All
extra
channel.
monster zone with 2 level 8s. I don't think it matters what this card is. We're going to go Zombie Vampire. We're going to use the effect this time. We will maybe get access to some extra monsters. We could actually use Philip's monsters if you want, but I see a Cupsy Yummy right there and a Marshmallow. Alex is more than happy with all those. I see a Fua, double Ritual, and a Dimensional Shifter. Oh my gosh, Philip wanted all those cards before this turn began.
Not to be, though, but Cupsy Yummy on its way to grabbing something sweet out of the deck of the Yummy variety. Let's see, it's going to be a Cookie Yummy.
Definitely going to need some Link monsters here, but we have access to a pretty easy way to get one in the form of Gravity Control that we've been seeing from Alex all match long.
There is that Gravity Controller.
And now we're going to use it plus the Cookie Yummy to go ahead and do our first Synchro Summon of this game. Maybe going to go for a Cupsy Yummy way. Yep, there it is. On summon effect here of Cupsy Yummy. Going to go ahead and grab out the Marshmallow and the Cupsy, and then discard a card from the hand, of course. I think we have plenty of extra things to get rid of.
Absolutely. Let's see what he pitches off to the graveyard. Looks like it's going to be an extra Cupsy Yummy.
Nope. Not going to be needed from this point forward, I don't think.
We got to make a strong field here, though.
Looks like we're going to tag out, or no, we're going to Link Summon using the Cupsy Yummy way into the Yummy Snatchy. This is pretty good. Going to get access to our field spell. Going to be the Minion.
Got to play fast. That's the only difficult part about going first. You know, your opponent has to be able to get something set up, and you've got to lock them out pretty hard.
Okay, and then we see the Lollipo coming down here for Alex, bringing back out the Cupsy, bringing back out the other Cupsy, Cupsy Yummy Way and Cupsy Yummy themselves, the adorable cat in the cup. And then we're just making sure we know all the revealed cards here. Marshmallow, Magatama, and Great Purification are all things Alex has access to.
Time for another Synchro level 3 here. I think we are going to see the Shamasen Samsara Saro Cat again.
Yeah, that's going to be probably the bridge into Herald of the Arclight. Going to go and normal summon the Marshmallow, I believe, because we do control a non-thing. And on the normal summon, we're going to activate Nibiru, the Primal Being, tributed the entire board.
That is a big token, though.
I think it actually is. I think the Samsara has at least 1,500 defense or something. 3,400 defense from the Futsu, so it's already going to be gigantic, this token. Futsu was tributed though, so it will activate. The Mitsurugi Mirror will be going back into the deck, and the Futsu will summon itself back out. We're also going to search for it again because the Mirror was Chainlink 2.
Every now and again, a deck plays well with Nibiru in the sense like, oh, you tributed my monsters, and look at this, using that Link Spider. It is a Link 1, so that definitely helps out the Yummy strategy.
And ooh, the Yummy Surprise already in Alex's hand. Didn't need to search for it the entire time. And there we have the Dominus Impulse.
Shutting
this
it
is
down.
a really big card that the pure Mitsurugi deck has access to that the Mitsurugi Yummy deck cannot. And look at the sequencing from Philip. Let's use my Light Monster Nibiru before I activate Dominus Impulse.
Well, tick-tock goes the clock as we got 3 minutes and 15 seconds left. Alex sets 3.
Sure. So we're going to use the effect of Mignon here because Alex has not used that yet to go ahead and bring back out one of his Light Beasts. And I think he actually can keep going now because he can add back the surprise using Marshmallow. He almost passed his turn without doing that because he was almost in a rush there.
Well, he still needs to play fast. He may not get to a third turn of this duel trying to clinch it out, but we do see the Shamisen Samasara Cat once more.
This will then give us that Arc Light. But the Samsara will go ahead and banish itself as a result of being returned to the field. Arclight is going to be a potential Omni Negate for Alex in addition to that Yummy Surprise. So we have Magatama, Great Purification, potentially a Prayers, as well as a Yummy Surprise, plus an Arclight, and a Futsu, plus a full Mitsu Graveyard.
Might be a photo finish here. 2 minutes, 25 seconds left on the clock here.
Okay.
Let's see what he's able to play out. Philip opening up with the Habakiri effect. Do we stop this powerful once per duel effect or let it ride?
It's a pretty good one, I've heard.
I'll chain surprise to summon.
Okay.
We're going to chain surprise's effect to summon.
That's fine.
So we're going to go ahead and summon that out. Going to be the Cup CME way.
I believe that's Lollipop.
Oh, it is Lollipop. You're right. You're right.
Yep, be careful there. Yep, that card was face down there, Alex. No worries.
Gotta be careful.
Yes, you want to play efficiently, not in a hurry.
I think both Alex and I are just eager to see if this duel ends in an actual victory or not.
New chain. I believe that Nibiru needs to be banished, but it's okay.
That is correct. That is correct. Because of the Herald of Arc Light.
Sure. Yep, so there we see the Lollipo go ahead and tag out here into the Snatchy and the Cookie. This will go ahead and give us a banishment from the graveyard as well. Hopefully don't target the Nibiru that should already be banished. Oh no, actually no, Cookie will bounce back to the deck actually. Because we control the Secret Monster. Because it was summoned off the effect of the Secret Monster.
Now, I will say as we tick by on these last few seconds, remember our judge on stage has the official timers. There's a possibility there's some extra seconds there. So if it says 0 and the game result is not called, don't worry, the judge will do so once it's time.
But no matter what, I'm sure Philip and Alex are feeling the pressure.
I am.
Game 3 of a potential winning in here at YCS Anaheim. Pretty impactful.
And then we both go down together. Saji on the field by itself, looking at the face downs. Going to go ahead and negate that effect by tributing the Herald of Arclight.
Oh, and Philip concedes! He sees the writing on the wall, and he's not going to give us both a double loss. He wants to make sure that he can conserve his own breakers and give Alex the win that he's fought for here.
We talked about it earlier. Technically, a concession is the better way to preserve your tiebreakers because you do not benefit if your opponent has 0 wins after you lose to them.
Basically, Philip is saying, I know I'm losing this game anyway. You've perfectly stopped me. If you just got another turn, you were winning anyway. It does me no good to have us both get a loss. You get it.
Absolutely. I am curious to see that interview once it comes down. But Alex, if he is going to end up on the top 8, he's going to have to kind of shake off the rust a little bit. I understand he's only been back since Monday, right? About 6 days ago, he said. So, but he's managing, and this is quite an inspiring performance for somebody coming back.
And don't get it twisted, Alex earned that win. He
did.
absolutely perfectly. He navigated that turn in such a powerful way, playing through Nibiru and Dominus Impulse, 2 cards that are known for stymieing both of these strategies, Yummy and Mitsurugi.
Not trying to rain on the parade of the Rain Cloud Snakes. No, he did an excellent job, and I have to say that duel, too. Oh, my goodness. Getting rid of it.
Oh, my gosh. That was a beautiful board that he was able to set up turn 1 with a really powerful, pure Mitsurugi deck, and he was able to fight back against Alex's clear dismantling of it. Really awesome to see, and he never gave up, which is awesome.
Absolutely not. So really, really good stuff across the board. I know I learned a lot in that duel about the power of what these decks could do, that's for sure. I don't think I was expecting Gallant Granite, because usually you see Gallant Granite, it grabs Nibiru the Primal Being.
Right.
This time, it was just go ahead and grab that Fossil Dyna and just slap it down on the field. Good stuff.
Yeah, because usually Fossil Dyna is not the best card to include in your deck blind, but going second and in game 2, in games 2 and 3, it could be a lot more impactful because you have a better idea of how stymied it can be against your opponent.
And there's not really a lot of options that can get rid of on the field. Sometimes we'll see things like Lava Golem enter in and out of the format. You can't Lava Golem a monster when you can't special summon.
That's true, that's true.
Wow, just some really incredible stuff. The Swiss rounds of this entire tournament have just been mind-boggling, and we haven't even gotten to top 8 yet.
No, but this round was the last round of Swiss. The announcement of top 8 will be happening soon, and I cannot wait to hear what the first one for the North American YCS Championship Anaheim is going to be.
Gosh, it's going to be so incredible. So many duelists have competed for this coveted spot, and we wish we could take all of them, but that top 8 spot means more than ever. But remember, just like we said earlier at the beginning of this round, there's so many prizes to be handed out to all the top 16, the top 32, all the way up to even the top 256, depending on attendance for that prize pack. So a lot of people are going to go home with something.
Oh, that's right. Whether or not Philip is going to make it in the top 8 is whatever. He's probably going to make top 16 or even top 32 and still earn a lot from coming out this weekend and doing as well as he did do.
Yeah, and I love that when you're seeing the community spotlight some of these decks and the deck profiles. We're still seeing people actually still broadcast this was a cool deck. This is 17th place, 16th place, etc. Because that's still really close.
Oh yeah.
That means you almost were the duelist.
This is a 1,700 player tournament where some of the best players in the world are gathering, and you were among the top 32 of those players. You should be rewarded and recognized for doing so.
Oh yeah, you can only have one YCS champion. But man, there are some amazing duelists in this building.
That's right.
Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. So, speaking of which, why don't we go ahead and go down to the stage to hear some of the goodness we have to hear from our winner, Alex.
Thank you so much, Stevens. That is right. I am with Alex, finishing with 12 wins. How are you feeling after that grindy duel?
Jackie, at the end of the day, the day's going to end. And in that case, with that in mind, I feel pretty good right now.
You're feeling good? Were you feeling nervous at all with tick-tock of the clock? It was down to the wire?
Totally. I was very, I haven't been on stream in quite some time. And, like I mentioned to you, I haven't been playing a lot recently. And I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game where you'd have to play a lot and very consistently too, because there are a lot of these, when a game doesn't have rotation with the cards, there's a lot of interactions where you're dealing with cards. For example, in game 2, my opponent activated Dimensional Fissure. And that's a card age as old as time, right? And I didn't really understand in the moment, I'm up here in the 50-minute feature match, how does my deck interact with that card? So that's just one example of, the nerves were high, the pressure's high. I definitely sold that second game. But that just goes to show, I wasn't joking when I told you I haven't played in a little bit, right? But that being said, no, totally. It was definitely a very nerve-wracking experience. But Philip, my opponent, he was an awesome guy. I actually am very blessed to say that everybody I've played in this tournament has actually been very, very stand-up. And, he made it all the more better for me, for sure. Eased the nerves a little bit.
Love that sportsmanship. Obviously, the top 8 announcement will be happening shortly. What will be going through your head?
Everything exists inside oneself. And so, I'm just happy to be here. And I'm so happy that I'm part of such a bigger production, a bigger picture. I was happy enough just making day 2, honestly, which, maybe former me would have been more geared toward topping the YCS, playing in the cutoff rounds. But to be personally honest, I'm just happy to be here. And I'm so glad that so many other duelists are here joining me today.
Well, we'll see what happens, right? You never know. Okay, any shout-outs?
No.
No shout-outs. Okay, fine. Well, I'm going to shout out Stevens, our casters. Back to you guys.
Oh, that's so nice. Well, it was awesome to see quite a stand-up guy like Alex. I'm sure the reason he's seeing so many stand-up duelists is he is quite one as well. People are just reflecting back to him what he's given to them, and that's great to see.
No, and good on you, Yu-Gi-Oh! Community, because what a just amazing recommendation to be like, I haven't been here in a long time, and I remember how tough it used to be, and I'm here, and all the duelists have been fabulously nice. So thank you, duelists. Good stuff, good stuff.
And it's nice to hear that he said about the, all he's here to do is do day 2, but he might make it to the cutoff rounds instead, and that's a nice thing to see.
Speaking of day 2, there's some day 1s coming in the future from our upcoming events. Check this out, brand new, hot off the presses. Upcoming events, April 18th through April 19th, Team Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, we have some first-hand experience with how fun those can be. And then also following that, we have the May 23rd, 24th Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, Columbus, Ohio.
Beautiful city, great memories for Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series and prior NAWCQs. There's great gaming communities up north. So, if you enjoyed watching the show, why don't you come be the star of it by showing up to either of those YCSs?
Super exciting to see. And yeah, that does it for our Swiss rounds here at YCS Anaheim. So we're going to have the top 8 announcement. I wonder who those players are going to be. One of them might be Alex, but we never know who the rest will be.
I love Alex's stoicism. Like, I'm just happy to be here. Do you have any shout-outs? No. I'm just here. I'm just happy to duel. So why don't we go ahead and just take a little bit of a breather. But don't worry, we'll be back, and we'll be here to announce that top 8 soon enough.
Hey everybody, it's Jackie Jing, and we are at YCS Anaheim at the Anaheim Convention Center. You can see behind me we have over 1,500 duelists going head-to-head, and we're going to give you a little tour, so follow me. I've registered online, and now I need to come here to check in. I'm ready.
Great, I just need your photo ID to get you all checked in and ready.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Whoops. We have players from across the country, across the world here, and you can tell the atmosphere. Sometimes it's a little bit more pensive, sometimes they're laughing, but lots of familiar faces. I know him. That's Asala. Shirts, pins, plushies, everything your little heart desires is here at the vendor section. I want all of them. And sometimes you can even catch some cosplay. Lovely looking lovely, right everybody? Oh my goodness, I'm obsessed. Perfection. And right now we have a little crowd gathering in front of the main stage. This is where we see some of our most thrilling matches. Actually, right now we have Yu-Gi-Oh! Reigning World Champion Julian Quijón up there. Really cool. He thought he was going to win this mega duel, but look what I have. What you gonna do now? And our young dragon duelists are ready to duel, right? Ah! Portfolios, sleeves, cases, mats. There are so many amazing prizes for the public events, but I want Cup C yummy. And look at this. We have some people signing up for the public events, like the new one, Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis. We got all the classics too, like Attack of the Giant card, and so much more.
Hello everyone, I hope you're enjoying the exciting and awesome coverage here at YCS Anaheim. Something else that's exciting and awesome here in Anaheim this weekend is Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis, the brand new way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Yesterday's field, but with today's cards. And I'm here with...
Hi, I'm Forbes, otherwise known as a sous chef guy. I'm not in costume right now, so I look different. This is what I look like.
still the same person deep down underneath. Okay, well, congrats, thanks for being here. I'm excited that you're here to play Genesis. Why did you decide to come to Anaheim this weekend to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis?
I wanted to play something funny. I wanted to be able to play with that. And the format's a little more simplified. I did play during Master Rule, I think it was 2, right? And I played during that time, and I did like that format. But being able to play my main deck in this format is actually quite appealing. Okay. And all the cards cost no points. Like, the main cards cost nothing, so.
And your main deck is typically sous chefs, as you mentioned. You are the chef. You're out here serving up sushi to the other duelists here.
I'm gonna feed you one way or another.
That's awesome. Okay, so you're here playing sous chefs, and this is Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis. So the biggest differences between TCG and Genesis, no forbidden limited list. Instead, the cards have point values assigned to them. A majority of cards don't have points. So as you mentioned, the sous chef strategy, lack of points, you know, maybe not as powerful as some of those other strategies like K9 or Sword Soul, some of the other things we've been able to see. But you've taken your deck you already like from the TCG, brought it over to Genesis. But tell me about where did you fill those points? Where did your points go since you don't have to dedicate any to your main strategy?
So the advantage of sous chef, well, advantage and disadvantage is the deck by itself designed as a blind second deck. It is not particularly good going first.
Okay.
So I basically put all defensive cards with my points. So we have 3 Fua, 3 Droll in main. I think this was 5? Was 5
7
and 5. And then the rest of the points went into my side deck, because if my opponent makes me go first.
Oh, that's smart.
And then I have 2 cards in the 3 cards in the extra deck.
So you spread your points out through every section. You have points in your main deck, points in your side deck, and some crucial points in your extra deck. I think Zeus is one that's going to be extra good for you.
Very much so, yes. If I can't kill you this turn, I will try to out you next turn.
It's at least a good backup plan. You mentioned that you're going second with this deck. But yeah, so these seem like really good cards to put your points values into. I like that you have these cards in your side deck. So these are for when you're going first, you said?
If I'm getting forced to go first, I have to play something, because this deck doesn't really have a win condition going first. I could add extra cards, but that cost me some consistency, so I just decided to go full defensive with my points, because the sous chefs themselves don't really need points.
Okay.
Unless I decide to play with like Ryzeal or something.
Okay. All right. Well, why don't you kind of show me some of your sous chefs that you're using here?
Yeah, we got the whole menu here.
Yeah.
I'm down to take a peek at the menu before I figure out what I want to order.
Exactly. So we've got the classic, obviously the best card.
Yeah, this is the one I have to read every time I see it.
I'm not sure if this card has the most text out of every vanilla in the game. It might be.
Ooh, in terms of non-effect monsters, yeah, it might be up there for sure.
We've got the one with flavoring with some vinegar in it. The one that I still can't pronounce correctly, unfortunately. And then we got some salmon roe. And then this is a card that is very weirdly coded in Master Duel. So.
Well, Gunkin Sushib Catch of the Day. Catch of the Day, that's a cool one.
Yeah. So basically, you just try to see any combination of this or this with any of these, and you basically have your entire combo.
Okay, and you're just trying to get multiple rank 4s
Trying to get
on
as
the field.
many on the field as possible to try to.
I think I saw another card in your deck that's also good with rank 4s. You're
Yeah,
going second.
there's a little bit of a
little double or nothing.
A little bit of an all-in. We're going a little crazy here.
That's awesome. Nothing wrong with a little bit of double or nothing, especially when you're playing a rank 4 deck like this one. So with Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis, you can there's no Pendulum or Ling monsters, so that kind of takes a lot of strategy for a lot of decks out of it, because they rely on a lot of Ling monsters. But there's other decks that don't heavily rely on Ling monsters, and this is the deck you play on the TCG.
It is.
Talk to me about what it was like to take your TCG deck and turn it into a Genesis deck.
I was basically just looking at the point values. I'm like, oh, hey, my deck is basically untouched. If I was playing it pure, going to play hybrid stuff, then it'd be like, okay, I can't really do that because now the points get all over the place. So I was just like, you know what, I'll just play pure, see how it goes. And there's a card that I'm surprised didn't cost points for the most part, which is this one.
Okay, there's a lot of budget cards out there that might be 0 points that you want to take a look at, and 7th Tachyon is that one for you?
So much consistency for this deck, yes. And then we've got the other consistency card, which is
Painful Decision. Hey, that's a classic. I used to love unironically, loved using that in Pendulum decks back in the day to put. You get the scale, you get to put one back in that you could bring out later on.
Nice, yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so you found a way to take the deck that you love most. I mean, that's my favorite thing about Genesis, right?
Yeah.
If you have a pet deck, there's probably a way you can get it to work in Genesis, and since the power level of all the other strategies has kind of been brought back down a little bit, it gives the lower level decks a little bit more of an advantage because they're able to use those non-engine cards as we see you using here.
Yeah.
So you're here to play Genesis this weekend. Are there any other decks you're excited or expecting to play against?
I'm expecting a lot of FTKs. I'm expecting a lot of evil.
A lot of people trying to take advantage of those 3-pot
I am expecting a lot of evil.
Okay.
Thankfully, some of the cards have been hit preemptively.
Okay, good.
But there is a lot of evil afoot, and I am very worried.
Okay, well, we're going to have to watch out for those strong decks trying to win on their first turn. Thanks for talking to me. Good luck in your weekend.
Yes.
There's a lot more exciting action going on at YCS Anaheim, so stay tuned. Don't forget, it's time to duel.
Who's excited for top 8? I can't hear you. There we go. We began with 1,600. Now only 8 remain. Who will they be? Let's hand it over to Judge Tim. Everyone say hi, Tim. Hi, Tim.
Hello, Duelists. After 14 rounds of play, we have your top 8 for YCS Anaheim 2025. After these announcements, you will have 5 minutes to confirm that these standings are correct. If after 5 minutes, nothing is brought forward, these standings will be final. So without further ado, for YCS Anaheim 2025, in first place with 39 points, Kamal Crux Valdez. In second place with 39 points, Timothy Belair. In third place with 36 points, Cameron Neal. In fourth place with 36 points, Alex Bergeron. In fifth place with 36 points, Stephen J. Trifanowski. In sixth place with 36 points, Toby Pickle. In 7th place with 36 points, Isaias Estrada III. And in 8th place with 36 points, Alexander Junaha. This is your top 8 for YCS Anaheim 2025. You will now have 5 minutes to confirm that these standings are correct. Once again, if after 5 minutes these standings are not discrepancy, these standings will be final.
Wow, what a journey it has been to get to this point at the YCS. 14 grueling rounds of Swiss, and now we finally have our top 8 duelists who will now be competing in the single elimination portion of the tournament to walk away a YCS champion, and it is a stacked top 8. We have some players that just competed at the World Championship in Isaias, Kamal coming in first. That's maybe a 4-time champion. He's won so many times I kind of lose count there. But so many excellent duelists.
And incredible, with a 13-1 record. 2 players went 13-1.
Only losing one round, potentially to each other. One of them may have lost to the other, and then they probably lost to someone else in top 8. That's something that's kind of cool, is maybe a lot of these players have already faced off against each other in the Swiss portion, and now they'll get that second chance to take each other on. I know something that I'm personally excited about is that there's 2 players from Dallas, Texas. That's right. Cam Neal and Alex Bergeron representing, what I used to represent in Texas. I always kind of said, we got some of the best players, and they're still keeping that flame alive. Of course,
Right.
I live here in California now.
It's funny, I say that about New York.
Weird. It's kind of like the tri-states. New York, Texas, and California always had a big rivalry. But let's go ahead and talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis that we had going on here this weekend. You see that beautiful logo. Genesis is the newest way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! No Link monsters or Pendulum monsters. All other cards are allowed. The original field layout is used with no extra deck monster zones nor pendulum zones. The standard forbidden and limited card list is not used at all, but there is a catch. All those cards can be used except Link monsters and pendulum monsters, with the usual limit of 3 copies max of any card still applies. Can't have 4 copies of anything. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's get real. And then the deck construction, as I mentioned, even though there isn't a forbidden and limited list, deck construction uses a point system. Some cards are assigned a point value, but most cards cost 0 points. Especially if you're playing a strategy that's not super high-powered or popular, that might be a deck you can look at incorporating with some of those point-costed cards. The total point cost of cards in your main deck, extra deck, and side deck combined cannot exceed the point cap for that event. And this YCS has been run with the standard 100 point cap, but events can play with any point cap at your local OTS if you get enough players that want to adjust those points, but 100 is the standard. And now let's go ahead and take a look at the prizes that these players that were playing Genesis this weekend. You see that beautiful Kaiba briefcase. If you won one of the invitational tournaments, you're able to open it up and pick your very own Starlight Rare out of Kaiba's very own briefcase. And that is right, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis, the newest way to play the game. Yesterday's field, but with today's cards. It's incredible. If you haven't checked it out just yet, you can always find more information at yu-gi-oh-card.com if you want to read over the points yourself.
Yep. Very cool format that had a lot of interest this weekend. A lot of players competed, and it's a very cool prize to look through that book and choose any Starlight Rare in it that you want.
Definitely. And we're going to have a Genesis match that you're going to be able to watch while we're waiting for the top 8 to start. The players have got to get their decks checked. They have to re-sleeve and get prepared to play that single elimination portion of the tournament. So for now, we're going to leave you with some awesome Genesis matches, but don't go anywhere if you want to see the conclusion of YCS Anaheim 2025. We'll be back shortly.
Yeah. We'll go Acropolis Effect, cost.
Yep, discard to search, correct?
Yep. Call Grafflair.
Yes, that's good.
Sounds good.
This is the one that specials from hand. If you control army, set 1. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Sounds good. Yeah. Sounds good. We'll go Grafflair Effect, special summon, and set a spell.
Yep, it says a spell, yeah. I think it's a quick, yeah, keep going. I think it's a quick effect if you have 3 or more different monster types on the field.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To pop it back.
Set Succession.
Yeah. And I think, can I read this? It's a quick play fusion, right?
It is quick play fusion.
Yeah,
if for an Archmage. If I have an Archmage, basically. So if on field or in hand,
yeah,
Archmage.
but it has to include at least one Archmage.
Exactly, it has to include an Archmage. That's what it meant.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We'll go Assault to add.
Yes.
Maze.
Yeah, it has Medius to Peer, right?
Maze to Peer.
Yep. Just gotta read these just to double check.
No
I have
problem.
an idea what these cards do, but I'm just gonna double check.
You're good.
Medius to Peer, and then, okay, sure, protects us from card effect destruction as well. That's pretty good. Good to know. Sure, that's good, thank you.
Sounds good. We'll go extra normal summon of Medius.
Yeah, field spell, yep.
Effect is special, or add.
Yep, effect's good, yeah. You summon a patron, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Armage Power Patron.
Yep.
We'll attempt to use Armage Power Patron to fuse.
Yes, that's fine, yep.
We'll go Power Patron Effect to add.
Yep, that's fine. Oh, it's this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good. And then may I read the trap?
Absolutely.
Yep, thank you.
We'll go Acropolis Effect, cost.
Yep.
Call Litera.
Sure. Yep.
Anything here?
No.
We'll go Litera Effect Special.
Yep.
Present deck.
Yep, that's good.
Okay. Add back.
Yep.
And then we'll go Effect, cost, call, Find Mel.
Yep.
We will go Find Mel Effect Special and draw 1.
Yep. Oh, you can't draw. Your extravagance. This turn.
That's fine. It's an optional draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Yep. Let me just read this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Think here.
So this is a quick effect negate. This is smash me. Okay, sure. Sure.
Think here. We'll move to end phase.
Sure. My turn.
Yes, sir.
Draw. In draw phase, activate Radiant Typhoon to draw.
Very strong. Yes.
I'll pitch the Grand Breakout.
Yes, sir.
I'll go to main phase. Activate Memento Horse to summon.
Horse to summon is good.
Anything here?
Think.
Sure.
We will go Awakening Effect, banish.
Sure.
Target my Think. Grafflair.
Sure.
Destroy Tatsunashiko.
Yep. Yep, that's good. Yep. You got it.
Sounds good.
Open 3 horse.
3 horse, oh no. Oof.
Yeah.
How many points is Memento?
Yeah, it's not that much actually. It's the whole engine is pretty much free except for 3 hearts.
Yeah. 33 for Bone Party, 33 for Creation King, 33 for Twin Dragon. It's
Yep.
pretty nice.
Interesting. I didn't know.
Good luck. Draw phase.
Yes, sir.
Activate the effect to add.
Absolutely.
Activate one effect. Okay. Yeah. Then here you go.
Oh wow. Is it okay if I read
Yep.
this?
Then I'll go effect to draw.
That makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah. That is not what's current. Yeah, wow. Strong. That's super
Thinking
cool.
what I discard. Main phase?
Of course.
Normal summon Darkblade?
Darkblade good.
Effect summon from deck?
Absolutely.
Effect add?
Yes, you're good.
Effect summon?
Yes.
Or res? Okay.
Yeah, no, nothing on res. You're fine.
Effect destroy?
Effect destroy is good.
Thinking.
Yep. Results.
Anything on
yes. Nothing on res.
Sort of. Yeah. Effect target mace?
Yes, you're good.
Mace effect?
Mace effect is good.
Elemental fusion?
Fusion is good.
Effects and 3?
Yes.
Attic, field spell. Then Akihiro. Effect Attic.
Think real quick.
Sure. Bro.
I will Skullmeister.
Skullmeister. Interesting. Sure, that's fine. Activate Sleepy, summon.
Ooh, strong. Yes.
Effect Fusion.
Yes, sir. Oh. Amazing Grave after this, please?
Yep. I'm gonna use the effect, but yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh. Yes.
Destroy this. New chain. Chainlink 1, Akihiron. Chainlink 2, Twin Dragon to summon back. So Twin will summon back. This, and then Akihiron will summon back. Affect Gaddock when it's special summoned. Targeting this, add it back.
You're good.
I give the Memento Field Spell.
Yeah.
Banish Memento Fusion from Grave. Destroy this.
Absolutely.
Add the Memento Trap, and then affect Akihiron, targeting Memento Fusion as Chainlink 1. And then thinking of Chainlink 2. Yeah, Chainlink 2 Field Spell, targeting Akihiron, sending back to the Goblin. Just goes back. So you know these. This is what you know.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay. Then I'm gonna go. Activate the effect of Mental Goblin. Summon. Summon by putting back.
May I read Fracture Dance before anything else? Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Yep. End phase, effect, target.
Yes.
Pass.
All right. Draw.
Yep.
Standby. Main.
Yep.
Think. We'll go in main phase. Activate alteration to place.
Thinking?
Yes.
May I read this?
Absolutely.
It puts up the field spell, right?
Yes. Or if I have
Okay,
it.
sure.
Okay. Field spell placed. Anything on res?
Thinking on resolution?
Absolutely.
Activate the effect of
Come on,
this to
Christian.
summon.
Absolutely.
Effect Sleepy to fusion.
Yes.
I'll fusion into Twin Dragon. Twin Dragon effect.
Yes.
New chain. Horn Dragon effect targeting Twin, Sleepy, and this.
Yes.
The new chain, Chainlink 1, Sleepy, Chainlink 2, Twin.
Yes.
New chain, Witch Gaddick.
Witch Gaddick's good.
Gaddick, new chain. Sleepy.
Sleepy's good.
Yep. You're
Anything
good.
else on us? Okay.
Nope.
Sounds good. Well, normal summon Medius effect special or add.
Or to special power pitching, correct?
Yes.
Thinking.
Yeah, you're good.
Sure, that's good.
Sounds good. Anything on summon?
Thinking on summon?
Absolutely.
No, nothing on summon.
Here you go. We'll go Latera effect special summon and then add back an Armage from grave.
Thinking. This card says. Okay, thinking.
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
Special? Add back field spell.
Yep.
Anything here?
Nope.
We'll go effect vibration fuse.
Chain Fracture Dance targeting Latera.
Yes.
And then Chain Mace targeting the Power Patron.
That's fine.
Okay, so I'll take this, then I'll pop that, and then resolve this to pop this.
Of course. And Power Patron will not fuse.
Okay.
Anything here?
No.
We'll go activate field spell.
Nothing here.
We'll go effect Graphite special summon and then set.
Thinking?
Yes.
And special summon is in set, and let me see what else it is.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fine.
Here. I will set it in the. Was this a Fracture Dance right
Yep,
here?
yep.
I'll probably put it in that column. Just thinking on what I want to add.
Sure.
Set.
Sure.
Go assault.
Activate my mental vision.
That's pretty good.
Good?
Yes. This card's in German?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Sick.
Effect to send 3.
Absolutely.
Resolution. Activate the effect. Target 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Pretty good. All right. Think.
I can hear. Yep. Any triggers on your end?
We can go next game.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yep.
Very interesting with that.
What's that?
I was very interested how the deck is now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I suggest some of the cards waiting for production.
So have a good one.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Going first.
Oh, sorry. I'll go first. That fine?
Yep.
Yeah, they. Go standby.
Yep.
Main.
Yep.
Alteration of place.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
We'll go effect, cost, call Grappler.
Yep.
Add Grappler. Anything on resolution?
No.
We'll go Grappler effect, special, and set.
Yep.
Set Medius.
Yep.
We'll go activate assault to add Medius.
Yep.
We'll go extra normal summon of Medius effect.
Yep.
Special power picture.
Yeah.
We'll go power picture effect fuse.
Yep.
We'll go effect of power picture to add.
Yep, that's good.
Oh, wait. We'll go effect field spell.
Yeah.
Costs call Latera.
Yep.
We'll go Latera effect special.
Yeah.
Add that.
Yep.
We'll go effect again.
Yep.
Call find now.
Yep. You need to buy this deck. This deck is cool.
It's a great deck. It's really wonderful.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yep.
We'll go final effect special and then draw one.
Yeah, you're good.
It's got.
Yeah, you draw one.
Sounds good. Draw. We'll go set one.
Yeah.
Think if there's anything else I want to do.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Yep. Draw. Did you
Yes,
read
sir.
this?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Main phase?
Yes.
Slayer, target.
Think. Is there anything I can do about that? That's good.
Effective row, draw one.
It goes back to the extract, right?
Yes, correct.
Yes, you're fine.
Activate horse to summon.
Think. Where's the summon? That's good. On summon?
Yep.
We'll go Lost Wing, target the horse.
Yeah, negates it, right?
Yes.
Let me read the Lost One, actually.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks. Guess this is fine. Summon?
Yes. Anything on summon?
No.
You're good.
Okay. Effect Met Goblin?
We'll chain find now.
To negate.
Yes.
Okay. Thing? Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can cut, you cut. Thank you. So were you doing that on a summon or on effect?
On effect.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's fine. normal. Do you have? And then let me read this.
Absolutely.
Meteors appear and you have. Okay, cool. Thank you.
All good.
Normal summon mace.
Thing.
3 in hand as well. Yep.
I'm in this situation anyways, aren't I? We'll go... Effect Awakening.
Yeah, bouncing.
Target, fine though.
Sure.
Bounce, destroy mace, please.
Yep. And yeah, that's it. Yep. Three of the same cards.
GG, bro.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Very
I
good.
drew another horse off the
Ah,
Slayer.
that's a bummer.
Yeah.
That sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I love
Bro,
Memento.
yeah.
It's a really wonderful deck. But sometimes it just has that like that.
Yeah.
My friend's getting really excited.
What?
My friend's getting really excited.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah.
Helped me through my college.
That way they can easily know which two are for the invites.
And you're Tristan, right?
Tristan.
Bro, triple horse.
Oh.
Double.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game! Duelists advance! The future of dueling begins here! Feel the flow and unleash your creativity with 100 new cards! Available now! 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Yu-Gi-
I'll go first. Stand by main.
There you good.
On the Dueling Champions.
polymerization. It's time to do it.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at YCS Anaheim. I'm Billy Brake. This is Michael Kahanam, and we have finally made it here to the top 8. You saw our duelist, and now they are standing by, and we're mere moments away from watching our first top 8 match to find out which one of these players is going to move on to top 4. But before we get into that, we want to talk about the decks that made it to day 2. So let's go ahead and take a look at the deck breakdown here for top 8. Talk to me about it, Mike.
So the most represented deck in day 2 was actually Branded Dracotail with 14%, but we actually don't see any in the top 8. That's followed by Yummy with 13% of the players in day 2 piloting it, 12% for Mitsurugi, 12% for Mitsurugi Yummy, 7% for Pure Dracotail, another 5% each for at Ignister Malice and K9 Vanquish Soul, 4% for K9 Crystron, 3% for Lunalight, and 24% of the decks are some variety of other decks.
A lot of one-ups for a lot of different strategies.
Right, so I know it's a large percentage number, but each of the decks in those strategies are less represented by the ones listed on the table above it.
Definitely the case here. That is incredible to see at the beginning of day 2. The most represented deck was that Branded Dracotail, and based upon our feature matches, every time we try to pick a different match, it did always seem like the opponent was playing that Branded Dracotail deck. But
also striking, 12% of day 2 is Mitsurugi Yummy, but that's actually half of the top 8.
Well,
4 of the decks are Mitsurugi Yummy. There's one Mitsurugi deck, one Yummy deck.
We're about to find that out right now with this awesome graphic talking about the top 8 breakdown. You don't want to spoil it now. Go ahead and go ahead and continue with what you're saying, Mike.
So there's 4 Mitsurugi Yummy decks, one Mitsurugi deck, one Yummy deck, one K9 Crystron, and then finally an Anamat Ryziel deck. So we have Kamal and Timothy, who both had the best record at the end of the Swiss rounds, going 13-1, as we mentioned before, running Crystron, K9, and Mitsurugi respectively, followed by Cameron with Mitsurugi Yummy, Alex running the Anamat Ryziel deck, Steven playing Mitsurugi Yummy, Toby with Yummy, Isaiah with Mitsurugi Yummy, and then eking in 8th place, we have Alexander J running the Mitsurugi Yummy strategy. So it's a drastically different breakdown than what we see for the day 2 percentages.
Yeah, and so the day 2, it also includes a lot of players that already had 2 or 3 losses, so maybe that's a little more deceptive of what could result. But yeah, no Dracotail here. We didn't see any at the WCS. We're going to see how that deck evolves as the meta game approaches, but we're going to jump into our first top 8 feature match. Jackie is standing by with our competitors, so I'll go and let her take it away so we can find out our first top 8 match here at YCS Anaheim.
Thank you, casters. Over 1,600 battled through Swiss, and now only 8 have survived. Who will make top 4? Are you all ready? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Are you ready? We begin with the blue chair. Coming from Dallas, Texas, we begin with Alex Bergeron. He's been playing 15 years and made top 8 at YCS Sacramento in 2024. Now to the red chair, hailing from Toronto, Ontario, we have Steven Trifanowski doing a little victory dance maybe, reigning YCS Anaheim champion, and he has won 3 YCSs all in the last year. Our duelists are ready. Let's begin top 8. Coming in for the handshake and hug, casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. That's right, we got 2 Titans going at it from the start. Alex Bergeron out of the sweet city, Dallas, Texas. Got a shout out to the hometown. And then he's taking on the Titans, Steven Trifanowski. He's been incredible. As you mentioned, he won the last YCS Anaheim, and that was just the beginning for him. He might have thought it was going to be the end because he finally got that YCS win he was so desperate for. But he has won 2 YCSs since then, the past 2 in a row. He actually won just last weekend in Lima, Peru.
Yeah, at the second one he won, he actually told me he has to win to prove that his first victory was not a fluke.
And then the second one was to just continue
so
to do
he won
the same
that
thing.
one. And I guess he needed to win the third one to prove the first 2 weren't a fluke. So I'm not sure it ever ends.
And
but it's great to see the good sportsmanship right out of the gate for these 2 players as well.
Definitely. I do think they are friends and have play tested together in the past. And when you play test with some, excellent duelists, you do get to see those great results. And it's awesome that both players brought 2 just completely different strategies and were able to find their way into this top 8. Triff is going to be playing a very similar version to the deck that he used last weekend. I'm not certain if it's card for card. There might be a couple changes in here. But what I really want to look at is Alex Bergeron, and he's on this Onomat Raziel strategy, which is wildly, not unpopular, but just not really seen out there as much.
Yeah, I definitely think this is an underdog deck for the metagame, and he's actually leaning very heavily into the Onomat cards, which makes it especially interesting because most of the Raziel decks that we have seen are either pure Raziel decks or splash a couple of Raziel cards, a couple of the Onomat cards specifically to use Dodo Warrior.
Yeah, I think maybe Alex found with the hole that was left with extra Raziel getting limited to 1 on that last Forbidden limited list update, he was able to fill those slots with, as you mentioned, more of those Onomat cards. More sounds that are going to be able to add more of those sounds to the hand. It's a fun deck to watch, and it's also a fun deck to talk about. A lot of cool card names like Zubababa Ancho Gagaga Code. Do my best, Yuya Sakaka.
One of my favorites because I've heard it so many times in Duel Links.
Yep, Yuya always loves to say all of those sounds, as it were. You're much better Yuya impression than I have here.
I think I put an extra ba in there by mistake, though.
That's okay.
It's not easy to get exactly
to nail
right.
down the syllables there.
Yeah.
But it's really cool to see these cards in action. They did get a new card in Duma Dimensions in Anamatokage, which if you're familiar with Kekatokage, it's kind of similar. It has that lizard look to it, but it actually counts as all of those different sounds, the do-do-do, ga-ga-ga, you name all of the different ones. And it can actually be added with their effects when they're detached from material. But the whole point is it gets more level 4 monsters on the field so you can make those powerful rank 4s that the Raziel strategy loves to use. And there's also so many other ranked 4s outside of Raziel that we might be able to see here in this matchup. But either way, I'm really excited to see Alex Bergeron wielding this deck. And he's up against, probably just one of the players running the hottest in the game right now, being able to win the last YCS, make the top 8 at the next one with the same deck. So pretty much everyone knows what you're playing. So no secrets, no surprises, but still able to find a way into top 8 here after so many rounds of Swiss.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a bit of a disadvantage to him that he's playing something so similar to the deck that he just won a YCS with.
Yeah, he loses that element of surprise, but it's something like when you're confident and you have that confidence, and I think Steven Trifanowski is one of those players that is not lacking any sort of confidence, definitely believes in himself and has always believed in himself, and now he's here trying to do it again to prove that nothing was a fluke before.
Yeah, and if he plays that deck better than other players can play that deck, I guess the element of surprise just doesn't matter that much.
Definitely, but the element of surprise has been on Alex's side throughout this weekend. As you mentioned, he is playing a strategy that a lot of players probably didn't account for when they were building their side decks. I don't think Raziel was at the top of anyone's list things you want to make sure you have cards for in your side deck. So he's definitely caught people off guard here this weekend.
Yeah, the only thing he has to watch out for is I think he will be a casualty of other side deck cards that people are using, like Dimensional Barrier, that also hit the Ryzeal strategy very hard.
True, yeah. Dimensional Barrier is one of those cards, as long as you're just locked into one of those extra deck summoning mechanics that can really lock you down. I mean, it doesn't have to always be extra deck. You can also stop Ritual Summon. So
right. So
unless you're playing Rush Duel, those cards are going to be in your main deck. All right, it looks like we're mere moments away from the top 8 starting. Looks like we're just getting some quick instruction from the judge, but it's time to duel. It's game 1 of our top 8 match here at YCS Anaheim.
7.
All right, looks like Steven rolls a 7.
Right in the middle.
8.
8.
I'll be going first. Yep.
Alex is going to go first, so step 1, the handshake from both players. It's time to duel. Steven trying to win in the city where his first championship he won merely 10 months ago, I believe.
Main phase.
And now he's already won 3 YCSs, looking for the 4th to put him in an upper echelon of players who've won 4 YCSs.
I will
not easy to accomplish. It's not easy to win one YCS.
Especially when there's another player in top 8 who's won 4 in Kamal Crooks. He's not playing, but we're starting with an Onomat card.
Onomata. So he discards a card, and now he gets to take two of the Onomat cards from his deck. He did not get hit by Ash Blossom, so he's off to a good start.
Yep, discards a copy of Star Ryzeal.
So he could take a Zubaba, Gaga, Go Go Go, or Do 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 monster, or any combination of the two. But from different categories.
Thinking 1 second. I will add Dodo Warrior and Gaga Gambara Knight.
So there's a Do 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 and a Gaga.
This is going to be fun.
Anything on resolution.
Love all of the syllables and sounds here in this deck. You can have fun saying the card names while you're playing them. Sure, Alex has said plenty of times he's going to start with Do Do Warrior.
Do 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 Warrior.
Do 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 Warrior. He's going to be able to send a Do card from the deck to the graveyard and special summon Do 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 Warrior. And that card is going to be that new one I was mentioning, the Onomat Tukage.
Very cool. It can come back from the graveyard with its effect. And the Warrior drops down to level 4, which is where you want it when you summon it by that effect.
Good. Okay.
Yep.
Well, there's the Onomata Kage.
Okay.
All right, already with 2 level 4s on the field. It looks like he's going to overlay them to Xyz Summon. What's going to be first? Is it going to be a Gaga Girl, an Infernal Flame Banshee? It's going to be the Banshee.
I will activate effect.
So he's going to try and use the Infernal Flame Banshee here to add a card. He's detaching the Do 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 Warrior, which has an effect when it's detached from an Xyz monster as a material. But first, the Infernal Flame Banshee needs to resolve.
I will add Nemesis Flag.
And surprise, surprise, Nemesis Flag. It's kind of the card that we've seen Infernal Flame Banshee be adding for quite some time now. Now the Do 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 Warrior is going to add Gaga, I believe. That's one of the other sounds. It is Zubaba.
It's really strong how with the addition of Onomata Kage, the Do 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 Warrior is a 1-card rank 4.
It is pretty nice.
Ah, there it is. Zubaba Banksho Gaga Coat.
There you go.
Oh no.
We got Yuya here with us. He's in the room right now. Alex is going to channel his inner
revealing Gaga Girl.
Yuya.
And then as a summoning, I will be summoning this as well.
All right, going to summon 2 level 4s from the hand.
I will activate Rise of Cross.
He has the Gaga Gambara Knight,
overlay
the Zubaba Ancho Gaga Coat. Both those will be Xyz summoned for Ryzeal Duo Drive.
All right, now the Ryzeals are online, and he hasn't actually summoned any Ryzeals. He just discarded the star previously using the Onomata Para.
He did activate Ryzeal Cross, so that is going to be online now, so he can detach material to negate an effect. He's going to use it Duo Drive. He can detach his materials from anywhere, so he's going to take that remaining one from the Banshee and detach one from the Duo Drive to add 2 Ryzeal cards from the deck to the hand.
That is nice. And that Duo Drive came out on the 5th summon, so he has the cross to protect him from Nibiru. If Steven had the Nibiru.
I
don't know if he does. But now Duo Drive, on its own, will get that Ryzeal Link up and running.
Yep, looks like he's going to add a copy of X-Ryzeal, which is now limited to 1, and Sword Ryzeal.
Anything on resolution here?
Nope.
Okay.
Nothing from Steven's side just yet.
Summon X-Ryzeal. Putting Duo Drive to the graveyard. Effect.
Special summon X by sending Duo Drive from his extra deck to the graveyard, and then use X
Add
effect
node.
to add Node Ryzeal to his hand.
I will summon Sword, effective Sword.
All right, Sword, we're seeing the usual Ryzeal things now that we got all of those syllables out of the way. Sword's going to add a copy of Ice Ryzeal from the deck to the hand.
I assume that's a special summon, though he didn't specify.
I think I'm going to, I'm going to go ahead.
And the top 8 is
I'm going to be
untimed, so
using
while
cross
players still have
effect to draw, so I'm gonna
to
present
play
here
at an
my deck
appropriate pace, there will
Cross
be
good.
no one winning in time, no double
Targeting,
losses here.
Star and
They will have to reduce their opponent's life points to 0 or run them out of cards if they want the victory.
Use Cross to return 2 cards to the deck and draw 1. Gets that Duo Drive back in the extra deck as well, in case he needs it later.
Alex with a full hand of cards there.
Normal summon Ice effect.
All right, there is the normal summon of Ice, the special summon from the deck.
Star effect.
And he does have that Nemesis flag in the hand too that we know is going to eventually lead to Arch Nemesis Protoss later in this turn.
And
He definitely, we're talking about how people know what Steven's on since he's playing that same deck from the last week. And yeah, having Protoss, that could, come back to bite him because he knows to call light monsters. And Ryzeal Detonator can protect itself from being destroyed if he does call light monsters. But that could be tough for Steven to be able to play through here in game number 1.
Right. And Alex does set Ryzeal Plasma Hole with the effect of Star Ryzeal, so now he has a way to disrupt Steven's field using the trap cards to destroy his cards up to the number of the Ryzeal Xyz monsters he has out.
And that Evil Storm Ouroboros is going to rip the triple tactics thrust out of Steven's hand.
Oh, he has an Automat card of his own.
Alliterations, yeah. Pretty close. And now we're going to see Alex overlay the Ouroboros and the Infernal Flame at Banshee for Eclipse Twins.
Eclipse Twins? Sorry.
You can use those rank 4s as if they're level 4s for the Xyz summon.
Special summon, no.
That is pretty cool.
It is nice. It's nice, sweet to be able to use those monsters that you no longer need on the field to turn them into something useful.
And then he immediately gets rid of the Eclipse Twins with Node's effect to summon Sword Ryzeal, and then he uses the Eclipse Twins effect to summon Ouroboros with an Xyz material attached, and uses this effect again without it being a hard once per turn. And Diviner of the Herald is now ripped out of Steven's hand.
That's a strong card in Steven's deck. It does everything he needs. It's the card he likes to start with.
I think he lost 2 pretty good cards. I don't know what the rest of his hand looks like, but both of those cards are pretty useful against the field that Alex is compiling.
Yeah, and now here comes the Detonator with 3 materials. It's also going to get another one on summons in the form of Eclipse Twins. So now it can dodge things like Infinite Impermanence.
Kage effect.
But now he's going to use the
It's up to 2.
Onomat Tokage effect to banish itself to return 2 Xyz monsters to the extra deck.
Special summon Nemesis flag.
And now that it's banished, he can return it to special summon the Nemesis flag, and we're seeing the exact combo that Alex has probably done several times throughout this tournament. I mean, even without the Arch Nemesis Protoss, this would be very tough for Steven to navigate. It's more salt in the wound at this point.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think once the Protoss calls light, it might be impossible for Steven to win.
I'll banish fire, light.
Got to banish 3 different attributes. You can banish from the field or graveyard to summon this Protoss.
For Protoss.
Now let's see if he decides to call dark or light. I'm assuming he's going to call light.
Protoss, call dark.
Oh, he's calling dark. Okay, so he's going to try and cut off the Mitsurugi part of Steven's deck. Not as worried about the Yummy strategy. Pretty bold, even seeing like the Diviner or the Herald in the graveyard, but maybe he's not worried. He has the Yummies covered. He knows if like a Yummy monster is summoned to the field, he has ways to get it off the field before he can really get that far.
He does have 4 materials attached to Detonator, so you're probably right.
And the cross, and he just doesn't want like the Murakamo to wipe the field out or something like that.
Yeah, you might be right. I think, like you mentioned before, even without the Protoss, I think he's in very good shape. So I'm not sure there's really a completely incorrect call.
So Steven starts by setting a spell and trap card face down, and then activates Sky Striker Mobilize Engage to try and add a Sky Striker card from the deck to hand. But Alex has Ash Blossom on top of that, and Steven has seen enough. And after this excellent start from Alex, he's now 1 win away from moving on to top 4.
I wonder why he set that card first, unless it's like Waking the Dragons, which I assume it's not.
Yeah, to try and get the Detonator to destroy it or something like that.
Yeah, I guess he wanted the Detonator to destroy it.
Yeah, it could have been something he wanted in his graveyard. It could be something like the Black Goat Last if he does main deck a copy of that. If it would be destroyed, it's useful in the graveyard when you can't activate it from your hand turn 1, potentially. But that's just a guess. That would also be unfortunate if he had the Black Goat Last in his hand and was losing the cards getting discarded, that wouldn't be the one discarded.
Yeah, that would be some bad luck. But it appears he had no way to win that duel. But it's only the first of 3. So many YCS champions have lost the first duel in a single elimination round and won the next 2.
Yep.
So it's far from over.
Yeah, and this is also where the side decks get incorporated into the game and things can change, but it could prove devastating for Steven. Droll and Lockbird is a card that is notoriously really strong against like a 60-card deck that searches a lot, even though Steven has probably navigated his way through a few Droll and Lockbirds in game 2s and 3s as this tournament has gone on, or last week when he won the YCS. So it wouldn't be the end-all to be-all, but it's something he's going to have to keep on his radar here in game number 2.
I think both players probably have a pretty well-decided side deck strategy here, so I don't think we're going to see too much time spent on what they're side decking.
Yeah, they're both locked in and focused. They know what is on the line. They've already gotten a ton of prizes just for making this far, but what they really want is that trophy and title, and also the opportunity to get your very own giant card of your choice. Is absolutely incredible as a new prize that's just been added to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. But for Alex, he's been someone that's been always around the scene. He has multiple tops under his belt, getting close, but hasn't had that breakthrough moment to get that YCS win, and this could be his weekend. I mean, that's where it started for Steven Trifanowski, is when he won in YCS Anaheim, and he hasn't looked back since then, and Alex may be trying to do that same thing here this weekend.
Yeah, they're both laser focused. They have that trophy right next to them, reminding them what they're playing for.
Yeah, a lot on the line here in the new top 8 era of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. It's incredibly difficult to get here. You have to be the top 8 ranked duelist after 14 rounds of Swiss. Pretty much can only take 2 losses along the way to guarantee yourself into that top 8 for the most part. I don't think we had any players with 2 losses not make it, so that's good to see.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room for error in 14 rounds.
Yep, definitely not. But now it is win or go home. If you lose now, you're out. There are no second chances in top 8.
You might also notice there's no clock running, and that's because there's no time limit in the top 8.
Yeah, and we got to see, Alex really put on a clinic and showing you why Ryzeal is not out of the meta just yet, using those Onomot cards and having that excellent turn 1 field that was just too overwhelming for Steven Trifanowski. We're going to have to see if he's going to be able to turn the tables around here in game number 2 and push things to a game 3, but it's time to duel. Trying to hype up the crowd. They were feeling a lull in the excitement, but letting them know he is here to win.
Yeah, he wants their support to help him through this while he's down a game.
Main phase? Main phase is fine.
All right, we're in the main phase. Going to start with Marshmallow Yummy. It's a little different from the other Yummy monsters that you can special summon it if you control no monsters.
Yeah, that's good. Res is fine.
There's nothing in his graveyard to return to his hand with its effect.
All right, going to link summon Yummy Snatchy. Then use the effect to place a field spell from the deck.
I assume we'll see Mignon here.
Mignon special Marshmallow.
Yep, there's a Mignon, which he can use to bring
I'm
back
sorry?
a yummy monster
Mignon
from the
special
graveyard.
Marshmallow from
Oh, yes. That's fine.
Res.
Res is good.
Brings back the Marshmallow, then goes to Synchro Summon.
Cupsy search.
It's going to be Cupsy Yummy
Searches
Way
two,
to try and add
discards one.
2.
Correct.
Okay.
That looks like a Drone Lockbird in Alex's hand, so I think we're going to see it after Steven adds 2 cards to his hand and discards 1. Gets a Cupsy and a cookie.
On res. Time to draw and Lockbird.
No problem.
All right, activates Draw and Lockbird. And it's going to prompt Steven to chain the effect of Cupsy.
Yeah.
Yummy Way to return to the extra deck and
back
special summon back to Yummy Monsters. We saw him send the Mitsurugi Mirror from his hand to the graveyard for the resolution and effect of that Cupsy Yummy Way.
He does have Snatchy and Marshmallow back on the field, so he can Synchro Summon a level 2 again. It's weird seeing a Link monster and an effect monster and saying he can Synchro Summon. But that's what Snatchy does.
Yummy. Cupsy cookie.
You could use it as that level 1 tuner.
This is definitely a unique thing that has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Recently. Now, this is definitely back against the wall time for Steven here. Can't add Droll. When people saw his deck list after he won last weekend, I think a lot of the discussion was about how Droll and Lockbird impacts his deck. But the way he started this game is probably the safest way through Droll and Lockbird. He was at least able to add the 2 from Cupsy Yummy Way, as opposed to getting hit on like a single search card. He at least was able to get 2 more monsters. So he's going to have plenty of interaction. He may not have access to something like Yummy Surprise just yet. But next up, it's going to be a Synchro Summon for Lollipo Yummy Way to special summon back
negated?
to Yummy Monsters.
These will be negated.
Those will be negated.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Good.
All right, bring back the Snatchy and the Marshmallow.
Okay.
Now he has 4 monsters on his field. Not being able to go back into his deck for cards is kind of rough. Lollipo Yummy Way is going to tune with Marshmallow.
All right, now he's going to Synchro Summon for the Samsara Cat.
I could Synchro quick effect on your turn with it. When it's in the grave, I can put the Synchro back.
Samsara Sorrow Cat's really cool. Since Herald of Arclight got limited to 1, it's kind of a way they can find a way to use Herald of Arclight twice. If you send it down, it lets you put back a Synchro monster, and then you can summon it again later on. And now he's going to Synchro Summon with the Sorrow Cat and the other monster for a copy of Herald of Arclight.
Samsara Sorrow Cat is another tuner synchro.
Right now he's going to special summon the Cupsy Yummy.
Cookie, right?
Yeah.
Earlier? Yeah.
Special. No normal yet.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Can't use Cupsy Yummy's effect because he got hit by the Golden Lockbird, and Cupsy Yummy would add a card from his deck to his hand. That Golden Lockbird is cutting him off from a lot of cards.
Yeah, it at least will limit the amount of interactions he has. So he's going to synchro those 2 for Cookie Yummy Way.
Anytime you activate an effect, I could tag out to summon 2 back. And when this is special, I could put 2 of your cards.
Okay.
Anything? No. Ross?
All right, has the Triple Tactics Thrust. Since the Draw and Lockbird is activated, he'll at least be able to set a trap card. But he has the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on the Triple Tactics Thrust.
It is a card that's able to add from deck to hand, so it is vulnerable to that Ash Blossom. Looks like Alex actually has a second Ash Blossom in his hand, too. I don't see any engine in there, though, in Alex's hand.
Steven is going to choose to negate that Ash Blossom with the Herald of the Arclight because he really wants whatever trap he's going to get, and it's going to be Dimensional Barrier. Makes a lot of sense. We saw in that game number 1, Alex is heavily relying on those Xyz monsters in the extra deck. And Steven's going to do his best to make sure he can't summon them.
Yeah, it makes sense because when he makes it to his next turn after Alex can't Xyz summon, Steven will no
Especially,
longer be
yeah, putting
under
the
the
girl
effect of Golden Lockbird, so he can do everything
Oh,
he
it
intends
shuffles
to
to
do.
the extra deck?
Yeah.
Yep, and now he's going to use the effect
May I
of
read
the
it?
Samsara
I'm
Sorrow
sorry.
Cat to return that Herald of Arclight
now
to
when it
special
leaves the
summon
field,
it back to the field.
Right. Oh, neat.
So yeah, he's going to find a way to be able to synchro again for that Herald of Arclight on Alex's turn 2 after he uses the Cookie Yummy Way to bring back the monsters from the graveyard. He can use Yummy Snatchy's quick effect to synchro summon. It's a really cool way to just keep reusing that one copy of Herald of the Arclight.
That is cool. Alex draws a card. I think I see
Stand
Dark
by
Ruler
face.
no more and Ash Blossom in his hand.
You're thinking?
Not sure what else is there.
Okay.
That's fine.
Main phase. Battle phase.
Thinking?
Okay, battle phase.
Is it an evenly matched?
There's a chance we're going to have an evenly matched here in top 8. He went straight to the battle phase. He's trying to at least, unless Steven stops him.
He could be bluffing the evenly matched.
Only one way to find out.
To force the activation
you
of
hear
certain
Alex?
cards.
There's only one way to find out.
He's taunting him. He's daring him to activate some cards in anticipation of evenly.
Good.
I mean, it's smart stuff. If Alex doesn't activate anything, he's not able to send back the Cookie Yummy Way to get the level 1 monster on the field he needs to go back into that Herald of the Arclight.
Yeah.
Oh,
And if he
smart.
chains the
End
Yummy
of
Way's
battle.
effect to evenly matched, then it's too late.
Into battle phase, evenly matched.
That is a good card here.
In combination with the Ash Blossom, the Droll, and Lockbird, this could be devastating. What do you keep? It has to be the Cookie Yummy Way.
Does it? What if the minion gets banished face down? Does he have any way to recur it?
No, not if it's banished face down. It's definitely a tough choice.
How useful is the Yummy strategy if
he also has Mitsurugi and stuff too, so he can find a way to get to the damage. I think you have to keep the Cookie Yummy Way. I think you chain the Dimensional Barrier, call Xyz Mon, or you. Well, yeah, it's tough. He can't chain the cookie because then all his stuff gets banished anyway.
Right.
I think you just chain the barrier, call Xyz, and keep the cookie.
You think so?
I think so.
I'll call XYZ.
So yeah, so he chains the barrier. Okay, he agrees with you.
Yep, still goes face down. So no Xyz monsters. Steven's still not out of this just yet, even though losing all of these cards, this Cookie Yummy Way can turn into more monsters. It'll return itself to the extra deck to spell summon back to Yummies, and then he can synchro back again for that Cookie Yummy Way to turn Alex's monsters face down.
Can it tag out on its own if I don't use anything?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that one having only one copy of Mignon though makes it so dangerous when we banish face down.
True.
Okay.
But, I mean, he does have full access to his Mitsurugi strategy. None of that was impacted by the evenly matched. And it does appear that Alex's hand may not be too strong. I still haven't seen any cards that are in the Automat or Ryziel engine. So it remains to be seen whether he's just passing. Yeah, he is just passing. So he's hoping that evenly put in enough work that Triff is not going to have a strong turn either.
Yeah, not certain if they randomized the deck before it got searched last, so they're just going to let Alex take a good shuffle on it, make sure it's nice and randomized. Steven only sitting on one card, drawing to a second one. What is he going to have at his disposal here?
Yep.
Okay, Preparation of
Rites. That's a good card.
Got to check that Cookie Yummy Way.
Yeah, Alex does have an Ash Blossom, but if he chains it, then the Cookie Yummy Way can chain its effect to the Ash Blossom to bring back 2 of the Yummy monsters. He's in a tough spot.
Yeah.
Yep, got to let it resolve, hoping that whatever he adds here won't be too devastating. It can't add Habakiri directly, at least, because it has to be level 7 or lower.
Yeah, Alex needs to survive the turn and draw one of his 1-card starters, which the deck has so many. All right.
But there's the ritual monster. He's going to, I forgot he discarded the Mitsurugi Mirror, too, so he's going to be able to add the Mitsurugi Mirror back from the graveyard with Preparation Rites.
And
then he adds Angry Burger. That's a spicy burger. Spicy in the deck list and as a spicy effect.
Some spicy tech.
Indeed.
Res is good.
It is incredible, though, that he did win a YCS with a copy of Angry Burger in the deck.
This goes for
it makes our coverage writer, Tyler Burger, very happy.
He is a big fan of those burger cards. And now he's going to use the effect of Angry Burger to access the Poisson.
Shuffle.
It's French. Poisson de Nouvelles. It's the waiter. There it is.
Normal summon, I could add a level 1 ritual.
Poissonier?
When it's tributed,
I'll do my best.
I could put it in scale. When I have a ritual in the field, I could special it from the pen zone.
But this is his combo that brought him the YCS victory just last week.
Okay. Cool.
Res.
Yeah.
Back.
All right, so he's going to normal summon.
And this, like you said, adds a level 1
the
ritual.
Nouvelle monster.
Sure.
Goes for
There
the
it
Miracle
is.
Raven.
It's the Miracle Raven.
Back.
The one that wasn't cooked.
Ritual by ritual summoning any monster from my hand or field. When this gets, it is unaffected by everything when it's on the field.
So you're ritual summoning for something from your hand?
Or field. And or field.
Okay.
And then when this is ritual summon, I could search a ritual from my deck.
So you can ritual summon this?
Yeah.
Like right now in it from the scale?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like not with itself.
Alex
but
not
we
as
won't put 'em out.
familiar with these
Got it.
cards.
Yeah. Okay.
Can't blame him.
But good.
You had to look at
Yeah,
him the
that
past
ritual
week pretty
summon's
much
fine.
to understand the
So
strategy.
Got it.
And yeah, so he's
So
going
I'm
to
gonna
ritual
summon
summon
the fact
the
that this
Miracle
put
Raven
scale.
from the Pendulum
Put that in
Scale
scale.
by tributing
Yes.
the
And
Nouvelle
because now
monster.
you have a
And then the
ritual
Nouvelle goes
that
into
can
the
now
Pendulum
summon
Scale.
itself.
That's
And
a lot
then
of
Miracle Raven adds a ritual monster.
I'm just making
yes.
sure I'm understanding
yeah,
like everything correctly. That's cool.
I think this is a strategy that Triff himself
Give
raised
or take,
awareness
that's
of.
about it. Yeah. No other secret effect, I think.
This is kind
thinking
of
next.
more into
Yeah.
the yummy strategy.
Using the effect special.
Yep.
Yeah.
And now the Nouvelle can fetch summon
so
to the
put
field.
itself
And
in
as you
practice.
mentioned, the yummy strategy, he has
that's the other
2
part.
level
Yeah,
1
yeah.
monsters. He's
Do
going to
you
need to
get
turn
a
one of
battle
them
phase
into a
on turn
Link
0?
1.
Sorry?
Do you get a battle phase? Do you get a oh yeah. Never mind.
Turn 3.
yeah, turn 3. Oops.
Thinking.
My turn was so short, I forgot.
Big thing.
Things are looking good here for Steven as he's turning things around in game number 2, fighting through the Droll and Lockbird, the Ash Blossom, the evenly matched, but no starter cards here from Alex, no Ryzeal cards. Really opened up this window, this opportunity for Steven to jump back into the game, and we're going to see that Link summon for Link Karibo. Just freshly limited, but was forbidden, released from the forbidden list, and now we're going to see a synchro summon for Cupsy Yummy Way.
And you haven't normal summoned?
There's
I have
Cupsy
normal summon
Yummy
as well.
I still think Steve is not in the best shape because if he can't beat Alex this turn, Alex has Dark Ruler no more and will just need to draw one of his many one-card starters that can build his field. And I don't know if Triff can do it. Do you think he can OTK without... Do you think he can win this turn without Mignon?
We're going to have to see if he's able to somehow go into like Herald of the Arclight and get Herald of the Arclight into the graveyard and then search for Habakiri and then pivot into the Mitsurugi part of the deck. I think there's a potential.
Okay.
So again, discarding that Mitsurugi mirror, adding 2 yummy names from the hand. Alex is trying not to trigger any of these Yummy Way monsters to be able to return to the extra deck by not activating anything. But now Triff can special summon out the Cupsy Yummy since he controls the level 2 Synchro monster. He's going to be able to use the effect now, since he's not under Draw and Lockbird, to add a copy of Yummy Surprise from the deck to the hand.
Triff hasn't yet shown that he has any sort of aggression with the Mitsurugi strategy yet. But he will get Yummy Surprise.
There's been like no damage, right, this game?
Alex making sure that he still has 8,000 life points and a chance to survive the turn. Yes, for a life point check.
Special.
Yeah.
All right, Marshmallow Yummy is coming up next.
Anything here?
Nope.
Going to save the effect for when he summons it back with Yummy Surprise to add back Yummy Surprise. And then there is the Herald of the Arclight that he's getting onto the field. Whether he's going to use it as protection or if he's just trying to find a way to get it into the graveyard to search for a ritual monster is what we're going to have to find out next. So he's going to use Yummy Surprise, special summon back Marshmallow Yummy. On summon, Marshmallow Yummy can add back the Yummy Surprise. So you just kind of get that free monster there. And Yummy Surprise isn't once per turn, just each effect is once per turn. And now, here he goes to put the Herald of the Arclight in the graveyard for a Link summon for Sky Striker Ace Azalea.
So will this give him access to the Mitsurugi half of his deck?
This might be where Alex has to use the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring
one of
because
them.
he does know that Mignon is banished. He knows that a lot of the damage can come from the Mitsurugi cards. But is this the one he wants to stop?
I think, yeah.
Yep, it is.
It is. And I think he has to.
Now, does Steven chain his Cookie Yummy Way to special summon back to Yummy Monsters?
Or does Steven have something that can stop the Ash Blossom, like Called by the Grave?
Thinking which one?
Yeah, Alex just needs to cut him off from the Mitsurugi engine. If he can do that, I think he can survive the turn.
And that's step one right now.
Yeah.
Survive and then believe in the heart of the cards.
That's step 2.
Yeah.
Because even if he survives the turn and has Dark Ruler no more, he still needs a good top deck.
Gotcha.
And there are a lot in his deck, but he does need one. He needs to draw one of them. He didn't get them in his opening hand, plus draw for turn.
This is right here, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
Their effects are not negated?
They are not negated.
Okay.
Res?
Yeah.
All right, now he's going to link away the Azalea to go into
There it is.
Hayate.
What is this?
What is this deck? Hayate's going to attack
Puts me to 65,
directly,
right?
but that's pretty cool that he was able to turn a Herald of Arclight, a different monster, into a Sky Striker to go into Hayate. Steven's deck is just the gift that keeps on giving. I'm assuming he's sending
so
down
it's
an
22
engage,
more, right?
but I wasn't
yeah,
able
total
quite
25,
to see what it
37,
was. It was off
43.
camera there.
43.
I don't know, but the way that, yeah, it is an engage.
Okay,
but
that makes
the way
sense.
it's going, we'll see it when he brings it back with Kagari, right?
It's such a funny deck, and you know I'm a big fan of 60 card decks. Like one of the first times I played with 60 cards, it feels powerful.
300.
Like as long as you have like the right ratios on your cards, you're less likely to draw them.
Wait, what?
He is going to summon Link Kuriboh during the battle phase to get a little more damage in.
Wait, or
That's what I'm
37?
saying, for that
Oh,
extra
that's
300.
37.
I
Wait.
thought it was at 43, no?
Yeah, exactly. So this should be 4,300, and then Kuriboh just 300 more.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So
just getting
46. You should
300
get
more
34.
points of damage.
Yeah,
Wait,
exactly. Yeah.
15 plus 22 is 37. I was at 43, so I'm at 4,000 now.
So
Right.
15.
Math is hard, but
15
we got to make
plus
sure
22.
we do it right.
3,700.
Yeah.
Yes, you're 4,000. You're 4,000.
Yeah, I'm at 4,000.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I'm at 4,000 life points. Yeah. 4,000 life.
Yeah, the nice thing about 60 card decks is you can play so many cards. Yeah, there's the Kagari,
you
so he'll
called
bring
it.
back the engage.
The Sky Striker, Nouvelle, Mitsurugi, Yummy deck.
I didn't realize
What's
Trick
its
Blade's such a
attack
heavy
right now?
Sky Striker engine.
I mean, it's all about the
300 extra.
being like a
300 extra,
toolbox.
is that 18?
Being able to access the cards out of your deck. When you have a 60 card deck, you just need to find the ways to get to the key cards you want. You're less likely to draw the cards you don't want that you only play one of, but more likely to see those combination of cards in your hand. So 60 cards is pretty cool. Now an SP Little Knight is going to banish the evenly match, just kind of turning off those Dominus cards from getting the extra boost if he doesn't counter them. But this is pretty good here from Steven. He has a Yummy Surprise set. He has the SP Little Knight, which can take a monster off the field. And, of course, the Yummy Way monster that can return to the extra deck, bringing back the Yummy Snatchy and another monster, which can lead into Cookie Yummy Way, which puts two monsters face down. So lots of interaction here.
That looks like Alex drew an Ice Ryzeal, which will pair nicely with that Dark Ruler no more.
Yeah, he's still going to have to watch out for...
The Yummy Surprise will be a problem.
Okay,
so
so...
I'm going to reveal I might have seen his hand incorrectly.
Well, 7th Tachyon is going to reveal Masquerade, so he's going to be looking for a light monster probably. But now it's going to prompt Steven to return that Yummy Way monster into the extra deck, special summoning back to Yummy monsters to the field. It looks like he is going to be drawing here with Cupsy Yummy. All of the Yummy monsters get different effects if they're special summoned by the effect of a Synchro monster. And while Cupsy Yummy normally adds, you can also choose just to draw a card. It's a good way to try and get into some of that interactions from the hand. But first, that Alex's 7th Tachyon needs to resolve.
I assume he revealed 104 from his extra deck.
He did. And he's going to be grabbing X Ryzeal.
Let me finish the top, and then we'll get
And he has to
your
put a card on the top of his deck.
triggers.
Really useful for rank up Magic strategies. Not so great in other decks.
The card I thought was Dark Ruler No More was actually 7th Tachyon, so he doesn't have Dark Ruler No More. But now he does have some plays though. Now that has extra Zeal.
Anything on resolution? No. Okay.
All right, X is going to special summon from the hand, and he'll have to send a monster from the extra deck there. It's going to be Valon. He's going to go after a spell and trap card.
Chainlink 1 X, Chainlink 2 Valon. Target that one. Sure.
This is just game number 2, so if Steven does manage to win this game, we will still have a game number 3 to be played.
Yeah. But not negated, right? They're going to be, their effects are live. Cool. That's all right. No, don't do it. Oh,
another dimensional barrier.
And you hear the crowd react.
It's actually even a different rarity.
It's even a different
It's a different rarity, letting them know they don't match.
It's not the one that's
yeah,
banished
from
face
even
down.
Okay. Oh, you butt. Okay. I say that jokingly. I apologize.
I think that might end Alex here.
Yeah,
With one card in the hand, no access to Exceeds monsters.
Half his life points
I
are
summoned
gone, so he doesn't need.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he did take 4,000 last turn, so even though it says 8,000,
yeah.
he is at 4,000 life points.
Sure? Yeah, so Triff doesn't need that massive boost from the big non that's now gone.
Okay. Man, I was putting up a fight on that one, man.
He was putting up a fight on that one.
Playing to the crowd a little bit, but yeah, I think this game is going to be in the books, and we are going to be going to a game 3 here pretty shortly. But with no time, Alex is still going to try and play it through all the way.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, the Cookie Yummy effect will special summon back from a Synchro monster. So instead of making it lose 1,000 attack, that cute Cookie Yummy way will destroy X Raziel.
Are you using effect?
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, normal summon Ice Raziel. He's not done just yet. Let's see if Steven decides to just banish both with SP Little Knight. Chooses not to.
I'll summon Star Raziel and activate its effect.
Thinking.
Sure.
Star Raziel's effect will let him set a Raziel spell or trap from his deck to his field. Steven pays 100 life points to use Snacky's effect, so now he's going to be able to Synchro Summon on Alex's turn.
Yeah, I know, it's good. Yeah, go for it.
Thinking, what did I end with? The Synchro, let me just confirm, it was Lollipop. So it's Lollipop SP, confirming?
You used 2 of them this turn, right?
Yes. So I'm confirming I started with Lollipop and I put Cupsy back. It was Lollipop first and then Cupsy. It was.
Yeah, just making sure we know which effects of which Yummy Way
so
monsters
which 2
that
have you used? Can
he'd
you
already
show me?
used.
I have used the tag out of both of these 2. The tag
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Now the Snatchy is going to Synchro Summon for Cookie
Sorry.
Yummy Way,
So
and it's
which
going
one's
to
that?
put.
That's the book, right?
Yeah.
And you've
going to put
tagged out
both
with
those
that
monsters
one? You
face
have not tagged
down.
out.
Yeah, the last one.
He has not tagged out with this one?
Cookie Yummy Way.
Okay.
Alex will set Raziel
to book
cross.
both of your Raziels.
To book both of them?
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
It seems like Alex isn't as familiar with the Yummy cards as
booking them both.
you might expect.
Yeah, I mean, the best way to learn the deck is to play the deck. So if he hasn't actually played with the Yummy cards, I can understand him not really knowing exactly what they do. He definitely has the concept of what they do, which I think would be impossible for him not to have after 14 Swiss rounds in this tournament.
Yeah.
But
I have an X in my graveyard.
he is asking some questions.
Yeah.
Yep, so just making sure that he can special summon Sword Raziel. There is an X right there on the top of the graveyard, so it is able to come down from the hand.
But can it do enough? Can it do anything? Triff still has the Little Knight online. Yep, he's using it here.
On the effect, right?
To get rid of Alex's only face-up
that's
monster.
good. So it resolves though, correct? Okay. I'll add Ice Triceal.
All right, the Sword's going to add a copy of Ice Triceal. It's going to be the only card in Alex Bergeron's hand.
Here you go.
Thinking on res.
On res?
Yes.
Okay.
He's already normal summoned this turn. Specifically, he normal summoned Ice. So I don't think he can do too much with that Ice in his hand. Maybe he's preparing for next turn, but I don't know that there will be one. So he'll send the face-down Ice to the graveyard to special summon the Ice from his hand, so at least he has something to attack with.
Can't summon any Xyz monsters, so no Typhon on the menu or anything like that.
That's right, he was also hit by the dimensional barrier.
Sorry?
Yeah, there's
That's
not much
ice.
he can do.
I sent the Ice to grave. That was set.
Thinking here.
Okay.
Sure.
Battle
All
phase.
Going into the battle phase. But, oh, maybe not.
I think Trip is probably going to use his Linkuriboh by tributing the Cookie Yummy before an attack is declared.
That would make a lot of sense to protect his Cookie Yummy way.
Yeah.
Reroll.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's a predictable defensive play. So now he has no choice but to just attack the Linkuriboh.
Yep, you'll use its effect, reduce its
Main
attack
phase
to
2.
0. Yep. Main phase 2, in phase. Oh, he can activate the cross, I guess.
He can, although that does allow Triff to chain his Synchro Monsters effect and special summon 2 Yummy Monsters from the graveyard if he wants to do that.
I'll use this.
Yeah, so that's no more tag outs, right?
Correct.
With the synchros.
Thinking which ones I like.
You like them all.
I do.
I know.
Triff likes his cards.
It's good to like the cards that you're winning with.
Absolutely. Might like them more because he's winning with them.
Nope, no, maybe.
So he'll get Snacky and Marshmallow Yummy.
Alright.
And then
Okay. Cross.
thinking.
Okay. I'm gonna let you know my targets.
He's going to try to send 2 Ryzeal cards back to his main deck to draw a card with Frost's effect. Looks like Triff may have a response.
All right, he's going to use Yummy
Bounce.
Surprise to target his 2 Yummies and the 2 cards that Alex has, so he doesn't get the draw. He's already used his normal summon. He's already used the effect of special summon Ice Ryzeal.
Yep.
Give no response to chain.
And all
Oh,
Steven's going to have to do is chain the Yummy Snatchy here, so he'll be able to go into a Cupsy Yummy way.
Yep, so he
Okay.
pays
The other
100
card-
life points to do
This
that.
goes to hand.
Still
And then
returns
these
the
go to
cards.
grave?
Yeah.
Stay in grave.
Yep.
And the Cupsy Yummy way activates.
Special 2.
From grave?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's Lollipop way. So yeah, it makes a lot more sense to go into Lollipop way here because he just needs to get monsters on the field and finish off the last 4,000 Alex life points. Like I said, the life points, it does say 8,000, but Alex is actually only sitting on 4,000 after that last battle phase that Steven had last turn.
The Little Knight and Sword come back
Did you cut?
in the end phase.
I think it's good.
From
Wait,
what ad?
If
Well, I drew. So it's
Triff
good.
can access
Oh,
his
yeah, yeah.
Mitsurugi
That was the
engine,
last thing you went into
this
your
duel
deck
will
for,
be
right? You didn't go to
over.
your deck after that. Okay.
Even without it, he may be able to deal the 4,000 points of
Oh,
damage he
I see.
needs to do without Mignon.
But he reveals that
Had to
he
wait.
has the
I hope that
Habakiri.
it
He
is
drew
good.
for the turn,
Oh.
and that's all Alex is going to need to see. And we're
was
going
a good
to a
game, right?
game
Very
number
good.
3.
you
Steven's
have the
hopes
field
of
push,
winning
you get the
3
ritual.
YCSs
You know
in
what
a
I mean?
row
Like,
are still
I
on
can wait
line.
and see.
Yeah, that Habakiri will break open the Mitsurugi
Cannot-
strategy completely. That was the perfect top deck.
Yep, after the NAWCQ, we had YCS Vancouver. Steven walked away the winner. Last week, we had YCS Lima, Peru. Steven walked away the winner. And now this weekend, it's YCS Anaheim, and he's trying to do something only one other person I can think off the top of my head and win 3 in a row. Another person's Paulo. Paulo Galara, of course. Shout outs to Paulo. He's out there. He won 3 YCSs in a row, even though his were, or it wasn't YCSs, there were 3 big tournaments. He won a Team YCS, a regular YCS, and a UDS, which is almost even like a cooler feat just because there's so many different forms of a tournament. But he is trying to win 3 in a row and his 4th YCS in 10 months. All in under a year, just having an absolutely incredible year as a duelist.
Yeah, it's not easy because there is a degree of variability in the game. You can draw poorly and get unlucky. And with over 1,600 players competing, there's a good chance some of them will take you down. But if you practice a lot, play a lot, and execute your plays flawlessly, you really optimize your odds of winning. And I know Triff has dedicated a lot of his life to being the best duelist he can be. And it's paying off for him, and he's really maximizing his odds of winning these events, and as a result has been able to win 2 in a row and still has hopes alive for a 3rd victory in a row.
Yeah, the best way to get better at Yu-Gi-Oh! Is to play Yu-Gi-Oh! The more games you play, the more scenarios you encounter, the more you learn along the way. It makes a lot of sense, and I've been talking about it. One of my favorite quotes is, luck is when preparation meets opportunity. Just because you put the time in doesn't always mean you're guaranteed to get those results, but it does put you in the best position to yield those positive results. So all you have to do is keep on practicing. It may not always result in the win, but learning from your mistakes, learning from things that happen in the games will put you in a better position to have that victory and success as a duelist. And yeah, Steven has been a prime example of that over this past year. And there's something he also has, and that's complete confidence. If there's anyone out there who doesn't lack confidence, it is Steven Trufanowski. But right now he's locked in because he knows if he loses this game, his tournament is over with, and Alex will be moving on, and the dream of winning 3 in a row will be dead. But Alex, this is a proven player. He's been playing for a long time, representing Dallas, Texas. Shout out to, my hometown. It would be cool to see another player from Dallas walk away with a YCS championship. He's been in several top cuts before, always close, but never walking away with that trophy. So I know winning this YCS would mean so much to him.
This could be his weekend. He is only 1 victory away from advancing to the top 4, and he will have the option of choosing 1st or 2nd, which should play to his advantage.
Definitely. Being able to go first is huge, especially what we saw game number 1 and what his deck is capable of. He does have that ace up his sleeve in Arch Nemesis Protos, being able to shut off either one half of Steven's deck here. He can either go for Dark to cut off the Mitsurugi cards or go for Light to cut off the Yummy cards. We saw him call Dark in game number 1. We'll have to see if that's something he's going to be looking to do again. And that's like the best thing because Steven's deck is designed to let their opponent play, let them do what they want, and then interact with like the board with cards like Triple Tactics Thrust, Forbidden Droplet, Metal Tronus, Forbidden Chalice. All these cards are meant to deal with a field that's already established, and you can punish players with that kind of strategy with cards like Arch Nemesis Protos.
That's very true. Looks like we have a ripped sleeve here that Alex will have to fix.
Yeah. They just re-sleeved before this top 8 match.
Yeah, Alex won't have to worry about getting hit by Dimensional Barrier before being able to Exceed Summon this game either, since he gets to go first.
Yep, not playing against Labyrinth, so
yeah.
he'll have some room to breathe. But he's going to need to draw those Raziel cards or Onomat cards in order to get to where he needs to go. All right, the Duelists have side decked and shuffled up to cut each other's decks, and now it is almost time for the conclusion of top 8. Will it be Alex? Will it be Steven? 2 legends taking each other on here in top 8. It's game 3, YCS Anaheim 2025. Friendly handshake to start game number 3.
5 cards right off the top.
All right,
Stand
Alex
by
definitely
face.
has some cards to play with.
I see a 7th
face.
Tachyon. I'm not sure what else I see, but that alone will get him the extra Ryzeal he needs to start doing stuff.
All right,
Bonfire.
Strong card, limited 1. Steven doesn't have any interactions. A lot of the cards that he plays are about interacting with the board after it's already established. All right, Ice Ryzeal.
Resolution.
Sure.
Oh, nothing on the resolution. No Groll and Lockbird.
I mean, I like how he's like pretending to check his hand, but I'm looking at his deck list, and yeah, there's nothing that he's going to have. Alex is going to be free to do whatever he wants. You hear some people cheering there from Alex. They love that Ice Ryzeal has resolved. He's going to special summon Star Ryzeal from the deck, so he's going to immediately have access to that Ryzeal Cross.
I can't imagine he would take anything other than Ryzeal Cross here. So he'll set that to his field with Star Ryzeal's effect since it was special summon.
Set. Activate.
Yeah, this matchup is really tough for Steven. As I mentioned, he's mainly focusing on cards that interact with the field after it's already made, and that's where Alex's deck can capitalize.
Duo Drive.
So not going into Flame Banshee first like we saw in game number 1. It's going to be straight into Duo Drive with only 2 materials. And then 7th Tachyon is up next. So he's going to the Duo Drive for the protection of the Ryzeal Cross, so he won't be stopped by anything like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Smart stuff.
Makes sense. He didn't need the Banshee. Well, he could Banshee later. This game he actually opened up with the Ryzeal cards.
That's right. Now it looks like he is going to be grabbing one of those Onomat cards. It's going to be the Gagaga Gambara Knight.
Puts a card back on top to finish resolving 7th Tachyon's effect. And now he's going to use the effect of Gagaga Gambara Knight. Works a little like Jokul. He gets to special summon it along with another monster
That was
in his
with
hand.
Gambara's effect, not with Kage's effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, one in hand?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just letting him know that he was special summoning it out, not by its own effect, but just by the Gambara, as you mentioned.
Think here.
He's going to Ixie summon Gaga Girl.
It's a lot of Gagagas.
I think it's 4 Gas, right?
Yeah.
Activate effect.
Ga, 4, yep. Now going to use the effect to add an Onomat card, pretty much. Well, it could be a Gagaga, an Onomat, or an Xyz card, so lots of options here with Ga Girl.
But then he also gets a Go card because he detached Gagaga Gambara Knight.
So he's going to get a Gagaga and a Go.
Gagaga Gambara Knight.
Okay, it looks like he's adding an Unbreakable Xyz barrier with Ga Girl. As I mentioned, it can add an Xyz card. This is the trap that kind of works like Monadium Reframing, if you're familiar with it. It can negate a spell, trap, or monster effect as long as you control an Xyz monster, and then you have to detach 2 materials, but then you also get to destroy a card on the field. So it can negate a card and destroy a card as long as you have the proper things, and that's not good for Steven because that's one of those cards that can stop those field-breaking spell cards that he's relying on.
That is good.
And especially if Alex is able to access the Evil Storm Ouroboros Eclipse Twins line that he used in that first game, if he's taking 2 cards out of Steven's hand and has a negate on top of that and a negate with Ryzeal Cross, it might be just too much. Steven might have run into his worst matchup he could possibly face here in top 8.
This does look like it will be hard for him to break through. Alex is going to use Duo Drive's effect. He detaches 1 material from the Duo Drive plus 1 from the Gaga Girl, and now gets to take 2 Ryzeal cards from his deck, and he's getting Sword and X'd.
It's time to go for the Ryzeal monsters. out of the deck to the hand.
Yeah, he had no shortage of Ryzeal Engine in this game. So he's going to special summon the sword. Now he'll get another Ryzeal card.
This is where the meta calls really come into play. Steven made the meta call to play a deck that lets the opponent do whatever it wants and then interact with the field afterwards, and it's just not what you want to see when your opponent's playing so many cards that don't let you get that far.
X.
So yeah, X Ryzeal is going to send down Duo Drive. X is going to add probably a copy of Ice Ryzeal. Or Node. Sorry.
Can't get ice.
No,
that's
yeah,
right.
You got a different attribute is a good way to remember which one to add.
Anamatsu Kage's effect to special from the grave.
I've been really impressed by that card in this duel.
It's a good one.
Now he's going to make a 3 Ixes material monster. And there's the Ouroboros we saw in the previous duel, or the first duel. Oh.
Evil Storm Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to my boy Cyber Ouroboros, waiting in the wings, but the first card he's going to take out of Triff's hand is the Habakiri to the graveyard.
Not a bad hit.
Now he's going to overlay the Ouroboros and the Ga girl.
I think we're going to see Eclipse Twins come out because I don't know anyone else you can Xyz summon using those 2 monsters. There's the Node Ryzeal that he can now special summon from his hand. Just like we saw in the first duel, he's sending Eclipse Twins to the graveyard to special summon a monster. He's going to get Sword Ryzeal, and then the Eclipse Twins effect will activate, and he can bring back the Ouroboros again with an Xyz material attached. So we're seeing a lot of what he did first duel, and he won that first duel, so that worked out for him and is a strong strategy in this third duel. And he'll use Ouroboros again to strip one more card out of Steven's hand, and it's Sky Striker mobilizing Gauge.
Yeah, the way like Steven's deck is designed, I don't think there's a single card that he can hit out of his hand that wouldn't seem impactful, because it's just a high-powered strategy with so many impactful one-of cards that can do so much. And now he's down to 3 cards. You know he's facing down the trap card. Alex hasn't made the Infernal Flame Banshee just yet to try and get to Protoss. If he doesn't have access to Protoss, there's still a chance for Steven to fight this game. I mean, it's going to be tough, but...
He has access, though, right?
I mean, he could make it right here. Yeah, he could go into Infernal Flame Banshee. He has the Xyz monsters. We saw that's how he used the Nemesis flag by banishing the Anomat Kotage. And we'll have to see if that is what he's going to do here in game number 3.
Yeah, it looks like he's using Cross's effect first, so he gets to draw a card. There's a lot of strong plays that Triff has no interruption of.
Yeah, by design, he chose to let his opponents do whatever they want and then interact afterwards, and this could be coming back to bite him.
There's the Node and the Sword.
Detonator.
And it's just going to be Detonator. Maybe he hard drew the Arch Nemesis Protoss.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Looks like he's using the effect, but deciding which Xyz material, which monster from the graveyard to attach to Detonator as an Xyz material.
I do think I see Protoss in his hand.
Oh, well, that explains why he at no point went for the Nemesis flag. I think I saw Droll Lockbird in his hand, too.
Oh, that would be absolutely devastating if he has Protoss, Droll, and Lockbird, plus that...
Unbreakable Xyz barrier as well. That sounds pretty unbreakable to me.
You have the trap. You have 1 ice. What was the last one now? 2 draws.
Yeah, Steven's still trying to focus on what he knows, what he can control.
Also the bird.
Go. What's that? Yeah.
Maybe it's not a Protoss. Maybe it is just the...
And ice, correct?
Ice, yes. Ice is correct. And the trap.
I think he probably does have the Protoss, because it would explain his sequence of play.
Sends the Go Goblinberg to the graveyard to special summon Ice Ryzeal, and then there it is, Arch Nemesis Protoss. You see Steven kind of tapping the table there, knowing that is going to potentially be the final nail in the coffin of his incredible tournament run here, trying to win 3 YCSs in a row.
Now we'll see whether he declares dark or light. He did dark in the first duel.
Dark.
Yep, it's going to be
he's
dark
doing
again.
dark again. I guess he's more concerned about the Mitsurugi half drift stack, like you mentioned.
The Ouroboros will be destroyed. Sets the trap card, and it's a pass to Steven. This could be his final turn in the tournament here at YCS Anaheim. Alex Bergeron wants to send him back to Canada with some good prizes, but not a 4th trophy.
Oh.
He has Cross. He has the trap.
He has Detonator.
He has
Protos
Detonator.
locking down the darts.
I almost don't even think about the Detonator because it's hard to even get to that point to even activate the Detonator's effect.
And he has the Grolin Lockbird in hand, I'm pretty sure. I misidentified a card in his hand before, so I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's Grohl. But I don't even know that he needs it.
All right, going to start with Forbidden Chalice on the Detonator.
We're probably going to see the Detonator destroy itself, right?
Yep, it does have the Eclipse Twins, so it has the way to dodge it here. So how he dodges it, he uses the Detonator effect to destroy itself, and then the Eclipse Twins triggers to summon back the Detonator and give it another material. And that is what Alex is going to do.
Eclipse Twins effect?
Yeah, that's a pretty common play. So the Eclipse Twins brings back the Detonator.
And it gets the material. So he has less
Detonator
materials, but still has that one destruction effect available. Oh, and then the Detonator effect activates too, so he'll get a 2nd material as well.
Yeah, the on-summon effect. So it has one fewer material than it had before. But
Not a great exchange of cards.
I'm not even sure the Detonator was the biggest problem.
Yeah, Steven might have been hoping that would have forced out the activation of the counter trap.
That is likely, but I think there was no universe where Alex was going to use a counter trap on that.
There may be no universe that Steven can win this game.
Big thing, one sec.
He's going to take a moment, consider his options. He doesn't want to go out without a fight. But this could be the end of an incredible run here from Steven over the past couple YCSs.
He doesn't want to give up. You can see he does not want to give up, which is understandable. But he's calculating whether he actually has a play.
Warm and dark.
Okay, gonna go with Herald of the Abyss.
All right, he declares dark, so
And
I
Worm.
I need to send.
So he has to send a Dark Worm from his field
my
to the
board.
graveyard.
So that's just the Protos. Its effect is still lingering, though.
But does it negate its effects that are already lingering? What does it say?
It does not. It does
No,
not.
he still can't summon dark monsters.
1500.
Haven't seen that card in a
it's
while. It
already
was used
activated.
effectively
Yeah,
to get rid of like Expertly Noir for a while, but at least the Protoss is off the field. But
And you're
yeah,
at
it's just
65
this is just the worst matchup
now?
for Steven. Like a deck that makes this field turn 1 when you're letting them build their board with no interactions from the hand. But next is Mitsurugi Prayers. Might as well let that resolve.
dark.
He can't special summon
Yeah.
a
that's
dark
fine.
monster. He's just going to
Yeah.
have to add it to his hand.
Yeah, he didn't tribute a card to activate it either, so he only gets one effect.
He's just going to play out the rest of the cards in his hand here, going out.
He looks
the
defeated.
fight.
There's the droll.
The insult to
Does that
injury.
negate summons?
No.
He has a Saji plus one other card in hand. Offers the deck to cut to Alex.
He knows he's not going back in now that the Grolin Lockbird was activated. I don't even think he needed to use the Groll. Guess
No.
it doesn't hurt. Right,
Oh, Regeki.
but he has the barrier, the unbreakable barrier.
Regeki is something.
He's going to negate it because the last card in his hand is Saji.
There's really no
Detonator
reason
would
not to.
just Protect that. Yeah, I'm just gonna Detonator Protect.
Okay. He's choosing to use
that kills this,
detonators.
though,
The Ice
right?
Rise Eel still gets destroyed. Only the Xyz monsters are protected.
I guess that's the even more defensive play. Now he saved his counter trap that can negate anything.
It's Zaji, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Steven also paid 1,500 life points, even though it's not there on the clock. He is at 6,500.
Yeah, and Alex has his duo drives effect online right
Draw
now.
for turn.
Yeah, it's going to be over. Steven
Standby. Yep.
going out with his head held high.
I'm going to use Ryzo Cross effect. To do.
But this is going to be the end here for Steven Trifanowski.
And
a valiant effort to win 3 YCSs in a row, but just going to come up short. It really comes down to that die roll, and especially in this matchup with how the Alex has built his Onomat Raziel deck, and that's enough. Steven has seen it, and Alex Bergeron will be moving on to the top 4 of YCS Anaheim, taking on one of the players who has had just the most incredible of runs this past year, but just going to come just short here at YCS Anaheim from winning back-to-back YCS Anaheims, back-to-back-to-back YCS tournaments. Not quite going to make it, but Alex Bergeron is a veteran duelist, and he is hungry for that first YCS title. He has topped many events in the past, WCQs, YCSs, and he wants that trophy.
Yeah, that was a great match. They both played phenomenally. But sometimes there's only so much you can do in a duel.
You hear the crowd giving a round of applause to Steven for the valiant effort to do something very few duelists have done before, but his story ends here, well, at least for just this weekend. There's definitely more tournaments out there that he's going to try and come away with the victory, but for now, Alex Bergeron is going to be moving on to the top 4.
There's no shortage of tournaments, and I expect that we're going to see Triff enter a lot of them. So we
Definitely.
definitely have not seen the last of him.
Yeah, and even more exciting, like Raziel is in top 4. That's a strategy a lot of players haven't been talking about, especially in combination with the Onomat cards. And Alex Bergeron really showing the power of the Onomat Tokage. It doesn't seem super useful, like when you just read the effects stand alone by itself, but when you incorporate it with the other cards and that it's a name that you can send down to the graveyard with Do Warrior, on top of just being able to banish it to return those Xyz monsters.
Yeah, the synergy with Nemesis Flag is amazing.
Really cool stuff here from Alex, and he was able to take down Steven Trifanowski. But Jackie is standing by with our winner here, so go ahead and take it away. Let's hear from Alex Bergeron.
You're going to semis, Alex! How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It was an awesome match. Triff is one of my good friends, so it was a little unfortunate to play him in top 8, but it was great. It was a really great match overall.
It was really fun to watch, and this is actually the farthest you've come in a YCS, correct?
Yeah, this is now the furthest I've gone in a big event, so yeah.
How does that feel?
Awesome, yeah. It's been a lot of fun, and I just hopefully I can win a couple more.
And you stopped the three-peat, and you said you're friends, but I mean, he has a very impressive career. How did you feel sitting across from him? How did you think your decks matched up?
It was really dice roll dependent. If I lost the dice roll, I was down to drawing like Fualos or Droll and Mockbird to try to give myself a chance. But thankfully, I was able to full combo game 1, full combo game 3. I drew Protoss and really good cards game 3. And yeah, just happy to be here.
Okay, awesome. And semis are ahead. So what are you thinking? What's your mindset?
Just control what I can control. And if it goes my way, it goes my way. And that'll be awesome.
Okay, great. Any shout outs? Anything you want to say to the people watching at home? You kind of have a really cool underdog story going on here.
Yeah, shout out to my fiance Annalisa. Shout out to the Bozo Court, Aaron, Avery, G, Heisum, Cam, Scott. I'm going to forget names. They're going to be mad, but it's all right. I love you all. It's an amazing time.
To all the people. All right, thank you so much again, Alex. Enjoy that victory. We'll see you soon. I'm going to send it back to our casters.
Was that a Scott Page shout out in 2025? Hey, shout out to Scott. I mean, he didn't say Scott Page, but it has to be. If there's a bozo I know, it's definitely Scott Page. He's the king of them. But no, that's really cool to hear him shout out, all the people that he play tests with and everyone that, helped him get to this far. He's been playing for such a long time, and it's all about the friends you meet along the way.
Yeah, I like the attitude of control what you can control. I think that's a good lesson, and I think that's a wise mindset to take into the top 4.
Definitely, and because it's kind of just like that first episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Even though it's a solo game and you're playing your solo matches, once it gets down to this point in the tournament, you can kind of feel the energy of your friends surrounding you and supporting you and trying to find, be there for you when you need them the most, especially when the pressure is on the line.
No doubt.
Yep. But that was just our first top 8 match. We're going to have top 4 coming up here shortly. But before we go to a quick break, we want to tell you about some upcoming events. That's right. It's going to be about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We have October 11th and 12th, Sao Paulo, Brazil. The eFootball promotion will be held here too, so you're going to want to make sure you check that out. Pittsburgh is going to be in November 8th and the 9th. And, of course, we have our remote duel YCS for North America December 6th and 7th. So if you're wanting to play in a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, you're not going to want to miss out on these YCSs that are up and coming this year. Now, it's been incredible so far. Lots of exciting stuff has happened. Top 8 is coming to a conclusion. Top 4 is next, so you're not going to want to go anywhere. Stay tuned for more Yu-Gi-Oh! Action as we come to the conclusion of YCS Anaheim.
That was quite the first top 8 match. It was incredible to see Steven and Alex. A shame Steven couldn't get that 3-peat, but he played his absolute heart out. And congratulations to Alex for being our first player to make it to top 4.
It's really good Yu-Gi-Oh! So far. I know we've been saying that the entire tournament, but when you see Duelists, the caliber of the people we saw on stage, oh my goodness, just playing incredible. But speaking of Duelists, why don't we take a look at the bracket so we can see how things are shaking out here.
Yep, y'all just saw that Alex was able to be confident enough to fight against Steven and move on to fight against Kamal in top 4. As well as going to be having, I believe, the matchup of Cam and Timothy that we have here for you guys later in just a moment.
Really good stuff there. I know a lot of people are cheering for Steven, of course, but Alex, just some incredible stuff there to move on to the top 4 there.
Oh, yes, 100%. That automatic Rizio deck that he's been playing all weekend long is super awesome.
So, speaking of our duelists here, I think we're going to go check in with one of our top 8 duelists, or top 4 duelists now, Timothy.
My name's Timothy Billiard. I usually go by my middle name, Alex, and I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For about maybe 13 years on and off. I took a break from 2020, but I came back about a year ago. Being part of this top 8 is really a chance, I feel like, to kind of go out there, prove myself, play some great competition, and just have a good time. I'm not sure. I think winning the YCS would be just a great honor, you know, being part of a list of really great players who have won YCSs, and also kind of getting a chance to show what I can do would be great. I'd love to shout out my OTS in Pittsburgh, Green Tree Sports Cards, Top Deck Cards and Games there as well. I also live in New York, so I'd love to shout out my OTS Card Quest, and then I'd love to shout out my team Priority Phase, and all my friends there and my family as well. I think my favorite animated Yu-Gi-Oh! Series is either GX or 5Ds, but it's pretty close between the two of them.
Certainly a deserving duelist there, and it'll
Yes.
be interesting to see if he is our next YCS champion. Just so many great competitors here, and now the story's kind of wide open. We don't know who it's going to be because it's not going to be a repeat.
Oh, yeah.
But speaking of repeat duelists, we also have Cam Neal, who's done so many different championships, won YCS before, won a UDS, so let's hear from him.
My name is Cameron Neal. I'm from Dallas, Texas, and I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For 15 years. It would mean to me that being in this top 8, because there's a lot of really good players, and it would just be really good to win. It'll be my 3rd one. I'm trying to get it. Yes, shout outs to my friend Christian Urena. He's been my tested partner for so long. And shout outs to Bortle. My favorite anime series is the original, mainly the Silivori Calcos one.
Oh, it's awesome to hear great taste from a great duelist. Let's go ahead and throw over to the stage so Jackie can properly introduce these 2 duelists as they compete in top 4.
Numbers are dwindling, only 4 left. We are moving into the semis. Who is going to finals? Are y'all ready for this duel? There we go, loving this crowd. Let's begin with the blue chair. Hailing all the way from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Timothy Billier. He made top 32 at this year's NAWCQ, and this is the best he's done at a YCS. Now to the red chair, coming from Arlington, Texas, we have Cam Neal. He has 2 YCS wins under his belt. 1 last year, 1 this year. Our duelists are ready. Okay, crowd, are you ready for this semis duel? I can't hear you! There we go. Casters, take it away.
Oh, thank you so much, Jackie. It's great to see him back and raring up that amazing performance at the NWCQ. And, of course, Cameron is no stranger to this top table stage.
He knows exactly where he is. He's at home up on the featured match stage, and it'll be interesting to see if he can clinch out another YCS win to add to his belt. Literally the belt he has, the UDS belt. But speaking of the actual match itself, right, we see it's Mitsurugi versus Mitsurugi Yummy. Both of these decks obviously very successful this format, but they have a terror waiting for them on the other side of the bracket because, of course, we've got some great duelists on the other end. So it'll be interesting to see who advances here and if they're going to make it all the way.
That's right, Steven. The last time we saw this matchup happen, it was between Philip and Alex over on the last round right before top 8 began. And it was Alex's game to win, and we saw that the additional Yummy cards just added to the ceiling of the Mitsurugi cards in a way that the mirror matches can't compete in. So let's see how Cam's deck can compete against Timothy's.
It shows you that Mitsurugi is so strong. It doesn't need any bridges, right? You could just play it on its own. Obviously, King of the Feral Imps out of the format, but Mitsurugi not out of the format at all. Very, very strong, getting both these duels just skyrocketed to the top. And exciting to see that Timothy has gotten this far in the tournament, considering he's from Pittsburgh. So no matter what he does, we'll probably see him again at YCS Pittsburgh in just a couple of weeks.
How fun, and this would be like chapter 1 of his story of winning YCS Anaheim and then going to win his hometown YCS later on this year.
Well, you say chapter 1, this definitely is an anime level storyline here where we have world championship competitors. We saw this three-peat is no longer happening, but there's still so many great competitors left in the tournament to find out who is first North American champion here for YCS Anaheim. The sort of first YCS we've had under these new top 8 rules, under this new setup, and gotta say, the untimed vibe is so immaculate.
Oh yes, giving these duelists all the time they need to think through their plays and show us just how truly skillful they can be in this card game is going to be a real sight to see.
There's no Sword of Damocles, that is the timer here. They just get to play. Obviously, you still have to keep a pace of play. We don't want to be here for a couple of months, right? But I am excited to see how this matchup turns out. And yeah, this will finally kind of answer that question. You know, should you have brought Mitsurugi to the tournament? Should you have brought Yummy Mitsurugi? Well, we'll find out soon.
Yeah, but something I kind of want to add here is I believe Cam was one of our 3 players that ended up being undefeated after day 1, but then swiftly took some losses here on day 2 and had to kind of bubble into top 8 at that X2 mark. So he kind of almost lost out on his option to compete here as we stare down that beautiful YCS logo. Game 1 of top 4 is about to begin between Timothy and Cam. Let's see if that bubble was worth it and gave Cam a shot to take down this entire event.
All right, duelists, it is time to duel here. Let's go ahead and grab some dice here in a moment. Find out who's going first.
The age-old roll 9. That's pretty good from Cam there. And 5. Timothy's going to be at Cam's mercy.
All right. Good luck. Good luck.
Sounds like he's going first. Players wish each other luck and they draw their opening hand. Ooh, I don't want to be playing favorites here, but I do love those Red Eyes Black Dragon sleeves that Cameron has on his board. Just pointing that out there.
Okay, Joey, calm down.
No, you're Joey today.
That's true. I am wearing the baby dragon fit. But speaking of dragons here, I think we're about to see some very large, scaly creatures. So we will see the Mitsurugi no Mikoto Saji normal summoned here.
Think in response.
Getting access to that Mitsurugi spell cards are definitely something Cam wants to do. And opening with the Mitsurugi cards is usually the thing that the Yummy versions of this deck want to do, so that we have access to the Yummies later on in the turn, while after trying to bait any interruptions from your opponent.
Cam, a soft-spoken duel, so the judge is having him adjust his microphone so he can be heard by all the folks at home. Now, interesting hand you can see there from Timothy, including both Super Polymerization and the Mulcharmy Fuwalo, so lots of ways to draw cards, but even if that gets negated for any reason, a great way to combine your opponent's monsters into a fusion summon of your own.
Cameron Neal, a man of few words, but a man of many, many plays.
Well, as long as we're making Joey jokes here, I mean, he always says, let your cards do the talking, and it's what Cam really does. He is sort of a soft-spoken duelist with just an incredible competitive record, and this top 4, no matter where he goes from here, is just another notch in the belt.
So there we see the Salamangreat Almirage using the Saji as material for that because it was normal summon this turn. Giving us access to a Link 1 that we can use our Yummy cards with. We're going to see the Cupsy Yummy come down from Cameron here, using the on-summon effect to go ahead and search for some more Yummy cards.
We're also at the stage of the tournament where everybody probably knows about what everybody is playing, but we do see the Mulcharmy Fuwalos. I don't think that Timothy was expecting that to happen with the Salamangreat Almirage being immediately summoned off the Saji there, but from here, you know a monster's coming out of the extra deck, so it's good as time as any.
Yeah, Cam's now a little bit less priced into doing all the Link summoning and Synchro summoning shenanigans that Yummy is known for doing, but he can still probably summon and do some ritual shenanigans if he wishes.
Well, I figure at least it'd be safe to get like a Cupsy Yummy way, just because the advantage would kind of even out. Your opponent would draw a card, but you get 2 and then have to discard 1, so it wouldn't feel too bad. But how far after that will he go, or will he go any further? Cam's still staring it down, hasn't done anything yet.
I mean, sometimes when this deck in full combo, you might be forcing your opponent to draw, I don't know, 6 different cards. I don't know if Cam wants to take that risk with how powerful some of the cards in Timothy's deck can be.
Looks like we're at least going to Link summon here into Yummy Snatchy. So that's 1 draw for Timothy off the top. Didn't get a look at what he added from his deck to his hand, though.
Okay.
Yep, when we see the Snatchy effect on summon, it looks like to go ahead and search for the field spell.
Now, throughout the tournament, we've been seeing that the second Yummy Snatchy is usually the one that brings out the field spell. I wonder if Cameron's telegraphing, no, probably not going to go any further into the extra deck at this point.
That's a very good tell there from Cam.
Research surprise off that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, we have the known surprise in Cameron's hand. Definitely going to be something that Timothy's going to be watching out for as he plays his own turn. Oh yeah, you can tell that these plays are both methodical and thought through as both players go ahead and, as Cam activates his minion here to bring back his Cupsy Yummy for the 2nd time this turn.
Well, if I recall correctly, Cam was a competitor in the Master Duel tournament this year in the World Championship, and it's kind of untimed, but you still have the pressure of your teammates either winning or losing, sort of putting pressure on you to do well. This is kind of a nice duel environment for him. He just gets to play comfortably, untimed, think everything through, make the right decisions.
And he only has to worry about 1 game at a time versus 3 games at a time, where
That
he's
is true.
coaching and talking with his teammates.
Now, it looks like we are going to at least get 1 more summon here, which means 1 more draw for Timothy. I imagine it's got to be Cupsy Yummy way at this point.
Yeah, just get access to more cards, you got to imagine.
And seeing, I believe, a Pot of Prosperity drawn there.
I think at this point, Cam is kind of priced in to keep going and just give away more draws maybe. He's hoping that his turn 1 board can fight through whatever potential interactions Timothy could draw into. Not sure.
Well, Mitsurugi also helps to even out card advantage, right? When you think about the Ame no Murakumo and Mitsurugi, that's going to take 1 card out of the hand, so that'll kind of even things out too. And being able to special summon it during your opponent's turn and use that Raigeki-like effect to clear out their monsters, that also feels good. So maybe Cam is just considering, yeah, you know what, I play in Master Duel all the time. Think about it, I have to deal with Max C. Letting my opponent draw is not that big of a deal.
Especially when I'm getting a lot of resources as a result as well. It's not like I'm just doing nothing to increase his hand size.
Right now? Surprise, prayers,
and Cupsy.
And Cupsy. Okay.
Always a good double check here of what is known and what is unknown, so that way you can know what to look out for as Timothy.
Still public knowledge here. We're going to set 2 cards, and we might have slowed things down and just made this a Yummy field for now.
And there we see Nibiru, the Primal Being, on the attempt to go to the end phase, it looks like. We're going to stay in main, and we're going to just go ahead and tribute the field.
Attack.
And that is I believe that's the one from Rarity Collection 4.
Yes, Quarter Century, I want to say Stampede.
Yes.
Just gorgeous, gorgeous alternate art, right? It's out of the rock, a little bit of an alien surprise in there.
Mm-hmm. That token, I believe, only has 1,200 defense and 1,200 attack.
Very tiny.
Yep. All right, and we do see the pass from Cam as we enter the end phase.
So off to a slow start, respecting the Mulcharmy Fuwalo, so Timothy draws for turn.
We do have access to Surprise still, I believe, but not the effect to get the bounce because we don't currently control any yummy monsters.
Now, kind of a weird drawback from using the Nibiru, the Primal Being, is all of a sudden the Super Polymerization just doesn't have as much utility, so maybe it ends up just getting set for next turn.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can always Super Poly the token away and the Nibiru if you really wanted to get an extra body on board.
Well, that's true, and it could help get a card to the graveyard, but we'll see how Timothy handles this as he starts off with Mitsurugi Prayers. Cam checks his face down. Looks like we are going to flip something up. It's going to be Yummy Surprise.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the effect of Summon, I'd wager.
Would help to get the Cupsy Yummy Wave back onto the field.
I think in response.
Also, it's worth noting that we're in the draw phase, I believe, for Timothy. So that Pot of Extravagance you saw earlier in his hand still has a chance to be activated once we begin the main phase.
Oh yeah, Timothy has no slouch making it this far into the tournament.
So yep, we're going to go ahead and summon back the Cupsy Way here, which now kind of makes the Poly a bit more interesting, especially if we do use that tag out effect.
Mm-hmm. The two light beast monsters with different names. But we still got to figure out what we're doing with the prayers.
Well, we did tribute the Futsu for the cost to get the additional sequence effect of prayers here, so we're going to go ahead and add. But I don't think we're going to choose to summon anything because we don't really think I have any targets to do so. Oh, we get summon from hand, that's right. So we're going to do that with the prayers.
800 doesn't feel too bad in this situation.
Yep. Chinling 1 Futsu to search, Chinling 2 Aramasa to search.
Yep, so we're going to search for a monster and search for a Mitsurugi card respectively. The Futsu just won't be able to summon itself back as it was not properly ritual summoned.
Well, somebody bumped the claw machine. Oh, the Dominus Impulse, though, against the Cupsy Yummy Way.
And again, we're seeing the pure Mitsurugi players sequence pretty perfectly where they use their Nibiru and then afterwards they use their Impulse so that way they don't get punished for turning off their light monster effects. This is something that the pure version of the deck gets to access that the Yummy version of the deck does not.
You certainly wouldn't want to lock yourself out of light monsters if you were playing Yummy, but that is not the case for Timothy, so we enter the main phase.
If you're Timothy, I believe that set card would be unknown, but you got to assume it's some kind of Mitsurugi or Yummy card, maybe something like Call by the Grave could be something you're playing around to. But yeah, beginning of the main phase here, we're going to be activating this Pot of Extravagance, banishing.
Start of main phase.
3 to 6. Yep, start of main phase. They were just being clear of like, oh, that was all during the draw phase? He's like, yeah, that was.
Mm-hmm. Players doing a great job communicating.
I'll do 6.
And now we're going to go ahead and top 6 are going to get banished here.
That's good.
And the effect is good. We're going to be getting 2 more off the top here.
Timothy has just been getting all the card advantages way, and Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring and the Mitsurugi Mirror off the top.
That could allow us to access the Futsu that's in our graveyard because it can ritual summon from the graveyard like we saw earlier during today.
Ritual from hand? Sure.
Ooh, but we already have the Murakumo in hand, so we're going to go ahead and send 2 names from the deck to the graveyard to try to summon this. This is a lot of value here for Timothy.
Just perfect. It shows you, because your deck doesn't clash with itself, you just get to play, again, pure Mitsurugi. Like, everything is working exactly as it was supposed to, because the deck is so fine-tuned not to trip over itself because of the alternating Yummy and Mitsu strategies.
Oh, yeah, and you can just draw more cards, and you can just include more copies of the cards that matter, like Mitsurugi Ritual. You have the room to play 3 copies of it.
So we've got the Saji and the Kusanagi tributed, hitting the graveyard there.
Saji. 2 Kusanagi target ritual spell.
Interestingly, not using the effect of Murakumo.
Wants to leave that monster in play, it looks like, for Cam, the token.
Well, it definitely helps if we haven't seen as much infinite impermanence this format, but just keeping a monster on their field means they can't activate any cards. Well, Charmings may come up if that card on the face-down field was chainable, but there's still a field spell, so not sure why. I guess maybe he just wanted to have something on the field to interrupt any interactions he might have.
Well, it could be like, oh, if you're going to summon a monster in play, leaving you with a monster means my Super Poly is a bit more valuable in case it's like a light or can line up with any monsters that are still in his extra deck.
And it can mess with some Yummy fields just in case something happens here because, again, it's a rock monster. That is not a light beast.
Also, Steve, I don't want to shock you, but it's not like that's the only time he's going to summon Murakumo this turn.
That's fair. That's fair.
He can always do it later.
Well, I think we're about to see it again just now as Mitsurugi Ritual is going to Ritual Summon from the deck, tributing the Murakumo on the field, and let's see who we get out now. It's going to be a Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi.
Yep, that's the last of the big boys that we haven't been able to cycle through yet so far during this turn.
And then Murakumo, the search and special.
Yep, it's been tributed, so you're going to go ahead and search for the Grave Purification, it looks like there, and then a special summon from the graveyard.
You were right after all.
Well, he might not use the effect on summon either, but we'll find out together.
Attempt to enter battle.
Oh, just battle phase.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that token's only 1,200. It doesn't really affect the damage that much. Actually, it gets reduced by another 800 because of the Habakiri.
That's right.
12.
So we're going to attack 12 into the, I believe, 400 attack point monster and deal 800 damage.
A tiny token.
Could be wrong.
24.
That's a total of 32 potentially.
3,000.
52.
And then game.
Another 32.
Does he have anything to respond with? Oh, Mitsurugi prayers in response. Maybe trying to put a body on board before that final direct attack. Oh, but no. Ash Blossom and Joy Spring.
And there it is. Game 1 goes to Timothy off the back of that Ash Blossom, stopping the prayers from activating regardless of if Cam was tributing for the cost or not.
Cam collects his cards, and we got our first winner here in the semifinals just for Game 1, of course. Don't get too excited. Timothy still has to win one more duel, but he is staring down possibly being able to get that YCS trophy and be our champion one game at a time.
And if you're Timothy, you know, Cam going first, you breaking Swerve in that very first game, even though you were going second, to come back, break his board, and go for game all in the same turn, that's got to get you some confidence as we go into this Game 2 here.
Well, but speaking of Game 2, Cam does get to go first, so you get a whole litany of options, right? First off, you get to establish your board, although he did get to go first before, so if he runs into a Molcharmi for Wallace, maybe going first is going to yield the same result, but you do get access to your side deck this time, so maybe popping in a few fun cards will change the outcome of this duel.
But the thing about the Pure Mitsu deck that we've been seeing all weekend long is that it's matched up really well into a lot of the common side deck options besides Droll and Lockbird. Like, what are you going to do? Banish my cards? They don't care about that. I'm doing that myself sometimes by playing Dimensional Fissures in the deck. What are you going to do? Stop me from Ritual Summoning? That might suck if the D barrier comes down for sure, but it would also affect Cam if he wants to summon any ritual monsters during Timothy's turn by bringing them back with prayers and whatnot. It feels very resilient of an archetype compared to maybe other ones who are trying to splash multiple different archetypes together.
Definitely a popular option around the world, and no surprise that both of these duelists have used it to get this far in the tournament. But Yummy obviously on people's minds because obviously it's gotten a lot of brand new stuff, right? When you think about how powerful Marshmallow Yummy has made this deck, it has all this sort of new sense of recursion and just being able to, you know, activate the Yummy Surprise, put the body on the field, get the Yummy Surprise back immediately. It's just so good in a lot of different situations. Didn't come up in this duel, but Cameron still obviously stands a shot because Yummy is cooking.
Oh yes, 1,000%. Yummy has been the talk of the town ever since Justice Hunters came out, and with the most recent FNL list, kind of catapulting it to one of those stronger strategies out of that, or at least the least amount of limited strategies within that deck, and the freedom you have combining it with powerful existing strategies like Mitsurugi has just been a treasure trove for some of the innovators in the format to make the most powerful decks we've ever seen.
Well, I just kind of thought about what we're missing here in the tournament, right? As we advance into the semifinals, there's no Draco Tail in the top 4 at all, is there?
Yeah, but in day 2 it was the most represented deck by itself.
Interesting, yeah. I wonder if it's got that new curse where it's a deck that commonly is played but doesn't make it to the #1 spot.
It depends, I think, on the Mitsu matchup. It's probably tough for a lot of people, and that deck was really popular this weekend and just so strong. As we see here, we go into Game 2 with both of these Mitsu decks playing. Cam Neal needs to make a comeback here, otherwise his tournament run is over. But if anyone can do it, it's Cam the Man Neal.
Oh, it definitely is. So one of Texas' most celebrated and decorated duelists. Let's see how he does.
And we're starting off just like we did in Game 1 with a normal summon Saji.
And we're sure this is Game 2.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a blast from the past, I'll say that much.
Definitely Groundhog Day, but as we look at our hand, I do see what appear to be a Molcharmi Fuwalos, so not necessarily all the useful cards in the world.
Activate.
Oh, speaking of Molcharmi Fuwalos.
I was about to say.
It's useful on the other side of the board.
I promise this isn't Game 1. Because I know for a fact it's not, because we didn't wait for him to summon Almirage this time.
That is true. That is true.
Oh, it's definitely not Game 1. It's Game 2, and that means 2 Molcharmi Fuwalos. Looks like we're going Chain Link 3 here on those Fuwas by activating the prayers here to just get that summon out of the deck, it looks like. Or I guess the add to hand, because we're not tributing here to get both effects.
This is a difficult situation to be in, and last time Cam was very conservative, not giving his opponent that many cards. Now, it's even harder to make this decision because even a single summon from the deck or extra deck would mean 2 cards apiece.
Right, but now he's kind of priced into maybe just being a bit more conservative with his turn, summoning monsters from the hand by using ritual spells like Mitsurugi Ritual. We could still tribute from the deck and not give away any draws, and that gives us access to Murakumo, and if you're Cam, 3-card hand versus a Murakumo, not too shabby.
Now, on the Mulcharmy conversation, do you feel like it's time for Mulcharmy Meows again? Summoning from the banishment, because you notice Mitsurugi decks are doing that, main decking some of the banishing cards.
But they also summon from the graveyard, too.
Yeah,
Works both ways.
Maybe Meows is going to make a comeback in future formats, or at least future tournaments in this format, but I guess we'll have to see. But for now, haven't seen any Meows stalking around, so this is safe.
I guess the real question would be, like, is playing 3 copies of each of the Mulcharmies worth it in decks, either going first, second, or third? And is 6 enough, I guess?
It would be kind of crowded for sure. You would not want to start a duel and be like, hello, Mulcharmy friends, I sure am going first, and this isn't helping.
Yeah, there definitely could be some room for like maybe some going second strategies to try and include more copies of Meows, but they were probably going to do that anyway.
Target 2.
Well, speaking of double trouble, looks like we are going to go ahead and use the Mitsurugi prayers here to grab even more advantage.
It could be Kusanagi is Chain Link 1 targeting prayers, and then Aramasa Chain 2 to search. Could be what's happening here after being tributed from the deck. So that way we have access to prayers during Timothy's turn without playing into Fuwalos anymore.
Where's it good?
Yep. So far, so good here. Hasn't given away too many draws. We do see the super polymerization in Timothy's hand. So these 2 dark monsters that are reptiles could combine.
Draw.
We do see the pass there. Cam is not falling for the trap like he did in game 1. He is not playing into Fuwalos and kind of doesn't have to. He has basically the full Mitsurugi end board here with this prayers and this Murakumo online.
So interesting, Cam confronted with 2 decisions, right? We all know that great Yu-Gi-Oh meme with the 2 different paths, and instead of deciding to give his opponent even more cards to establish a field, he actually decided to play even more conservatively than game 1.
Stand by, meme.
Yep.
And now Timothy, instead of having a 7-card hand, only has a 4-card hand going into this turn. Ooh.
Well, it's one of those cards is Habakiru, so...
That's a pretty good one, I've heard.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to be pretty important to see how Cam chooses to use his interactions. Now, while they may be layered, they are limited. He basically has access to the Murakumo Negate, which he's going to use right now to force another card out of Timothy's already small hand. And then he has access to the prayers to kind of essentially cycle it back out and get the Regeki-like effect.
Is that Dimension Shifter we see at the top of the deck as he cycles through?
The one and only.
Mitsurugi Banishment is certainly going around.
It just helps you line up into all these yummy and Draco Tail strategies that everyone's playing.
That's what happens when you get rid of your artifact Lancias.
So here we see the Saji's effect after being tributed after resolving the effect of Habakir here to go ahead and get a ritual spell of his own, potentially.
Certainly down to the wire. Timothy has a lot of different ways he could go. You know, you're not really staring down too much crazy, and obviously the Mitsurugi Ritual is very helpful there. It gives you a little bit of flexibility on what path you pick.
On res.
Ooh, on resolution of Saji, Droll, and Lockbird. This could be maybe not that big of a deal, actually, for Timothy, because he already has access to the ritual spell. And summon. He just won't be able to get all the value that is generated as a result of resolving the ritual spell twice in one turn.
Well, I also believe I see a triple tactics talent there, so you're not going to be drawing any cards. So it does kind of slow this turn down. It doesn't completely shut him off, but the glass ceiling is going to really hold tough.
Yeah, because like whether or not you can actually play through the rest of Cam's interactions is kind of moot at this point, because if you can't win the game on this turn, Cam's follow-up is going to be insane.
Well, Timothy still won the first duel, so maybe this is the beginning of Cam's comeback.
But right now, he's focused on the here and now of what his turns is and what he's going to go from here. Wants to assess what's available to Cam / what he needs to maybe worry about.
This looks like he's considering his options. That triple tactics talent almost came out of the hand a couple of times. Maybe you're going to use the take.
Just to deny Cam the option of using his own prayers. That could be pretty interesting. But he can just chain to it and then bring it back.
Yeah,
it does. A new chain after it takes. Yeah.
Doesn't do a whole lot here, though. And you can see that Timothy is not sure which of the couple of cards he has that he wants to play next. But we are going to activate triple tactics talent.
And we're going to look at the hand, actually, and we see no real interaction from Cam here, just Cupsy, Habakiri, and Fua. Like I said, the follow-up is insane. But as of right now, the only interaction that Timothy needs to play around is this Prayers to sort of cycle back that Murakumo.
So leaving him with the other cards in the hand and saying goodbye to the lone Yummy monster there.
I mean, there is a world where we just go like Super Poly, discard the Habakiri, fuse off these 2 reptiles on Cam's board, activate Mitsurugi Ritual, and just like try to get damage on there. I'm not sure how much we could get, but it could be the best way to kind of break apart what Cam has available to him.
It would make for this wonderful sort of low to the ground grind game, making the 2 of them top deck, but Yummy is a very explosive deck and really only does need 1 to 2 cards to get the party started.
It's going to be interesting to see how Tim chooses to play this turn here. Oh, I didn't even think about that, but like we can always Prayers tribute the... Well, what monster did we return? We returned the Habakiri, right? Or did we return Cupsy?
No, we returned the Cupsy Yummy.
Okay, gotcha. So we're going to go ahead and Ritual here from the hand the Habakiri by sending away the materials from the deck. Now, this might be tricky because we're not going to get that much advantage due to the Droll and Lockbird, but we can, of course, recycle this copy of Mitsurugi Ritual. This will then give us access to at least 2 bodies as we summon our own Murakumo. So what I could see Timothy doing here...
Back target ritual spell?
Sure. Might just be using the Ritual spell actually as a discard for Super Polymerization.
Well, what you could do is, because you can't... Oh, but you can't add with the effect of Habakiri, so that means he can't summon himself back either. Ooh, that's pretty rough to see.
Definitely a hard spot, but Timothy trying to do what he can to win on this duel, right? It's okay that you go to game 3, right, because you still have a chance, but wouldn't it be nice if you're a fan of Timothy for him to just close it out now?
Mm-hmm. Like, there might have been a world where it's better to shotgun the Super Poly and then save the Ritual, but without having the Tribute fodder, you actually won't be able to summon anything from the deck either, so it's probably not going to work out in Timothy's favor, unfortunately.
We're doing it.
True. I mean, this Ritual is kind of not really useful now, so you may as well just get rid of the interaction that Cam has access to, like I mentioned earlier, and then force him to play with the lone Habakiri. But unfortunately, Cam has not activated his once per duel effect of Habakiri yet, so he has basically the full follow-up of Mitsurugi on top of everything else.
So just going to go for the extra battle damage here from the Garura. Of course, if you lose it, you do get to draw a card, and Timothy desperately needs cards.
I mean, this is 5,000 damage that we're representing, at least. But we do have access to the Prayers, though, and the Tribute fodder of the Habakiri in hand, so we're kind of not really at a loss for defense either on Cam's side.
Perhaps maybe after this making an SP Little Knight in order to banish the face-down card, but it's not face-down anymore as we use Mitsurugi Prayers.
Yeah, because on Resolution, we can just go ahead and Murakumo summon it back, you know what I mean? By taking the 800 life points. We don't even need to tribute the Habakiri that's in hand to get the value out of that.
And you don't get to draw for Garura because of the Droll and Lockbird, so this is a rough situation as Timothy puts his hands together with nothing left on the hand and nothing left on the field.
No hand, no cards in hand, no cards on board. Unfortunately, Cam not falling for the Fua trick in Game 2 is going to leave Timothy without really any resources at all.
So definitely heads up from Cam to sort of starve Timothy out of the duel. Just, I'm not giving you a single card. I will not play. And now it's Cam's turn as he draws. He's got 3 cards, but just having the Murakumo alone is a big threat.
Yep, he's just got to add up to 8,000 at this point. And with 1 Habakiri, that shouldn't be too difficult for him to do, but let's see what he has available to him.
It doesn't look like there'll be any Yummy plays here. No normal summons of light beast monsters. And it appears that a Mulcharmy, I think, was his draw there.
No, he already had that one
that's
in
right,
hand.
He did have the Mulcharmy,
He returned the Cupsy. Yeah, his hand was already a Habakiri plus a Fua, and then whatever he drew for turn now.
And so that appeared to be a spell card.
Ooh, I mean, he's got nothing but good ones of those in this deck.
Yeah. All right, so Cam considering, not sure what to do. Still got to make a move. Yes, it's on time, but it doesn't mean you can hang out here.
Yes, that's right. You do have to still keep the pace of play the same.
Pass. Interesting.
Does Cam know something we don't know?
Apparently. Didn't even try to attack?
No.
Oh, man.
Am I missing something? I don't think so. Let's see. We go into battle phase. What's in Timothy's graveyard? Just a bunch of, I believe it's just the Futsu is in there, but and the Murakumo's in there, and the just Habakiri's in there.
Passed again.
Interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
Well, maybe Cam is recognizing I don't have the damage, so we just got to keep going.
I guess if it was a snake, it would have bit me, as the phrase goes.
Yeah. I'm definitely a little perplexed here, but I mean, these guys are better than I'll ever be at this game, so I imagine they know something more than I do. We're going to set a card.
Interesting, passing again.
And wow, Timothy's drawing.
Oh, that's what it was. I forgot that one of the conditions of the Mitsurugi cards is that the Ritual Summon cannot attack.
Oh.
It just came to me, like in a dream.
Oh,
yeah.
That's so correct. And that must mean Cam, because he lost access to Cups of Yummy, is just unable to do anything here.
I'm sure somewhere in the chat they're screaming at us, but I remembered, chat. We found it out, so he is just having to stare it down. Big monster on the board, certainly helpful, but unable to attack directly. Nobody missed out on anything except us.
Right. Very interesting to see this then shake out, because Timothy was literally if you can believe it, 3 turns ago on 0 cards, and now has 3 cards. One of them is Fuelos, so if Cam does start playing, he actually plays in that thing that kind of suffered him in game 1 a little bit too. So Timothy still has a good shout here if he can draw out of this sort of stalemate that they're in.
Yeah. Big monster, but pass turn again.
Yeah, I believe it's specifically the prayers that locks him out of attacking.
Yeah.
And that is how it was summoned. It wasn't summoned by its own effect.
So now Timothy in a really good position as he activates this Pot of Extravagance. I did see one of the other cards he drew is going to be that Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion as well. And so while the Yamane Murakumo no Mitsurugi cannot attack because of the limitation of the Mitsurugi prayers there, still has to get through it.
Yeah, I'll train.
But we're going to try to negate. You got extra cards, might as well. Oh. Okay, so he is going to go ahead and pitch the Moltrami Fualos, drawing 2. Another Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, and looks like a Mitsurugi Ritual.
And we have a Futsu in hand. That's some good material right there. Okay, well, now Timothy has drawn a way to start playing, but the question is he safe enough to start playing? Because Cam has also been drawing cards, and you got to assume if he's not drawing engine, he must be drawing non-engine to interact with what these cards are.
Well, I will say the Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, having 2 copies of it, one for this turn and one for the next, that is going to keep Cam at bay.
Also, there was no draw on Lockbird on Resolution of Extract like there was on turn 2 for Timothy. So this is going to be really big here. Now the Ritual will be able to get all the value that it could have gotten him earlier on in the game.
To a degree, even though we had sort of a simplified game state, Cam just couldn't draw into something to get it going, and now Timothy may break this duel wide open.
Big shout out to Timothy for identifying that the scariest card in Cam's hand earlier in the duel was that copy of Cups of Yummy.
Much different duel if we were seeing a bunch of light beasts hit the field.
Stay on, man.
But now we're in the main phase of Cam's turn.
Good.
Seriously, pre-prep of rights. It's going to be a lot of cards for Cam. You're going to be able to access the mirror, but we see Ghost Bell. We're going to go ahead and use the effect of Murakumo, and we're like, well, I'm just going to go ahead and discard the other Ghost Bell that's in my hand that I can't use anyway during this turn.
Don't get to stack it up, but that's a safe way to slow things down.
Talents take Futsu is huge.
Wow.
This now gives Cam access to a potential rank A play, a Link Summon play, all kinds of things.
I think the rank 8's the way to go. The crowd clapping their hands, cheering.
This has been quite the mirror match of Mitsu. And there we see the zombie vampire.
Uh-oh, it might be Yummy time.
We're going to go ahead and detach our own copy of Murakumo, revealing Call by the Grave, pre-prep, Habakiri for Timothy.
Oh, there's the Yummy. The crowd explodes over Marshmallow Yummy, and Timothy concedes immediately.
Let's make sure that Futsu gets back to our friend over there. It does. Cam's not missing that one. And there you go, Cam taking game 2 in kinda not a very decisive way, but in a I would say very balanced way, just back and forth, being like, I don't need to rush. I've got you on no cards. Eventually, I'll draw out of this before you will.
No, really just excellent Yu-Gi-Oh! From both duelists there, but eventually you just ran out of cards, unfortunately, Timothy, so we are going to a game 3. Still anybody's duel, but some way, somehow, a Mitsurugi duelist is making it to the finals. It just depends on which of these 2 it is.
Yes, and that was honest. I haven't seen a good old game of draw pass in Yu-Gi-Oh! In a very long time, but it was the right play on both sides because you can't move before it's too quick. Otherwise, you might run into a bit of a problem here.
So now Timothy gets to go first here. Cam got to go first on both of these duels so far, and this time he managed to clinch it out. So we do see some interesting side deck tech coming in and out. Won't spoil any surprises because it is still a live tournament here, but either of these duelists deserving in their own right, but only one of them is going to advance in our single elimination bracket here.
Super awesome to see, but the question is going to be, if you're Timothy, unfortunately, I don't think a lot of your cards, besides the ones that specifically banish cards, line up super well into the Yummy strategy, like the Dimensional Fissures and whatnot that he could or could not be playing, but we've seen a lot of people playing that in the pure version of this deck. So the question could be, going first, is going to be the pure Mitsu setup strong enough to combat the endless extension that the Yummy cards tend to have when
They
going
really
second?
do. Oh my goodness. And you're right that this is kind of a hard matchup to decide if you want to include the Dimensional Fissures, because imagine this scenario for Game 3. You put those in your deck, you draw them Game 1 as Timothy, you play them, if he's including it, because I'm not sure, but then, after establishing a board that's one card short of what your potential could be, because you have that Dimensional Fissure, then Cam just draws all of the Mitsurugi side of his deck, and the Yummy doesn't even come up. So you prepared, but it didn't actually do anything just because of luck of the draw.
Yeah, we saw that in Swiss Round 14 with Alex and Philip. While, yes, the Fissures are really good against the Dracotail decks of the world, they don't line up well into the other Mitsu decks. And while they line up well into the Yummy decks, the Mitsu side of Alex's deck, or in this case Cam's, could be more than enough to play through it.
Well, we'll see who is able to play through that Stratios trophy so close they can taste it.
I know Cam's thinking, you know, that'd go really well with my Solaria that I have at home.
Yeah. Collecting these trophies one by one. Seems far-fetched that somebody could win this many championships, but we have had just such a stacked top 8. YCS champions, UDS champions, and new heroes, right? New characters like Timothy.
Oh, they're both just talking about how nice it is to use the World Qualifier sleeves, but how delicate they can sometimes feel. They're like, I don't want to shuffle too hard or too fast. They're so nice.
Nice to have those on hand, give everybody a nice free sleeve. After 14 rounds, you probably have a couple of nicks on the sleeves, but these are a nice fresh coat of paint.
Yeah, so they're going to draw their opening hand here. It looks like as we head into Game 3 of the top 4, and Timothy proudly declaring that he's going first. Let's go ahead and see how this Game 3 is going to shake out between Timothy and Cam. The winner here will advance to the finals of YCS Anaheim.
Nice show of respect there. We don't have a lot more Game 3s here, and unfortunately for one of these two duelists, this is the last Game 3 they'll see in this tournament.
Seeing quite the hand here from Timothy. I think I saw a hard open dimensional barrier, which would be a nice way to top off whatever else he's doing.
We'll start by setting that at pass.
Well, by that I meant I was assuming he was doing other stuff this turn, but just the set dimensional barrier pass.
Does have an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. I did see a Mitsurugi Ritual, but no Ritual monster to summon out of the hand, so...
Lightning Storm, but what do you call here? Do you call Synchro or do you call Ritual?
Oh, that's difficult, because whatever answer you pick, 50-50 shot, you're wrong.
Slash, what are you more afraid of, I guess, is the correct answer.
Call... Ritual?
He's called Ritual. So no Mitsurugi combo cards if you're Cam Neal.
Well, Cam could proceed to full Yummy combo with just one Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to protect Timothy. Let's see how this shakes out. It's not a double pass, is it?
I mean, it worked so well for Cam last time, you know, being patient and not overextending when you didn't need to. But he also might just have the cards. His hand could be a Mitsu hand and not access the Yummy cards.
Folks at home, you can play more than one card in a turn. It's just these duelists have not, at least for this duel. Taking a look at the extra deck here, that says to me that we're going to see some Yummy combos.
No, it says to me, he's like, could I even get there with this hand? Could I do something? Because in my mind, there it is. I was going to say the patience pays off. And we see a top deck of Mitsurugi Ritual for Timothy, but do we have any monsters in hand that we can use for fodder or tributes?
I don't think so. Just the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring so far.
I see a Magatama, I see a Thrust, so a lot of ways to respond, but Cam isn't doing anything. There's no way to activate these cards.
Wow, this is the 4th turn of the duel.
In what, 40 seconds?
Yes, in 40 seconds.
Speaking of Mitsurugi Ritual, here it is.
So that dimensional barrier critical to stop the opponent, but now it's time. The crowd clapping, lots of woos there in the crowd as we see Aminamura Kumino Mitsurugi hit the field, and I think we're going to be tripping Saji and a friend.
Yep, unfortunately, Timothy is just kind of bricked here on cards that are responsive and not cards that are proactive.
This is a nail biter because you don't see the action begin on turn 4. You see it begin on turn 1, maybe turn 2, but here we are at turn 4.
Sometimes turn 0.
Yeah, exactly. But, okay, so Kusanagi hitting the graveyard as well as could be the Aramasa?
Yeah, because I think I saw another copy of some Mitsurugi spells in Cameron's hand. So I think Timothy made the right call when he debarried for Ritual, but that only works for one turn, unfortunately.
Target 2.
Just a pure guess there.
I think it was just like the more powerful thing, because the way this deck is built, you can use the Mitsus to bridge into the Yummy cards with like Gravity Controller and whatnot. Or I should say enable the Yummy cards, not bridge into them.
And it's not a deck design issue. Sometimes things just shake out this way when you shuffle up your cards and you draw 5. Timothy just has all the stuff you mandatorily need for a deck of his caliber, but kind of in the wrong order.
Yeah, he has like all the powerful enablers plus all the powerful, all the powerful extenders plus the really powerful like responsive tools, but none of the starters.
Deck.
We're going to go ahead and Mitsurugi Ritual again here.
This time summoning from the hand that Habakiri that we just grabbed.
And nothing really to do.
Also,
I guess you're going to use the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring now. Going to negate. I guess we'll pitch another card here. There's plenty of options.
Plenty of green cards that don't have FX, really.
Might as well be blank, so we're going to pitch an extra Mitsurugi Ritual.
Well, not to Cam. He's like, oh, you're valuing those cards more than Ritual? Your hand must be pretty cool, besides the starter part.
The issue is, though, is that Timothy, again, is getting starved out of his cards. Even if he survives this turn, no matter what he plays, at some point, Murakumo could just say, nah, I need one more card, please, and it's going to whittle down Timothy's options bit by bit.
I mean, I did see a Prayers in Cameron's hand, so we're going to summon some more monsters this turn. It's just a question of does he get lucky enough off his Vampire to bridge into the Yummy cards, I guess.
Ooh,
that could be, because that will definitely represent enough damage to win the game this turn.
We always talk about how Yummy kind of has that vibe of a claw machine. And when you get, Zombie Vampire out there, it is the kind of same thing. You're just trying to hope to get the prize, and you'll see what happens.
Sure.
Goodness. All right, so it seems like the Aramasa is going to hit the field here. We are going to go ahead and use the effect there.
All right, this is going to be super awesome to see here what other monsters he's going to try to summon to add up to the 8,000 points of damage he's going to need.
Cam picking the deck back up, and it looks like we're going to grab the Mitsurugi Mirror.
That will allow us to try to summon the Habakiri once again if we have the material or tribute for it.
So activate Mirror there. Going to go ahead and tribute the Murakumo from the field. And just put a little bit more power there. Again, reprise performance there, showing back up from the graveyard. Murakumo back alongside Habakiri now. And we're getting pretty close to 8,000.
Yeah, I think we only need about 2K more damage, I think, because we have at least 56 with the 2 rituals, and then I think at least 12 to 18 with the Aramasa.
Another big monster would do it.
Get it up, Purse.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, the really decisive moment is, do you try to go for the Zombie Vampire to just make this duel explosive, or do you consistently just use the cards you have on the field?
But if you're Cam, you still got to be wondering, well, what is Timothy's hand? Is it cards like Nibiru? Is it cards like this and that I gotta keep playing around, or am I truly safe to go for game? Because as far as he knows, it could be just a bunch of non-engine that could actually stop him from going for these more extensive plays.
He's making the decision. Zombie Vampire comes out. And that means not only is he going to have a chance to get those Yummy monsters to the graveyard and revive one to make an explosive combo, but he can also link it off for Gravity Controller.
There's a Cupsy!
There's the Cupsy!
That'll do it. That'll give him full access to his Yummy cards.
That's destiny right there, just the Cupsy by itself. Cupsy Yummy's effect activates. Let's go ahead and grab another Yummy card out of the deck. We're going to get Yummy Surprise.
All right, so now if you're Cam, I think you're a little less worried of there being any more non-engine because you can probably play through it. Now it's just about counting up damage, I think. There we see that Gravity Controller as the bridge I was talking about to help you enable the Yummy cards.
And I believe usually we see Cupsy Yummy Way here.
Yep, just access more and more Yummy cards here.
Perfect parfait for the perfect occasion here. So we pull out 2 cards and then discard 1. Looks like it's going to be Lollipop Yummy and Cookie Yummy.
Yep, the OGs from Justice Hunters themselves. The adorable mercenaries that I call them because they are here to do one job, and that is win the game.
Oof. You say OGs, but didn't they come out just a few months ago?
Hey, don't let their cuteness fool you. They are deceptively strong.
So, speaking of deceptively strong, we do see the tiniest Link monster in the world, right? Yummy Snatchy.
It's not going to be so tiny after this minion comes down, giving you 500 attack points for each of your light beasts.
So that's 1 boost right there. Some duelists, invigorated by the Genesis format, turning into our broadcast for the first time, be like, why did he trade the big monsters in for the small monsters? Let the man cook.
Those blue cards are pretty strong.
But these bluer cards are even stronger.
Alrighty, and there we see the Lollipop Yummy going to be able to access a lot more monsters with this card here. Looks like we're going to try to get back the Cupsy Yummy way. And the Snatchy? No, the other Cupsy Yummy.
I say let the man cook, but you probably wouldn't want to cook a parfait.
No. That would be just too burnt.
Melt some candy, burn some cookies.
Oh, that is okay. So I believe all of these. Oh, and there it is!
That's it. Wow, what an incredible comeback.
Just for those that are wondering, all those cats were, I think, increasing each other by 2,500 attack points. That was more than enough damage. Cam Neal is the winner of top 4. He's going to the finals after 2 games of draw past Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, that's insane. That field spell giving a 500-point bonus for each of the different monsters on the field that were light beasts. And man, there sure were 5 of them. So that was a giant armada of little sweet treats. But sweet deal. Cameron is going to go ahead and advance to the finals, but give it up for Timothy. What a wonderful performance, and I hope we see him again in his hometown of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it was super unfortunate. He played game 1 like an absolute master, forcing Cam to play into Fuelos to help him draw the cards that he needed to break his board and win the game on that turn. Game 2, he had the opportunity to do the same thing again, but maybe he was a little overzealous and ended up drawing nothing that could actually contest the board. And in game 3, just got a little unlucky there and couldn't draw a playable hand.
Just shows you how unpredictable this format is, even when you think, okay, so clearly Mitsurugi is a great deck to play, and if you splash in Yummy, that's great too. But the games themselves, from match to match, are so different. So wildly different. There's no way to predict what's going to happen, which is really fun, honestly, to just tune in the broadcast and be like, well, what's going to happen to Yu-Gi-Oh today?
Yeah. It's absolutely crazy to see. Cam the Man Neal proving once again that he deserves to be on the top table stage as he heads into the finals for the YCS Anaheim.
What a great year for him, and it could be another YCS championship under his belt. I know he won in the Carolinas before, so it'd be interesting to see if he's our YCS Anaheim champion.
Yes, it would be super cool to see. And see Mitsurugi performing as well as I think everyone else expected it to. One of the best decks in the room by far.
Absolutely. And being able to get those 2 level 8s into the Zombie Vampire. I mean, there was a version of this where it didn't happen. There was a huge gambit there to go ahead and send those down. But speaking of sending things down, I think it's time to send it down to a bonus feature match. We're going to see the other side of our semifinals.
Well, actually, we're going to hear from Cam first about how impressive.
Okay, crowd, let's hear it for Cam, everybody. Oh, my goodness. Do you hear this crowd right now? You're going to the finals. What's going through your head?
I'm nervous, you know. Been 3 finals now, so I got to clutch it out.
You're going to clutch it out. You're being positive. I can tell the mindset is there. Do you think you could win it all?
Oh, yes. Anybody can win it all. It's a game of luck after all.
Okay, all right. I'm like sensing confidence here. We like to hear that. So what has been your mindset? You've done so well in this tournament. What have you done to stay focused?
Just had my friends supporting me. I don't know, just anxious.
Hey, getting through each duel, right? Is there anything you want to say to this big crowd, everyone watching at home?
Nah.
No! Okay, well, they love you so much. Thank you so much, Cam. Congratulations. Gonna send it back to the Stevens.
Okay, I might be a little too excited about both halves of our semifinals, but I gotta say, this format is just so insane. So yeah, I just want to watch as much gameplay as I can. Whoops.
And I want to check out our promo that's going on this entire weekend in collusion with eFootball for that brand new Rescue Rabbit and Neymar Jr. promo. I heard you were playing a bit of the tutorial yesterday to try to earn yourself one. How was that?
It was good. It was good. I learned a lot about football for sure because I don't watch a lot of that, right? Some people say soccer here in the U.S., but it is football. And I earned my promo, actually. I finished the demo. I went ahead and went to the stage, showed them everything, and I got my promo. And they look so gorgeous. It's like a... If you haven't seen a parallel rare, as they're called, it's just so shiny all over. It's a gorgeous card, and it's a great game.
And Neymar Jr. having that beautiful Dark Magician sort of fusion outfit really makes him look as badass as he really is in real life.
That is some swag for sure. Ah, goodness. Well, you can go ahead and get that too, and it's also going to be running this promotion in Sao Paulo, Brazil at the upcoming YCS.
Ooh.
So download either of the apps, right? eFootball app or eFootball Champion Squads, and once you complete the tutorial, just show the screen. Hey, but no screenshots. You better have that app open, be able to show it to the OTS. No cheating here.
Oh, yeah. Rescue Rabbit does not play with cheaters.
No, he does not.
But like we said, we were super excited for the end of that match, and we really are excited to bring you guys the second half of the top 4. But before we do that, we do need to throw a little bit of break so we can get our players ready.
See you soon.
Game on, world. Another game, world?
We're here at YCS Anaheim, and I'm with the reigning, undisputed Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG World Champion. Julian, how's it feel?
It feels great. Like, Worlds and everything was a great experience. Also, like, the support I received from everyone in the community, like, after winning was just incredible. Like, my phone would not stop blowing up, and that was awesome.
Yeah, I imagine just everyone trying to give you congratulations. Yeah. So let's go back to Worlds. Last time I talked to you, it was the end of day 1 at the World Championship. We went back to the hotel, did like the quick top 8 interview. I asked you what you thought your chances were. You said pretty good, and it turns out you were right. Talk to me about that whole experience at the World Championship, being in France. Like, what was all the whole journey like?
So Worlds itself is already like such a great event. Like, I feel like Konami went crazy with this one. Like, just the stage, like, you know, if you were watching the stream from like, like just the energy at the championship. And then also just the fact of like being French and being in France, like it really felt like the crowd was like fully like supporting me and backing me up. Like they were screaming my name and just like it's funny because when you're on stream, you have the headphones so that you can't hear anything. Yeah. However, like when they were screaming my name, I could hear that. Like they were
Like, Julia. It was really cool experience to be a part of.
That was crazy. Yeah.
So just the whole thing was just insane.
Yeah, it was just insane. It was like literally as I was lifting up the trophy in my head, I could not stop like thinking this is not real. This is not real. Like no joke. Yeah, like no joke. That was like just running through my mind. It was unbelievable. Yeah.
Okay, so now it's like been some time. Maybe it's time to like digest that. Does it feel a little more real now that you're kind of a little further away from it?
It's still insane. Like I'm still having a hard time grasping it fully, but it's awesome.
So like talking about like the difference, have you been to like Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments like since you became a world champion?
I've been to locals.
Yeah. Does it feel any different? Do you feel like
no? I mean it's just I'm still the same guy. Like
still
just going to locals. Yes.
Nice. So nothing too big has changed. Just that maybe a lot of more people are up here congratulating you or wanting to like shake your hand.
Yeah, it's very nice. And then also just like it feels good to be able to like prove that like how I practice like works. And so the validation, and it just like, you know, just reaffirms that like what I'm doing works and that I'm just gonna keep doing it. And then there's always, even when you win, there's like room for improvement, right? But it feels like I'm taking steps in the right directions, for sure.
Okay, so you're talking about your preparation. Like you put a lot of preparation into Worlds, got the results you wanted, but now you've already stamped your ticket to the next World Championship. You're going back because you're the reigning World Champion. Do you think that's going to play any different to how you play throughout this year of competitive play? Are you going to maybe take more of like, you know, the foot off the gas a little bit? Or are you going to continue to do that same kind of thing you did the year before?
Absolutely not. No foot off the gas. Right. You know, we flooring it. Like at the end of the day, like I just said, like the way I prep works and like practice makes perfect. Mm-hmm. And if I like kind of slack off, like, yeah, I'm going to Worlds, but I want to win again, right? So if I just like kind of take a step back and just cruise to Worlds, I don't think that's like gonna be a good way to, you know, make it all the way. So I'm just gonna keep going to all the events. I really enjoy it too. So it's not like I'm like, oh no, I gotta go to the YCS. You know, it's like I want to be there.
You're like, it's time for another.
Yeah, it's time for another. It's like I was talking to Trip this morning and he said it's like Christmas morning. Like, yeah, literally. Every YCS is like Christmas morning. Like, it's awesome.
You still get those like butterflies in your stomach right before round one?
I wake up like a little earlier because like I'm trying to sleep and I can't. I'm like too nervous and excited at the same time. I'm like closing my eyes. I'm like, come on, sleep. And I'm like, Yu-Gi-Oh, 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 Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh man, can I relate with that? Yeah, that is. I think every duelist who's ever been to a YCS has also experienced that same kind of thing for sure. But yeah, let's go a little broader with it. You are the world champion, the Yu-Gi-Oh world champion. Why the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game? Why is this the game that you play?
So I just, in general, really like strategy-based games, right? Like I like thinking about things, solving problems, and that kind of stuff. And I played Yu-Gi-Oh since I was a little kid. Just like Yu-Gi-Oh GX was like I watched that over and over and over again. Literally this morning, I was hyping myself up to the theme song. I was like, the French theme song too. I was like, Yu-Gi-Oh GX, Nouvelle Génération. Yeah.
I can dig it.
Yeah, but yeah, so like I've always enjoyed it, and like I took a big break from the game like when I stopped being a kid, but then getting back into it, it's just like I knew the game. I honestly like thought I knew how to play it, but like let's be real, I did it right on the playground. Like I didn't know about chain link 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like,
It's the sixth one that I always get.
Yeah, it's always the sixth one. But yeah, like I just really enjoy the game. I think it's super like I'm like pretty good at it too, which I like being good at things because you know it makes them more enjoyable. And yeah, I just always been.
And you have like a good like friend group too that you enjoy
like
playing with.
The community in the Yu-Gi-Oh community that surrounds me is like awesome. Like, and also the amazing part about it, right, is like we've talked about it before. I started playing like competitively like a year and a half ago. That's when I met all these people that are now like some of my best friends, right? Like my ride or dies, and I've barely like sometimes we have to remember. I'm like, dude, we've only known each other like a year. Right?
It feels like forever.
Yeah, it feels like literally forever because we're like in a call every day just playing Yu-Gi-Oh and testing.
That's awesome. It's all about the friends you meet and yeah, enjoying it. Having fun is like the first step to, you know, being good at the game for sure, I think. Yeah, so just like one more question for you before I let you get back to all the YCS action here at Anaheim. But is there any advice you want to give to all your fans out there that are going to be cheering you on, who cheered you on at this previous World Championship, but are also going to be cheering you on next year at Worlds?
Just honestly, like if you want to do well at Yu-Gi-Oh, you gotta play Yu-Gi-Oh. Like at the end of the day, it's like a cycle. Eh? You play, you make mistakes, you learn. You play, you make mistakes, you learn. Like like every time, I've made a bunch of mistakes on my journey here, and every mistake, you're mad at first because you know you're mad at yourself. Like why did I do this? And then you just gotta step back and just appreciate that at least you learned something from it. Like always try to move forward, improve, and learn from what you do.
Sounds like excellent advice, Julian. All right. Well, thank you for sitting here and taking the time out to talk to me. I'm going to let you get back to the YCS. I know you want to become a YCS champion now too. We'll have to see at the end of the weekend if it's going to be you or someone else. Stay tuned for more awesome, exciting duels to come here at YCS Anaheim.
Well, I was excited for that second semifinal, and we're getting closer and closer. No, I know, it's just good eats on Yu-Gi-Oh! Here. It has been such a cool tournament, and all of the cool plays, everything. But it's not just about the duelists that are on stage. I want to take a look at all the cool decks that made it to day 2 so you can sort of figure out what the format is all about. And look, it's actually really diverse here when you take a closer look.
Yes, we actually had the most represented deck in day 2 being branded Draco Tail and regular Draco Tail, adding up to a total of 21% Draco Tail representation. One of my favorite decks for this format and one that we say a lot of in day 1.
And we haven't actually lost some of the older decks in the format. Look at that 3% Lunalite. We actually had 4% K9 Crystron making the conversion and 5% Ignister Malice, as well as 5% K9 Vanquish Soul. So some of these decks that people said, nah, that can't make it. Yeah, it can. Those people just got their promo cards.
But of course, the cream of the crop are the decks that are full of creamy goodness, the yummy decks. We have, of course, 13% of Pure Yummy and 12% Mitsurugi Yummy, going to a total of 25% Yummy variants, and then of course 24% total Mitsurugi variants if you can include the 12% pure Mitsurugi decks.
And then speaking of which, that 24% of other represents so many wild decks we saw in the format.
Yeah.
There were Primite Blue Eyes out there, there was Dirac Fire King, there was Pure Dirac, there was so much stuff out there, so I'm really excited to see as we move over to our next YCS, Sao Paulo, Brazil, what kind of weird decks win that and what it'll look like when we get to Pittsburgh, because this format, it's not decided.
Yep. And of all these Day 2 competitors and decks, they have come down to the final top 4. We just saw the first match between Cam Neal and Timothy, and we have the second one here of Kamal Crooks versus Alex Bergeron that we saw beat Steven Trivanovsky in top 8. Kamal Crooks was our #1 player after top 8 cut was announced, playing Crystron K9. So we have Automat Ryziel versus Crystron K9.
That is a wild matchup if I ever heard it, because a lot of people stopped favoring Kanon because of all the hits to Vanquish Soul, but you could just play another level 5 strategy.
And you were mentioning the 24% other decks that were on that bracket right there. Onamat Ryzeal was one of those. I repeat, Ryzeal was one of the other decks represented, not one of the main strategies focused on day 2, and that is quite the sight to see.
Never thought I'd see a day and age where that'd be another type of deck. But speaking of other types of programming, let's go ahead and take a look at an interview from one of our players now.
My name is Crux Valdez. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since I was 12, so like 15 years, maybe 16. And I am from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Being a part of this top 8, it feels pretty good. I was in top 8 in Peru last week, so it's pretty much an honor to be in top 8 again. And if I won, it would be like an amazing feeling. I want to give a huge shout out to my OTS back at home, Southside Gaming. Also, my friends back at home and my friends here, Ruben, Nikolai, Hani, Charlie, Cam, Alex, Matt, Xavier. It's a huge line. Willie. My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Animated series is 5Ds. I just love Sync Rounds, to be honest.
And quite the duelist there, and among amazing company, including his testing partner, being the person waiting for him in the finals, right? Little Yugi Joey action there. But that's not the only duelist we have, right?
No, that's right. We also have Alex Bergeron. Let's go ahead and take a look at his player profile.
My name is Alex Bergeron. I'm from Dallas, Texas, originally from New Orleans, Louisiana. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since I was a kid. I go to events when I can squeeze time in from work. To be a part of this top 8 this weekend means a lot. I'm sharing this top 8 cut with a lot of friends of mine. Multiple of us finished 1st through 5th. After day 1 of Swiss. So it's just like a multitude of just being around great people in this activity. Lots of testing, good hours, and yeah, great people to share Top Cut with. If I won the YCS, it would mean the world. I've played, like I said, I've played this game forever. I know like the people in this Top Cut are fierce. It's gonna be an incredible top 8, top 4, and the finals. Like even the 3rd and 4th place match is gonna be amazing. So yeah, it would mean absolutely everything. I've got specific shout outs to my fiance, Annalisa. I love you. We get married next month. So I can't wait for that. Actually, Cameron Neal is one of my best men in my wedding, and he's also in Top Cut. And shout out to Cameron, Avery, Aaron, the Bozos, G, Heisum, Jay, Mario, everyone. You guys are amazing. You can't ask for better support people. My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Animated series would probably, oh my god, probably GX. I think that is where I thought it was the coolest to me. I just latched on the most.
Wow, what a beautiful story to hear. Getting married next month, but might be getting a YCS championship before that. Exciting to see.
And if I caught that right, his best man is waiting for him in the finals.
Oh, we love that.
This is so cool, the idea that it's like this sort of anime-style storyline of all these duelists who know each other, test against each other, playing it out. Great sportsmanship, great cards, some great stuff.
Well, let's go ahead and throw over to the stage so we can actually introduce these players properly before they play in the top 4.
3 duelists remain. 2 stand before me, but only 1 will make it to finals. Are y'all ready for this semis? We begin with the blue chair. Hailing from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, we have Kamal Crooks Valdez. He has won 5 YCSs, the latest a Team YCS in San Salvador. Now to the red chair. Coming from Dallas, Texas, we have Alex Bergeron. He just knocked out Steven Trifanowski. This is the farthest that he has gotten in a YCS. But who will be going to finals? Are y'all ready for this semis? I can't hear you. Our duelists are in position. Let's get things started and hand it over to our casters.
What an incredible shot there as those duelists just shaking hands and hugging it out as Kamal Crooks Valdez is about to take on his opponent using Kanon Kristron, who is rocking out Alex with that amazing deck of Onamat Ryzeal that we've seen just how lethal it is when it gets a chance to go first.
Oh yes, this is going to be a really fun balance. Like I said earlier, Kamal was first seed into top 8, and Alex was one of our undefeated players in day 1. So these two know what it means to be at the top, and that is truly represented by them being in the top 4. They are the best of the best.
Alex starting to climb his way up here. You know, here's the thing. A lot of duelists, they only respect tops. They only respect the #1 winner, but there are so many incredibly talented people here. We only have 8 spots in the top 8. But Alex may be about to carve out a name for himself on that YCS trophy for it to be his and finally be able to be, no, I'm a YCS champion too, guys. We're all in the same club.
That's right. After potentially 3 games of Yu-Gi-Oh here, one of them will be joining Cam the Man Neal in the finals to see who's going to be YCS champion. I'm excited to see. It could be either one.
This is just one of those things where, you know, I don't think anybody thought Automat Ryzeal would be what made it up here. Now, it was a popular choice during the NAWCQ, especially during the World's Qualifying Point Playoff, but to think that that was in the other category, this is one of those 24% other decks.
That's right. That's right. But to be fair, Kamal's playing a very underplayed deck too going to day 2. Only, I believe, 4% playing Crystron K9, and I believe when K9s first came out, they were one of the most popular combinations to use because they enable so many powerful rank 5 engines while also giving access to powerful synchro plays that Crystron's known for doing.
Definitely gives a little bit more hustle there because you know Crystron as well as any duelist. You can just keep going and going and going. But when you pair it up with K9, you also have a lot of bodies on the field who control the tempo of the duel. So he's able to be resistant and controlling at the same time. Maybe he is able to survive the onslaught we've seen Alex do not once but twice on this feature match stage.
Also, don't forget that on the most recent FNL list that Crystron inclusion was limited to 1, and that was maybe what took this deck off of a lot of people's radar. But Kamal said, no, this deck still cooks. I'll show you.
Just takes it right duelist with the right cards. And Kamal, again, 5 YCS wins under his belt and about to add a 6th here. People starting to come for those giant records right there. Are very few people who have won 1 YCS, let alone that many.
Oh, yeah, and you can see he's antsy. He's been here before. He knows he'll be here again. He just wants to go ahead and duel like it's any other game.
Just another day at the office, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Kamal certainly locked in there, just sort of at peace. Kind of, not, I don't want to say up in his feels, right? But he just knows, I'm just going to duel. I got this.
I always get antsy. You know, I'm just let me play. Everything else will make sense once we start playing. It's all this before stuff that gets a little hinky.
Definitely time to duel for him before you know it. And adjusting his headset, he's ready to get locked in there. Now, Alex has done some really great stuff here. Again, he stopped Steven Trifanowski. Amazing run that he has had so far, but we'll see if he's able to keep the storyline going or if this will be just the first page in Alex's long record of YCS stops.
I mean, I know Steven's had an amazing run throughout different YCSs, but in YCS Anaheim alone, Kamal's kind of got the hero story. Went X1 day 1, then went undefeated in day 2 to become our first place going into top cut.
Certainly all smiles. I love the energy of the crowd here. You know, increasingly, event after event after event, I'm noticing more duelists hanging out and watching the finals. And why wouldn't you? So many cool duelists, so much great energy here. It's worth staying till the end. It absolutely is. So I'm glad to see everybody here.
I will never forget that NAWCQ finals or the first YCS Anaheim finals that I got to be a part of. It was life-changing.
Well, we shall see if it's life-changing here as we enter into Game 1 of the second semifinals. Who is going to advance and have to take on Cam Neal in the finals?
We have Kamal C on the left playing Crystron K9, and we have Alex B on the right playing Automat Ryzeal.
All right, time to roll some dice. Kamal's been lining up that shot.
We'll
see how it goes.
That's quite the roll. We got a 7 there, it looks like. Perfectly average. Can't complain about that, I imagine.
Alex taking a page out of his book. Let's see how that works.
Oh, evenly matched.
It does work.
We got to go again, folks.
I wish you were here, chat, because the people are going wild for these dice rolls.
Oh, I think they can hear them. A 7 again. That's jackpot.
Oh, no. Let's try it one more time.
Oh, you can tell the crowd's hype if just dice rolls excite them. That's a 4.
Oh, swing and a miss.
Oh, and Kamal's like, I think I'll take this one first, my friend.
Well, he probably saw a feature match or 2 over the weekend, so he knows Alex is on the deck he's on, and he's got to get set up before his opponent can. So let's see what happens with this Crystron K9.
Yeah, it'll be really nice to see kind of the newer end boards that Crystron K9 has kind of developed as this meta's developed. I'm kind of excited to see what's about to develop here. Starting off with a normal summon of K9 Naroi here. More than enough cards in Alex's hand to enable that free normal summon. Well, a normal summon, I should suppose.
Now, I will say one of the issues with Alex's deck is because it is this big, heavy combo deck, it doesn't have a lot of room for non-engine, or in the alternative, there's a lot of hands you can draw that just don't do anything on your opponent's turn. You're really hoping to win that dice roll and just go first. But since his opponent's got it, Kamal's going to start off with Noroi and bring out K966 Jokul.
Yeah, and actually, I do think the K9 Christian deck got a really fun bump from Dooms, basically being the Noroi here, because it's also a level 5 machine.
Definitely helps if you ever get machine locked, and being a machine itself, got a lot of options there. But speaking of options, let's go ahead and bring out K917 Ripper.
Okay.
See, we can do no cards activated from the hand, so... Ooh. Going to go ahead and bring out Chaotic Elements instead.
This will access some more of our K9 cards if we want them, so that way we can just maybe use something like River Stormer later on during our turn to bridge into our Crystron cards.
River Stormer's been so powerful, enabling so many strategies. Oh, wow. Ooh. Speaking of enabling.
We hard opened the Lupus as well, and getting that Joggle off the Chaotic Elements will give us another rank 5 play potentially, but Joggle's effect on Summon will also be able to trigger here.
Let's get even more K9 cards here. They are on patrol.
Yep, feeling like a case for K9 if I had to guess, or maybe a Lantern if we wanted to maybe access that earlier. Yeah, Lantern's the card. Makes a lot of sense here.
Get you a little bit of extension once your K9 monsters hit the graveyard.
Like the Ripper.
And there's a K9 monster in the graveyard now. So it's time for the Ripper.
This feels like a pretty good opportunity for Case, I think. Oh, I guess if we want Ease and Rotation too, that makes a lot of sense.
Kamal knows what he's doing, been playing this for round after round, 14 rounds, and then the top 8. So he has 15 matches into this tournament.
Yep, and 14 of those were wins.
Yeah, for sure.
Lantern effect.
They were going to use Lantern here, get back that Noroi. Now we're going to use Lantern effect, and this time we're going to go for the Case. Just get access to the full K9 suite here, and get some hand knowledge potentially during this turn, so that we can know best how to keep going. That's where players like Kamal maybe really love deck like this, is that it just gives you more information against your opponent, and it can punish your opponent for doing the plays they were already planning on making anyway.
And it is nice to see K9 again. It kind of dropped off the map a little bit when Vanquish Soul got its hit, but the K9s have a new partner in crime here.
All right, let's see the hand from Alex here. We've got double Super Polymerization, Kozbel, Poncho, and Rhyzial Plasmol.
That's what I was talking about. You can draw great cards in the wrong order. None of that's really going to do much here.
In theory, Kamal should have let Alex go first. His hand doesn't really do anything. But going second, he can do some stuff. Thanks to that Super Poly. And there we see the River Stormer I was talking about earlier. This is how the K9 cards bridge into the Crystron cards.
So let's grab an Earth Machine here. Oh, Scrap Recycler.
Yes. I believe we were already normal summon, but I believe we have a way to get this card out of our hands still to be able to send to the graveyard some of our important Crystron cards straight from the deck.
Let's try a Link Summon here.
The whole world's gonna win.
There it is, Platinum Gadget. That'll give you that additional normal summon I was talking about.
Wow, 2 machines, and yeah, here's your Scrap Recycler, sending a machine from the deck to the graveyard.
Like I mentioned, Noroi having that typing of machine is a super awesome inclusion for this deck from Dooms. And we're just going to see a concession from Alex. He's like, I've played against Kamal before. I know what this deck is doing, and I have a hand of double Super Poly, Ghost Spell, and a trap card that won't be able to activate. It's not worth it. Kamal getting a decisive Game 1 victory. Even Alex would agree. Oh yeah, he's got this one.
Well, I mean, when you see a hand like that, you know there's really not that much you can do. And even the Super Polymerizations, you can get some monsters out, but they're not really going to get your combo started, especially when your only other sort of main deck combo monster is Zubaba Bancho Gaga Code, with none of the type of monsters in the graveyard you need.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, he just knows probably potentially what the end board was going to be for Kamal. Some type of amazing Crystron loop that could just banish every single card that Alex tries to summon. And then, of course, the Ripper being a really powerful interaction. Plus, who knows, the rank 5s he could summon during his opponent's turn using Lupus and Izuna. It's a whole thing. He didn't want to deal with any of it.
So here is the thing. We know how much of a genius Alex is, right? He's always paying attention. He's always talking about how dice roll dependent formats are. And so Alex earlier mentioned the only reason that he won is because of the situation he was in. But let's say he wins this game too. That still means that Kamal is going to get a chance to go first in game 3. That could be really difficult if he finds himself in the same situation here.
And let's not forget, those things like being dice roll dependent are if both players are equal skill level. And when you have the best of the best competing against each other, that's more likely to happen. Both players deserve to be here. They both know how good each other are, and they both know the ways to sort of get an edge if anyone were to make a mistake. So yes, if no one makes mistakes, things like dice rolls, what you top deck, and all that variance finally comes into play. Skill happens before. Once skill is taken out of the way, that's where luck needs to play a major role.
Well, both these duels are certainly skilled, but only one of them was in a top 8 of a YCS last week.
True.
So Kamal, this is just, again, like I said, another day at the office. He seems completely unfazed. Of course, he won, but he doesn't let that get to him. He's not, you know, feeling the vapors. He's just sitting there, shuffling through his cards, making his side deck options.
Oh, yeah. A lot of the best duelists that I know are kind of like goldfish. You know, like last week did happen, but it kind of didn't because now he's like, well, I'm going to do better, and he did. Now he's in top 4, not just top 8.
Now, there's no such thing as like a world champion privilege. Just because you are the champion doesn't mean you're going to be the next one. So he is taking it one duel at a time.
As everyone should. Oh, also, I think he was just flexing his World Dex box there a little bit. You probably couldn't see it on camera, but he had one, and it was pretty sick.
Well, when we get to the top-down view, also pay attention to those gorgeous world sleeves. I love that sort of museum-level frame around his extra deck sleeves.
I mean, if we're talking beautiful sleeves, take a look at the Fiendsmith sleeves over on Alex's side. Those are pretty sick.
Oh, yeah, from the YCS in Japan. Very cool stuff. And, of course, speaking of cool, that gorgeous trophy waiting for one of the 3 duelists remaining.
Yep, Camille's already going to earn his spot to try to fight for that trophy to the end, but he's still waiting on one of these 2 to join him, Kamal or Alex.
This is going to be interesting if we end up seeing another quick concession here, because we know how powerful Alex's loop of the Evil Swarm Ouroboros is, taking all those cards out of your opponent's hand. But K9 is very well equipped for that. They're not just going to sit there and take it.
That's right.
Depending on the right hand, Kamal could go ahead and just summon all those K9s.
Yeah, basically your engine is also non-engine, essentially. Allows you to interrupt your opponent during their turn, not just on your own.
But we mentioned how Alex could draw a weird combination of cards, and he actually very much did in Game 1. But the same could happen to Kamal if his hand is full of just Crystron and Crystron-themed cards.
Exactly. Those do not play as well going second as the K9 cards do, but that's where the balance of that deck really comes from.
Well, it's going to be interesting if Alex makes it to the finals, because what kind of stories are you going to tell at the wedding when you've got your best man right there, right? I beat him, he beat me.
Yeah. I don't want to jinx anyone, but best wedding gift ever is being someone that maybe I'm not going to say it, but I thought it would be funny.
Well, the trophy may be coming to Texas, but we'll see. It may be coming to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We do not have a winner yet.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It was like, I know I won the trophy, but you can have it for the wedding. That'd be so.
Well, speaking of which, let's go ahead and jump into Game 2 to figure out if Kamal is going to advance to the finals or if Alex is going to bring us to a Game 3.
Kamal could take it all here. Alrighty, it's looking like it's going to be starting off with Alex. Yeah, Charlie looks like he's going first. His deck is really good at doing that. I believe we're going to start off with an Automata Pyra here. He is really leaning more into a lot of the Automat cards than maybe most other Ryzo decks could be, because they are just so powerful. There we see the amazing enabler of Automata Kage being discarded as cost for Pyra. And we can see some fireworks going off here for Alex, like we have been every time he's been on feature.
Certainly an amazing card and an amazing support card. Duelist Advance really pushed this deck to the next level, man. If you're a Zexal stan, it is just a good time right now. But buried in Alex's hand is an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, and that can do a lot right now. It can stop Izuna from dumping Lucas to the graveyard. It can stop him Charmy if he does that, so he's actually well insulated for any of these plays.
Kamal here just double checking how Automata Kage works. The summon itself, it will get banished if it leaves the field, but it never does, because it always becomes Xyz material.
It is the shadow under the Xyz monster, so it never really leaves the field here.
And plus, having it already in the grave means that Alex could be a bit more aggressive with his Do Warrior, and we could see a lot more rank 4 spam actually coming from him.
Well, I also see what appears to be a Droll and Lockbird in Alex's hand, so he can definitely slow things down when it comes to his opponent's turn. I think he's in a very good position to bring this to a Game 3, but we'll have to see how it actually plays out.
Yeah, we gotta see him do it first.
Hey, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. It is Do Warrior.
Yep, gonna go ahead and send the other copy of Automata Kage. It's still a really good send here off of the Do Warrior.
Lizard.
Gonna go ahead and use the effect here to summon itself back to the field. These are now both level 4 monsters due to the full effect of Do Warrior to summon itself.
You're good.
Love all the puns on these cards. Kage Tokage, the original, it's sort of like Lizard Shadow, effectively in Japanese. And this one, Automata Kage, doesn't quite mean it, but it's still nice to see that they kept in that Tokage pun.
It still harkens back to that original artwork and card. But it actually is, I believe, according to the text, like a do ga 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 ga, go 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 go, and a zoo ba ba ba.
I promise he's saying real Yu-Gi-Oh words, chat. I promise. Speaking of real Yu-Gi-Oh words, we do have Infernal Banshee hitting here, so we might be setting up for an Arc Nemesis Protoss.
Yes, this is the normal starter that we've seen Alex go for many times as his first rank 4 here to access the powerful card of Protoss. But unfortunately, a lot of the K9 and Christian cards are different attributed. Almost all of them have completely different attributes to one another, but the scariest ones are going to be the ones coming out of the extra deck. So maybe trying to target one of those specifically, like the water one for Elasceletus, or maybe, I believe Ripper's a light or an earth, if I remember correct. So those could be 2 pretty good calls on
Oh,
his end.
K917 Ripper, I think it's a wind.
A wind, thank you very much. Like I said, they're, like literally every single card in Kamal's deck is a different attribute, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
but there's not really one good one to call. I feel like water is pretty prevalent in the Crystron, but then you're just giving a blank check for all the K9 cards, so we'll see.
It just depends on what he's more afraid of breaking his board, and that's got to be the Crystron cards, right? And
Wow.
both
Really?
Yeah, both players know what's up. They both know how powerful each other's decks are going first. They just want to maximize their chances. They don't want to waste the time if they know they're losing.
I know there are some Yu-Gi-Oh players that wanted to see the games, but neither of these duelists needed to see it. They kind of, you remember that episode where Bakura and Pegasus just stare at each other and there's like some laser beams? They're like, oh, so you won, right? That's what this feels like.
Like between these two players' minds, they just played 12 turns, but they're like, oh, it's not worth it. I'm already going to lose. He's going to scoop it up and go.
Yeah, and he's smiling, but he knows that Kamal's going to get a chance to go first, so there's no reason to just wait for the Protoss. We're just going to go ahead and get side deck for game 3. Alex just not even going to side deck, I think, any further here, at least thinking out loud. Maybe looking to the crowd for inspiration, but no, he's going to get back into the deck to side deck. This is wild. Both these duelists so good, they don't even have to play the game.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they literally looked at each other. He was like, you're going to resolve Banshee, right? He's like, yeah, you're going to get flag, right? He's like, yeah, I can't beat that. All right, you got me.
There you go.
I'm not going to waste your time or my time or the viewers' time. Let's get to the actual game 3 and decide once and for all who's going to the finals to join Cam the Man Neil.
You know, which of our fine Yu-Gi-Oh states is it going to? Because again, the Florida Yu-Gi-Oh scene, it's huge, it's highly decorated, there's some great champions, and Texas just the same.
Alex feeling pretty good that, you know, he's still in there. He still has a shot if he just wins this game going second. If he can just break serve one time, he earns his spot in the finals to go up against Cam. That'd be a sight to see.
Just some incredible gameplay action here, but Kamal is going to have to make some good choices here as he goes first. Same deal with Alex. He's got to make the right side deck choices here. Both of them are definitely going back in.
But it's really hard to side deck against a deck like K9 because usually every card you want to play comes out of your hand, which means you're actually turning on a lot of their effects sometimes. Just doing that beautiful count there to make sure we have 40 cards over there or whatever our deck count is, and then 15 cards over there in the side deck.
Yeah, this is not the time to make mistakes, so just still not getting too into it, right? Just being methodical, remembering it's still a duel, taking the time here. It's untimed, so might as well take the time to pile shuffle as well. I don't think I would believe you after the week of YCSs we just had that this would be the semifinals.
Yeah, Automat Rizio versus Crystron K9, 2 decks not on anybody's radar, but as they're, you know, proving us here, showing up and showing out.
Yeah, and one of these 2 decks is going to have to take on Yummy Mitsurugi. Oh, wow.
Which is a deck that I don't think people are surprised to see, but seeing Cam piloted is the really not surprising part. Of course, one of the best duelists in the world is in the finals. That just makes sense.
Absolutely. It's definitely different than the Yummy Mitsurugi deck we just saw top and win. Yes. YCS Lima Peru, right? No pendulums here. Wow, I am speechless. Speechless. Such a great tournament. YCS Anaheim has delivered, and it ain't even over yet.
Yep. Ooh.
Duelists drawing their opening hands. This is it. The last 5 cards that one of these duelists will see because they are not advancing. They'll have to go into the 3rd, 4th place playoff as the other one moves on to face Cam Neal in the finals. Have to find out which of the 2 it is.
Alrighty, here it comes. Top 4, YCS Anaheim. Slow pan as we wait to see who earns that trophy. It's about to happen. It's almost there. Good luck for both players as we go into game 3 of top 4 YCS Anaheim. Will it be Kamal or will it be Alex?
Just a roller coaster of emotions there from both duelists, shaking hands, you know, because it is, you are on pins and needles. You want to do this. Oh, here we go. This is it.
They want to play game 3 so badly, they just both scooped in game 1 and 2. To them, it's the game that matters.
Yeah, you're right. Well, let's start this off with a case for K9.
Just double checking here for Alex how the wording on this card works. Making sure you can interact with it in some kind of way or when the revealing of hand effect can be activated, I think is the thing he's most concerned about. We're going to get a search here for a K9 card. I'm not sure which one Kamal's going to be most looking after, but Roy is a pretty good starter for the deck that's come out ever since Dooms last week.
Doom and Dimension, certainly a injection of life into a lot of these different decks. We saw how powerful Yummy is. We saw how powerful Draco Tail was with the Draco Tail Sting. And this deck, K9, is doing numbers just from the K9 Noroi. Such a great starter.
And I'm pretty sure all the Distance Hunters cards just got 1 card in Doom Dimensions because
they got 2. They got 2.
Oh, the continuous spell. You're totally
You got
right.
the continuous spell, but
Anything I
it's crazy how much just 1 or 2 cards can just push a deck to an entirely different level. Speaking of new levels, we're going to go ahead and grab a Joe. Let's reveal it for our Canine Izna as well. And both these going to come down onto the field.
And those will both have summon effects as well.
Izuna effect.
Descend, right?
Yeah.
Looks like we're doing Izuna as Chain Link 2, if I heard Kamal correctly. On summon, going to go ahead and send from deck to the graveyard the copy of Lupus. Just get that accessed right away.
Lupus a lone wolf, but he's about to join the squad.
Oh, that's right. We didn't activate Joko's effect on summon. We used his effect to summon both of them. That's right. That's right.
Effect the Joko, sir.
And now we're using the effect of Joko.
Got to be careful here on Alex's side. You know, the temptation is high to try to stop your opponent from playing the game, but that is not how K9 works. Let him play. That's actually an easier strat, and maybe break the board the next turn.
Yeah, stop the thing that you're most worried about, and then try to do it without a hand effect if you can. I'm not sure what that would look like, but try to do it anyway.
Yeah, easier said than done on your opponent's turn of the first turn of the duel.
Yeah, having that Lupus already in the graveyard just kind of represents a lot of pressure from Kamal, because as long as he has at least one level 5 monster in play, he can keep XZ summoning.
Doesn't look like he is too far off from building the overlay network as he stacks 2 level 5 monsters. Joe Cool and Izuna combined, but he's not sure who he wants to grab out here. Both these duels being really careful means a lot. You worked through 15 rounds to get here. It's not time to mess up now.
We saw him go for Ripper first last time. It looks like he's going to be following that up and going for Ripper once again here to help insulate him from any potential interaction Alex could have from the hand. Going to go ahead and use the effect here to detach the Izuna and search for another K9 card.
Maybe Lantern if he doesn't already have it.
I believe he searched that off with the Joko.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
So it could be the Naroi here. We have a normal summon, to my understanding. Get that in rotation could be nice. Getting access to the machine as well.
Interesting that he's not sure what to grab. Maybe a little bit pressure for his opponent on next turn. Kamal doing that patented thing that many duelists do, sort of pointing at the field and you're like, what is he doing? It's almost like a mental abacus. If I do this and he does that and I do this, this is the card I should get.
Each tap is like him calculating the options of 25 different decisions. So he just went through 200 different combinations of cards and is figuring out the best one.
He's about 30 minutes in the future.
Trust. That's what happened.
And after evaluating all of the future possibilities here with his Millennium Necklace, let's see what he ends up pulling
Oh, yeah,
out.
and now he's doing a little dance with his hands. Now he's just showing off. He's like, guys, I just calculated all the possibilities, and this is the best one.
Beautiful to have a little peek into his mind that it's a very visual conversation, right? This card to that card to this card. He literally is playing a duel separate of this one.
I mean, we're card gamers, which means we are analog gamers. We need our body and we need the physical space to play with.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a pictographic language. I don't care what language you speak. You see those cards, you play this game, your mind translated into your language.
I know if you pick up a card and gesture it towards me, it's attacking me.
All right.
I'm being punched. So we got Lantern here. I believe targeting the Izuna? No, the Lupus. Okay, going to be summoning that back out alongside the Lantern. Maintaining the effect of Lupus to summon it back out from the graveyard should any effects from the hand be played by Alex. I'd like to see that.
Thinking about where he's going.
Am I missing one? Am I missing a 5?
No shade. Clearly a genius, just trying to figure out which of the smart plans he wants to go ahead and execute.
I did see a copy of Tristaros in his hand, which is already going to be a really amazing starter for him in the Crystron strategy. By itself, it doesn't usually do that much, but when you already have a lot of level 5 monsters in play, you can unlock a lot for you.
Do you think that's worth holding on to the normal summon for the Tristaros?
Oh, maybe it's not Tristaros, actually. It could be one of the other ones. I'm not quite sure. But I think the normal summon of Naroi here gets him the most value turn over turn, so I think it's more than fine.
All right, well, here's our non-machine canine monster. Going to be another Joe Cool hitting the field.
That effect already, right?
Like, basically, this already represents full Crystron combo because you can go into River Stormer and then still have the machine in play to go into Platinum Gadget.
Well, you can't concede now, Alex. That'd be the end of this duel. But let's take a look at that hand. Lightning Storm, Zubaba Bancho, Gakara Code. A triple tactics thrust, another triple tactics thrust, and a call by the grave.
That Bancho being glued to Alex's hand this match. Yeah, that's good. Once again, we're in a position where Alex doesn't really have a lot of engine, but he has a lot more tools than he did last time about breaking boards.
Lightning Storm.
So Kamal doesn't need to necessarily worry about anything for the rest of this turn, but he will need to make sure that he doesn't play into too many powerful cards that Alex already has in hand, like the Thrust and the Lightning Storm and whatnot.
So he's going to go and detach for the River Storm, and let's see our Earth Machine here. Last time we didn't get to see it. That was enough for Alex, but this time we get a Scrap Recycler.
Alrighty, and I wonder if Alex now feels more confident given the hand that he has. We're now going to go ahead and link 2 using River Stormer and Roy here to go into the Platinum Gadget to get that additional normal summon. I'm trying to say the special summon, basically, of the Scrap Recycler to the field. And then on summon, we're going to go ahead and dump some machine cards.
All right, so Scrap Recycler back in action. Let's go ahead and toss the machine into the Scrap Recycler.
Yep, literally, he's like, guys, there's gold in this here trash. Did you not recognize it? It's called Sulfefnir. That is the card, in case you guys didn't see it. Crystron Sulfefnir is the one that is being, I believe, sent to the grave. Or it could be Peristortle. Even I can kind of have trouble telling. But we'll find out in just a moment here based on what effect activates.
Lightning Storm, Rush.
Kamal repeating to himself all the cards he saw as he brings out Clockwork Knight from the extra deck.
Clockwork Knight, as I like to say, just to make sure we don't get it mixed up.
There are 2 cards known as Clockwork Knight. One of them has a cat.
Yep, so here we have the activation of Platinum Gadget's other effect to bring back the Scrap Recycler and use its effect again to go ahead and dump once again, because this card was made a long time ago. It is a soft once per turn.
Nobody ever thought it would hit the field twice, and yet here it is.
Yes, that is Sulfefnir if I had to put money down.
Definitely is the right color there for a Crystron monster.
And then I didn't see that one. That looked like maybe Solvador to me, which would be more than enough to access the rest of his Crystron cards.
This is what I was talking about, though. When you get to Game 3, Kamal was going to have that chance to go first and have a turn, the likes of which you just don't want to see if you're in Alex's position and have the cards in your hand that he does.
Yep, and Kamal just being like, okay, I know what I have to play through. I know what I have to deal with. What's the best tools to do so? It's looking like one of the Crystron cards that we sent with our Scrap Recycler is being eyed up. And, oh, it's actually Smyger. Of course it's Smyger. So we can get access to our inclusion if we needed it for a little bit of extra extension. That makes a lot of sense.
What one of?
Not so good.
I have 4. No?
So it looks like we're going to go ahead and make SP Light here.
Solid end board piece. Helps you dodge some of those board breakers that Alex could use on our next turn. And then, yeah, that's definitely Sulfefnir. We're going to use the effect here to discard the Tristaros. It was Tristaros. I'm not blind. That's good to know. And then we're going to go ahead and bring that back into the field and then destroy another Crystron card, which will then get us access to a Crystron tuner, because when Sulfefnir destroys himself, or is destroyed by a Crystron effect, you do the whole song and dance. All these things go into all of the other things. We're going to the Solvador on summon. This card will let you send 2 Crystron cards from your deck to the graveyard. You saw how powerful Scrap Recycler was, right? We're going to do it again, but this time twice in 1 summon.
That is 4 machines from the deck to the graveyard so far, and things are not looking good for Alex. Depending on what he draws here, he might be able to work his way out.
We are going to send the inclusion. It looks like that's going to be it here. We're going to go ahead and banish the inclusion from the graveyard to use its effect here to summon back out the Tristaros from our graveyard, give us access to that monster. We're then going to perform here a Synchro 7. Is it going to be Elescalatus?
It is.
Oh, yeah. To add back the inclusion from our banishment. Again, we only have 1, but we can use it multiple times.
Summon 2 from deck? Yeah.
We're then going to go ahead and banish the Tristaros from our graveyard to destroy the Elescalatus, and then bring back out another copy of Solvador. This time we won't be able to use the effect on summon, of course, but we're going to be able to get 2 of them things.
They sure are level 5, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. And then thanks to the effect of Elescalatus, we're going to summon back the Tristaros from our banishment. We're going to go ahead and overlay these 2 Solvadors and make Cyber Dragon Nova into Cyber Dragon Infinity.
A heads up putting it in defense mode, knowing that that Lightning Storm is but a moment away.
That way now we don't need to have it be forced out by just saying monster cards. There we see the Crystron inclusion, searching for the Crystron cluster.
Target a face-up card on the field, pop it, and then I shuffle back a Crystron.
From your field or the
grave or back.
Okay.
Yep, just double checking here what the effect of Crystron inclusion is.
Yep. Can you imagine if Crystron wins a YCS? There's always one Crystron duelist that sneaks into the top cut, but this did not sneak in here. Kamal is doing numbers with this deck.
And I know this board looks not maybe that impressive, but we have a lot going on here. We have the Infinity, we have the Cluster, we have the SP, we have the Ripper, and we have the Tristaros to get a quick effect Synchro Summon during Alex's turn.
Lots of points of interaction for a deck that has to interact only by getting its Xyz monsters out. And if Alex isn't able to get to an Xyz monster, well... Uh-oh, maybe your best man is bringing the YCS trophy, or maybe it's going to Fort Lauderdale. But we're going to start off with that Lightning Storm, calling...
2.5.
Yeah.
This is going to be a pretty important call here. Those are called monsters, and Kamal's going to let it go. It's not worth playing into the Triple Tactics talent that he knows is also... Sorry, the thrust that he knows is in Alex's hand. Then we see the top deck of Ice Rise Heal for Alex! Uh-oh. He might be forced to... use the Infinity here to negate and destroy that card, but that plays into thrust.
You've already used that negate, so what do you get off the triple tactics thrust here?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be something like talents, right, to draw 2 cards, because you just need to keep playing. But like you said earlier, that cluster could, in theory, pop 1 of Alex's cards, or 2 if Kamal's able to summon a Synchro Monster Crystron card.
Crystron's being able to Synchro summon your opponent's turn? That's
They
never
would
happened
never.
before.
They would
No,
never.
that's so rude.
Look at Tristaros. He's just a little guy. He's
little-
saying hi. He's waving.
A little guy with a lot of potential, and Kamal is taking a look at the graveyard here.
I mean, this is a tough call if you're Kamal.
I'm on the edge of my seat. This is insane to watch, but Alex is going to go ahead and be able to add a Speller Trap from his deck to his hand.
It'll be yes.
Because the opponent controls a monster.
Exactly,
so
exactly. I thought it was going to be set first. So we're eyeing up.
Maybe thinking ahead, this is the
Right.
monster I need to gain access to, so what spell card will I use to grab it?
Right.
Because there's the X-Ray Zeal, he sort of...
We could get Bonfire,
That's
yeah,
the
that wouldn't be too bad. We've already used the negate off the Infinity, and we know the cluster can't interact with spell cards very well. And we could force the Tristaros by getting access to Bonfire plus X-Ray Zeal.
And the
sending
X-Ray Zeal,
Aggregator.
yeah, or Valen.
Ooh, to get rid of the
yeah.
Okay. I'm picking up what Alex is putting down, I think.
We might have ourselves a match. Not to say we didn't before, but Alex down to the wire here has to make the most clutch decisions of his dueling career.
Oh, you can just get Pyra.
Oh, that works
And
too,
get
yeah.
all of your automat cards. Right, 2 automat cards is better than 1 Ryzo card, of course.
I mean, but is X-Ray Zeal 1 card, or is it several at the same time?
I like the way you think. I like the way you think.
Well, let's see what Alex thinks here, though. But the Automata Pyra, definitely a good call here since there's not really a lot to stop it. We discard that extra thrust, and it looks like it is good. So digging deep in the deck for 2 cards of Zubaba, Go-Go-Go, Ga-Ga-Ga, or Do-Do-Do.
And I think we're definitely going to get the Do-Do-Do Warrior here to be our main starter for all of our other XYZ plays. But we're still kind of not in the safest spot of Alex. We still have to fight through the Tristaros and the known cluster, plus whatever unknown cards are in Kamal's hand. But it is worth noting that we do have the known Call by the Grave in Alex's hand for both players. So if there was any kind of hand interaction, we can interact pretty well with that. We do also have to worry about Lupus in the graveyard. Once we start activate monsters from the hand, which I don't believe we've done yet, and we did already use our normal summon as Alex. So we've gone through quite a few resources, but the automatic cards represent quite a few more.
I want to say the effective special summon of the Zubaba Bancho Ga-Ga-Ga code is not an effect at all. It's actually just a summoning condition, that's right.
But Do-Do-Do, I believe Do-Do-Do Warrior is also a summoning condition, I think.
No, I think it's an effect because it looks like we activated and somebody said it's good.
Okay, there you go. And then, you know what? It is an effect because the effect also reduces its level for the rest of the turn. That's right, that's right.
So, Anamata Kage showing back up in the field here.
I mean, this represents Exiton Knight, doesn't it?
It would be a great call. Here we go with the Xyz summon, build the overlay network. What do we grab? You're right.
It's Exiton Knight!
The crowd erupts.
I mean, this forces Kamal's hand quite literally. He has to use everything and then maybe still lose it all.
And when you've got the Call by the Grave in the hand, you might have some options.
You might have some protection is what you have.
So detaching the Do Warrior.
To pop?
Yeah, to pop.
Yep, so it's going to be cluster targeting to pop the Evil Swarm, Accepting Knight, and then we need to shuffle back for cost to resolve the effect as Chainlink 2. It looks like Alex is going to let that rock.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what I want to
Because the targeting is the cost, the shuffling is, I believe, not.
So it is resolving here. Say goodbye to Ellis Skeletus. It'll be back later in the extra deck.
And we're going to lose all of our cards here as Kamal, 2-card hand.
Resolution,
we still have the, I believe, the Ga-Ga-Ga code plus the, I believe we got Goblinberg off of the Pyro. What was the other? Oh, no, it was Ga-Ga-Ga Knight. That's another ring 4. That's dual drive, baby.
With Warrior.
Still possible.
Now, I believe because of Excitement, we're not going to be able to deal any damage this turn.
That's correct.
But only a 2-card hand for Kamal. We do have full access to our Canine cards in the graveyard still in Lupus. Maybe we could summon Typhon if we summon too many monsters as Alex, but most of his good cards are not 3,000 attack points or more.
Yeah, but don't forget, the Call by the Grave has not been used yet.
It's supposed to
This is...
definitely go for
We don't know what timeline we're on, chat. This could be either way.
And we still don't know what Kamal's other cards are in hand. They could be non-engine that is kind of being pinned down by the Call by the Grave, too.
I think I peeped an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Oh,
We'll have to see.
That's definitely being pinned down right now by that Called by. There's no point just throwing that out there unless you want to bait the Called by so you can protect other things like Lupus.
Exactly, so... Tale of the Road Not Taken, we shall see.
Okay, we're going to see some fun here. We have the Ga-Ga-Ga Gambara Knight here, revealing, I believe, the Ga-Ga-Ga Girl as the cost, and then summon itself plus another monster from hand to the field. Yep, it's going to be the Anamarakage. That's pretty huge. That'll represent another rank 4 play here. And getting access to Duo Drive while we have the Ice Rise in the graveyard means Sword and X are online.
All right, well, here we go again. Oh, but going for the Protoss line instead.
Okay. I think Kinbacho... Oh, because the Gambara Knight will have an effect to search after it gets detached here, and he wants to get that done before going into the Duo Drive. I like that.
I misplayed.
Because now we can get the Goblinberg, I believe.
Kamal a little upset with himself as he talks to himself under his breath, but Alex locked in, knows that this is his moment. There's not another chance, but remember, there's no battle damage this turn, so it's mostly about setup.
Yes, but I mean, we've seen how good Alex's deck is at going first and the amount of resources he can generate and kind of take away from his opponent.
Could empty out his opponent's hand into almost nothing.
Yep, so we did get the Goblinberg and the flag added to hand with the combination of Gunbara Knight and Banshee here. It's just a matter of where you go from here. You definitely want to start maybe using the Rizal cards if you can, if you're Alex, because you're kind of tapped out of most of the automat cards at this point. But you could Bancho to summon both itself and the Goblinberg, I believe, right? Because it summons 2 from hand. Or no, sorry. That's Gunbara Knight.
Well, either or, he will always have access to the Zubaba Mancho Gagaga coat, so he really just has to get any kind of name on the field for the special summon and then be able to get another monster out of the graveyard.
Shuffle back.
So here we see the banishment of Anamarakage to return the Exciton Knight back to the extra deck. So that way we can have the banished monster to maybe summon the flag here, it looks like.
I see you, Greg.
Yeah, you're good.
I believe our attributes currently are 2 Earth monsters and a light monster in the form of Ice Rizio plus the 2 automat monsters. So maybe he's trying to do some Protoss math here. And he's probably debating what the best attribute is to call once he does summon Protoss.
I still think it's water if you're worried about the Crystron, but no telling if you're focused on the Canines.
Well, we see a lot of Canine cards, and in terms of breaking boards, they're not really the best at doing that without copies of like Force Release being readily available, and those usually get set when they're searched, so they can't be readily accessed. But here we see the flag here. Going to go ahead and search for that Protoss, the nemesis of all duelists at this event whenever they play up against Alex.
Seeing a lot of duelists say, hey, maybe that should not have come off the Forbidden Limited list, and it definitely is very powerful. Didn't see a lot of play when it came back off last year, but it does seem like it is increasingly seeing more and more via the Infernal Flame Banshee.
Yep, and then we saw Kamal there just double-checking the attributes in Alex's Graveyard. I believe there are currently, there are, no, there's only 2, because we have a light and an earth, and I believe Ice Rise was also a light.
But the ones on the field work, too,
That's
so you could use the fire.
That's right, I forgot about that. That happened earlier, too. I'm just so used to being like, look at the graveyard, look at the graveyard.
Well, looks like we're banishing a fire.
And we're going to go ahead and banish the light and the earth. That's 3 attributes right there, team. Arch, Nemesis, Protoss, hitting the board. What are we going to call?
Banshee.
So we're going to use the Banshee effect, special summon itself back to the field.
After being banished.
Could make for an Eclipse Twins later, so the combo is not dead yet.
I take no damage.
We're going battle phase.
Yeah, you went to the battle phase, forgot that he takes no damage, got a little ahead of himself.
You can still go battle phase, though, and be like, no damage. Oh, he just called what attribute it was.
This is on my hand.
No, after you set. After you set.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, after we set.
I'm going to use the effect of Lupus.
Yep, because we are in main phase 2. He did set a card, and that card is probably the known called by the Grave Kamal or something. And that means his Lupus is now safe. And we did summon only twice. We summoned twice from the extra deck, so this Lupus could solo XZ summon the copy of Typhon, which does stop Protoss, because I believe, no, Protoss is 2,500 attack.
Yes, that's right.
3,000 defense.
Big defense. Reasonable attack.
Yeah, I mean, he can destroy pretty much any attribute monster he wants.
Wow, though. So Kamal definitely seeing an opportunity there. If there's a set card, it must be called by the grave. So
okay, I'm not sure what attribute was called, but I do agree with you. I think water and or light are probably the 2 most terrifying attributes.
But I think there's a little bit of a tell here. If there was an attribute called, it must be dark because no monsters were destroyed from the field. So remember that Protoss can't be destroyed unless it isn't destroyed by card effects. So we would call dark on the field, and therefore it wouldn't destroy itself.
Right. So we know it's not fire, earth, and dark. So it's probably water, light, or wind. And you got to assume it's water or light, I think.
Call dark, correct?
Yeah.
He called dark, yeah, because you have to call a monster on the field to be destroyed.
Oh, that's right. You're so correct.
Yeah, and Protoss has that built-in protection, so you can always call dark.
You're so correct.
Does dark really do a lot in this situation? It does. It stops the Superstar Slayer Typhon. Because Typhon is a dark fiend, as we learned earlier when we saw it in Labyrinth.
Use the effect of inclusion.
So here we see the effect of inclusion to banish itself.
Oh, target.
And we're going to target a Crystron card to summon here. Looks like it's going to be the Tristar. Oh, it's going to be the Tristaros. We can still Synchro summon. And if Dark wasn't called, we still have access to level 7 Synchros. We're going to call by the grave there, targeting the Tristaros to banish. Now for the rest of this turn, Tristaros do not work. And there we see a case for K9 being activated.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely a case for K9 because you need some help.
We do see 2 more cards in Alex's hand, so they can all be normal summoned. Or sorry, Izuna and Kuroi can.
Feel like Noroi would feel pretty good if you've already got enough cards here. Then looks like we're going to go ahead and use the effect of Joe Cool. I think they just normal summon it. Yeah.
2 cards in my hand.
Yeah, I believe they all have that effect.
And they just don't have any other monsters, so Kamal having that solo Joe Cool. Now it's not completely alone, right, because there's already a Lupus on field.
Okay, so the dark attribute was what was called. We're going to go ahead and make our first rank 5 of this turn. We still have access to Lupus later, depending on if... Oh my gosh, we see... I believe it's Anomaly Vienna, something like that?
Yeah, so you could attach 2 in order to negate.
Anomaly monster in the graveyard, and then that monster on the field gains half the attack the monster, or that monster.
Beautiful explanation,
Yeah,
Kamal.
awesome.
It is terror in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, actually, so it's nice to see it here in actual physical Yu-Gi-Oh!
What was the name of it again?
Chronomaly...
I think like I want to say like Vesuvius? No. I think it was like one of those cities that got like...
I think it's Chronomaly Vimana. Yes, Chronomaly Vimana.
Vimana, thank you so much.
Thank you, judges. Appreciate that.
I was trying to make sure I got it right. Very cool.
Excellent card with a lot of
12-50,
power there,
so
not
it goes
only
to
able to
35,
detach 2 to negate, but also able to power through big monsters.
Yes, it is definitely big enough here, thanks to that River Storm we're attaching.
12,
And I believe that's the first battle damage.
Yes, I believe we're going to be taking a total of 1,200
You're at 35?
1250?
Something like that.
I'm at 8,000.
8,000, yeah. And then I'm at 7.
Main phase 2.
69.50, right?
Yep, so we took a total of 1050.
I took 1,050.
Yeah.
And there we see Zeus coming out of 4 material. Zeus.
The Zeus is loose.
We can't Typhon, but we sure can Zeus. That's a light monster right there.
Yeah.
It is so funny to see Lupus, or really any K9 monster under a light Xyz.
Oh, yeah.
Took the long way to get there, but here we are.
That's why he went for the normal summon of Joker, because then otherwise he'd be light locked.
He would be. Or locked out of lights.
Yes.
But found a way in. And that's dangerous, though. I mean, looking at the Zeus, you really have to be able to get rid of it. And how do you do it? What can you threaten to your opponent with a defense position Zeus that will make him use the effect and or get rid of it before it does anything? Well, it's like we're going to start with a little bit of a level 4 summon there. Our
Yep.
Go Goblinberg.
Yes. Good old Go Golem and Goblinberg joining together, throwing him into the sky.
All the goes. Kamal, considering his options here, he's done such a great job of swinging back the momentum. Again, we heard him earlier saying, hey, I wish I did something different. But man, speak of this, it's forbidden droplet time.
Yes, because he knows that if he activates Zeus at all, he's going to lose his droplet anyway. May as well pop it off now to make sure that we can stop this Goblin from getting back extra monsters. And that way we still can conserve our 2 activations of Zeus to clear the board.
You don't get this far in tournaments without proper sequencing of plays, and Kamal doing exactly that. Alex still trying to find a way out of this duel, but it looks like we're going to Xyz summon apparently an Eclipse Twins.
That's right. We can use level 4s, or we can use rank 4s to summon this card. And I believe it actually just lets you attack twice.
It can. It can detach its own material in order to attack twice. But how do you get it big enough to threaten Zeus? It's only 2,500.
Well, I believe Goblinberg has an effect when it's detached, and that's what we're playing it for. But yes. But like also with Eclipse Twins, if you get enough properly summoned rank 4s, you kind of don't care if it gets sent to the graveyard.
That is true.
You're going to do it yourself anyway.
Only a Zeus standing between Alex and victory. Of course, Kamal having 8,000 life points. It's going to have to be a lot of playing through.
I mean, 6950 is not that low either. So we're going to go ahead and use the Do Warrior here's effect to summon itself by sending to the graveyard another copy of Onomanakage. That card's just a nice loop with Do Warrior because you can always put it back using its own effect.
So technically, 1 level 4 on the field, despite the fact that it has many stars printed on the card. Still got that Nemesis flag in attack mode. Man, I don't think I've ever seen Nemesis flag survive this long.
Yes, it usually is one of the cards that you banish off for Protos.
Yeah.
So we're going to bring back the Onomatokage. On summon, it's Zeus time.
Oh, yes. We're going to go ahead and send, it looks like, the Lupus and the Riverstormer back to the graveyard and clear the board except for Zeus. Everything gets sent to the graveyard, and the Anamarakage gets.
Right?
Oh, it's a different Anamarakage. I know lizards look similar.
Now, that was material, or was that one just destroyed?
That one was summoned back, and
Okay,
because it
that's
wasn't
right.
able to become a material due to the Zeus, it does get banished instead.
Finally.
Finally, that card gets banished by its own effect. And we're going to go ahead and try to pass here, but we do have the Izuna here because we did activate a card from the hand. Going to go ahead and also use Lupus here to summon it.
That's
There
the
it is!
handshake.
Kamal Crooks is going to the
Why? I
finals and
tossed that
facing off
so-
against Cam Neal for his chance to be YCS Anaheim champion.
What an incredible set. Huge roar of applause from the crowd. And man, well earned. Kamal finding his way back in. Little hard on himself, but made it nonetheless.
Yeah, I bet you when Kamal saw Alex's opening hand and went, oh, okay, cool, no interactions to stop me. But well, wait. 3 different breakers, all of which that pin down everything I'm trying to do and can break my board? This is going to be a grindy one. And he came out on top.
He did. So maybe didn't win the last YCS a few days ago. Maybe he wins this one, but just good looking out. Great play from both duelists. And I'm glad we actually got to see a full duel, right? Because the first 2, they were just like, nah, we know what's going to happen. We'll just skip the cutscene.
It's like I mentioned, these 2 wanted to have that 3rd duel so bad. They're like, let's just concede game 1 and 2. How about that? Nice little gentlemen's game 3 duels are always the best, right?
Well, that certainly was. I think that certainly proves everything you've ever said about the game 3. That, man, what a masterclass and a great handshake there. Woo!
Great respect amongst these 2 duelists, 1,000%. It could have been either one of them there, but this time it was Kamal, and they both know that.
Well, Kamal certainly loosening up just a little bit, but don't loosen up too much. You still got a World Championship competitor in the finals waiting for you because Cam not only was here for Master Duel 2025, but also competed in Master Duel 2024, so just a world caliber duelist.
Oh, in YCS's Master Duel, he can win it all.
Oh yeah, and the Ultimate Duelist Series too because he's got the belt, so that is a heck of a final boss if I ever saw one.
Yep, Mitsurugi Yumi versus Crystron K9. Didn't think I'd see it at YCS Anaheim, but I'm super excited.
Oh my goodness, you're a Crystron fan. I mean, it's got to
Little
feel
bit.
nice to see one of your favorite decks up there, right?
Oh yeah, I play it mostly in common charity format, but I love
There's a
seeing
lot
it in
of commons.
TCG as well.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Wow, I can't believe that our finalists are a 5-time YCS champion and just somebody decorated. There is no final boss. I mean, this is just like watching one of those anime episodes where it's like the best of the best going against each other just for the sport and thrill of it.
Yep, every duel is a final boss at this point because they're all that good.
They really are. And our 3rd and 4th playoff is going to be pretty crazy too when you think about it.
Mm-hmm. Between, I believe, Alex
and Timothy.
Yes.
Yeah, so somebody who's going to get a few better prizes there. Oh my goodness. Wow, so what a tournament. I know we've been saying it. We're always so hyped for Yu-Gi-Oh! We get it, chat. Just like, when will these guys stop yapping?
we can be a little bit esoteric towards the end here.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
how
but
it
the
just like much
tournament-
we love Yu-Gi-Oh!
Tournament really delivered. This has been insane. And it's not even over yet, and there's other events happening too. This is so wild, because there's still public events going on, right, too?
Mm-hmm, that's right. But enough about that event. Let's go ahead and hear from the person himself about how he won. Let's go over to the stage to hear Jackie interview Kamal.
Thank you so much, casters. Kamal, you're going to the finals. Tell me the emotions you're feeling right now.
I'm feeling great, but I need to play better, for sure.
Okay, tell me why you think that.
Well, I'm pretty sure I had the combo correct. I just got in my head and messed up, that's all. And then I got lucky in the end because he made a mistake. But
It was a roller coaster ride for sure, but you were resilient, you were relentless. How did you stay focused? Or did you not feel that way?
I wasn't focused. I promise you I wasn't focused.
Hey, you pulled through in the end then.
Okay. Yeah, I did. Luck is on my side, so hopefully it just pulls through all the way.
Okay, so how are you going to reset now?
I'm locking in. That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna lock in.
Okay, so you are playing a dear friend. You guys actually won a Team YCS together.
Yeah.
What's going through your head when you think that?
It's always fun to play friends in the finals. It's always like a dream of mine to do, and it's finally came to true. So it is what it is. I hope the best man wins.
So you've won 5 YCSs. Will it be 6 today?
Yes.
Okay, a resounding yes. Is there anything you want to say to this fantastic crowd, your fans, the people watching at home?
I told y'all.
We'll end with that and those cheers. Thank you so much, Kamal. We'll see you in finals. Gonna send it to our casters.
Just some incredible stuff, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that our finals is actually a rematch. That one loss that Kamal has on his record, that's from Cam.
Wow. Well, Cam was one of our undefeated
Same.
players, and we know that Kamal went X1. He had to lose to somebody. he's going to get some revenge, it looks like, in the finals.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Wow, what an incredible set. Now, speaking of incredible stuff, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Action doesn't just stop at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. Remember, next week is New York Comic-Con.
Oh, I believe you're going to hear this beautiful man's voice the whole time when you're there, and you're going to be able to collect these amazing Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds themed prizes like the Akiza playmat and, of course, the Akiza, Yusei, and Crow chibi tokens.
I know, and look at the chibis there. You got Amaryllis and Black Rose Dragon as well.
Ooh.
And New York Comic-Con's such a blast. If you can't be there, send your friends because those limited edition game mats are available each day, but there's only a limited supply. But you can also take photos, become tokens, all kinds of really cool stuff. There's Duel the Master, so many new attractions there. We'll find out. But it's a really good time. So again, if you can't make it at West Coast Yu-Gi-Oh!, check out East Coast Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, it's always a blast. I got to stop by a booth similar to this one at SDCC for San Diego, and I'm really excited to also be visiting here at New York Comic Con too.
Good stuff, good stuff. But that's not the only good stuff we have in store. There's still a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series going on right now.
Oh, yes. After this, a quick little break here. We're going to bring you guys the finals of YCS Anaheim, and then after that, I've heard some rumors that the finals of the Genesis Invitational is also going to be happening on stream too, which you have to tune in and watch for that as well.
So we're not just giving away one prize card, but two today?
Apparently.
Oh, that's nice. Well, let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
Hey everyone, Billy Brake here at YCS Anaheim, and one thing we love to do is go around and talk to the duelists and see if they can guess the card. They're going to have 60 seconds to ask me yes or no questions, and then they're going to have to guess what card I'm holding in my hand. I'm here with Ruben, fresh off his top 4 in Peru, and he's going to have 60 seconds to guess the card. Ready? Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
No.
Is it a trap?
Yes.
Is it a continuous trap?
No.
Is it a counter trap?
No.
Was it released in the last 5 years?
Yes.
Dimensional? No, not dimensional barrier.
No.
Released in the last 5 years. Dominus Impulse?
No.
Dominus Spiral?
No.
Dominus Purge?
No.
Can it be used from the hand?
No.
Is it useful going first?
Yes.
Is it a lingering effect?
Yes.
Different dimension ground?
No.
This is hard. Trap card, normal trap card. Is it on the Forbidden and Limited?
No.
Is it an archetype card?
No.
Trap card. Thrust. Black Coat Laughs.
Oh, I kind of gave you a little hint there, but it is the Black Coat Laughs. I knew you knew it. But yeah, so with a little bit of assistance, you're able to get
I
it.
was thinking of all the other thrust targets, and then I just forgot the best one. Sorry, Kamal.
All right, good job, Ruben. Thank you for playing. Hello, everyone. We're here at YCS Anaheim, and I'm with Ryan Levine, and he has 60 seconds to guess the card. All right, go.
Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a quick play spell?
Yes.
Oh, no. Is it include an effect that destroys cards?
No.
Does it summon a monster?
No.
Oh dear. I did. What else do cards do? Does it draw cards?
No.
Oh no. Ooh, doesn't destroy, doesn't summon, doesn't draw. What else do cards do in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Halfway there.
Oh no. Is it printed in the last 2 years?
Printed? Yes.
Oh no. Originally printed in the last 2 years.
Maybe a little further back than that, just slightly.
Oh no, I feel it slipping away. Oh man. Oh god, what do cards do?
Think quick play. You got quick play spell people play.
Quick play spell people play.
3 seconds.
Spellbound?
Oh, good guess. Great card, but it is actually Crossout Designator. I knew this one was gonna bother you. Close, but no cigar. Good job, Ryan. Hey everyone, Billy Brake here at YCS Anaheim, and I'm with former YCS champion Angel Asensio, and he is going to try and guess the card. You have 60 seconds. Go.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a quick play?
No.
Is it an equip?
No.
Is it a field?
No.
Is it a continuous?
Nope.
Regular spell?
Regular spell.
Is it meta relevant right now?
Yes.
Is it triple tactic talent?
Nope.
Thrust?
Nope.
Is it Raigeki?
Nope.
Is it a going second spell?
Yes.
Lightning Storm?
Got it. In fact, with 30 seconds on the clock, he guessed Lightning Storm. It is, in fact, Lightning Storm. Good job, Angel. Hello, everyone. I'm back here with Michael, and he's going to have 60 seconds to try and guess the card. Ready, set, go.
Is it a spell card?
No.
Is it a trap?
No.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Does it have a level?
Yes.
Level 5?
No.
Is it a level between 1 through 4?
Yes.
Ooh. Is it a level 4?
No.
Ooh. Level 3?
Yes.
Is it Tumbler?
Nope.
Ooh. Is it a wind?
No.
Ooh. Light? Is it a light?
No. Wait, yes, it is a light.
Ooh. Is it released within this 2 years?
Yes.
Is it Ice Raizu?
No.
X Raizu?
No.
Oh, I'm so bad at this.
Think extra deck.
Extra deck. From a level 4?
Level 3. Level 3 light from the extra deck.
Level 3 light from the extra deck.
10 seconds. It's used in Yummy.
Oh, it's an extra deck.
Oh, time's up, and it was actually the Star Ham. Yeah, I thought it was Earth. That's why I said light at first, but thank you very much. Everyone, we're here back with another Guess the Card. I'm with Chandler, and he's going to have 60 seconds to guess what card is in my hand. Ready, set, go.
Is it a monster?
No, yes.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it from one of the last 2 sets?
No.
Is it a hand trap?
No.
Is it a level 4?
Nope.
Is it a hero?
Nope.
Is it an advanced format?
It's an advanced format? Yes.
Is it a Draco Tail monster?
Nope.
Does it have effect that search?
No.
Does it have effect that specials?
No. Sort of, but no.
Is it used in the current meta?
Yes.
Is it a level 6?
No.
Level 5?
No.
Level 3?
Nope.
Level 2?
Nope.
Level 1?
Nope.
Level 7?
Nope.
8?
Nope.
9?
Nope.
10?
Nope.
Is it sphere mode?
No.
Level 11?
Think no level.
No level? Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Oh, is it yummy?
No, we're out of time. Very close. I think when you ask monster, it's technically a monster, but it's a monster from the extra deck. You're locked in. It was actually SP Little Knight. SP Little Knight using the current meta. Close, but good job. Good try. We'll be back with more.
2 duelists stand before me, but only one can be champion. Crowd, are you ready for the finals? One more time, I can't hear you. There we go, let's get things rolling. And we begin with the blue chair. Let's hear it for our first competitor, everybody. Hailing from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, we have Kamal Crooks Valdez. He has won 5 YCS wins already under his belt. Will he get number 6 today? He won a Team YCS in San Salvador, and today, right now, he plays his former teammate in the finals. Now to the red chair, coming from Arlington, Texas, we have Cam Neal. He has won 2 YCSs. Will he make it 3 today? Cam beat Kamal earlier in the tournament, but who will win the rematch? Who will win finals? Crowd, are you ready? Let's get things rolling. Our duelists are about to take a seat. Casters, take it away.
All right. Thank you so much, Jackie. That's right. We have made it all the way here into the finals of YCS Anaheim. And man, we have 2 Titans going at it. Kamal, already a 5-time YCS champion, taking on Cam the Man Neal, who has 2 YCS wins and is also a UDS champion. It's going to be Mitsurugi Yummy up against K9 Cristron, and this is the final match of YCS Anaheim. Just incredible. It's just to think that earlier this year, back in March, these 2 players were playing together at a Team YCS and won the whole thing, and now advance all the way down to October, it's like 7 months later, and they're here facing each other back at the finals stage. And man, Kamal can make history with the 6 wins. He'll only be like the second or third duelist in the world to do such a feat. But on the other side, Cam has been around for such a long time. 2 YCS wins, becoming a 3-time YCS champion would just be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's wild to see 2 friends who won a championship together. They share a trophy, are now facing off.
Yep, they share a trophy, and now they're going to fight for this trophy that is just mere feet away from them. It's going to be an incredible match. We got to watch both of those semifinal matches, so you got to see how both these players made it here from the top 4, but only one will walk away the victor and be able to claim that ultra rare Another Verse Stratios. They're also going to pick that brand new prize where they get to pick their very own giant card, any one they want. I mean, there's, some limits and regulations, of course, but definitely going to be awesome to see which one of these players is going to end up the title YCS champion.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what card that winner picks.
Yeah, I definitely want to know. I mean, maybe it's a card from the deck that you won with so you can remember it forever. Maybe it's going to be your favorite card. There's tons of different options for that. See Kamal with the hood up. He's ready to lock in and focus on this duel. That's the classic duelist get up. I don't know if you remember back in the day, it was always about having that hood up and focus because you kind of like tuning out the rest. It helps you kind of focus on the match in front of you. So I really like to see that there from Kamal.
It was a popular style in the early days of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Definitely was. That is an understatement. So maybe if you haven't seen that before, that is shout out to some of the OG players from way back in the day. But man, after 1,600 players were competing this weekend, 14 rounds of Swiss before we cut to top 8, and now these 2 excellent duelists have made it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, there was very little room for error even leading up to this point because of that top 8 cut, which was so limited. But here in the finals, there is absolutely no room for error.
Definitely. You can't make any mistakes at this point in the game. And yeah, that last match we saw with Kamal, even that game 3 just looked incredible. But only one player will win. One player will walk away with that beautiful YCS trophy.
The strategies that these 2 duelists are using are vastly different, so that's pretty cool too. On the one side, we do see Mitsurugi Yummy, which was a popular deck in the top 8 with half the duelists using that strategy. On the other side, we have Kamal Crooks using Crystron K9, which he was the only duelist in the top 8 to use.
Yeah, this deck, you know, not the most popular of strategies, but we also saw if you go back to YCS Vancouver, after like the top 16, there was as many Crystron K9s in that top 16 as there were Vanquish Soul K9s. They both had 5 each. It's definitely one of the stronger ways to play the deck. It even saw Crystron Inclusion becoming limited on that last Forbidden and Limited update, which is, you know, it hurts a little bit of the consistency, but there's still plenty of other ways to access Crystron Inclusion from your deck. Yep. And Kamal saying the Crystron strategy is the one that he prefers the most in combination with K9.
The deck also did lose Paradise Smashers, which Crystron K9 was probably the most efficient deck for summoning.
Definitely. It had a couple of hits there on that last Forbidden and Limited list, but it's time to duel. It's game number 1 here at the finals of YCS Anaheim. And here comes the die roll. First, the handshake. I like that before the die roll. It's going to be a 2 and a... Oh, we couldn't see it, but a 2 is not a great number to have on one die.
7.
7. Okay, so 7, unless Kamal rolled a 6 on the other die, I think Cam will be going first.
I think I did hear Cam say he's going first, so it's safe to say Kamal did not roll a 6 on that other die.
Former teammates.
Oh, no,
it was
stand
Kamal.
corrected.
It was Kamal. He did roll a 5 or a 6. Must have been a 6 since he went outright. And he's going to start with a case for K9. That's going to add K9 Jokul from the deck to the hand.
And Crystal Salvador. Affect the Crystal Salvador.
Yep. All right, Jokul and Salvador coming down. Salvador is going to be able to add or send a couple of Crystrons, and then that'll allow him to add Crystrons cards from the deck to hand. It's going to send down Smeagol and Sulfenir.
It was fine.
It's nice synergy with the Jokul because they're both level 5 monsters, so Jokul can bring it out.
All right, let's see what Kamal does next. Now that he's facing down that Mulcharmy Fualos, Cam has some interaction. You can banish the Smeagol from his graveyard, I believe, to add a Crystron spell or trap, potentially, if he wants to find access to Crystron Inclusion.
We might see him do that.
Affect the Smeagol.
That's good.
That's a good way to put up a little bit of interaction without having to dip into the extra deck and give a draw to Cameron.
Yep.
All right, so he does add the Crystron Inclusion to the hand.
Sure.
Lantern.
Sure.
All right, now the Jokul is going to add the Lantern from the deck to the hand as well. Cam really relying on this Mulcharmy Follows to slow Kamal down or have him get some good cards off the top of his deck here.
It looks like Kamal has a Droll and Lockbird, so if he doesn't need to go into his own deck, he can let Cameron draw 1 card and then use Droll and Lockbird.
That could be the case here. We'll have to see how he navigates this turn.
He might also just choose to save that for Cameron's next turn.
+1. I do that level 1 form with summoning that.
He has a lot of options here.
He's going to send both of his monsters to the graveyard to perform a link summon for Artifact Dagda. Kamal Crooks is up to no good here, and he is going to use that Droll and Lockbird.
So it does affect both players, so Kamal can't go into his deck to add cards from the deck to the hand either. But Cameron can no longer draw cards from the effect of his Fualos. And that Fualos was a monster effect activated in the hand, so he is able to special summon the Azuna.
Indeed he is. Azuna is going to be able to send a K9 monster to the graveyard. The Dagda is going to set the Artifact Morinir. Now Lupus is in the graveyard.
I'm gonna go back in.
Are you gonna go back in? Oh, if he finds another effect to like send cards to the graveyard, potentially he could end up going back in. Just can't add anything from the deck to the hand.
Right, nothing stopping him from sending cards from the deck to the graveyard. Who needs Paradise Smashers when you have Dagda?
Artifact Agda back at it again. All right, Kamal considering his next action, and it's going to be Lantern. It's going to special summon from the hand and bring back a level 5 monster. No response here from Cam. Overlay those 2 level 5s to exceed summon the rank 5 Ripper. Okay. Can't add because he's under his own droll, but he's just going to use Sulfonier's effect.
Okay.
Get the artifact in the graveyard. Lupus is going to come down to the field.
Yeah, so he destroyed the artifact with his Sulfonier.
On the game.
Ghost Bell. But that's not the princess is going to special summon the artifact to Cam's side of the field.
That's not where Cam wants to see it.
Certainly is not. He doesn't want to be locked into artifact monsters. And that Droll and Lockbird shutting down the Fualos really got Kamal back into this game.
Tell me, Billy, how many artifacts are in Cameron's deck?
Not enough, that's for certain. Now, Synchro Summon for Kriston Eliskeltis is coming down. Going to be able to banish the Tristaros to destroy the Eliskeltis, and that's going to special summon 2 Kriston monsters from the deck.
Affected the Synchro.
It's going to be 2 more copies of Sulfador. The Tristaros is coming back onto the field.
We're going to see Nova into Infinity. Now he has a negation as well.
Infinity take.
And he absorbs it to give an extra material to Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Synchro.
Banishes
the inclusion.
Pass.
Another Synchro Summon for F.A. Don Dragster.
Now he can negate a spell as well.
So he has multiple negates, multiple ways to stop, and Cam's not going to be able to outmaneuver Kamal here in game number 1. And now Kamal's just 1 win away from becoming a 6-time, I'll say it a 3rd time, a 6-time YCS champion.
There was nothing Cameron could do about that.
Absolutely not. He had the Fualos, he had the Ghost Spell, but Kamal had all the answers. He had the Droll to stop Cam from drawing more cards. The Ghost Spell was easily negated, and Kamal just putting on a master class, showing the power of Crystron K9 and why this deck is so good.
Yeah, the Ghost Spell play was fairly desperate because it was so obvious it was going to be negated. But had he not done it, he would have just lost anyway. So he had to try it, I guess.
Definitely not the way Cam wanted to start off his finals here against his friend, but now the players are diving into the side decks. And if there's a player out there who knows that the Crystron K9 deck is a deck that needs to be respected, it's probably Cam. He plays a ton of Yu-Gi-Oh! He's always practicing, always trying to find ways. And I mean, it's reasonable to assume that one of his playtesting partners is probably Kamal, seeing how they've won a Team YCS together this year.
I think that's reasonable to say. And because of that, he's probably very prepared to play against Crystron.
Yeah, who knows how many times these players have dueled against each other, which could work to either of their advantage, but Kamal just had that excellent opening there. And that's something cool about the K9 Crystron strategy. As long as you draw either side, you're able to kind of bridge into the other part of your deck, and it's just absolutely incredible how well these themes synergize together.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of that this weekend, where people combine 2 different themes that are seemingly very different, but they have something in common that bridges them together. And those have been a lot of the top decks this weekend.
Yeah, it's really cool because it's like a lot of decks have weaknesses, and then you can cover those weaknesses with the other strategies that you include into your deck.
Yeah. Like something I learned this weekend was using Mitsurugi to summon the zombie vampire, and then sending cards to the graveyard to start bringing out yummies.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that, especially since we cut to the top 8, and we're going to have to see if Cam is going to be looking to do that here in game number 2, as he's going to have the opportunity to go first. And you hear Cam say he's going to be going first. It's time to duel. This could be the final game of the YCS. The hands are drawn. It's time to duel. This is it. Game 2 A fist bump from both players. Now let's see what Cam is working with. What is he going to do? I do see at least a Marshmallow Yummy in his hand. Is that all he has? He's going to start with the Marshmallow. He can special summon it since he doesn't control any monsters.
I think Kamal said he's thinking.
Does he have a Mulcharmy?
And if so, which one?
Okay, no, it's just going to be Izuna. So this is where Marshmallow differs from the other Yummy monsters. When you special summon the other Yummy monsters, they aren't effects that activate in the hand. They just special summon themselves. But Marshmallow Yummy does activate, enabling the Izuna. But Cam has the Ghost Bell trying to keep that Lupus in the graveyard.
All right, he can't do much with the Izuna alone.
No, you need that Lupus to be able to exceed summon during your opponent's turn. This could be the window that Cam needs to get back into this match.
The Link summons Snatchy using the Marshmallow and activate its effect. It looks like he's going to put one of his field spell cards in play. You typically see Mignon come out, and that's exactly what he's going to do, since it has the ability to special summon one of the Yummy monsters from his graveyard and help build his field.
Minion effect?
Sure. That's exactly what he's doing next. He's going to bring back Marshmallow with Mignon's effect. Now he's going to treat that Snatchy as a level 1 tuner, tune it with the Marshmallow.
Cupsy effect.
And that is...
Cupsy Yummy Way.
Cupsy Yummy Way. So that will allow him to get 2 cards from his deck before sending one to the grave. And he's getting Cupsy Yummy.
And
Cookie Yummy.
Cupsy and Cookie, and now let's see what he decides to send to his graveyard. I see a couple of Mitsurugi cards that aren't doing too much in his hand, but it could just be the Cookie Yummy he sends. But no, I imagine it's going to be the Mitsurugi Mirror. Yep.
Yeah, that's what it is. He's not doing anything with that.
All right, now since he controls that level 2 Synchro Monster, he can special summon Cupsy Yummy from the hand.
He is activating its effect. Doesn't look like Kamal has a lot more interaction. Maybe he's just holding it back. We saw a very restrained style of play in that top 4 match.
We certainly did, and now he's going to grab that last Yummy name with Lollipo being added to the hand. All right, next is going to be a Synchro Summon with Cupsy Yummy Way and Yummy Cupsy. Cam taking a look at his hand before he decides what level 3 Synchro he wants to summon, but it's going to be the Martial Metal Marcher. On summon, Martial Metal Marcher can bring back the Cupsy Yummy Way to the field. What is he going to do next? It looks like he's looking to link summon using that Cupsy Yummy Way as a material to summon a Yummy Snatchy. He still has more Yummy monsters to continue special summoning from his hand. Cookie's coming down next. He still has a Yummy Surprise too. Looks like he's going to go ahead and use the Cookie Yummy to lower Izuna's attack by 1,000. It does destroy it if it's special summoned by a Synchro monster.
Not particularly relevant at the moment.
Nope, and another Synchro Summon is going to be performed here from Cam for Lollipo Yummy Way. That's going to special summon back 2 Yummy monsters on summon.
It's a nice way to build the field. So he'll get Cookie and is that Cupsy Yummy Way?
Yep. Interesting, because yeah, he could have used the effect. Oh no, it's negated right now. He would have to probably use it on the next turn, but he's going to Synchro with the Martial Metal Marcher and the Cookie Yummy Way for Herald of Arc Light.
Looks like it. Looks like he's second guessing it, but it appears to be what he's reaching for.
Yeah, he might be thinking about like the next play he's going to do after this, or just deciding what zone to put it in. Interesting to put in the extra monster zone, but this probably means he's going to send it to the graveyard to link summon Gravity Controller. Now this is where the Yummy part of his deck is going to bridge into the Mitsurugi cards, because Herald of Arclight will be able to add a ritual monster from his deck to his hand.
Very cool. The gravity controller needs a monster in the extra monster zone in order to link summon it.
Which is why we saw him put it there. Smart stuff here from Cam the man.
How the fuck? Yep.
And there's Habakiri. That's going to unlock his Mitsurugi engine. It's such a creative bridge, using these yummy cards to get you into the Herald of the Arclight to link it away.
Yeah, lots of different ways you can go about it. All right, now the gravity controller is going to be sent to the graveyard. Aramasa is going to be summoned.
So it looks like he used the Habakiri's effect.
Yeah.
And that's how he's accomplishing this. Then with Aramasa, he's going to get Mirakumo. He already had the Mitsurugi Ritual in his hand, it looks like. So it was the ritual monsters that he needed. And the Herald of the Arclight going to the graveyard is how he got there. So he's going to activate Mitsurugi Ritual, summoning from the hand by tributing from the deck.
It's going to send Saji and Kusanagi.
One Saji, two Kusanagi.
Kusanagi's going to be able to add it back from the graveyard. He's going to put that Mitsurugi Ritual back in his hand. The Saji's going to be able to add a Mitsurugi spell. He's going to grab Mitsurugi Prayers.
Looks like Cameron's in very good shape, but we don't know what Kamal has for countering it.
Special.
Now he still has that Lollipo Yummy in hand, so he's going to be able to summon it and return the Lupus back into the deck.
It's not bad.
Definitely something you want to do before you have to pass back to your opponent. Now we're going to see the Samsara Sorrow Cat be summoned, which is a really cool addition into the deck. Since Herald of the Arclight was limited, players have found a way to use the Samsara Sorrow Cat to put that Herald of the Arclight back and then synchro summon it out onto the field again.
That is pretty cool.
Samsara.
He's going to send it to the graveyard to link summon IP Masquerena.
Yeah.
But now here comes that effect of the Samsara Sorrow Cat, returning the Herald of the Arclight, special summoning itself back to the field. And now Yummy Surprise already in Cam's hand. He didn't have to add it. It's going to bring back the Marshmallow Yummy. On summon, the Marshmallow Yummy is going to return the Yummy Surprise back to the hand, followed up by that Synchro Summon for that Herald of the Arclight back onto the field for the second time this turn, despite being limited to one.
Ritual summon from deck.
Yeah.
And Cam just putting on a clinic and showing why he is here in the finals. This is what makes the Yummy Mitsurugi deck so powerful.
Yeah, he'll use the second effect of that Mitsurugi Ritual, and this time he'll tribute from the field to summon from the deck.
Mirakumo.
He's going to special summon Futso by tributing Mirakumo. Mirakumo will come back since it was properly summoned and then tributed, and also its effect will be used to add a Mitsurugi card from his deck to his hand, and he's getting Great Purification, which can negate a card that Kamal activates.
Draw for turn.
So he's in a commanding position, it looks like.
Yeah, both players really drawing extremely well for going first, not having to deal with too much interaction, even though Kamal had the answers to Cam's things in game number one, but that's it. I was going to take game number two, and these players are not having too much interaction on their second turn there, not drawing the field-breaking cards that they need, not drawing the proper interactions in their hands to stop it, and we're going to a game number 3.
This final duel will decide who takes home the trophy.
This will be the final game of the main event here at the YCS. The winner of this next game will be walking away with that trophy. It will either be Cam the Man Neal's 3rd YCS win, 4th win overall because he also has that UDS belt, of course, and then it could be Kamal Crooks Valdez 6th YCS win, which is just an unbelievable number of YCS wins. Could be like, I think he would be the 3rd person, I think, maybe the 4th at most, to have 6 YCS wins.
It's hard enough to win 1 YCS.
Yeah,
but to win 6 is incredible.
Yeah, after Jesse just kept winning left and right, it was hard for me to keep track of who is going beyond 5 YCS wins, who has 4, who has 6. There's so many good duelists out there, but these players are legends, and they want to further prove that here by adding this YCS title to their belts.
Yeah. Kamal can choose to go first in this 3rd and final duel, which I think does make him the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, definitely feels good if you're in the finals going first in game number 3. but you need your deck to be friendly to you as well. You need to draw those cards that you can play and be able to establish a board. Because how many times have we seen players get to go first, just not drawing the right combination of cards and end up setting like one spell or trap card? But both these players' decks are designed so well, I wouldn't be surprised if he does draw exactly what he needs to walk away with the win here.
And with the number of wins they have, I have no doubt that they also trust in the heart of the cards.
Definitely. You have to trust in the heart of the cards. And the biggest thing that separates like a good player from a great player, it's not how you do when you draw the great hands, it's what you do when you draw the bad hands. A lot of players can win if your deck is nice to you and you draw perfect every single game, but it's like, how do you navigate those points when you don't draw perfect, when you don't have the proper cards? And that's what separates the great from the good.
Well said, Billy.
And,
inspirational.
Yeah, trying to be. Trying to do my best. I can hit you with another one. Luck is when the opportunity meets preparation. That's another classic one I always throw out there. And these two duelists are probably some of the most prepared duelists in the room here this weekend, which is why these are 2 finalists out of over 1,600 players. Absolutely unbelievable. And for one more time, it's time to duel. It's game 3. Let's do this.
I like the old Pegasus quote. It's better to be lucky than good.
No, that's a classic one for sure, and it is. And Kamal starting off quickly by normal summoning K9 Naroi.
He resolves the effect. He gets to special summon a K9 from his deck. He is off to a good start. He gets Jokul.
No bricks here. All gas, no breaks. Naroi summoning the Jokul, as you mentioned. Jokul adding the Lantern. Cam doesn't have any interaction just yet. No Fuwalos, no Perilia, no Mulcharmy anywhere to be seen.
And now Kamal is going to summon the Ripper, so it's able to negate any of those cards if Cameron tries to activate one of them.
Things are looking really good here for Kamal just at the beginning here, game number 3. Going to add a Jokul to the hand. He's going to go for Lantern next, target the Naroi. Cam takes a look but has no response.
He now uses the Lantern's effect. There's the spell he's taking. It's a case for K9. I suspect he's going to activate it to add a K9 monster to his hand, but then send it to the graveyard to get a quick look at Cameron's hand.
And then Naroy's probably about to collect some evidence and investigate the crime scene and take a peek at what Cam is holding in his hand. And then we all get to see it too. So here we go for the information. Okay, Lightning Storm is what he needs to know. Good information there. Prayers, Mitsurugi Ritual, pre-preparation, and a Ghost Bell in Haunted Mansion. So he has some powerful spells in his hand, things he can do, but Kamal's going to be able to play this perfectly as he is operating with perfect information now.
Yeah, the Ghost Bell won't help because Ripper can negate it, and there's nothing stopping him from using Ripper to negate it since he knows Cam doesn't have anything else, any other monster effects to activate from the hand. But it's the Lightning Storm that he really needs to play around now that he knows it's there.
The K9s are on the case, and now Kamal could be mere moments away from becoming a 6-time YCS champion now that all the evidence has been presented in front of him. He's going to send those 2 monsters to the graveyard to perform a link summon for Platinum Gadget. This has been the combo of the weekend. He's going to be able to special summon that Scrap Recycler from his hand that he added off the Infinite Track. And then the Scrap Recycler is going to send the Crystron Smeagol down to the graveyard. Then that's going to be linked away for a Clockwork Knight.
No, tribute.
And the Scrap Recycler is coming back onto the field to use the effect again to get another Crystron monster in the graveyard. He's going to send down a copy of Sulfaneer.
There's the artifact Dagda. If he's able to give an artifact to Cam Neal, that also solves his Lightning Storm problem since he controls a card and can't activate it.
That is true. Now he's going to banish the Crystron Smeagol from the graveyard to add a Crystron Speller Trap from the deck to the hand. I think Cam knows he's not in great shape right now.
Yeah, you could tell.
Crystron Inclusion is going to be the next card activated. And that's the actual Clockwork Knight being activated here. Yeah.
He plays Clockwork Knight and the other Clockwork Knight.
Definitely. And then that triggered Artifact Dagda's effect to be able to set the Artifact Morinir. Inclusion is next.
And Sulfur Door.
Adds a copy of Sulfador to the hand, or to the graveyard. He's going to try and use the Ghost Bell here. Kamal just has the call by the grave and uses it instead. And that's it! Cam doesn't want to see any more. He's going to concede, and Kamal Crooks Valdez is a six-time YCS champion. Absolutely incredible.
It's a really awesome deck that he was able to win this YCS with. Very creative. It's not something I had seen before.
Absolutely amazing. An incredible duelist. He's been playing for so long and just, he's been an unstoppable force for so long. Just, wow, I just can't believe it. A 6-time YCS champion, another one. I don't think I ever thought anyone would win 6, let alone multiple people. And now Kamal joins an upper echelon of elite duelists with 6 YCS wins under his belt.
Yeah, incredible. He wanted it so badly. He played so well, and now he earned that 6th trophy.
Yeah, and this is going to sting for Cam. I know he really wanted that 3rd win. You can see it kind of on his face. Feels kind of bad, but at the same time, you know, there you go. He's smiling a little bit because they are friends. One of those 6 wins, they did win together at a Team YCS in San Salvador earlier this year. You can see him still with a big smile. Cam's a good guy, an honorable duelist, but Kamal is your victor here. He's going to get the trophy. He's going to get the Ultra Rare, another versus Stratius. He's going to get Steam OLED deck. He's going to get his own giant card of his choice. I mean, if you don't pick a K9 card or a Crystron card, Kamal, we're going to have some issues because that deck was sweet. You know, it'd be funny if he picks like Artifact Dagger.
You pick an Artifact card.
Or, yeah, Morinir. It could be anything. It could just be his favorite card, you know, of all time as well. I think, what was his favorite card? I don't remember from the infographic, but I know it was like a cool one that I resonate with for sure. But, man, all smiles here from Kamal. He is your YCS Anaheim 2025 champion. So many storylines we had here this weekend. A lot of people were talking about Steven Trifanowski winning the YCS last weekend, winning the YCS Vancouver previously, and then he also made top 8, but eliminated in top 8. Kind of Kamal flying under the radar there. He came in first after Swiss, and now after the top 8 is finished, he is also still in first place.
Incredible. He's so happy. You can see it on his face.
Yeah, this is also kind of maybe a little exhausted because when you're like dueling for all day, you're kind of like locked in. Your body is also working with you. And that second you kind of have that wave of relief, it can kind of hit you all at once, or it's like, oh man, I'm actually pretty tired. It is mentally draining, mentally fatiguing, and just absolutely incredible that Kamal is now a 6-time YCS champion. Unbelievable.
Yes.
So surreal.
Incredible. And the Crystron cards did get hit on the recent Forbidden Unlimited list. I think a lot of players were discounting them. But he believed in his deck, he believed in his cards, and he did win that trophy this weekend.
Yeah, Crystron inclusion being limited to 1. Just a small hit, too, because as you can see, as long as you can access the Crystron cards and send those monsters to the graveyard, you still have ways to access this and get to where you need. But yeah, if you wrote K9 Crystron off as a viable deck, you are sorely, sorely mistaken because it is now the deck that won this YCS here this weekend. YCS Anaheim, Kamal Crooks Valdez, a 6-time champion. Absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, we saw many of his victories were very decisive, too. They were not close games.
No, and he also made plays that were just kind of elevated, I would say, like things you wouldn't like think of. Holding an Ash Blossom through a numerous amount of interactions to add cards from their hand. All sorts of things, letting them go where they need to go. For like Arch and Mrs. Protoss, and still finding a way to navigate through that as well in top 4, and then having to face a friend, someone you've won a YCS with in the finals, but not letting it get you down. And then, of course, the die roll for the finals was huge with this matchup because, yeah, the K9 Crystron deck, a lot stronger at going first, but, you know, he navigated that well. He has cards in his main deck. He main decked 3 copies of Forbidden Droplet, so he definitely had some tools when going second. And, of course, the K9 cards we saw in Game 2, even though he lost. Izuna is a great card at going second as well. And he somehow found a way to take this K9 Crystron strategy all the way to the top and be crowned a champion. But I know I want to hear from them. I know you want to hear from our YCS winner. It's been an incredible YCS. We've had so much fun with you. Thank you so much for joining us. But I'm going to go ahead and toss it to Jackie one more time to hear from our YCS winner, Kamal Crooks Valdez. Take it away, Jackie.
Let's hear it for our YCS Anaheim Champion, everybody! Oh man, Kamal, how does this feel to see your friends on their feet just rooting for you so hard?
It's fantastic. I can't ask for nothing more. I'm lost for words right now. I'm sorry.
I'm sure you're a lot of emotion.
Yes. Most definitely. Got the 6-1. I'm just happy.
6 wins. 6 YCS wins, everyone. I mean, that number is crazy. How does that make you feel?
I'm feeling great. There's just a lot of other friends I have that also win. I'm just trying to catch up.
Who are you pointing to?
My friend Christian Urena, I just caught him.
Aww. What? He's all smiles right now. What does it feel like seeing your friends here and this crowd just going wild for you?
It's great. It's just great.
What does this community mean to you?
It means a lot. It's a lot of good friends, close, basically family at this point. Yeah.
Well, without further ado, why don't you show off that trophy to everybody? Walk to center stage. Let's hear it again for our YCS champion, everyone. Absolutely loving the atmosphere in here. We have people on their feet, all smiles. It's just a wonderful, overwhelming feeling. Well, that is a wrap, everyone, on YCS Anaheim. It has been such a special, special show. Thank you all so much for joining us and watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye, everybody.